So get your coffee out of here. Get that water out of here. Triton, what's the official title? Triton Poker Series Madrid? Talk back.
Hello?
Well, a warm welcome to all of you as we are coming to you live from Madrid, Spain, a beautiful, balmy Madrid, Spain right now. It is time for the Triton Poker Series Madrid. I'm Ali Najad, joined by none other than Czar Brian Rast, and we are moments away from event number 1, a 20,000 euro no-limit hold'em 8 max event, 30-minute levels, a total of 14 events will be coming your way on the better part of 2 weeks, and we have no less than 17 brand new players to the Triton Series who are going to be joining us here throughout the course of this 2-week period. And obviously we have many familiar faces as well. And Brian, I know you and I got here before the start of play, had a chance to walk the room a little bit, and the thing that stood out to me was the return of Isaac Haxton.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice him. Yes.
Did you not?
He's back. He hasn't been playing very many live tournaments recently.
Yeah.
But okay.
During
Yeah,
COVID, I think he was very much in lockdown, and obviously he's a regular on the high roller circuit.
Certainly. I know he's been playing a lot of online poker in the last couple of years. I mean, not even just Isaac. I know in front of you have a list of all of the new players.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of new players at this Triton stop.
Yeah.
So should be really exciting tournaments, big turnouts, a lot of new players.
A very healthy international gathering,
Yeah.
as is always the case here at Triton. I did see Patrick Antonius also
Yes,
here.
I saw
Did
him.
not see him in Cyprus when we were over there just a few short weeks ago, it seems like, at the kind of joint effort that we had with the Super High Rollers Bowl in the island of Cyprus. It really bears note that this particular stop, in my opinion, might be one of the most beautiful poker rooms that I have ever borne witness to. I don't think it's a dedicated poker room per se, but the salon in which we are hosting this particular event looks as though it steps straight out of the history books. I mean, as opulent and ornate a setting as you could hope to have in which to play poker. And I think it lends sort of to the gravity of the event. Obviously a 20K, a little bit of a teaser, somewhat of a warm up, but we're working our way up to 150,000 euro buy-in event as well. So certainly the stakes will only get higher from here.
You know, it reminds me a little bit, because I haven't been in Madrid for poker before, but it reminds me a little bit of Monaco, right? I have played poker in Monaco before, and it's, again, really ornate, almost as if the room is being used for some other aspect of gambling that usually the casinos reserve for someone other than the poker players, you know?
Right.
You know,
The high-limit roulette guy
yeah,
comes into the room.
customers.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously, each and every participant here in the Triton Series is tremendously valued, and in particular by the two of us, because we get to bear witness to a real nice collision of styles, of experience levels.
I'm always looking forward to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and familiar faces to you and I, and the viewing public, as well as some of the less familiar faces. And as I mentioned, we've got no less than 17 new players who have registered for this particular event here in Madrid. And as a percentage of the overall number of attendees, it's very significant. And I think it just speaks to the fact that the tour and the series is only growing in popularity.
Yeah, I think it's back. You know, I think Cyprus was a little bit of a warm-up, and maybe the turnout wasn't quite as big. We're just getting out of COVID. There were still a lot of travel restrictions. It was a bit shorter, right? There was only the many less events, but this is almost 2 weeks of Triton Poker, and it feels like it's back.
Indeed.
Here we are.
Indeed. And I know that we have a schedule available for our streaming coverage. There's a look, May 13th through the 25th. Today is day 1 of our No Limit Hold'em 8-handed, and tomorrow we will conclude with final table coverage to start our stream, and then we'll shift over and bring you some of the day 1 action toward the latter part of our coverage there on Saturday of event number 2. Then on Sunday, comes the final table. And you can see it is a diverse series of events. Obviously, no Triton series is complete without a number of short deck events. We're also going to be throwing some Pot Limit Omaha into the mix, a modest showing there on the 23rd of May, just a single event, a 25,000 euro, and then that big whammy, the one bullet 150,000 euro event number 13 to cap things off. Very exciting, and we are just about ready to start play here in event number 1 from inside the Casino Gran Via here in the beautiful capital city of Spain, Madrid. And there is a look at the architecture and just some of the historical monuments that are here in Spain. I got a chance to walk around the city last night. It was a beautiful evening, balmy, just about 70 degrees, and it seemed like the entire city was out. I would liken it to a New York of sorts, very cosmopolitan, very fashionable, well-heeled. This is the center of politics and government and business here in the country of Spain. Our featured table will include Chris Brewer, Sam Greenwood, the boss, Paul Pua, and Seth Davies. Blinds will start at 500 and 1,000 with a 1K ante. Our chip counts will be brought to you by GG Poker. Players, of course, will be receiving time banks as well. And it is an 8-max event, so fear not. We will have more than just 4 players at our featured table eventually as we seek to balance things out at the onset. But we'll get an opportunity to play a little short-handed here in this 8-max event at our featured table.
Well, all 4 of these gentlemen were at Cyprus, so nobody knew yet. And also about Madrid that you were saying, it is a little warm during the day. But the night is very nice, and actually this particular area of Madrid is very pleasant. It's easy to walk. There's a lot of nice stores, a lot of great restaurants, you know, various types, bars to eat. It's a very pleasant part of town.
Absolutely it is, and a very unpleasant spot potentially here for Paul Pua, who is open to 2,500 in the cutoff with a suited king, understandably, but is up against a dominant suited king. For Sam Greenwood, who's got King Jack and flops himself middle pair on a Queen Jack 5 2 spade flop.
Yeah, so I mean Greenwood with a decision there pre-flop whether to 3-bet or not versus the cutoff open. I think King Jack suited can play well either way.
25 seconds.
I think most players would do both from time to time. I'm not sure why maybe Sam chose to not 3-bet versus Paul. Maybe, you know, it's another spot where maybe he randomized it and went with it. And on that turn card, I think Paul might find some bluffs. Let's see if he does.
Run out of time, so
it's a hand that has very little showdown, but he has some equity there. Yeah, I like this. It's going to be, depending on his sizing, a tough spot for Sam here.
Well, Paul's bet 7,000 into 10-5.
So this is a sizing. If he went bigger than this, if he went pot, I think Sam would almost certainly fold. This is a sizing where Sam kind of has a tough decision with his hand. You know, if he has the 3rd pair, he does have the gutter. Okay, he does elect to call. And now the question sort of is, does Paul continue on the river?
Board has paired. Greenwood now playing an ace kicker as he checks once more. While it may be tough for Paul to represent a queen as played, the ace is very much plausible.
Certainly. You know, if it depends on his sizing here as to what he wants to represent, but he can definitely represent an ace for value. Okay, he decides not to bluff.
And Greenwood will be pleased that he was not faced with a river bet, as Sam will take the first pot of our feature table here in event number 1.
How do you like Dubai? Do you like it there?
Can you turn on your microphone? Oh, thank you.
During winter, okay.
Yeah, right. During the summer, it's like 50 degrees.
But yeah, everything's so expensive now in Dubai.
That's what I heard. I heard it's like
Because
everything's
there's
crazy.
the war, the flights to Russia,
Yeah, a lot of Russian people like
they
coming
blame
in.
people there now.
Seth
Yep.
Davies and Paul Pua getting caught up. Chris Brewer might be feeling a little jet lag. Big yawn and a not so big open. The 2500, 8.5 suited for him.
But that's okay. First event's a little smaller, little jet lag. Work it out. Work out the kinks as you go.
Yeah.
You know, the events bump up a little bit. 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Pretty soon you're playing 100Ks, but by then there's no more jet lag.
Yeah, you're on the right schedule. Queen 9 defends for Paul, and flops top pair and a gut shot straight draw, while it's just a bottom pair for Brewer.
Yeah, Brewer checks that back.
Another
And
ace on the turn, and might Brewer take the opportunity to represent? No, he decides to pump the brakes.
No, I think with 2 flush draws and a lot of different straight draws and a wide button range, he's going to have a lot of other hands that he can bluff with. So it makes a lot of sense that he just trying to get to showdown. But now, yeah, especially after making 3 queens, Paul value bets, not surprising. And Brewer has a little bit of a decision here. Let's see what he goes with.
5K is the bet. Fairly healthy into 6,500.
Again, just a bluff catcher. He's never winning for value here for a bet that was, you know, around 80% pot or something. But the way this hand played is 5 is not very relevant, right? There was no betting on earlier streets, and so he lets it go.
Nice release there from Brewer as he saves himself 5K. Oh, he's feeling it, Brast.
Yeah.
He is definitely feeling it.
We have more of the app launching this
The
trip,
apps.
right?
No,
No more.
just still the same.
And the
You
app
can
that
use
they're
it.
speaking of is
Outside can the launch outside, but 30 minute
okay.
delay.
Oh, so they're not
If your
doing
QR code here is live,
still only players get the live stuff.
because have to be in coordination with the stream.
Yeah.
Stream is 30 minutes.
Yeah, you don't want to spoil the stream.
Why don't you tell them about the app?
Well, I was going to save it, but given that the boys are already talking about it, the Triton Poker Plus app is available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple Store, App Store, for either mobile platform. Players make use of it in real time as they are able to track hands and chip counts to keep their bearings about them out there navigating the tournament. However, those of us who are watching the stream, you can download as well and be kept in the loop on the delay of 30 minutes, which is real time as far as you're concerned. And it's a real, real connection with the flop for Sam Greenwood. Top pair here with the Jack-10 suited that he opened on the button with. Davies with the gut shot straight draw has checked it.
And backdoor flush draw. I think he'll probably bet most of the time with the backdoor flush draw. It's nice to build a pot when you do get super lucky and back your way into the flush. Obviously, you know, picking up any heart on the turn gives another nice card to keep firing with top pair as well. So I think it turns the Jack-10 of hearts into one that favors betting a little bit more. I like his decision. And the bet's small enough that Seth decides to just call here with his gut shot equity.
Turn card pairs the board and does bring that flush draw in for Greenwood.
So the 8 of hearts specifically is one that I think Greenwood might check. I think the one that doesn't pair the 8, he'll bet a lot. But given that he double barrels a lot of heart hands that don't have showdown value, this is one hand where he can check back and have made a flush. So, but he's
3.5.
not going to get the chance. Seth is going to lead the 8. His thinking here is that the 8 is a card that he believes favors his range a bit, and he's choosing a small sizing that should get some 0 equity hands, maybe like King 6 or Ace 3 to fold. And he gets to realize his equity cheap. And obviously Sam is going nowhere. The decision is raise or call, which I think is the one most people would do.
And the river gives Davies a pair of 5s.
He'll he doesn't check, he'll certainly go with a small block bet sizing. Probably find about value bet. The more interesting question is if he blocks and takes. Yeah, bet. Like this play, it makes a lot of sense. There's some hands that you get by with your, like, four chance he's not going to let that go. But the top good. Another kind of interesting question, and I would bluff.
That was newly raised to 13,000. They paired, obviously, 6-7 becomes.
It's not just 6-7. I mean, we're at a good 3/8 here. As we can see, Green was raising for value with a jack. His raise also somewhat small. It's like a half pot type size. So, I mean, I think 3/8 here paid over the 5 would be all.
Choice?
Necessarily. I mean, beating bluffs. And when I presented that, I'm kind of presenting the thingy path that I don't expect to happen, but I do think that does happen. Call. He's just good on enough. Or I think his hand is a decent one to do a bluff. Both 7 block. He has the 5.
Yeah. Bro, I say we make the main event. You gotta have martini. Yeah. It should help the economy.
As we welcome Jason Kuhn to the feature table, although I suspect
They
we're
do.
going back to 10 now.
I swear. Look, somewhere on here. It's true.
I saw the. Get them stopped.
Main event championship?
Oh yeah.
Getting more and more puzzles
Man, check to watch.
of regular. I know high school.
And like a week or two in March, I was hoping like, man, you guys fix.
So before we get into the weeds of this hand, another consideration potentially you would consider trying that. It's one of the biggest hands, but so in addition to blocker value, I kind of also have the that it's one of the biggest hands you probably want to consider for that
One
option.
you can play online at the stage, one of the FTP went but like it's the stage like the fishes which enjoy like I get a lot of something and like feel like lost it. I don't know how and then I was like nobody to watch.
Check around. Timepiece purchase from on his resume. The open straight draw of Kuhn on him hits the ace, but checks. Not seeking bluff. Check how you this for Jason Kuhn. Welcome to the game, sir.
That's it. If he's going to value back here or induce, obviously inducing in this case, but he has a decision. If he's very likely going to find he gets who just made a big hand. So this could decision because he's certainly not going to check raise. I don't think so, at least. And I don't think Kuhn will here, who checked in position to bet his hand himself. It's just the sizing he's considering. And that's 2x sizing, which is not an easy one. Davies, I mean, he might actually. I'm not saying he's going to fold or that he should, but it's one where had this bet been pot or less, he has a very easy call. All of a sudden, his hand that's been checked to the river kind of shrivels value, and it's no longer one where you expect. You're sort of bluff catching now with a hand that you normally would expect to be good here, and a third pair. I think I'm just going to call anything, but when your opponent 2 X's, you're now just bluff catching.
So Davies mulling things over. History with Jason. They're good friends. Definitely well aware of one another's approach. Seth will.
Yeah, isn't there? Oh, is there not? Okay, weird. I've seen 4 200s, 500s.
Sometimes it happens, like in that. Some is to fold. That isn't any more in a store.
Very soon you play chasing with him.
I can't wait. He already wants me to chase him.
A proud papa brought the family with to this particular trip, and these
I think I can do it.
baby aces both turn into a pair on
he
the
already
8-5
wants me to
tray
chase him.
flop. Davies with the advantage. Checking back after Brewer checked, and now Chris picks up the nut flush draw.
Start murmuring a few words now. Right?
Yeah, yeah, and like mimicking your sounds, you know. If I make a
Or you
sound,
want him to call you Papa or Daddy?
I don't care. Whatever he calls me would be great. He's huge, man. He's like 95th percentile everything. Size, head size, height.
Both players check the turn as well, and
I thought he would start like evening out, but he's just getting heavier. It's like crazy.
Davies has
Well,
the best
maybe
hand.
come 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah.
Darren was like big until he was 11.
I mean, he's still pretty tall. He's very tall.
Oh, he's quite big, you know.
right?
Yep.
Until he's 11, and then suddenly starts slimming down.
Santi's got a new baby,
I know.
1 month old.
There's a lot of dads around here.
Checked all the way down
Good.
as Seth collects it.
Santi
Santi
Jang.
Jang.
Ah, Santi, it's coming.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
here. I
he's
saw him.
Is here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's over at I've seen him at the hotel a few times.
We got Ike back. This is
Yeah,
amazing.
Santi stay in Dubai near my house.
Oh, yeah?
But I had to move into an apartment.
You got an apartment in Dubai? I bet it's sweet, huh?
It's 3,000 square foot. I bought a few.
Bought a few? How hard is it to get a passport there?
Not so sure. I think there's some passport for investments.
Okay. I want a second passport. I don't really care. I mean, I do care somewhat, but like, I want a second passport. Callum, my son, can get a German passport because his mom's from Germany.
Ah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, so can Bianca. Bianca's half German.
Was her dad in the army?
Yeah.
Pocket sevens for
He's from the
Davies.
army.
Opening to
Oh, nope.
2,500.
No, he's retired.
I'm only allowed to serve for 20 years.
Yeah, he's 60s.
And while Kuhn is seeking a second passport, he is not
Yeah,
seeking a
one of my
third
good
bet
friends'
as
dad
he
told me
flats
to
on the
email
button.
me, and then he did all sorts of
Chris
like,
Brewer with a suited
private
ace-7.
stuff.
And Greenwood also with a 7 in his hand, so we know Davies will not be flopping a set here. And in comes the 3-bet from Brewer to 16-5, putting the squeeze on Kuhn's flat, and we'll see how Davies reacts.
Yeah, I feel like Kuhn has one of the weaker hands. He's going to flat on the button here into a large 3-bet. He's kind of out of it. But yeah, Davies, I mean, they're pretty deep right now,
Do you remember
obviously.
Rainbow
So
Six, the video game?
a lot of
My friend was playing it as a kid, and his dad was like, you know, like whatever it is in the 90s or like early 2000s, like, you know, we'll kind of do similar stuff, like in terms of like using like video games to try to like train people.
Oh, Hexton is here.
Yes. Good to know. What's that?
Yeah, Ivan's group was stuck in Dubai. Jet couldn't fly yesterday. Cannot find replacement pilot.
Oh, no.
Oh, he just left Dubai to be here when registration closed.
Okay.
What happened to the pilot?
Was sick.
That's it.
Maybe COVID, don't know.
Uh-oh.
Maybe he just drank too much.
Luck.
The always niner. No.
Many new faces.
Play TV. I've got like 2 or 3 good players to play.
Short deck or full deck?
Full deck. You okay with that?
Yeah.
My prediction for this tournament, first person to bust, I don't know who it's going to be, but Adamo and Rui are getting in a 400 big blind pot.
Yeah. Really already have.
Really degenerate.
Chopped. 2 ace
We've
suited.
been playing short deck in Dubai every day since Cyprus.
Wow, really?
It killed me.
Rui's playing every
Rui?
day.
He's good, man.
200 NTs, pocket 6. Oh, in. Oh.
Oh my God. That was before the Bitcoin downfall. He wouldn't call those 6s this week.
And
I was
his
thinking
scoop,
that some retired pros might not be so retired anymore.
600 MPs. $1,500.
1,500.
I might.
Hello, hello, how are you, Paul? Think I could get away with it with all the cameras if I just grabbed one of those racks and switched mine out?
Nice.
These over here for now.
You guys playing a casino or a club somewhere?
At my friend's house.
Yeah,
Very safe.
love that.
Looks like they
I buy all the
get all
cards
the
and
usual
pull the
suspects
dealers.
on this table, huh?
Smart.
Yeah.
People want new
So
blood.
easy to cheat nowadays.
Yeah,
In
man.
the home game.
Yep.
I said, Rui, if you buy the cards and everything, I want to examine the cards.
You go back.
How can you play this way?
No, we just stayed here for 2 days.
Say, I'm playing my guitar.
No, we went to
He's the one
Geneva.
guy you gotta believe when he says that.
Yes.
Shit, too.
What's that?
Jesus.
Where'd you go?
King 6 is
Geneva.
hooked.
Geneva.
Yeah,
King 6?
I was on
Yeah, he was already raised and committed. I mean, like 100
Hard to
years.
fucking commit that one.
Where did you go, sir?
Barcelona.
He raised 70% of him.
That's my first
So,
time.
that,
Oh, okay.
so everybody track him. I track him cut off.
Madrid so far too.
Kings against King Queen. King 10, he wins.
Oh, yeah.
This guy.
He's your nemesis? Nicky P, what's up, baby?
Really, I'll play.
Hi, Nick.
Oh, yeah, of course. Who else would they be into that seat? Let's go.
Can't even.
And
didn't
welcome
even get
back.
your
Our
2 POI
apologies for
points,
the
Nick?
technical difficulties
Didn't even get
we
your
encountered
two
just there.
POI points.
Reds.
I went for a walk and ended up really far away.
Picking up the action, we find Seth Davies, 3-betting and taking it pre-flop. Nick Petrangelo has
The
joined
bulk by
the
the hotel.
feature table.
Yeah.
Rotero, dude, it's one of the nicest parks in the world.
I haven't ran recently at all, but I'm just gonna for sure go running now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
The
a
hotel's
legendary park.
Yeah.
The hotel's insane.
Yeah.
Which hotel is there?
Yeah, I was like, I was just like walking through it today. There was like 2 palaces just
Yeah.
in the park. Just actual palaces.
Yeah, big lake.
Very nice.
Yeah, the lake was awesome.
Lake with all
Madrid's
the, like
the
rowboats
dope.
on it.
It's awesome
It's
out
fucking
here.
cool.
Rolling blade
It's like
when I was
it's a
sick.
sick running. It's a sick running surface too. They like maintain the trail well.
Ace-4 suited for Brewer.
Always
Raising it
just
up.
talking about how nice this area of Madrid
listen to
is.
the new,
It's not
gorgeous.
even just the restaurants and the
No,
streets, but
I,
the parks. It is beautiful.
I wanted to listen to it like in full, uninterrupted, and then
That's what happened to me. I listened to it twice. That's why I'm late.
I,
I don't know why.
my fucking. The only problem I have with the hotel is I don't know what was happening with the TV in my room, but I would turn it off, and then like half an hour later it would just turn on. And I was sleeping with an eye mask on, so I didn't even notice it. I just woke up naturally, and it was so like tilted by this problem that like it like woke me up, and then I eventually just unplugged it. But then it was up at when it was up at 6, I was like, well, I can't go to bed, so I watched the recorded Leafs game, which fucking broke my heart in 2.
Yeah, that
And
probably
then,
got you off tilt real fast.
Yeah, then I slept for 2 hours, and then I didn't have time to listen to the Kendrick album.
I mean,
2 players flopping top pair here as Paul Poo is pocket eights.
they kind of, for how good of a
Are
team
swinging.
they are, that's a tough matchup.
No, and they played a really, or like, you know, they played like a 50-50 game, basically, on the road. And, I mean, they kind of got fucked.
I can't believe the Calgary and Edmonton series. I thought they were just going to be like
Kuhn
sweeps.
is called
Well,
to
Edmonton
4K.
maybe.
Now
Against
Chris
3-3,
Brewer
yeah.
faced
No,
with
I'm just saying, like,
an overcall.
kinda crazy.
Paul not going to like that he got called in.
Are you sure about
two
that?
places.
As
Yeah,
the
until
8
the
of clubs rolls off on the turn, giving him a set. Nobody with a flush draw either, Rest.
Yeah, which means Paul's got this pretty locked down. The flip side is that it's going to be hard to get paid too much. See whether Paul elects to bet the turn here or not. I mean, obviously a straight's also got there as well. And the bet size on the flop was pretty small, so, you know, a number of straight and flush hands could be there, such as the 4-5, you know, something like 9-10 of spades.
10,000.
Yeah. I mean, Kuhn here with Brewer behind him definitely might fold. Yeah, I like that fold. Makes a lot of sense. He's got to think ace-4 isn't good, and Brewer also folds. So, yeah, like I said, I mean, you make the best hand, but it is kind of hard to get paid, at least by the particular hands that his opponents had. Had one of them had a club, maybe they would call with that equity as well, but just ace-4 with no club there. It's tough continue in a three-way pot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that is
Somewhat disappointing for Pua not to be getting a little bit more action, although the board texture was somewhat problematic for a set of 8s, depending on what the river
What?
came.
Next break in 1.5 hours?
Yeah, a spot where you want a little action, but you don't want a lot, right?
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
Getting raised is
Oh my God,
pretty
we're gonna have to
gross. I
change
mean,
that.
because
Put that
the
on the
board
90
can
minute.
pair, you're definitely calling, but
2 hours
not
is
too happy
brutal,
with
man. That's like World Series of Poker. Pee your pants type stuff.
I never make it through the World Series.
No.
Onward we march. Brewer with another ace, up front ace-8, and a bigger field.
Always sprinting out of
Sends
those
it comfortably into the muck.
Yeah, those rough ace middle
Yeah.
offsuit
No
hands are
way.
pretty easy folds up front.
What?
I
I
mean,
wouldn't- I
even
just
here in
wouldn't
the
play.
cutoff, Paul's got a closer decision. He'll probably play it, but you know, even hijack and earlier, they're kind
2
of
hours,
easy
and then it was
folds,
1.5 after that.
frankly, unless there's some special
Yeah.
reason why you should be opening more, such as it's, you know, ICM effects and you're a chip leader or something like that. But
Animal.
What is that?
1 hour level. EBD man.
Sam, can I get?
That's hilarious.
Wow. It's 2.5 hours.
It's a 7-handed action here at the feature table in the 20,000 euro no limit hold'em event number 1 here at the Triton Poker Series Madrid.
I don't believe it's
Inside the Casino Gran Via.
I don't know.
those hands also go down in value when you're
you
as
mean
deep.
deep.
I mean, these guys are really deep right now.
It's
They're
broke. Get
I
it
believe
out
it's
of
501k
Still so
blinds
many
and
people
they're
wedging, too, that they
200k
like taking
deep,
people off
so
tables all
200
the
big
time,
blinds. Yeah, hands like ace
shaking up
7
going on.
off,
Yeah, I think
which are
after
more
every break, change
valuable
table.
with maybe 30 big blind stacks just out of ace blocker and flopping top pair.
More. I think it probably
They're
make it
weaker
fun.
hands
Ivan's
when
group
you're deep.
maybe can't make it.
It's hard to make
Oh,
really big
players
hands
on
with
the
them,
plane.
and it's really hard to have a draw.
That's how many guests they have.
Oh.
They have 80 unique guests, and I
That's-
assume
I mean,
people
yeah.
didn't come here to skip the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
know
don't
a couple
know that
people who are only
80,
playing the short deck, but not too many.
Maybe
Officer
some
Kuhn
guys
puts
play
his
short.
hand into the
Usually
muck.
everyone plays
But
the
you think you play short deck, you play the 20 game.
Yeah, I was gonna say usually everyone plays the first one. This is probably gonna be the most enjoyable, best poker stop ever.
In history. This,
In the
this might be
history.
number 1. Seriously.
From location to hotel to this
Everything.
room. Yeah.
This is the top one.
Awesome.
And I think we should always do, except for like maybe one huge stop, 20, 30, 50, 7500 is like perfect
It is
everywhere.
good.
Beautiful flop
Yeah.
here
I
for
think it
Mike
is.
And
Watson.
then maybe once a year you do the
250 or the
250.
500.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
Those are 150.
poker economy in Asia is
the end.
like before.
Yeah, no, I think this is better.
I think you just got to have
See, a lot of
adaptive.
players of
True
our
Queens
amateur
bets and
players
takes
will
it
play
easily in the
20K
late pot
to
pre as the players continue to fawn
30.
over the
You just
surroundings
sneak a
here at
250 in
the
if the right people are
gorgeous
winning.
Casino Gran Via.
Yeah.
Sad one.
Pop up 250.
Yeah.
One day turbo.
Call it the
That's what
Martin
they
game.
want.
Nothing crazy. I mean, it happened before.
Yeah, we did that before. We did the 1-day turbo 200.
Back to
Yeah,
back.
150
We
and
did
200.
the secret 100, 200, and Next to the 2-5 game.
Yeah, that was great. You were just next to some guy yelling when won a $400 pot.
He didn't actually end up coming, or?
He's coming.
Oh, he is?
Oh,
Yeah,
boy,
he's
there's
on.
a
He's just
VIP room at the 6th floor. Whenever you guys not playing poker, you can chill out there too.
Oh yes, don't tell anybody else.
If
us.
he could play this on his phone, he would, but otherwise.
Yeah, if he can play this.
Why weren't we told about this VIP level, Rast?
The other thing they
The
have
sixth
right
floor?
here schedule-wise that
We're only
you
now
do
getting the
mess
memo?
up is,
And not even
next
with
closes,
intent.
Then you play 2 levels, then you have dinner break.
Well, I mean,
Because like it's nice to give
You
you
know,
like an hour
sure
or
there's some
whatever
big
view before
games.
stack to like give yourself
doubt they
the
want them
night off,
commentated
you
on.
know?
I know how to watch and be quiet,
Like,
believe it or
Red
not.
closes at 6. You play or whatever, like 7. You play
Pua with
till
the
8.
pocket
dinner break at
fours.
8.
Raised
And,
it up.
like it sucks when you have like this dinner break where like, oh,
Watson
maybe I can like
on
do
the button
something
with
before
position.
the city, or maybe I like
Flatting with the
I
king
don't-
10 and the
can't
king
now.
right away in the window, followed by a 4. So this is trouble for Mike Watson,
Is that-
who has top pair against bottom set.
The good news for Mike is that he's in position. And the reason being, and pots like this are, depending on how they play, but sometimes where you see the value of being in position.
To go in between.
Like if Paul's in position here, he gets to always bet. You know, out of position, he's in a spot where it's like here, he chose a small bet sizing on the turn. Maybe he checks and it goes check, check. But, you know, when you're in position, you always get to get max paid when you have these spots where you flop a huge hand and your opponent has a pretty good one. So, oh, wow. But
That was war for you.
This is even worse for Watson, who now has top pair after calling the 3,000 on the flop.
Building over Hyde Park.
I mean, Watson just went from having a decent hand, you know, one he'd like to get to showdown without the pot getting too big, to one where he's now going to want to make the pot big. And unfortunately, I mean, they literally have the hands that are right next to each other on, you know, the hand ranking chart, right?
No, I know
Bottom
it
set
is
versus
not-
top 2 pair.
not the draft,
So,
it was
you know, it's the 4th nuts versus
Have you watched any of
the
this
5th nuts
season of Atlanta?
It's
in
funny.
a board that's
I've-
very
I've
draw
only,
heavy.
like,
So Mike,
Caught like I'm behind on a
we'll
bunch,
see, but
I saw
he
just a full
very well
stack
might
of
find a
yesterday
raise
where they
here.
were, like, the
I
guys
think it's
played in
very
London where, like,
reasonable,
they knocked
probably
on the door.
preferred course of action, I would
Yeah,
say.
like that's what it's like.
And one wouldn't blame him if he did, facing
doesn't
this
have
bet
the
of
mandate.
10,000 into a pot of
Yeah,
13.5.
St.
Yeah,
Louis.
there's a lot of draws. He could easily be raising on a draw, and
I mean, it
top
could
2
be.
pair is a
St.
hand
Louis,
that
like,
figures
in-
to be good enough to raise
But
for
instead,
value.
it was like $400,
So-
and it's made out of
Denim.
wolf skin.
No,
Yeah.
just a cool looking hat.
Okay.
I don't know.
Leave
Or
it
maybe
to-
it's not a cool. I thought it was cool.
No,
looking
I
hat.
think it's. I was just good with the estimate.
And
It's Saint
Paul with the
Laurent.
decision here whether or not to
So
call
wrong, if you want
or
to say
to
it correctly.
re-raise.
You wanna go with
I
the-
think with a
the
board
Miri hat
this
that,
draw
it's
heavy,
like
there's a
the, like,
lot of
$400.
that's
incentives
That's the
to
new wave.
raise the
$400
hand
Yeah,
right
they're
now.
rocking the
Like
hats
if
with
you
the-
lose the set
I mean,
over
this
set
is even,
hand,
like,
kind of like God
borderline.
bless you, you win.
Obviously.
No,
Here's
you
my
gotta do
chips.
is you get a
But,
hat that's like torn into
in
pieces, but it says
times when
Balenciaga
your
on it,
opponent
you pay,
has
like,
draws,
$600,
you
yeah.
charge them, right?
I think Vogel's top
And
Vogel saying
if your
$400 right
opponent
now.
has some kind of goofy hand, maybe they're
He'll buy you one,
raising
too.
right now
That's
like
what makes
ace,
him
king,
so
I'm
or
waiting for my
aces.
shirt. He said
Yeah.
You know, you don't give them the opportunity to raise here and
I
then
saw
just
this
check
shirt.
back
Those
the
things are so
river.
expensive, it's hilarious.
And then when they have a hand that you happen
Wait,
to kind
the
of be
Miri ones
coolering,
or-
like
No, the
kings up,
Casablancas,
you make
there's, like,
sure you get all of it.
One-
Hawaiian looking
And
shirt too.
I think.
You know,
I
if
think
a
we-
jack of
it's like
hearts
1,000
rolls off on
really
the river, I
beat
mean,
up
half the
controls
cards in
on
the
it,
deck
just,
make
print
like
the
a
logo
straight or a
and
flush
see
or
if any of them
both.
are like, dude, I need that one.
You know. Okay,
tell
he
him,
goes with call, which is
tell
either
Chris,
reasonable. I
your
think either
viral
play there. I mean,
throwing
just
idea.
folding
Yeah,
is the
he's like,
play
I'm gonna
that's
make
not
something that's
reasonable.
like the same as Balenciaga, but 4 times
So
more expensive.
31.5 was the total raise amount, and will this river be complicated? Possibly. The 3 of clubs does complete the 5-7
He's
and the
probably
deuce
right.
5 for a
Right.
straight,
He's
and of
probably
course the
gonna sell it.
backdoor clubs are in as
With
well.
Any of those like auto fashion scams though, is there anything you've come up with like 24 people have come up with it, like actually tried to do?
Yeah.
So now Mike deciding whether he's going to bet for value. I mean, the 5-7 got there, of which under the gun Paul could only have 5-7 suited,
Made it.
and he might not even play that in that early of a position. So, you know, really the hands they got there are flushes, but top 2 pairs still beating.
Yeah, what am I supposed
Pretty
to
much
do about my
everything else it was
Balenciaga
still
hoodie now?
beating.
get a bunch of them?
You can't wear them.
Or if you come
You
in
know.
here wearing a Balenciaga hoodie, I'm gonna love it.
Then the question is, if
I
you
kid
do
you
value
not,
bet
I'm
your
gonna buy
top
the
two
most
pair
absurd pair of
here,
Balenciaga
how
shoes for Seth's
much
birthday.
do you bet?
I'm gonna put him in the ones with the springs on the
My
bottom
guess is
that
he,
like
he
hinge.
would bet
I'm
less
gonna be
than pot.
bouncing
He's
through
obviously targeting
put 'em on
hands at
eBay
this
the
point, like
next day.
ace, king, king,
No.
queen,
Never
aces.
force him to
Okay,
wear
he
it.
checks
That's
back,
awesome.
and
Ace.
he's going to be very happy to see the result. And this is part of the reason why, as Paul on the turn, you consider
No, I'll force
re-raising,
him to wear 'em.
right?
He'll be like
Not
6'8",
just to
6'8",
charge
walking
draws and
through here
deny
and
them their
springing.
equity, but also in this
outta here.
situation
Be the
where
happiest guy.
had he
You want
raised
me to
back,
bet huge?
maybe he ends up stacking Mike or winning more. It's a
You
pretty
might-
tough
you might be
fold
in
with
trouble if
top
I
two.
do
Yeah, I expected to see a flush.
You said no. I was surprised at that. I was like, yeah, it's a call.
You guys don't understand the games this man plays in.
Biggest thing to note there, though, is like I
He's
said at the beginning of the
expecting
pot, how
Yeah,
important
exactly.
position
King
is.
jack off for like
Because
another
position
1,000 big
allowed
blinds.
Mike to check that back on the river and denied Paul the chance once he took the passive line of calling
Thank
the
you.
raise on the turn and checking the river. He was then at the mercy of the in-position player who made a wise check back. So
Indeed. And Mike, in some sense, may have kind of put in the money that he might have expected to have to call on the river on the turn by raising.
yeah, I think, you know,
You got to
Mike-
go. Don't judge it until the second run.
Mike was in a situation where maybe on a lot of cards he was going to check back his top two pair.
What's he judging?
He's probably
The new-
lucky
new,
that wasn't
Kendrick
an
Lamar
offsuit
album.
three,
Oh.
like a three of spades. My guess is on
First
a
one
card
in
like
5
that,
years.
which really didn't complete any
Was
draws
the last one
realistically,
good messages?
if we're
The
sort
last
of
one was
discounting the
Jam,
5-7
and
a
I
lot
found out
as
this
well.
morning
I mean, he probably
that,
value
you won
bets
a
the top
Pulitzer
two, but
Prize
Yeah, I
prize
remember that.
for music, which is like some
It's
unheard
amazing.
of unless you're
Yeah.
like a jazz musician
Yeah,
or
actually,
something.
Yeah.
kid, and Matt said it was the false one.
And you
Section 8 was the
may have
first one.
noticed the arrival of a new player. That is Sirzat Isu.
Trying to get
from
Seth. I'm trying to
Germany.
get Seth to listen to it chronologically and listen to the story, and he's got no time for me.
Let's see that. Wait, 2005.
All right, I'm
I
not
don't-
that behind me then. I thought I'd be like
raising
three
it up
albums
with the
behind at this
ace-6.
point, but I'm
Picks
only
up
like one, maybe
Paul
two.
Pua
But
for the
Dan was
ride,
like
who's
clearly
sitting
the-
on
is
queen
like
tray
the best.
and flops bottom
So if you missed
pair
that
for
one,
the lead.
Go back to
I
town.
listened to Damn a few times. I have to go back and check. It's been a long time. I listened to a lot
Yeah,
of hip-hop,
clearly a
but
significantly better flop for
Damn
Paul
in there.
with bottom pair and
Maybe I was
backdoor
doing
hearts. And
This one's
one
crazy.
now
Like it's so intense.
that took anything interesting out of the hand in terms of commentary.
Oh, it's amazing.
Trip threes on the turn for Paul, and a
I think he,
very
somebody
easy
said-
bet and take
Oh,
it
no.
for
He's
his
playing shores.
trips as he gives Chris a look.
The hockey player.
Already 3 sets, I
He's
think.
playing him. It's like a spin-off of that.
That's
Oh,
out. That's
okay.
out today. The third.
It's out today.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
world
it's the
class.
same guy. He's so
I feel like there's gonna be some. That one's gonna have like swing and misses. Like it's
Yeah,
gonna be.
I feel like it's
Active.
just gonna be like way better than later. games.
No way. Not the first three. Not better than early.
Yeah, maybe not. But
There's gonna be some little bits where we're dying, but I feel like overall it's gonna be like
the
a
clips
6.
they released had me dying.
That's kind of my.
They were 3 for 3 and whoop, and having me dying.
3 clubs. I was kidding.
Talking about Shorzy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a little skeptical if they can make like a whole
Blah.
series of that work, because it was like the
Yeah,
best
dude,
bit,
that is
but
sure
like
it's
That's what I mean.
like
Yeah.
2 minutes to show, like perfect. That's the amount that I want.
Right.
All 33 of our currently
到
registered
那时候很
players
短筹码啦。
still in the mix.
Because even
Early
already
going.
the last bunch of seasons, we're having a lot of like whiffs, in my opinion.
Yeah.
6点
You have
筹码是
you're
很
not
短
just
了
gonna，keep
忙住
turning
大
it
了
out, like,
Yeah, they kind of got bored and they want to try new stuff and like just like mess around.
too
a little
much.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best episodes I think of
你
the
问
last
他们
were the ones
我
where
也不
they
懂。
just kind of like stuck to the script and like
7点半最迟，
did like the bread
不
and
过很
butter
短筹码，
thing,
到
did
时候
super well, and a lot of like the experimental ones were
Exactly.
not great.
什么？
So anyone at home using
没有
the
先
app can see this,
到
but
7点半就不可以买了
you。can check the chip counts. Stephen Chidwick up top,
He got a meeting
383,000,
at
This
6.
is not.
followed by Daniel Dvorak.
Yeah, he plays short deck with us.
Second.
Oh, I know him.
Go over, look at the seating
been around
chart,
forever.
see who's at each table along with their
What's his name
position,
Ooh,
structure. You can even get hand histories. They have people typing in the hands. So you can
funny
see
guy.
what hands are played,
Dubai,
not
playing
just
cash
on the
game.
feature
Oh, yeah?
table.
Well, this is a
You
hand
want me to
being
support
played
it?
understandably
Dubai cash
by
game is
Nick
free, might as well play
Petrangelo,
Dubai
and the
cash game,
flat
no
from the
problem with that.
newcomer Surzat Hiso
Many players to
behind Brewer's 6-7 suited open has lent to this decision for Petrangelo to put in the 3-bet with these two red tens, and there is trouble on the horizon.
I mean, Brewer hand has a kind of nice hand to play here, really deep, in a situation where he's gonna think Hizu's mostly flatting behind. So, you know, you get to see a flop a bunch. Now we can see that Hizu is
42.
probably, wow,
Andy,
Hizu.
Yeah, look, he can barely believe his eyes. A 4-bet to
Mr. Who wants to buy you,
32,000,
have him, he don't
and he
understand
just got
English.
here and got aces. What do you guys have?
Yeah, I mean, how nice is this for him right here? He has aces. He's playing it slow, and everyone else is raising it up, including his opponent who has 7 high. Now he's kind of just got to figure out exactly what to do. I mean,
double me
Gonna
up
use
on
a
that
time
order
bank
right
in
there,
order to
whoever's
arrive
all
at
over
that choice.
A sparkling water
You know,
glass of ice, please.
my guess is at this point he re-raises. It's kind of a tricky spot in terms of sizing.
Well, a flat of this 4-bet begins to really narrow his range significantly, does it not? Save for perhaps a lack of familiarity by the opposition there, and maybe wondering whether or not this is what
Oh,
it
of course.
should be.
If anything he continues with narrows his range. He has to have a very good hand to continue. This sizing to me is a little big,
Show the
but
5.
it gets the job done and takes
Show
the
the
pot
5.
down. I feel like most people would elect to have gone a little smaller there. I mean, the thing is, the effective stacks being about 180,000 or so, I feel like
I just had a
making
good
it
hand.
75 or
he flipped and then 5-bet.
80
Yeah, raise,
would be a
call,
bit more
3-bet,
standard.
4-bet, 5-bet.
You know, it is a spot though, given that action.
Neither one of these guys had shit.
A 5-bet's
I
gonna
had
get
10s.
a
I
fold
had
from
7
everyone.
high.
Yeah. I believe both of those things.
So Petrangelo, happy to let go of those 2 10s in that spot.
Yeah, to a 4 and a 5-bet, regardless of the sizing, Nick is gonna let go of
Okay.
10s and 7
Good
high.
spot not
made
to have a
its
good
move.
hand.
Not really.
Just fucking
Just wake up against a snap 35 and fucking close your eyes.
You both need to have a really good hand to play back at him.
yeah,
It's gonna work.
it's gonna walk a lot.
Slope, trap me.
Paul giving
Watson.
some respect there to the under the gun open, flatting ace queen off.
Yeah, opening with the 10-8 suited, getting flatted by Pua, and that hand is going to be somewhat concealed in strength, courtesy of that flat, where he has himself top pair against middle pair.
So it's super soft. You know what it's like taking a shower in like a really
Yeah, and this is going to be a tricky flop for Watson.
It's kind of like that.
He has middle pair, he has the
okay,
backdoor
but it's different,
diamonds.
for sure.
You know, he's going to decide here between check
Yeah, we might
or
have
bet.
just
I
found
mean,
the
it's a
order.
flop
You know how
that
that
favors
happens at
his
the beginning of
range,
trips?
which makes you want to bet, but he has a hand
Yeah,
that
that's always a nice
you know,
feeling. You're like, all right, I
is
don't know what I'm
happy to
drinking for the
check,
next 14
so
days.
he
I know what I'm
finds
eating the next
a
14
very
days
tiny
is the
blocking
greatest
bet.
feeling.
Yeah.
And now Paul,
Ham
against a
cones.
bet that small,
We're gonna see it anyway.
is deciding here whether or not he
I
raises.
said we're gonna see it anyway if you did something crazy.
Goes with call.
I didn't just,
He had ace king, boys. Grow up,
So
he had ace king, of course.
a
No.
call there
Wow.
is a
Sick.
basically like slow playing his hand. It is strong enough to have raised, but now it's joining a group of hands that might call. There's a bunch of no pair hands that would call here, so you know Watson, given just the call, might very well think he still has the best hand.
Yeah, and that 4 of clubs isn't exactly cause for concern as Watson follows through for 2,500 on the turn.
Which is still a small bet. I mean, there was 9,500 in there. Yeah, so Paul's not going to let 2 blocker bets go by. Now that pair of 10s shrivels up as Watson's really not beating any value-oriented hand that Paul could have. Paul's kind of towards the bottom of his value raising range, which would be at least top pair here. He's obviously ahead of draws, of which there are a number.
Skrillex
And his
might have
bet
got
was so
lined up.
small on the flop that pretty much any draw was still in. In other words, any of the gutters, like 7-8,
Looking at it.
Queen
Did that
Jack,
again?
spades,
Like he went back for more.
those hands could all decide to play this way against
He's got a guy.
two very tiny bets. And, you know, a hand such as like King Queen off, or maybe even better, because King Queen might just call, rather a hand more like 7-8, right? But doesn't really have any showdown value, could decide to raise here. Oh, wow. Well, Watson's turning his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, he 3-bets the raise to 10,000, all the way up to 30,000 now. But it does put Pua in a little bit of a complex spot, because that under-the-gun raise could very well include things like ace-king.
Sure. Paul has to be worried. That said, I think it's unlikely he gives up here. His hand's probably a little too strong. But also Watson is doing something that I alluded to earlier, where you take a hand that you were block betting, sort of for value, but towards the bottom of your block betting range, and when you get raised, you turn it into a bluff. Remember I said that with the 5-7? It's kind of happening here.
Interesting side card for Pua after the arrival of the King of Spades, which fills in the flush draw on the flop. And of course, Queen Jack gets there.
This is a card that if Watson decides that, hey, my opponent could have hands like 2-pair or ace-queen or ace-jack that he was doing this with, it's pretty hard to call. So even though I'm not blocking spades, like my hand is just never good at this point. And, you know, if my opponent had a value-oriented hand that this card makes weaker, I can go ahead and keep bluffing. And that was the process I think he just had. And now Paul's in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, with just one pair, even though it's the best one-pair hand, it's not an easy call. He does have one of the best blockers to call with the Queen of Spades, which makes it a tricky spot. And it's also versus a pretty small bet, given the pot size.
Cool.
Yeah.
17-5 does get called, and Watson knows it's almost certain that that 10-8 is not going to be any good in that spot, as Pua takes 51,000 off of Mike's stack, plus the antes and blinds.
A spot where a small bet maybe didn't put Paul's hand in too tricky of a spot from Watson's direction.
And here's a look at the chip counts at our feature table brought to you by M88 Mansion. Paul Pua, the chip leader, over 300,000 in front of him. Surzat Hisu picked up those two aces and is northbound of that 200K starting mark with 247,000. Everybody else is below their starting stack amount. And Mike Watson, obviously, at 84.5. Not the start that he was looking to script for himself.
Did I use this one or not?
He took 2. I think you'll find.
Here we go. An appropriate spot for a hand we've been talking about and seen quite a bit so far. These kind of mid offsuit aces, but on the button, certainly good enough to attack. And Kuhn here, the suited wheel ace, definitely going to play it. This is a 3-bet candidate, so, you know, he could kind of go either way, call or 3-bet. And he goes with call.
So Davies gets flatted by his buddy, who was 1-0 against him. Earlier on, Kuhn's very first hand, he made a 10-high straight against Davies, who had an ace.
Yeah, he won the pot, but, you know, to me, Seth Davies won that hand. He put in no more chips with top pair. I mean, it was a spot where, and I'm not really saying Kuhn played the hand incorrectly, right, by 2x potting the river, but it's a spot where, you know, I mean, the cards are what they are. Someone's going to win because they make the best hand. But to me, when you watch that hand, it's Seth Davies actually won. So I would go 1-0 Seth Davies because he put in no pot, no more chips with top pair. But
here he is with ace high and the nut flush draw, firing 2,000 as a follow-up. Kuhn with bottom pair.
So yeah, even though Kuhn has the best hand here, and we can see he has 54% chance to win the hand, it's a spot where Seth is gonna probably win this hand more than Kuhn, being in position and with the ace of hearts, which is obviously a huge card on this flop.
Now the 8 of hearts leaves Jason Kuhn drawing dead as he checks it over to Davies, who could, it would seem, maybe check back from time to time here.
I mean, with wide ranges here, I think Seth is going to want to get 2 streets of value. So he could, but the dominant play is to bet, and he's most likely to bet, but he could check it back. Given that these two guys have played so many hands together as well, you know, sometimes you do find that they
13,000.
people will take like kind of extra tricky lines, but yeah, I mean, I think a bet here is very expected, and Kuhn just has not very much to work with anymore, so don't really think there's anywhere to go against an overpot bet except in the muck.
That 13K does earn Seth Davies a welcome pot.
Very standard. I mean, that was what I expected on the turn. Check, bet, fold. Not much else you're going to see there very often, given their hands.
What is the argument against Seth Davies choosing to check back with the nut flush in that particular spot?
Yeah, you're in position, you have the nuts, and you want to build the pot. When you check, you deny, there's 2 more chances to build the pot, the turn bet and the river bet. And you deny yourself a chance on one of those streets.
But you could induce your opponent to potentially try to turn their hand into a bluff on the river when
sure,
you
but
do
all
this.
those hands, they might not. I mean, here's the thing. But then you're denying yourself the chance to win at least 1, but really potentially 2 bets. Like, what if your opponent has any heart? They're not folding the turn, and they might call the river, especially if their heart's decent. You check back, it might not happen. I mean, then they bet, and you raise them. You're now kind of repping a different range of hands, sort of a tricky played high heart like what he had, or a bluff. You know, by betting there, you protect your ability to double barrel with some weak hands as a bluff. I just think in that spot in position, you know, when you have a really good hand, generally you bet. And I'm not saying you never do it, but when you're, 100, 200 big blinds deep,
That's possible.
that's just what you do. When you have your very best hands in position, you bet, and that's how you win the most money most of the time.
And here we find King Queen suited turning into a heart draw for Mike Watson, who defended his small blind against the open from Hizu, who has Queen Jack suited, and Ideas interacting with that ace of clubs and representing top pair. He will follow through for 3,000.
And a strong range. I mean, he opened under the gun, so ace 5-3 versus a small blind flat, you're just gonna fire that a ton.
The Dutch dude.
Your opponent probably, no one probably really, these ranges very rarely hit the 5 and the 3. So, not going to like being called, but definitely going to like hitting that jack.
So what's this, what do you get if you win Player of the Year?
Now he's beating all the mid pairs that might have played. He's obviously ahead of hearts. If his opponent had hearts, a hand like 5-6 suited. So, now he's going to decide, do I bet here, kind of charge my opponent if he has a draw, most likely check the river back,
I want you,
or
instead of
check
the
back
championship
and then
watch, I want you to
decide on
just
the
give me one of
river.
the watches that you
Faces
own.
up your range a little bit.
If I win Player of the Year.
Swap with you.
I'll give you the championship watch. I just want one of yours.
Second barrel of
Okay.
7,500
Booked.
from Hizu
Absolutely
after he
booked.
hits this jack.
Sick. I just killed it.
Now getting
I'm
raised
gonna have like a
when you take
novelist
this line
attack
is
Philippe on,
terrible.
like a Richard
That
Mill,
said,
like
Watson,
the 1.5 million.
I think
that
he
like
probably
100K,
doesn't elect to
1.5?
raise this hand.
What?
And the,
No,
the
it's
reason
200.
being,
It's like, no, it's like 200K.
could go either way, but
Yeah.
his hand has some showdown actually
Yeah,
with
when
the
I-
Oh yeah,
nut
because
no pair.
the big
So
super parallel
yeah, he
is 2
decides to
million Hong
call,
Kong.
which
Yeah,
I thought he
million's like
would probably
126.
do.
So 190.
Oh yeah,
You know,
well, yeah, 1.13.
If his opponent is double barreling with air and
That's
gives up
peg,
the
right?
river, he can just win.
It's 7,
Like
right?
peg the USD.
You know,
Actually, yeah.
he has a lot of equity.
It's like pretty.
7.75.
Pick up the Broadway
and
draw
down
to go with the
small.
hard
Small.
draw after
There's
making the
Poker
call,
Go
and the
stuff,
deuce of
like,
clubs
with this,
is
it's actually like a pretty sick
not the card he
leaderboard
had in
stuff.
mind.
'Cause you get, like,
Four-to-a-wheel on the
200K
board
from
now,
Poker
though.
Go, too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and his O
You
is
have like a
almost
six-
certainly
yeah,
going
you
to
have a
be
six
back
Triton,
with the
you
jack.
get like a
Just be
big
happy
bonus.
to show it down with the one
Yeah.
card
The
wheel
Poker Go
straight.
was
Yeah, you get to
Second
play
pair.
it. You get to play a
Indeed.
95 person
Check
free
back.
roll.
Yeah, he
nice
keeps
pickup.
at the following
What's
Easy.
that worth? Like 300 bucks?
He keeps making it worth less and less.
There was
Pretty lucky
originally
you
going to
run
be
out.
like 7
His hand
people
was
playing
dominated.
like
Yeah.
200K free roll or whatever.
Now it's a 500K people for 20 people or something.
27 people, I
Besides the
think.
main event.
Yes.
Oh, these
Everybody
young
who's
guys,
ever
these
played a
young
World
guys from
Series
Thailand.
poker event. used
Oh,
to play.
cool.
They are like poker promoter in Thailand.
Okay. Boy, you
Lines
guys
at
can get the players.
1,1500 now with a 1,500 ante. As those 30
See you later, brother.
come around quickly, and well, this is mildly tilting for me. When I got a guy that comes over, wins 2 good-sized pots, and then gets his card pulled, and there go all of our gaming tokens along with him.
Will they
As
play
the table
Kodak?
rebalancing
Thailand
effort
dudes?
continues here.
I don't think so. Now,
Not yet.
Yeah, but these guys are
now
pros,
they
Ali.
got many
On to the
home
next
games.
hand.
Are
So
you
that
saying I'm not
Really?
a pro,
Chinese
Let
Raz?
the water
Chinese
roll
will
off.
buy when they-
Okay.
I'm
Like
just,
dew
How
on
many
a
Chinese
spring
are in Dubai
morning.
right now? A lot?
Okay.
Big investment,
that was awfully poetic.
20,000 of them.
I might have to move to Dubai for a little while. That's what it sounded like to me. 20,000 Chinese dudes in the gambling industry.
They're playing private no limit. They're playing no limit.
Pua with the 2
There's
queens
some
makes it
no limit
3K.
games, smaller ones, like 50K, 30K buy-in US.
Nice little tiny 50K US 100 BB game.
What are you, flies?
Mr. Miyagi did that thing.
I
Pass
forgot I
out
had a
some
mic on. That
chopsticks
might
and
have
see
been,
who's
like,
got the
really
dexterity.
loud. If it was, I
Get those winged
apologize.
insects out of there.
Nick
Pair of
P
sixes.
defending.
Hello.
This is a pretty light defend, even for a min raise against the under the gun open. 10-6 off here, and you know, he's probably going to get into some trouble and lose some extra chips here. Now he does have some equity, obviously. He
for
can
coming,
hit the 6 or the 10 or running hearts or 8-9, but most likely he's going to lose this plus maybe another bet.
The 3,500 does get called. No improvement for the 10-6 on the turn, as both players now check. Pua taking it easy with the presence of that king on the board. Second pair effective. 9 of clubs now on the river.
Thank you, King.
I think Nick is going to go with check, and then versus
that
a
real-time
value
data.
bet, he will
Are you
decide
dialing it
whether
up?
or not to turn his hand into a bluff or fold, most likely. The 10 is a pretty good card. He has a pretty good hand to try to show down the 6, and then potentially turn into a bluff. Let's see if he does it. Obviously, these are hands. These are plays that I'm creatively thinking of that I think are reasonable, but are not a favorite to happen. But just giving everyone out there
God,
some
I want to
food
win
for
player of the year
thought.
so bad now.
Sliding
Get one of
doors.
Paul's watches.
Rebuy, you get points, you know.
Potential.
I'm rebuying like crazy.
8,500
worried.
is the bet.
Very
I'm gonna,
This is a
I'm gonna win
sizing
it
you might
purely
do it
by
versus
rebuy.
well.
Rebuy,
I'm
Kind of
gonna
like
have
a
one min pass on the
half-pot
yield, but
sizing
so many damn
where
injuries.
Might
that
it
they're
really
gonna be
looks like your
spoil
opponent's
the
value
Might
yield.
just
betting
slip a
something
little
that's a little
3
better
million
than what you have.
USD bonus out.
And I,
He might have a watch worth that much, doesn't even realize it.
there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Raised to 50,000 from Petrangelo, putting that 10 of hearts to work.
Yeah, the 10, it is blocking the 10-8, and, you know, versus the half pot size bet there, your 6 is, you know, it is beating bluffs, but it's never good
think there was
versus
one
any
year
value
Diamond
hand.
League
So this
gave, like,
this
super
line
sick
made a lot of
watch.
sense to me.
They gave, like,
You know, let's
random
show down the
races, like,
6 if he
sponsor,
just
they gave,
gives
like,
up with
they
ace
watched
high
the
or
win all the
something,
time,
right?
like,
But
like
if he
Omega.
value bets, then maybe I turn into a bluff based on how I feel, the
Diamond
sizing.
League, what is that?
Maybe
It's
I
like the
roll
big
it,
track
you know.
series.
Maybe he went
Oh,
into the
okay.
RNG and rolled
You know,
bluff.
And it's a meaty one,
the
too,
Jamaican
Ras. That
Yes.
has Richard Mills
Which is
sponsored.
making that 10
1,000
blocker
Johan Blake.
extra.
500.
Yeah, they gave him like
You know?
he at least
Make
has
that
a
10
couple
blocker
of those
extra
worth
relevant.
1.5 each.
Yeah, some of those, the Jamaican and Canadian spinels get paid. Like spinels elsewhere don't, but those two, those ones get paid.
Yeah.
Puma.
And credit
gives
Pua
so
here
much
with the
money
two
for
queens, which
yes.
also are a form of blockers to the queen 10, which really is the sort of hand that Petrangelo
did
would be
he
looking to
call it?
represent.
That's all I got.
And Pua
The 2 blockers to the nuts.
makes the
That's
call
what
with
it
the two
felt
blockers to the nuts.
Battle
A
of the
massive decision there here in the early going.
All I got, unless you call with 5s.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, nice call by Paul.
Very nice call.
Everybody always bluffs you, man.
They say
See, I know better. I
better
don't
call
bluff you.
Paul.
Even our guys.
Is that a better call, Saul?
Apparently, it's
Everybody's
better call
Hungry
Nick
and
Yeah.
they always pick me to bluff.
because he could be
Bad
bluffing.
guy to bluff. You're not a believer.
Should have had 6s
Or 10-8.
or 10-8.
Queen 10 of hearts.
Any of those.
Could have happened.
Or if he just makes it the right fucking size pre-flop instead of misclicking.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
you
lose
got
it.
screwed up.
I misclick.
You misclick, you made
I
it
didn't know the
60,000.
flags up.
He knew he was trapping you.
Fuck me.
I was surprised at your hand. I forgot about that.
Oh fuck, he's got queens
Okay,
again.
small
Watch
one.
out, boys. Come on.
Yeah, no, I just forgot that he made it 3K.
Table. Getting a kick out of that exchange there between
You always gotta
Petrangelo
get
and
the-
Pua, the latter of
the
whom is
first
back
bluff
in the
out
saddle with
early
an
in the
ace-king
chip.
under the gun, making it 3,000 to go, and it is
You gotta like
Brewer's
loosen
turn
up, like warm
to
up
have
for
the
the
queens.
trip first.
10-5? 10-5.
I was doing it.
This
That's what
is
Brewer was
interesting
doing.
here. So the blinds have gone up,
He was
so they
getting a
just
shimmy
have
off.
Yeah.
effectively
I was like, I'm gonna look
a
so cool. when I
little
show
over
high.
100, maybe like 120
Yeah.
blinds or
break?
so.
And you just ran into
Brewer
two
stack
pocket
is the
giant
short
pocket
one.
pairs.
Yeah.
You know, but
10,000,
a
500?
3-bet versus an under the gun open, Paul, does he want to 4-bet and then maybe get it in? It's a little dicey. He could just call here, see what he does. I mean, he's certainly not folding. Yeah, he just calls. Doesn't really like the path of 4-bet to 30K. I'm out of position. My opponent 5-bets me. What do I do? And just calls, avoiding that path.
King 6-4 as Pua outflops Brewer and checks it.
Yeah, terrible flop for Brewer. You know, he's going to think his hand is good here a lot, and he's gonna lose more money.
6,500 is the bet.
Yeah, versus a small bet here, Paul. Again, we see Paul deciding not to raise a small bet on the flop with a very good, like, top pair type
I know
hand.
it's like shorter. It's definitely how it works. Or not, whatever, 75
Now that 5 doesn't help Paul. It does fill in some. If he thinks Brewers might be goofing around with hands like 5s, 6s, 4s, 7, 8, some hands like that, he fills some of those hands in. That said, Brewer almost certainly going to check back queens here. He would just love to get the showdown and put no more chips in and see who wins.
Running pair on the turn after Brewer check back.
Paul almost certainly going to value bet his hand. You know, he's going to have a class of hands that would love to bluff here, which is all the missed flush draws. And his hand's not really good enough to check raise. So, I mean, this hand is just a pretty clean value bet. And it's not so good for Brewer that he has the queen of diamonds, but, you know, he has a pretty good hand. So it's kind of a tough spot. Bet's also not very big. Yeah.
And you see him begrudgingly fling a chip out there to represent the call as
40 big blinds per
he
100.
loses
You're
another
winning
18,000
BB per
off
100
of
maybe.
his stack, leaving him with 140 as Pua breaks the 400K mark.
Me?
Venture to guess
Get him
that
out of
puts
here,
him
thank God.
up toward the top
enjoying
of the
this.
Killing
leaderboard.
us.
And indeed, it should be good enough to dethrone Stephen Chidwick, who was the chip leader with 389 going into that pot.
Oh no, we're losing Paul. Well, listen, Paul has a lot of
He
deep
says he's not
stack,
coming until May
full ring
17th.
experience.
That's when his
I
psychic
mean,
said he's going to start winning again.
you know, the game he's played the
that
most
really what
for
he said?
sure.
So he's not coming because of business
Lifetime is
thing, but he
probably
did say
full
that
ring,
his psychic
deep
said
stack,
that was
no
the
limit
day he's going to
hold'em.
start winning
I
again.
mean, that's his bread and butter. He's played a
works out
ton of that in huge
number
cash
eight.
games and plays that very well.
You were
So-
at the table. You just
Well,
couldn't-
I remember him saying he saw a psychic and he said he was gonna win, but I didn't know he was skipping tournaments.
Oh no! This guy on my left.
You just couldn't breathe.
Well, this will give us an
Enjoying myself
opportunity
there.
to
Hit
welcome
everything.
If he wins that tournament,
both
I'll be pretty
of
screwed.
the new players to the field here. The first of them is Andrei Lyubovetsky, as he opens with Queen Jack to 4,000 and a flat from another first-time Triton participant with Surut Ketnarin.
Nick, you got some great skin. You have like no
You
wrinkles.
know, Ali, did I
at all.
tell you before
You
that
guys do.
I
gave-
actually played
I
with
gave him a
Paul
secret.
Flaw in
You gotta tell me
Macau
a secret.
when
I
he
look like
was
I'm 65
learning
years old.
poker? He was
You
a
want to
poker
trade
neophyte,
your
like
midsection
15 years
for my
ago in
face scan?
Macau.
It's
Yep,
close.
I'm
I feel like
down
I
with
could
Paul.
work at midsection
And I could tell
back.
from the very beginning that he had a lot of poker talent.
What he doesn't have a lot of is fear,
It's like an
and I think
unintentional-
that suits him
He
very
doesn't
well
have
in
a
a
lot of
high-stakes
fear.
circuit.
He
Yeah.
approaches the game like a scientist. Even at the very beginning, he was trying out new
You gotta
strategies.
get the-
It's very impressive.
You need the
Ketnarin
beard
playing
oil,
under the
the
Thai
face
flag,
oil,
checks his
the eye
Now I
suited
got
cream.
a
Queen Jack over to the
serious,
offsuit edition
serious
for
program
Lyubovetsky,
going, but
who
maybe
has
you could-
designs on a
Your
bluff.
stuff's- I'd
Follows
like to
through
try it.
here,
The
8
eye.
dimes.
You do that under
well,
here.
I'm kind of
Yeah, and Queen Jack of Hearts is a nice hand to kind of continue
If
with
it
here. It
goes here,
sucks a little bit being out of position, but
really-
you have the
you can't
two
just put-
overs and then the
don't put it
backdoor
above your
straight and
eye.
flush draws,
Remember as
so
a
no
kid putting
surprise
ice
that he
hot underneath your
continues in one form.
Remember that?
Just call a raise and
Remember,
did
Like
the
on
call.
bus trips and stuff.
remember putting icy hot in people's jock straps?
It's a very interesting
That
card
was dope.
because
There was a
kind of good for both players and
one of the top
definitely a
runners in
card
San Diego.
that
She wasn't allowed to run the section final because she put icy hot at other gold shorts.
Lyubovetsky.
Like, it was like she was like one of the favorites to win. Like she
Oh,
was
wow,
like the
so
top
go
5 in
ahead
state, and she just couldn't run.
leads.
We used to put it all over.
locker room chair.
Very
Yeah.
interesting here as he takes
We
the
used to put it all
equity
over our
from the
legs
ace of
before
hearts
games.
in
Does
the
that
form
make
of
any
the
sense?
gutshot Broadway draw and the flush draw,
That stuff was probably just
and
like
bets
toothpaste.
out. And this is not going with
Yeah,
the
we
flow
used
of
to
play
just,
all
like,
it
whatsoever.
is like
No.
you just get that.
And
What
his
is the,
opponent floats him. So
Somebody
now
checked
it's
this
interesting
thinking
is
like it
going to
was
be
gonna,
on a
like, warm
blank.
up the
What happens?
Nah,
muscles
Right.
or whatever.
One of
Lyubovetsky
them
obviously has the
probably
Broadway
made all
draw
our
as
gear smell
well.
like that.
Now
Actual
another
painkiller
ace
with
shows
it,
up,
like a-
and
like a
range
very
advantage
mild
belongs to
painkiller.
Lyubovetsky in terms of
Lidocaine
being
or
able to rep
Yeah,
the
and
ace.
then like the whatever
know-
the tingly stuff is called.
Yes and no. I mean,
we used to lather the legs up in
Ketnarin is
icy
kind
hot
of
and put
repping
Vicks
at least
Vapor
an
Rub
ace
all
when
over
he
our
leads there, at
chest.
least for value.
And we were like lubed up, ready to go, and all our shit just smelled like minty.
So it's a small
Worse
bet
smells.
in a sense
Oh yeah, it wasn't
that
bad.
that's
I just,
less
if
than
I
half
smell
the
it now,
pot.
it just brings me back to that. That's my like.
Not the easiest call here with just
That was probably
queen
complete
high.
nonsense. Who knows what kind of nonsense they're doing these days with shit they actually believe
I'm
is
sure he's sort of considering all
Yeah.
three options.
Eat a peanut butter and
Do I
jelly and go out
believe
and play.
this guy in the small
probably
blind
move.
with the goofy
There's a lot of
line?
stuff, like,
Is he bluffing?
probably why.
Can
Kind
he
of a
really
bold-
call it with
Signs,
queen
like,
high?
Kind of a
Yeah,
bold
it's
decision as we see these two first timers to
probably-
Triton squaring
Yeah,
off
it's
by
like-
Ketnarin
like
to
Ice Passes one, where,
lead
like,
again
science
for
is
the
still super
25K
non-out on
because
it.
obviously the flat
is-
Yeah,
behind
actually,
you
read that.
does
I don't know.
pose some real concerns
Like,
about
is
the
that-
type
you
of
like
hand
it,
that could
right?
easily make a
Oh,
call
I like
on
short
the end.
ones.
Certainly.
I'm not like.
But you like
Especially
it like in
when
the
we
morning,
have
right? Not
Queen
for
Jack of
recovery
Hearts,
or
what
both?
do
Yeah,
they
no,
have?
No, I just like it to wake me up.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I do
it's
like
a
60
spot
to 90
where,
seconds just
frankly,
to go, whoa.
you know,
Sauna,
you think,
whatever.
okay,
I'm not
let's say
like
my
a-
opponent has
like
like
I was in
10-9
college where you just sit
suited.
in an ice bath for
Yeah,
20
good
minutes.
chance they call there.
Uh,
And the ace is actually a card that
Thank that.
the 10-9 probably likes quite a bit, and versus a
This
bet
dude
less
that
than
was
half
here
pot, they're probably likely
Said
to
he
call
ran,
again.
like half
Like that
marathons
size of
every
bluff
single day,
probably
and when he
only
went
works
vegan,
against
it was
some
for him, he
floats or
said it
some
was, like, insane
non-paired
difference.
hands. Hands
His
like
quote was that he
eights,
was
a
recovering
10,
in the middle of the
jacks, these
not
type of
sure.
hands
Sounds
probably
like
call again, especially versus a size that small in the river.
Got a beautiful
take-
look there at the
I can do
chandelier
some
and the
running
ceiling.
He can get
I
some
mean,
action. He can be as
craftsmanship
vegan as he wants. I'll
here
go eat
inside
McDonald's
the-
every day, and we can.
He's a
Poker
savage.
room at Casino Gran Via,
I mean,
where
yeah.
we find Ketnarin looking to
How long would it
put a
take
little
you to get
something
back into
together,
running shape?
fold it around to him on the button. 5
Last time I
trace
took,
suited.
like 2 months to 3 months.
His
I
diamonds are
did like 3
smothered
months
by
when
Kuhn,
I did
who's
like
in the big.
5K
And to a min raise, he's certainly going to play.
After 3 months, And you were sitting around playing poker all that
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
You just have it? Like,
Yeah.
crazy.
And a
I
4 in the
guess I'm
window,
getting
followed
old,
by
so
2
maybe it's
diamonds.
small.
This one's
It's a
spicy.
little-
Kuhn, bottom pair and the better of the 2 flush draws. Kitnadin with position
Also, like once I start
and
playing,
control
though,
of the
I,
betting.
like, do train hold.
And the inferior
It's
flush
it's
draw.
very on and
This
off for
has
me.
a very good chance to be a fun pot to watch.
8,500 in the middle. And Kitnadin bets 4,000 into it, just south of half.
2 players with flush draws, and the in-position player has only 5 high, and the out-of-position player has the better flush draw and bottom pair. So very good chance for some
it's
tough
hard for me,
decisions here
like,
in an interesting
It's
pot.
very hard for me to imagine
That actually is...
Jack of
Or, like,
diamonds, and
anything that's,
now
like,
both players have
high
made the
endurance,
flush.
where you need, like, a bunch
Kuhn
of
leaves
calls
Kitnadin
that, like, vegan
drawing dead.
I don't know.
Drawing dead, but
Maybe
certainly
vegan, I guess,
thinking
but-
that he...
Well, vegan, you
oh,
have a
wow,
bunch of
checks
carbs.
back to
Yeah,
5
it's
high
easy. It's all
flush.
carbs, right?
Yes, that's
Protein's the thing that's
Ooh.
nice.
Yeah,
And that's kind of an action
protein
freezer there, isn't it?
It
The
is.
running diamonds, the 4th one on the board.
The fat, you need the
It
fat.
would have been very interesting,
The
however,
protein,
to
you
see how Kitnadin would have navigated a big bet from Jason on the end, because after checking back, he might be thinking he has an opportunity to slow play the 5 high flush.
Oh, certainly.
You go through your,
Yeah.
wait, you go through your,
How
like,
he navigates,
whole
like,
ways
does
to
he
do it.
raise a
Fat
flush
is
after
one
checking
thing.
it back?
It's
You
like-
know, it probably depends on
There's-
Jason's
there's
bet
like a
sizing.
serious
But, you know, now
whatever, you know,
with
like the
2
random Netflix
diamonds
documentary of the
here
ones I was
against
counting the same
what
night.
looks like
The game changers.
Yeah.
a bet
yeah.
about
Yeah.
2/3 pot. I mean, my
Probably real
guess
for
is he
some
pays it
people and not
off.
for others.
You know, can't love
It's
it,
probably
but
one of those
the flip
things where,
side is,
generally,
you
if
know,
people switch to
you're
vegan,
beating
they're eating
bluffs and
healthier
you
than
have
they're eating
you actually
whole.
have 2
But
diamonds,
it's
not
probably
just
not
one.
optimal.
So it makes your hand a little
So
bit
it's like a
extra
weird
good to call with.
comparison.
I mean, people that are like eating vegan and training are doing like a ton of
But
research.
you know,
and
it's
they're,
a
like,
it's
are
a
eating, like, the
reasonable spot to
absolute,
fold
best
against
possible things
2/3
that make
pot.
you
You're
vegan.
Yeah, probably just
You don't
losing
know what
to
you're doing and you
value
start eating
really.
vegan, like,
Kind of
you're
bluff
probably gonna
catching,
lose
but yeah, I
some
mean,
points.
I expected
Well,
a
and,
call.
like,
I think
The
it's
people who are willing to do that
I think it's the
effort,
best
even if they
play.
go
I
vegan,
can't fault
still
him for it.
eating out
Yeah, 12,500 on the river
It's like
as
a wheel.
played. Kitnadin obviously is blocking other diamonds with his 3 and his 5, and could have potentially induced a bluff from Jason
All right, have a
with
little
the
luck
check
here.
back on the
Just don't
turn. So a nice
call
pickup
stable.
there for
Might bluff
Kuhn,
out the
although
rest of it.
maybe there was more in the cards for him had that 4th diamond not rolled off on the river.
Yeah, I mean, the check back on the turn ended
For a
up
while, there was,
saving
like, a running
Kanarin
phase where people
quite
said they
a bit
need
of
to wear these,
cheddar.
like, bail
Although,
running
I mean, that
shoes.
card would have frozen
Like,
action
Chewy wears them,
somewhat
actually.
still
Yeah.
on the river
They,
for him, because after betting the turn and then
We'll
the
get on
ranges
those.
being even
I saw
stronger and
Sasha's
the 4th
been
diamond
binge watching
coming,
Shark Tank when we're
that
doing nothing at
5-3
home, and that
shrivels
can't-
up quite a
the
bit.
original like bear,
But
the ones that are like running sandals can't.
Yeah.
It's still a company.
Yeah. What was the name of the company?
I can't remember, but it looked absurd. It's like you can't just like run in sandals.
Yeah, they're not. Well, some of the stuff. they
Air
said, they're like,
Jesus
Looks
is
like Mike
Some of the
Watson
Yeah.
has been
Some of the
plucked
stuff they say, dude,
from
they
the
like,
feature
strengthens
table as
your
Lee
feet, so
Bavetsky
you run
opens
more
with the ace-2
efficiency or
suited.
something, but like, there's like no evidence of that.
They're like our ancestors ran barefoot.
Yeah.
Like why would it be different today?
A bunch of it is
Because people invented shoes.
Well, a bunch of it there's this tribe in there's like a tribe in Mexico or South America or something that there was like a book written on. So the way they hunted was they would just like
They also died
slowly
from the
run
common
nail
cold
ponds
85%
until, like,
of the
animal
time.
Yeah, you
got
got a
tired and just
splinter in
literally
your leg
passed out. And that's like how they hunted.
Yeah.
And it was like based off them. And they're like, well, they go barefoot. It's like, yeah, well, they're like a
So funny.
Their average life expectancy was 27 years old. Run like your ancestors. Why? They were like way slower than us.
yeah, that too. Like you guys really no one broke forward until like 1950. They thought it was impossible.
1905.
35.
The guys
Two
running
taps for
miles.
Nicky P. Shoots it up to 35.
Dude, they used to think that you should smoke before you ate.
Oh yeah, that wasn't even long ago.
It was like, you gotta get a little puff of the cigarette before you get out there on the track.
On the blocks of the 100 with
I mean, a little bump of a cig might give you a little performance enhance. To be fair,
In the
if you're not chain smoking, I don't know, man.
the
a little
70s
nicotine might get you hyped.
In the
The
70s,
delivery device doesn't need to be the cancer rod though, right? Like
Yeah.
you could just have some like
Yeah, like
gum.
you could just do
Oh
like a
yeah,
line.
yeah. I don't recommend it. I'm just saying there might have been some truth to those guys getting amped when
I've
they had
al-
a cig before
Sharks
the
on
You
race.
could also just like buy
the
cocaine
Oregon
at the
District
grocery
guys
store.
in the 70s would take a little coke, like
Yeah.
like a very small amount before
there
they
was-
ran. That was
Yeah,
like a
I
thing.
sure that worked too.
Yeah.
Sure worked great.
Sharks on the gut, Bruce. Half a brew a night, keep the gut healthy.
That's true. That's just science.
That's science I can get behind.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was enthralled by that discussion of the drugs and their
I know,
various
the kid is
uses as
super
performance
sick on it, like,
enhancers.
he's
And
run like
We've evolved
208
as
or
a
209
civilization quite a bit.
oh yeah, that's where we
he,
were
like, got
before the
convinced that he
performance
needed to
enhancing
drink
drug
the night
discussion.
before to like race well. But
Ace
he
Queen
was like
suited for
just
Jason
lightweight and he couldn't like
Kuhn.
actually drink
Shoots at the
anything,
4,000
so he just
from the
have a
cutoff,
Mike's
and
all
Nikki P
the
here in the
night
big with the
before.
King Queen offsuit
But,
will
like,
defend.
his
and
Gatorade.
he's in bad
Yeah,
shape.
just every night he would go to the like liquor store and go get a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
It's
before
like,
the
why
race.
do you want this? Do those still exist? Mike's Hard Lemonade?
Probably. But I feel like that's like the worst thing you could have.
Excellent
the night before,
spot
just, like,
here for
pure
Kuhn, in
sugar.
position with the best hand and the best
Pure
draw,
sugar and a little
and
bit of
dominating
vodka.
your opponent's hand. It's
Those things.
You like don't even sleep at.
Those things are disgusting.
bet small enough here that it's probably
I
going
kind
to
of
get
like it.
Nikki
It tastes great.
P to come along. It's only 30, just under 30% pot. He's got 2 overs. Potentially the best hand, although when you have the best hand, you don't get to win at showdown too often.
Nut flush draw and the 2 over. Still the best hand for Kuhn on the heels of the flop follow through.
Nick might lead this card as the big blind, that 3-4-5 interaction. Very good for him, better for him than Kuhn in the cutoff. Was considering it, didn't do it. It's not forced, not obligated. And Kuhn takes a look at that Nikki P pause, extra pause timing, and says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and keep betting my nut flush wheel gutter correctly. The extra pause, like, should I lead with my nothing? Nah, not going to do it.
Yeah, like when you're talking about like the old sports things, you'll hear like the guys that are like the basketball players be like, LeBron wouldn't be able to play in the 80s. And you go watch some like clip of the 80s. And it's like a 6'8" white guy running down the goal.
Flinging a sky hook.
Yeah. You're like, I think LeBron would be okay.
Yeah, they're like
Man.
6'5" forwards.
As a basketball
Yeah,
fan, I feel like I've
LeBron's
never
like-
heard
like
this
he would
narrative
never hang with
before
Bob
that he's
Cousy.
proposing. That LeBron wouldn't be able to play in the 80s. The narrative
Bob's
I hear
dribbling
more is,
right
hey,
those
if LeBron
legs.
played in the 80s, he'd average 60 points a game. That's the one I hear more.
2
Yeah,
4s
Kitty?
for Seth Davies, makes it 4,000. And
160.
Kuhn with an ace king.
We have a little 3-bet for my friends. Ooh, not this time, he says.
Can I have a water, please? Room temperature?
Flat
Wow.
by Jason Kuhn, who turns his ace king into a king high flush draw as Davies flops the set.
This is a very interesting flop here. Both players flop good hands. Obviously, the set being stronger, but you know, Kuhn with the nut no pair along with the second nut flush draw. Seth decides likely that this board. My guess is his thinking is this board favors the flatting player's range, so I'm going to check extra out of position here. After a check back, he probably now goes for 2 streets of value, especially, I mean, assuming no spade comes on the river, which would be bet here, bet most rivers, potentially likely checking a 4th spade, potentially check raising boats, of 5 being a tricky one. His hand here might be too weak to go for a check raise, so that's why I extra favor the bet line, which I think Davies comes to the same conclusion. Kuhn's certainly not folding here. He is beating bluffs with the ace-king high, and Davies can definitely have hands like king-jack with the jack of spades, jack-10 with the jack of spades, etc. And obviously, if he is behind, he has a pretty good draw. Now, again, this card, even though it does fill in the straights, and it is possible that both players could have a 5, still Seth likely finds a value bet here. And it's not even an easy fold for Kuhn, because a lot of the bluff hands that I was saying, you know, the no pair hands that were bluffing turn after checking flops, such as king, king, queen, queen high, jack high, etc. You know, they're all still great hands to bluff with. So
This is one of his favorite things.
It's so good, though.
let's see Davies sizing if he bets, which I think he will. Doesn't seem like a great spot to induce. So he might take that route, but I expect him to value bet. You know, the consideration is, you know, how likely, who has the big 5 advantage. But I think the consideration of just really liking to value bet the 4s here, right? I mean, obviously hands such as a 9, 7s, 8s, 10s even that didn't 3-bet. You know, all you definitely want to get value of them, but even ace king here we can see, and this sizing is an interesting sizing, one that can be kind of mergy. Yeah, and Kuhn, nice fold, not an easy one.
So after it went check, check on the turn, Davies did get busy betting half pot and taking it down from the king high. Davies can't be loving the fact that Jason's on his left here. Does certainly present a challenge.
They've played, the two buddies have played some pots against each other, and
Yeah, they
both
have.
of them have just correctly laid down on the river.
Yeah. Obviously, I think the king-queen was an easier laydown than the ace-deuce was.
Yeah, you mean the ace king right here? Sorry.
The ace-king, sorry.
Yeah. You know, yes and no. I mean,
45.
it was ace king versus a half pot bet size. The ace deuce, 2x bet size. You know, both basically pure
About
bluff
100K.
catchers, but in spots where your opponent could be. In
like
some ways,
120.
almost,
120?
it'd be
Yeah.
easier to find some bluffs as the ace king versus Seth there, potentially.
Well, Petrangelo has at least the ace of diamonds here, as he has made it 4,500 to go. Davies in the big blind with an ace of his own. Will defend.
They were both good folds, Ali.
Yeah,
They're
fair.
both good folds.
Fair.
I think around roughly around the same difficulty level, right? Given the differences in the pot and the bet size on the river relative to the pot, half pot versus 2x pot is
Right.
a big difference. But yeah, anyway.
Queen Jack 7 rainbow here. Davies checking it over to Petrangelo.
Petrangelo with the mystery card, almost certainly better than a 5.
35.
Even a deuce 3 or 4 on this board is essentially the same as a 5 because it's destiny chop. Not very many places to go here with ace 5, so yes, accept the muck.
Follow through for Nikki P. I'll take a moment to remind you that we have daily Triton free rolls coming your way on GG Poker. Sign up today and get yourself $100 in rewards, or 100% up to $600 match deposit bonus, plus that free $50 global free roll. GG Poker is the place. Triton 2022 is the sign-up code. And looks like Daniel and Elke there in the avatars in the foreground.
NFT bobblehead collection
I
coming
shall
soon.
suggest.
Phil Ivey had
Put Luke
an
in a
NFT
headlock.
drop of like famous hands that he's
Oh yeah.
played in. I think it was a party. Lara Nisi, who's here working with us at this Madrid stop, moonlighting from her duties at Poker News, was over at that party. Push some content. That's how I know about it. That's where I get my news, Rast.
Yeah,
Social media.
Phil Ivey's dropping the NFTs. Just a lot of dropping happening in crypto today in these last weeks.
Yes.
Not just NFT drops, there's also
right?
price drops.
Indeed.
Okay. All right.
Brewer with
3,500.
the 2 jacks makes it 3,500 to
I was
go.
trying to figure out what I was raising to.
Ooh. Seth with a pretty nice hand here.
Yeah, the kind that threatens these 2 jacks.
Small blind versus tight under the gun opening range. Goes with a call against maybe somebody in a later position. Might have 3-bet a little bit more often, but just wants to call and lock up that value here, seeing a flop. And that invites Kuhn to come along to make it 3 with the 8-7 off.
10-4 deuce, an overpair for the jacks. As Davies king queen suited. Checks it over to Kuhn, who quickly checks as well.
A lot of incentive to bet here, right? You have an overpair, nice value hand, raggedy board, you have a range advantage, and obviously all the overcards are potential losers for you, the ace, king, or queen. So no surprise he finds a bet. Davies here with a hand, especially versus a bet of this size, that I expect him to continue with, given the backdoor spades.
And indeed, he does call the 5K as Kuhn slides out of the way. 22,000 in the middle,
Wow.
and what a card that is on the turn. It gives Brewer a set of jacks, while it gives Seth Davies the spade draw and an open-ender.
Yeah, this could be a fireworks card here, because
Oh,
Brewer will
man.
certainly bet. There's no reason to slow play this with your hand is, you have the best hand possible right now, and there's a lot of draws out there to get value from and charge
Folding?
along with value hands.
Folding. 3-0.
Oh, wow, and he goes over bet.
Yeah, he sure does. And for Davies, it's a math problem at this point, Rast, where we do also have to factor in the implied odds we think we might have if we do make this call where the price isn't right.
I mean, really, it's not just about making the call. I mean, David's going to take his time, but he's
Is it
probably
possible to
deciding
consider
between
shorter
raising and
breaks
calling.
and every 3
Right.
levels?
Given that he's out of position, if he thinks, it's like, how often is Brewer doing this with a hand that's going to fold, right, and just taking the pot down with king high, assuming that there, might be some times, like, what if Brewer's doing this with ace high, like ace 5, right, and then you just call and you just lose a showdown on a check river to ace high. So, he's probably thinking about that kind of math problem calculation. I don't think he's going to fold. His hand is just so big here with the open-ended straight and flush draw, right? I mean, if you're folding this, you're just really never continuing versus an overbet.
All in.
Yeah, and I like this play, even though this is the play I would have picked. So, unfortunately, he ran into it, but it's just too much hand.
Well, it's not unfortunately just yet, because obviously he is far from drawing dead. Just take a look at the number of outs that Davies has. Any ace, any 9, and any non-board pairing spade. Big sweat here for Chris Brewer in this massive 277K pot. And the ace of clubs on the end gives Seth Davies Broadway, and who can blame Brewer for having that expression on his face as he is dusted.
Did I give you a time bank, or do I still owe it? There's one.
Pretty
give you
disappointing
this, or
there.
do I still
Runner,
owe it?
runner. The 2 jacks falling to the king-queen rest.
Yeah, you have to be disappointed as the jacks. I mean, even with all those outs, he's still a 70-30 favorite on the turn. For a big pot, you can see what Davies had. They had about the same amount of chips, so
No longer the case, as Brewers got Zippo and Davies up to 312,000. Good for the chip lead at our featured table. Two newcomers in Witsanu Ketnarin and Andre Lubavetsky. Sprinkled in with Jason Kuhn and Nick Petrangelo as well. Blinds will be at 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K ante. This feels like the kind of music we'd play in like one of those NBA Street type video games during the character select or like build your character screen. You know what I mean? I love it though. It gets me hyped.
The nice like bass like thump, the reverberation. Dum, 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 dum. I like it. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
I'm sold.
Let's draft. Ready to draft. We'll draft players in the tournament. Whatever. We can't. We're not playing a basketball game.
You need some gamble.
No gamble, no future.
Or so they say.
Glory goes to those who gamble, Ali.
Well, glory went to Seth Davies in that situation, although gambling is somewhat of an unfair characterization of the line that he took. Obviously, a semi-bluff isn't something reckless. It is something calculated.
Does gambling need to be something reckless? I know that there are people who have that association, but I believe gambling is risking money to make money. It doesn't need to be reckless.
Well, then I'm doing it wrong. 10s for Davies on the ace-high rainbow board here. Lubavetsky coming up short. Does have backdoor hearts. 5 is working as well towards a wheel, potentially. He knuckles over to Seth, the boss stack. Newly minted.
All right, and versus a very small sizing here, we could see if he does like some of those potentialities that my colleague Ali was discussing here.
I always feel like I'm exceedingly optimistic when I even bother to mention something like the backdoor wheel in that spot. But, you know, stranger things have happened, and these things are relevant, and it is somewhat tweezer-like precision with which we navigate, and those are considerations.
Yes, I mean, so there's this idea in poker, theoretically called like the minimum defense frequency, right? Like how often you need to defend in certain spots given your opponent's bet size in order to not be just exploitively taken advantage by overfolding. And, you know, once you start getting these spots with wide ranges and small bet sizes, like what was that bet size? It was a quarter pot or 20% pot. You know, you have to start finding some kind of janky hands to start adding in there to get your MDF high enough so you're not overfolding, and those type of potentialities very much play into those situations, right? To find what kind of goofy no pair hands to continue with.
And for those that don't know, MDF stands for?
Minimum defense frequency. Yes, I did say
You
it.
did mention it at the top.
Yes, but we'll say it again. Minimum defense frequency.
I like it. It almost sounds like a military concept.
Yeah.
More than poker.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Kuhn starts the party with an 8-9 offsuit on the button. Lubavetsky with the suited ace elects to flat, and that opens the door for Petrangelo with Jack 10.
You know who invented the term is General Schwarzkopf at NORAD.
It was Colin Powell and Schwarzkopf that were in Central Command in Doha, and they were playing a poker game, and they decided it was a minimum defense frequency situation. Ace-Queen 8 leaving Petrangelo with a double gutty, while both Lubavetsky and Kuhn have flopped a pair. Advantage Andre with top pair. 2 checks in front of Jason, bottom pair. How will he proceed?
Yeah, so I mean, he is thinking, I have the range advantage here, pre-flop raiser. I'm really the only one that can have aces, queens, and even I have more 8s than my amigos. So let's go ahead and bet this. Now, it's probably not going to get it through here because the small blind has top pair and the big blind has the only double gutter straight draw.
Lubavetsky calls the 12 times.
So interesting decision for Nick. The stacks are getting shorter and shorter. We only have 2K big blind now, so maybe if it was the 150, 200 big blind-esque situations, he might raise with this type of hand here, the only really good draw on this board. I think it's a little bit less likely because you want to make sure you see the next card. That said, still could pull the trigger, and certainly that's what he's thinking about because I don't think he's going to fold.
32.
Yeah.
Oh, and a raise to 32,000 as Petrangelo asks the boys a question. And this would presumably make it an easy fold for Jason Kuhn with the presence of a third player behind him left to react.
Yeah, this is a tough continue by Kuhn, and if he does, it would be pretty strong. Wow. Wow, he's going time bank here with the 8-9.
Interesting.
We could be in for quite the pot at this point. Some players getting jiggy with it with some very marginal holdings. Okay, that's a go. But his instincts were right. This decision would seem to be much tougher here with a top pair. That said, no backdoor, bad kicker, out of position. It's dicey, but it's the best hand. But it shrivels up here with all those other considerations. Nicky P, not afraid to pull the trigger. This is the second time we've seen the man bluff, and this time it gets through.
Very impressive stuff there from Petrangelo. You surprised to see Andre not make a call there, or with three-way action,
no matter when you use them?
it just reads a little
only give him
stronger, a little more
25.
meaningful, and that ace-6 not really anywhere to go.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a tough.
Just make
There's
sure you
not
give a
too
full
many
30
places to go in terms of okay, you call. If
He only gave him 25.
I mean, when you
They're all
call,
30
pretty
guys,
much
then
the
you
way
got
you're winning the pot is your
Oh,
opponent
we
is
only got
bluffing,
25.
and he doesn't
They're all
continue
they're all
bluffing.
30
Pretty
now?
tough spot to
I'm
just
pretty sure that's
call
what
and
it's supposed to be. Yeah.
call
Even
turn,
pre-flop?
call river on
Not
just
yeah.
any run out. I mean, unless you hit a 6.
Yeah, regardless of where you
Yeah, when
it's
you
gonna
use
be
it, you get
pretty
30.
Yeah,
brutal.
so even if it's pre-flop, you get an
Pretty
extra 30.
tough. Call down, and even when you
I
hit
see
the
what you're saying.
That's a
6,
bummer.
I mean, you do it, but you're
I
not
didn't get it. What are you saying?
loving it.
Now when you
Right.
use one, no matter
But yeah,
what,
I mean,
if it's
clearly he
pre-flop,
would do
flop,
it.
These are all 30.
Welcome Eric Seidel to the festivities. Cyborg,
Like if
such
in
a
Cyprus,
legend
it
of the
was
game.
whatever street, right?
Yeah.
Right.
also joined us in Cyprus,
Yes.
making the trip out. Among those old school legends who has adapted tremendously well to the evolution of the game and loves to come out here and test himself against the best. Ace-9 suited for Davies, the opener. Queen 4 off, pretty dusty kit there, and into the muck it goes. Looks like Davies made a pit stop at the gift shop, didn't he?
Yeah, I got the Triton gear on. Yeah, at the last stop, I picked up a couple items, as did you.
Yeah.
Their, I will say
Use that in the one
that
side
their
too, right next to
their hoodie
Oh, yeah.
selection is
Euro 8
very
style.
nice. The hoodies have like zipper pouches on them, so you
Right.
can keep chips or whatever you want. But I mean, as a poker player, chips, right? I mean, the nightmare is the 5K chip in your pocket that falls out. Something. This has actually happened to me at a casino before. Someone was like, "Hey, is this yours?" 5K chip behind me, like the saint who didn't just pick it up and walk away. And it was, in fact, mine. I've even found, this is the biggest one of that. One time in an article of clothes in my house, I just randomly found a 25K chip.
I mean, who are you? An article of my clothes I
Yes.
randomly found. Let me tell you what happens if I'm in possession of a 25K chip. As we see the raise and the call, ace jack, king jack, on to Ketnarian's suited
So.
6-7. I would actually, you know how people in the movies handcuff the aluminum suitcases to their hand
Yeah.
and they walk through like an
Yeah.
airport? I would find some sort of device. I would like drill through the chip and then somehow tie it around my wrist.
Let me tell you, one of the things I started doing after some of these two incidents in particular is I started just doing a Ziploc bag. And if I had chips, putting it in a Ziploc bag, which is not really James Bond, let's be real about it, but and then putting that in my pocket. But like I said, the Triton clothes kind of avoid that by, you don't need a Ziploc bag because you can zipper close the pockets on the hoodie or even the pants. So, I mean, it's very nice for poker players.
Not so nice is a jack high flop like this one for Nick Petrangelo, who thinks he's got himself something here, but Jason Koon's ace jack has him in absolute jail. Koon follows through for 13-5. Not on the low-calorie side of the menu.
Yeah, and Nicky P not going anywhere with King Jack to a C-bet on the flop. Obviously, despite his hand being good, has to be worried that the under-the-gun razor's tight range has queens, kings, aces, ace, jack, among some good draw hands like, nut clubs, etc. But in particular, the first four, of which Koon does have one, the ace jack. So even though he's going to continue, given the tight range and that aces, kings, queens, and ace jack are a decent part of that range, especially the part of that range that continues to fire, pocket's tricky. But, king jack is very good, so it's hard to go anywhere. It's just one of those hands that just starts to feel a little yucky as the pot gets big and we get to the turn and river.
40?
40,000.
Now 40 into 44-5, and you're absolutely right. Indigestion looms for this king jack.
And it's just really tough to go anywhere here. I mean, yeah, we get it. Our opponent under the gun raised bet and now potting it.
We unblock the clubs as well.
We unblock the clubs, the king, blocking kings, blocking the ace jack. What are you gonna do? We gotta continue. Feel obligated, but it doesn't
The body language
feel
almost
good.
conveys that exact emotion in your tone there, Rast. It's one of those. He understands that his hand is such that he must continue. He also understands that there is a good chunk of the time that it is absolutely showered.
I mean, there's just times there where you just have this feeling sometimes like, man, I know my opponent just has me this time, but I can't fold. This would be a ridiculous fold. So, but I mean, this definitely happens. And you just, I'm going to go with what the computer would do here and not listen to my gut, because sometimes my gut can deceive me. My gut might be being a coward. Wow, so
Jason Koon checking, and is this checking to induce, or is this checking because Nick took two big bets to the face and we're a little bit worried about the chance that we're in trouble against Petrangelo's hand?
a little bit of all of that. I mean, I don't know that Koon folds to a jam here, but he, maybe he thinks it's more likely that. So
Oh, no. You don't have to show.
Here's the tricky part of that spot.
you don't
He
have to
probably
show that.
thinks it's more likely that he
We all knew
induces a bluff from
what we had.
clubs that he wins, as opposed to if he bets himself that he gets called by a worse hand, right? Because even though ace jack is good quite frequently, when you jam river after going bet bet jam, right? It is not automatic that weaker hands than ace jack will call you. Like that would have been a tricky spot for king jack, much less queen jack, jack 10, pocket nines, right? Like,
You thought he
so
showed him?
It's a tough spot.
I was
for
just
Koon out
shredding
of
my
position.
cards up in the air.
And you have to decide, like, if
Don't
you're
worry
playing a
about it.
station, it's a pretty
You
easy
can take
value
that
bet.
guy's hand out of the muck
But
and show me
when you're,
anytime you want.
you're playing a good player, you're like, well, do I prefer value betting and how likely does it get called by a worse hand? Because a better hand than ace jack's certainly calling, right? But how likely do I get called by a worse hand versus if I check here, how likely if my opponent has clubs, will he bluff? how likely does he have clubs? A lot of clubs are folding the turn to a pot size bet. Maybe not nut clubs or like king, queen of clubs with the 2 overs, but yeah, interesting spot and interesting decision.
20, 25, 30.
Okay, now I got it.
But every bank is 30.
Very confusing.
How is that? So I get 10 seconds back or what? Every time. This one?
4,500 to go from
Like if you go through
Seidel.
your 20
with
seconds, you
Queen
get
Jack.
another 30.
The decision also definitely influenced by his
So this
decision
time
to
I get 30
pot
seconds.
turn.
All the time banks
Right.
are 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But
I
without
think it's a
one,
bit more likely we
you have 20
see
pre-flop and then 25
not
on the flop.
automatic,
As soon as
but
you use
I
one,
think you
it's
see
an
more
extra,
bets
it's a
by
30
Kuhn if he
extension
goes
or
with
away.
like half pot on the turn, for example.
2 overs and a gut shot straight draw for Seidel as he checks back. Kuhn with the bottom end of a gutty and top pair. Now picks up a second straight draw, courtesy of the 4 of clubs.
Okay, now I got it.
Yeah, they're all the same.
And a lot of hand here for Jason. Betting 3K.
2-5.
Seidel will make the call. Board pairs on the end.
Interesting decision here for Kuhn as to check, and he very likely call, but he'll evaluate the bet size or kind of bet himself. Most likely a smallish bet size if he bets. I doubt he goes big here. Okay, he does go big. What was the action on the flop?
15,000. Check, check.
Check, check. Okay, so yeah. So that makes the big bet make a lot more sense here. Seidel doesn't have very many 7s, so 10 just good a lot.
And no chance. Queen Jack is in the mood to call. Kuhn will take that one down. Been a nice little feature table body of work that Jason's put together here. As you get a look at the action spread across the rest of the room here inside Casino Gran Via. Richard Young rocking the Triton gear.
Put it in with everything else. Like pure shove all the sets, all that, houses and ace deuce or whatever. Or I guess check ace deuce.
Ace-6 on the button for Davies. He gets busy.
Oh, you got a lot. Each one of them.
Could I have a sparkling water and a double espresso, and then a big glass full of ice?
10-9 deuce, top pair for Seidel after defending. He checks it.
Espresso. Okay. No, thank you.
Davies, the 3,500 chip. C-bet.
Yeah, and versus this small a bet size, Seidel going to decide whether he wants to call or raise. Decides just to call, kind of slow playing his hand. Wow.
King on the turn, and Seidel makes top 2, leaving Davies drawing dead.
Davies doesn't really have a great candidate to barrel away at this. You know, no equity. Doesn't really seem like his blockers are the best. You know, I mean, he's going to have raising the buttons some hands such as like Queen or Jack X suited. which would be better to do this with, or hands like 7-8 even, ace jack. I mean, there's spades. There's just so many good hands he has here to keep barreling that just 8-6 off isn't going to be a hand that makes this pot interesting.
After he checks back
15, right?
on the turn, Seidel fires 15,000. Board did pair on the end, which doesn't complicate matters for the ace high. If it was good on the turn, it's good now.
It does give another hand that might value bet, such as net 3-9s or a hand like kings up. So it's a spot where your hand might be good. Your opponent could have the jack 8 or the jack 7 or the 7-8 or the spades, but it's a bit thin. We're just gonna let Eric have that one. And move on to the next hand, Ollie. Like dewdrops rolling down the blade of grass.
Robert Frost over here. Ace-8 for Davies.
Race.
Two roads diverged in the Yellowwood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
Anybody tried the robot pillow yet?
No.
I wish somebody would. I just want to know.
I feel so weird calling down there and being like, hey, can you bring me the lavender scented pillow
Robot
and the
pillow.
robot pillow?
Yeah, it sounds like you might do some weird stuff to that thing.
Davies again raising it up with an ace. This
The
time
normal
flops himself
pillows
top pair and the
good.
nut flush draw. A market improvement over
The Mandarin
his
and
last
London's
interaction
fantastic.
with
I
the
mean,
board.
I know you'll never have to
This
use
time
it,
he's
but-
got 2
They all are,
customers
right?
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seidel
the
not
first
relating
time I
in
ever
any
stayed
way.
one.
Checks it. Lubovetsky
They're
does
so
have
good.
a gut shot straight.
Oh yeah,
draw.
that's
He
the
checks
one.
as
That's
well.
the one next to. It's
Yeah,
just like
had he
close to where we
decided
were,
to
yeah.
just lead,
Yeah.
maybe he
Yeah,
would get interested more, but
That's where I stay every time I'm in London.
with
I love it.
3 diamonds, we'll see what bet size he picks. Looks like 5K. Maybe he gets
You see
involved
the
versus this, but probably not.
infantry on
Yeah,
their
he
horses?
folds.
Yeah.
Most
he
likely
went-
with where you
armor.
see
He wanted
the big blind get involved.
Everyone wanted to take me to some burger spot he likes that was right near it, so we walked around the other way.
It's cool, isn't
It's
it?
funny.
They got their swords and or cavalry, I guess, is what they're called.
It's crazy, man. Like, also, thank you. Great, thanks a lot. Just the whole story of like the royal family and the house. Across from his house in the park is the other palace where Prince William lives. And like all those parks just used to be their front yards.
That's so
And
funny.
they donated them to the.
It's hilarious.
It's wild.
Thank you, Luca. All right, time to do something crazy. Sure.
They
Tournament
just own
director
like half
Luca
of London
Vivaldi
or
advising
England.
the boys that
The
they're
UK
about
or
15 minutes
UK,
away
The land.
Yeah.
from the
and
break.
only the
or a 15-minute break.
they have different
is
rules on who can eat certain
coming
foods.
up, rather.
That's kind of funny. It's like illegal to eat swan or something.
Really?
I don't know if that's
Seidel with
still
a
the case,
comfy
but I
little
believe it
playable
was.
hand
I
on
believe
the
it was
button.
like illegal
Goes
to eat
kind of
swan.
big. 2.75x.
Yeah.
Lubovetsky with a couple of 8s, mulling it over.
That
Certainly
dude's
gonna play.
Finally gonna get to be king when he's like 75 or whatever. William. He's been
Goes
waiting
for
a
the
long time.
4x 3-bet sizing, and
She's
Which
like
one
90.
is that? Is he the
Seidel's
Perv?
hand's a
oldest son.
little weak here.
No, that's Andrew.
Wouldn't be
Andrew's
the
the perv,
craziest
right?
float I've ever seen, but
There's- and
One
then
of them
there's
was like running around with that.
and then
does
there's,
go
and then
ahead
there's
and
the dude that got
calls.
he just bounced.
Too sticky?
It's sticky.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, they're only 60 blinds.
yeah. Yeah, he's killing it.
Ooh.
Just like hanging out with Oprah.
2
and-
deuces, a tray, and 2 spades.
Yeah.
Seidel, king high flush draw.
Given their
Lubovetsky with the overpair.
Other
Given
than
their
Hyde Park or
SPRs,
front
stack to
yard.
pot ratio, this is very likely getting in on the flop. Lubovetsky has all the incentive in the world to bet. He wants to deny deny overcards value. And I mean, king four of spades, it's just, why not raise if my opponent might fold some ace highs? I have a ton of equity. There's not many hands I'm going to be behind here other than like pocket kings or aces or like the nut flush draw. So yeah, and I just don't see eights folding here given how much money's in the pot. Although, I mean, you don't love that Seidel just kind of raised
Sure
you to
don't.
the face here.
Yeah, especially when you bet 24K, which wasn't exactly a bashful figure.
That said, this would be a very tight fold, and I would be surprised, you know, given it's only 50 or 60 blinds. You still do have eights. And he's going to have a bunch of hands here weaker than eights, like ace, king, queen, jack high type hands that all three bet. So this would be a very tight fold if he were to fold. One I think computer solvers would disagree with, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And so, as predicted, the players are all in on the flop, no surprise.
So a big check raise from Eric Seidel, a jam from the newcomer, first-timer to Triton, Andrei Lubovetsky. And he finds himself tussling with the great one. Ahead with the 2 eights, about 3-2. Here comes the turn. It is a king, and so Seidel takes the lead. Lubovetsky has 1 out in the deck. 2 outs, rather. 8 of spades still works, forgive me. And instead, it is the ace of clubs. And so Seidel, just before the break, managing a beautiful bit of creative kit there as he showers Lubovetsky down to 15,000 in chips. So not quite the locker room, but definitely a virtual impossibility for Lubovetsky to recover from this point.
He's unlocking the bicycle.
6 big. Start the bus. Seth Davies, your chip leader at the feature. 323K, followed by Seidel, then Kuhn with Sanut Ketnatin, another newcomer. And then Nick Petrangelo. Well, Rast, we've got our first frame in the books from Madrid. Welcome back inside our broadcast desk here inside Casino Gran Via for event number 1 of several upcoming over the next 2 weeks here at the Triton Series Madrid. Ali Najad alongside Czar Brian Rast. And initial thoughts here as we're getting our feet wet in event number 1 from our feature table.
Seems like the boys are happy to be here. A lot of happy table talk. Feels like they really like the venue here, this casino, the nearby parks and hotels, and just Madrid. The weather's beautiful. The streets are nice. And yeah, and as far as the play, there's been some exciting hands.
Yeah.
You know, hasn't been super action-packed and crazy, but, you know, we've got a few bluffs. Nicky P is really going for it.
Yeah.
So a lot of
didn't exactly work out so well against Paul Pua in the early going, obviously, but
one worked, one didn't.
Yep.
But you know, he's in there firing away, raising with no pairs.
Yeah.
So,
well, certainly plenty more excitement still to come. We hope that you will keep it close as Brian and I will return in about 15 minutes' time with more from Madrid.
Why don't you tell them about the app?
Well, I was going to save it, but given that the boys are already talking about it, the Triton Poker Plus app is available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple Store, App Store, for either mobile platform. Players make use of it in real time as they are able to track hands and chip counts to keep their bearings about them out there, navigating the tournament. However, those of us who are watching the stream, you can download as well and be kept in the loop on the delay of 30 minutes, which is real time as far as you're concerned. And it's a real connection with the flop for Sam Greenwood. Top pair here with the Jack 10 suited that he opened on the button with. Davies with the gut shot straight draw has checked it.
And backdoor flush draw, I think he'll probably bet most of the time with the backdoor flush draw. It's nice to build a pot when you do get super lucky and back your way into the flush. Obviously, you know, picking up any heart on the turn gives another nice card to keep firing with top pair as well. So I think it turns the Jack 10 of hearts into one that favors betting a little bit more. I like his decision. And the bet's small enough that Seth decides to just call here with his gut shot equity.
Turn card pairs the board and does bring that flush draw in for Greenwood.
So the 8 of hearts specifically is one that I think Greenwood might check. I think the one that doesn't pair the 8, he'll bet a lot. But given that he double barrels a lot of heart hands that don't have showdown value, this is one hand where he can check back and have made a flush. So, but he's not going to get the chance. Seth is going to lead the 8. His thinking here is that the 8 is a card that he believes favors his range a bit, and he's choosing a small sizing that should get some 0 equity hands, maybe like King 6 or Ace 3 to fold. And he gets to realize his equity cheap. And obviously Sam is going nowhere. The decision is raise or call, and he decides call, which I think is the one most people would do.
And the river gives Davies a pair of 5s.
And he'll, if he doesn't check, he'll certainly go with a small block bet sizing, which would be very reasonable. If he checks, I would expect Sam to probably find a value bet. The more interesting question is if he block bets, what does Sam do? Does he raise or not? Yeah,
There is that little block bet, 2 dimes.
Like this play. It makes a lot of sense. You know, there's some hands you're definitely getting value with here, like a 4 or an ace that like pretty much snap call. But Sam is good chance he's not going to let that go. But with top pair, I mean, his kicker's not so good. Another kind of interesting question, and I'm not saying he'll do it, but would Davies the block bet then turn this into a bluff?
So Greenwood now with a milky raise to 13,000. But what this does, Rast, is open up the action for Davies were he to decide he wanted to do something heroic. But with a paired board, obviously even trying to rep that 6-7 becomes somewhat ambitious.
Well, it's not just 6-7. I mean, he could rep a good 3/8 here. As we can see, Greenwood's raising for value with a jack. His raise also was somewhat small. It's like a half pot type sizing. So, I mean, I think 3/8, especially with a kicker that played over the 5, would be all hands worthy. Okay, so he decides to call.
Are you at all surprised by Seth's choice?
Not necessarily. I mean, he's beating bluffs. And when I presented that, I'm kind of... So, oh, wow. But
How is it for you?
This is even worse for Watson, who now has top pair after calling the 3,000 on the flop.
Building over Hyde Park.
I mean, Watson just went from having a decent hand, you know, one he'd like to get to showdown without the pot getting too big, to one where he's now going to want to make the pot big. And unfortunately, I mean, they literally have the hands that are right next to each other on, you know, the hand ranking chart, right? Bottom set versus top 2 pair. So, you know, it's the 4th nuts versus
Have you watched any of
the
this
5th nuts
season of Atlanta?
It's
in
funny.
a board that's very draw heavy. So Mike,
Caught like I'm behind on
we'll
one,
see, but he very well might find a raise here. I think it's very reasonable, probably preferred course of action, I would say.
Like that's what it's like.
And one wouldn't blame him if he did. Facing this bet of 10,000 into a pot of 13.5.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws. He could easily be raising on a draw, and top 2 pair is a hand that figures to be good enough to raise
But
for
instead,
value.
it was like $400,
So-
and it's made out of
Denim.
wolf skin.
No,
Yeah.
just a cool looking hat.
Okay.
I don't know,
Leave
or
it
maybe
to-
it's not a cool. I thought it was cool.
I think it's as good with the S&P.
And
It's
Paul
Saint
with the
Laurent.
decision here whether or not to
It's
call
Laurent, if you wanna
or
say it
to
correctly.
re-raise.
You wanna go with
I
the-
think with a
the
board
Miri hat
this
that,
draw heavy,
like
there's a
the, like,
lot of
$400
incentives
That's the
to
new wave
raise the
$400
hand
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
rocking the
Like
hats
if
with
you
the-
lose the set
I mean,
over
this
set
is even,
hand,
like,
kind of like God
borderline.
bless you, you win.
Obviously.
Here's
No, you
my
gotta do
chips.
is you get a
But
hat that's it's like torn into pieces,
in
but it says
times when
Balenciaga
your
on it, and
opponent
you get,
has
like,
draws,
$600,
you
yeah.
charge that, right?
I think Vogel's
And
saying
if your
wearing one right
opponent
now.
has some kind of goofy hand, maybe they're
He'll buy you one,
raising
too.
right now,
That's
like
what makes
ace
him
king
so
I'm
or
waiting for my
aces.
shirt. He said
Yeah.
he's
You know, you don't give them the opportunity to raise here and
I
then
saw
just
their
check
shirts.
back
Those
the
things are so
river.
expensive, it's hilarious.
And then when they have a hand that you happen
Wait,
to kind
the
of be
Miri ones,
coolering,
or-
like
No,
kings
the
up,
Casablancas,
you make
there's, like,
sure you get all of it.
one-
Hawaiian-looking
And
shirt too.
Yeah.
I think
you know, if
we
a jack of
it's like
hearts
1,000
rolls off on
really
the river, I mean, half the cards in the deck make
print
like
the
a straight or a
logo,
flush
and
or
see if any of them
both.
are like, dude, I need that one.
You know. Okay,
tell
he
him,
goes with call, which is
tell
either
Chris,
reasonable. I think
do a
either
viral
play there. I mean,
throwing
just
idea.
folding
Yeah,
is the
He's like,
play
I'm gonna
that's
make
not
something
reasonable.
That's like the same as Balenciaga, but 4 times
So
more expensive.
31.5 was the total raise amount, and will this river be complicated? Possibly. The 3 of clubs does complete the 5-7 and the
probably
deuce
right.
5 for a straight,
He's
and of
probably
course the
gonna sell it.
backdoor clubs are in as well.
Any of those like auto fashion scams though? Is there anything you've come up with like 24 people have come up with it, like actually tried to do? Yeah.
So now Mike deciding whether he's going to bet for value. I mean, the 5-7 got there, of which under the gun Paul could only have 5-7 suited,
Made it.
and he might not even play that in that early of a position. So, you know, really the hands they got there are flushes, but top 2 pairs still beating.
Yo, what am I supposed
Pretty
to
much
do about my
everything else it was
Balenciaga
still
hoodies
beating.
You get a bunch of them?
now? You can't wear them.
Or if you come
No.
in here wearing a Balenciaga hoodie, I'm gonna love it.
Then the question is,
I
if
kid
you do
not,
value
I'm
bet
gonna
your
buy
top
the
2
most
pair
absurd pair of
here,
Balenciaga
how
shoes for
much
Seth's birthday.
do you bet?
I'm gonna put him in the ones with the springs on the
My
bottom.
guess is
that,
he,
like,
he
hinge.
would bet
I'm just
less
gonna be
than pot.
bouncing
He's
through.
obviously targeting
put 'em on
hands at this
eBay the
point, like
next day.
ace, king, king,
No.
queen,
No, I'm gonna
aces.
force him to
Okay,
wear
he
it.
checks
That's
back.
awesome.
And
Ace.
he's going to be very happy to see the result. And this is part of the reason why, as Paul, on the turn, you consider
No, I'll force
re-raising,
him to wear 'em.
right?
He'll be like
Not
6'8",
just to
6'8",
charge
walking
draws and
through here
deny
and
them their
springing.
equity, but also in this
outta here.
situation
Be the
where
happiest guy.
had he
You want
raised
me to
back,
bet huge?
maybe he ends up stacking Mike or winning more. It's a
You
pretty
might-
tough
you might be
fold
in
with
trouble if
top
I
2
do.
Yeah,
pairs.
I expected to see a flush.
You said no. I was surprised.
Throw up,
So-
you had ace king, of course.
A
No.
call there
Ace queen.
is
Sick.
basically like slow playing his hand. It is strong enough to have raised, but now it's joining a group of hands that might call. There's a bunch of no pair hands that would call here, so you know, Watson, given just the call, might very well think he still has the best hand.
Yeah, and that 4 of clubs isn't exactly cause for concern as Watson follows through for 2,500 on the turn.
Which is still a small bet. I mean, there was 9,500 in there. Yeah, so Paul's not going to let 2 blocker bets go by. Now that pair of 10s shrivels up as Watson's really not beating any value-oriented hand that Paul could have. Paul's kind of towards the bottom of his value raising range, which would be at least top pair here. He's obviously ahead of draws, of which there are a number.
Skrillex
And his
might
bet
have
was
got
so
lined up.
small on the flop that pretty much any draw was still in. other words, any of the gutters, like 7-8,
Looking at it.
queen
Did that
jack,
again?
spades,
If you went back for more?
those hands could all decide to play this way against
You got a guy.
2 very tiny bets. And, you know, a hand such as like king, queen off, or maybe even better, because king, queen might just call, rather a hand more like 7-8, right? But doesn't really have any showdown value, could decide to raise here. Oh, wow. Well, Watson's turning his hand into a bluff. which
Yeah,
is-
he 3-bets the raise to 10,000, all the way up to 30,000 now. But it does put Pooh in a little bit of a complex spot because that under-the-gun raise could very well include things like ace-king.
Sure. Paul has to be worried. That said, I think it's unlikely he gives up here. His hand's probably a little too strong. But also Watson is doing something that I alluded to earlier, where you take a hand that you were block betting, sort of for value, but towards the bottom of your block betting range, and when you get ready.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Madrid. Ali Najad now joined by none other than Jeff Gross. Jeff, glad to have you in the booth here. We're a little bit into the very first event of several that we're going to have, featuring short deck and no limit, and obviously escalating buy-ins, and then a single PLO event out in event number 11. I know you just got into town. First impressions?
Madrid, unbelievable. First time here. I don't know if you've been, but
Likewise.
very impressed. And the event, just unbelievable. You expect nothing else from Triton than this. It's just high level all around. Everything looks beautiful. And, of course, we're excited to be here and watch some of the best in the world play some of the highest stakes action. So it's a treat.
Without question. And we are just about to get back down to our featured table, where Seth Davies is the chip leader. There's been a few fireworks, but so far most have emerged unscathed, with the exception, of course, of the first-timer Andrei Lubovensky, who did not fare well against Eric Seidel, down to just 15,000 in chips as we come back inside the Casino Gran Via. There are the chip counts, and it looks like we've got a new collection of players coming to our feature table. Juan Corral playing for the home team, 151 big blinds, 377,000. Going to be good for the chip lead. On his heels, however, the Adominator, the Aussie, Michael Adamo, 373K. Then a few clicks down to Greenwood and Dvoris. Sergio Ido, another hometown favorite, just south of the 200K starting stack. Alexis Ponakovs, a newcomer, first-timer to Triton, and then, of course, the all-too-familiar Belarusian Nikita Badziakuski. Blinds will be at 1,2,500 with a 2,500 ante. And, of course, those chip counts brought to you by none other than GG Poker.
Did you just come up with that, the Dominator? I like that. Is that new?
No, that's actually Brent Hanks from over in Poker Go who came up with that. And I want to make it stick. It feels like
seems right.
It's apropos considering the performance that he has put in over the course of
very nice. All right,
past
I like
year
that.
or two.
B. Hanks, he's a sharp guy. He comes up with some creative stuff. That I believe that. I believe he was the one who coined that. It makes sense. Very nice.
Right? Story checks out.
Yes, it's a nice to see some new players. It's nice how they rotate around. I mean, Adamo, I saw people in the chat I poked in were asking about. He's definitely one of those exciting ones to watch. You know that at any point he can put you to the test, over bets and everything of that. He can just deliver. So we get to see him probably playing a few more hands than most, and fun to watch.
And there he is, front and center in the cutoff with King 4 suited, reaching for chips, and in they come. Raised to 6,000.
To look here at Ponakovs, who actually just fresh off the GG Super Millions big score, and I saw him on the 10K final table just literally yesterday, so it's nice to see him coming into the live streets. I think you mentioned first time that he's playing this, no stranger to the high stakes.
Yeah,
most of these players going to be familiar faces you probably have seen play either from some of the online or live
What's tats? Tats.
action here.
The Coke Zero thing? I don't even know what that means.
K-A-T-Z. He also drinks Coke Zeros.
Oh.
Coke Zero debate. Are you on the Coke Zero
I'll
train?
take a Coke Zero over a Diet Coke, I'll tell you that.
Sounds like you need to get caffeinated.
Tastes close enough. Diet Coke has a weird flavor to it. Queen 10 offsuit. Not quite as weird a flavor. And Badziakuski likes the taste as he sprinkles 6,000 out there.
Yeah, gonna be opening. He knows a lot of these guys, I'm sure, super familiar with each other. Not too many new faces here. And again, Ponkanovs, as we said, if I'm pronouncing that right, he is a regular on the online highest stakes and dipping in his toes to the live Triton event here. So let's see how he fares. Definitely knows how to play the game, but it's always a little different live and online. It's just the bright lights, you're on the feature, and it's not quite the same as playing online poker.
Dvoris defended with the ace-5, and he's got himself a gut shot straight draw. Nikita with the queen high flush draw, 2 overs.
Yeah, he's got position. He's gonna have a decision here. He's thinking what to do. He's gonna go for a bet. And if you're divorced, you know, it's got a gut shot. Does several options. See 48 of 50 remain. He does go ahead and stick on, make the call. Player's so comfortable flop and where they are in hands. Here he is with a pretty good card for his hand. If he thinks he has the best hand, could definitely still be the case. And he is in the lead and out of position.
Board does pair, 23-5 in the middle, a second check from Dvoris.
Yeah, Dvoris has almost 2x the chip stack of Makita. 24 in the middle. Makita gets called here. Understanding what the situation is, he has got both options make sense. Check or bet here. I think he could do either. He wants to keep control of the hand. Gets called, probably realizing not in the lead here. Not too many floats with a worse hand. So he does check back, take some equity on what he believes would be good diamond on the river. And now, though, he does have just queen high. He's in position. And Daniel has to like to see the check back. All right, Dvoris going to check again. What do you think here? Makita must know he doesn't have the best hand, but the line of bet, check, and then bet, that's what he would be going with. So he's thinking about sizing and understands he does not have the best hand, almost for sure. I mean, I guess there's a couple hands possibly, but it's pretty unlikely he has the best hand.
23-5 up for grabs. And Makita flings 5K out there and earns himself the pot. That's heavily downsized in relation to the 23,500. I'm a bit surprised that Dvoris didn't maybe give it a little bit more thought, but he knows he's up against a man who has over $12 million in career Triton earnings. 3 titles and 10 cashes, most recently. Third place finish out in Cyprus in the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em Turbo. And as we switch dealers, we remind you to sign up today at GG Poker using the sign-up code Triton2022. Get involved in our daily Triton free rolls. $100 in rewards or 100% deposit match up to $600 could be yours by simply using the sign-up code Triton2022 over at GG Poker.
Yeah, I like that. They got the emojis switching around there. You see some different looks at Daniel.
Yeah.
Like one of the many nice features on GG.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake with this one.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is going to be a theme. I just keep wanting to say what a lineup, what a group. But in this Triton field, I don't think we'll see too many tables that are not electric, exciting. Some of your household names in there. So this is no different.
Yeah, I don't think I
It's
can watch
always
it.
an eclectic mix, an international affair. Any Triton event stops all over the world. Players from all over the world, different skill levels.
Well, the other thing is the Carolina.
Some of the most accomplished in the industry, some recreational players who just want to come out and challenge themselves, and it makes for a tremendous dynamic, certainly a treat for us here in the booth and anybody who is streaming us. And a warm welcome to those of you who are joining us from wherever in the world you may be, streaming the Triton Super High Roller Madrid, as we see Ponikovs with 9-7 suited, shot it up to 5,000. A flat from another 9-7 suited belonging to Dvoris out of the small blind. Is that a little bit liberal?
It does. It seems a little bit so, but he's got the chips, and he is maybe feeling this player out. Maybe he's never seen him before live, and says this is a playable hand. Let me loosen it up a pip and get in there.
Ponikovs is among the first-timers to Triton. 17 of them in total have advised that they will be making the trip over to Madrid to join us here, and that's obviously exciting as we look to grow the family of regular participants.
All right, so see a small sizing there on the flop, 3,000, and Dvoris has some options here, but not folding. For sure, has a little piece of the board. Hard to make a pair in No Limit Hold'em. And he's going to stick around. Maybe thought about check raising, but just ultimately check calls. Makes sense. And
Board does pair on the turn, and Dvoris swiftly checking one more time.
yeah, and here You know, when you start thinking about, as you mentioned, it's a little bit loose in the small blind, but in terms of ranges, this is something that Panakovs is understanding that when he bets and gets called, he has to realize his opponent does have a little bit of a stronger range than most in the small blind flat in there, so he decides to slow down. And
King on the end.
yeah, 21K in the middle. Both players have the same hand. This is generally where it favors the player in position. It's going to get to be in a better situation, but let's see what Divorce comes up with. Check, check, and going to see a chop here.
Yeah, I rarely.
All too pleased are these guys to chop it up in that particular board texture.
Yeah, this is interesting to see how many entries and what the turnout, as you mentioned, some commitments coming later. I saw Antonius in there. I know he wasn't in Cyprus, and a few new faces. So I think this has got the makings for huge 2 weeks. Some of the bigger buy-in main events, right? 150K. There's some other just kind of escalator events as we go, and I think we'll start seeing more faces too as the weeks continue.
Event number 2 tomorrow.
A lot of people drive like
30,000 euro buy-in.
I've
no
never
more.
gone to Vegas.
You get the order at o'clock.
everyone's drunk or high. And like,
I realize
I think I saw like
the top of
He
the
means
hour.
on the hour, yeah.
On the hour.
But you know,
Because that's how you
From I was in
A
Australia.
lot of
are you allowed
conversations
to
here.
drink
There's,
Yeah,
there's some
it's a
pockets
jovial
going on.
bunch. No question about it. That's
So what is
Juan
it?
Pablo
beer or-
Corral.
it's like I don't
Chatting
know,
up
I don't know. It's maybe like 2
Adamo.
beers or something.
Okay, yeah. I mean, in US you could have 3, and I feel like that's too much because we're pretty drunk after
Corral,
3
then.
drinks.
Another one of our
Yeah.
unknowns.
So I think he was saying you order at like the
He
putting
said you can order 15 minutes
It's
before.
not a bad strategy. Tap the guy on your left. You want to make that guy a little more happy with you than most.
Right.
Order on the
Keep
hour,
those 3
you
bets
get
at
it
bay.
15 minutes later,
Ace
or
5
you-
suited for
I
Adamo.
think 15 minutes before
Shoots
the
it up.
hour.
is when they start.
It's when
An
you can
attractive
order
queen
it.
jack suited for Panakovs.
It doesn't really open, but they won't serve it to you until from
No, because it's not from here. It's from like Ben said it was from like a restaurant he's been to like in the city. So I guess they just like they're like delivering food like every hour probably is how it's working.
He decides to flat.
Their
9-6
delivery
suited
options?
for
The
divorce.
Chinese menu here. I just ordered
I assumed Paul just brought his chef and he opened up a kitchen.
the Chinese menu here. They said
No, I'm
he-
serious.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, he did it in Cyprus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like not like in the hotel that's part of this venue too.
2 black 8s for
I
Corral
just
out of
assumed
the
it was
big
something
blind.
like that.
as he joins the party.
Is anybody staying? Is anybody? Do you know anyone who's staying in the
Ace
hotel here?
10-7. 2 overs to
Yeah.
the 8s. Not exactly the board texture Corral was looking
We are not
for.
defensive
Adamo with
Mandarin
top
guys.
pair, backdoor
No.
hearts.
Were they just
While
out of
Panakovs
room, or
has
you wanted
backdoor
to be
diamonds
at
and
the
a Broadway
venue?
gutty.
Yeah, what? Oh, you wanted to be at the venue? Yeah. I was gonna do that too, and then I
Trying to
like
listen to
read
some
some of
menu
the reviews
tips.
of
We're
the
here for a
hotel,
while.
and they were saying that
See
it's
if they got any
hot, and if
tricks.
you open the window, it's loud.
Oh, Adamo might have
And I'm
some
like,
tricks
these are
as
the
he
two
chooses
things I
to
can't
check
have.
instead of c-betting with top pair.
What's wrong with air conditioner? 13.
Apparently, well, or at least some people were saying it doesn't like go low enough.
I mean,
Man
air
with the plan,
conditioning
he
at
has got the best
Mandarin
hand,
does
and
not
he's got
do
his
this job
opponent
for
betting
me.
a gut
You
shot,
have to turn
backdoor
the
flush
fan on
draw.
to
So
max.
I did
don't
turn it
believe
on.
he's
And
going to
then
be
it
playing this
takes
as a
a little
check
bit,
fold.
but,
So see if he
I mean, Mandarin was
just check
really
calls. I mean, it's
tempting to
also
choose
not
because,
not a
like,
great
it's
kicker, right? I think it
basically,
makes
like, one
sense.
of the
Just
best
kind of
in the
pot
world,
control,
right?
maybe
Yeah,
get some worse hands to
so
bet.
nice.
It's one of the like if it's not the best hotel I've stayed at, it's like one of the like top 3 or something.
Adamo's a guy though. If you try to predict
What
what
are
he's going to do
actually
at
the
all
best
times,
chains in the
he can
world?
definitely throw some curveballs
Yeah.
at you. It's
They're
dangerous to
like
try to be
what is
guessing
it?
what he's doing.
Is it
Oh,
Mandarin
what a
is
beautiful
actually
card for
considered
him
the
on the
top
turn
three
as he
or
has
not?
picked up the nut flush draw to
I
go
think
with
it's like,
top
what,
pair
like Mandarin
and has
like-
decided to
like
check
Four
once
Seasons
more.
Obviously,
Panakov's
is
unimproved
usually-
here.
Then there's obviously
Yeah,
probably some,
Panakovs has
you
a
know,
gut
other,
shot
like,
still. He's not going to get his backdoor equity coming home there. And if
The
you
only
see
one Four
there is
Seasons I've
only
stayed was in Miami, and it
93%
was so
chance for
old.
Adamo, that means
But they were
there's 3
charging me,
outs,
like,
not
I don't
4,
know,
because that
$600
king of
a
hearts
night.
would be
It was just,
problematic,
like,
putting a
just
straight and a flush and
Pretty average.
on the board.
Yeah.
So for the opponents, and he is going to slow down.
But the rate for the Mandarin is like really high, isn't it? Like
And
800
Adamo
euros
does
a
have the
night or
best hand.
something.
Go to a
Yeah.
river.
No, it's 5. They told me.
3 of spades doesn't
With
change
the-
anything.
with the Triton
With the
rate,
Triton
but
is
if you
fine.
tried booking,
No, I mean like if you just went
Outside.
online.
I saw like 1100.
yeah.
About, yeah.
Yeah, and what is the Triton rate?
5.
500?
495. Oh, so they knew it
So
for
Adamo
the players,
just
like for whoever not playing
debating
the
here.
World Series, right?
Is
495.
it good enough to
That's a
value
great
bet? Do I
rate.
just check?
Yeah,
Let
it's
my
a really
opponent
good
maybe
rate.
bluff, but as he checks the turn, maybe he's just checking back
And
and
this
decides
casino,
to
they,
go
and this
for
one,
a
they make
very
it for,
small bet.
You know how much? Maybe like
About
350
10%
or
360,
pot.
I think, or 360, I think.
360 and
5K into
Yeah,
48,000, and this is almost insulting. But queen high is queen
Oh
high
yeah,
at the
because
end
you were
of the
gonna
day.
get here early, right?
And again, a
Or you
lot of
did.
respect,
Oh,
I'm
no, you
sure,
didn't.
amongst the players and knowing, too, I'm sure Adamo's familiar with
He just
Panakov's and
saw
his
here,
ability,
right?
but it's not fun, right? When you have nothing and a player throws a blind, it's kind of
that
like,
this
it
is
really
the
is,
goatee.
honestly, if you're right. It's almost the word
Andrew was
disrespect
Yeah,
comes to mind,
yeah.
because it's just like, and he is going to get,
But they got a good deal.
is that a call? Was that
No,
he
a
raises.
raise. And this
Wow.
is in part
They-
why
they
we do this,
obviously got a
Jeff,
good
because
deal
we
'cause they
can
booked so many
induce from
rooms.
time to
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
And Ponakov's 5xing to 25,000.
No, Paige was going to.
It's
They
you're
gave a
exactly
send
right,
to
and
St.
there's one of the
Louis for a couple
reasons.
more
But
days.
at the same token, this is not one of
So
those
it'll be
where
the
it
downgrade
is
who
kind of like
fight
a
from-
block
He's
of
not
value
nutted.
bet. Yeah, he's not like trying to
Yeah,
necessarily
hit
induce, but
1100 $.
ultimately, I think he's gonna have to pay it
The
off
person
as
on
it
the phone was
stands.
like, I
But
don't
like,
recommend you change
or, I
it.
mean, I'm sorry,
Obviously,
not pay it
pick
off.
it off is
pick it
more
off.
the-
Yeah, that's the wrong word. But then again, it is a nice, it's a chunky raise there. He's saying I have something, but to check back the turn and then go for that raise on the river, there's some levels going on here.
No
and
doubt. What exactly is Ponakov's looking to represent
that's what
as
I meant.
played?
That's
Flatting pre,
right.
firing on the flop, checking back on the turn, and now suddenly raising the river after the 3 of spades rolls
Right.
off.
What would you
makes
check?
sense?
What hand would you check on the turn for value? And now, does you hit ace-3 suited and you hit the river like that? You're checking back. That's like set at 3s somehow. You bet the flop and then check back turn and hit your
And
hand.
get a look at that racing pulse there on Ponakov's. Make no mistake, Adamo taking all of this time is absolutely paying attention to every aspect of this situation, including any of the physical tells he might be able to get off of Ponakov's. That said, it's not a given that we've
Right.
correlated it
Right.
to him being
Right. The
light. Some
racing
people
pulse
have the
could-
nuts
yeah,
and they do that.
Yeah, you're on the bright lights. You're on camera. Oh my goodness! I mean, this is just insane. Ali. like I
Calling
said,
would have been cool enough.
Yeah, that's a good call. Nice hand,
But
whatever.
to pile.
It's just wild.
Ladies
wild.
and gentlemen, I give you
I'm-
Michael Adamo.
It's fun to be here. This is what, this isn't the final table yet. It's early, but it's fun. And Panakov's is thinking, you know what? You mess with the bull, get the horns, kind of laughing. And,
No doubt about
he
it.
had same result, to get called or to get shoved on. You're not going to win the hand, but.
Well, Adamo is one of the most decorated poker players around at just such a young age. He does have only $463,000 in Triton earnings, courtesy of 2 cashes. He did pick up $99,000 in Cyprus in the $50,000 six-max no-limit hold'em event. Then back in Jeju in 2019, he finished 4th, winning 2.8 million Hong Kong in the 1 million Hong Kong buy-in no-limit hold'em refresh event.
Yeah, we noticed that in Cyprus. His career resume is so impressive, but Triton is one that he hasn't quite made his claim yet to,
Yeah.
and that's, I know, something that he got a little taste in Cyprus. He's been there before. He's been in Triton a little bit. Now he's going to be here for 12 full days. I can make a healthy. I'd be willing to wager he's going to add some earnings to
Me
that
too.
record.
Me too. I like betting the pass line on Adamo in these spots.
Yeah.
Queen 10 suited for him in the big here, facing the raise from Dvorez, wose clubs are
Just about,
smothered
yeah.
by this Queen 10.
I think he also brings like videographer, to make like a lot of content, so it's gonna be fun.
33.
Yeah,
A 3-bet
you
from Adamo.
Italy, right?
Big sizing too. I mean, look at that. Just putting it in. I guess he's out of position, but it's still, that's a healthy 5.5x. Ali putting. I mean, there's
Unorthodox.
a reason. There's a reason why that Adamo you see so often at the top of the chip counts. He just seems to extract extra chips. He goes for bigger sizings, puts you in tougher spots. And the thing is, people see it. People know it. The people he's playing with are aware of his style, and it's just he executes it. It's hard to, you can know what he's doing and still not be able to stop it or counter it.
Some people start forgetting it sometimes. Or
big 30th birthday.
Huh?
I didn't see that all incoming. Did you? Ollie? Was that on your? I mean,
you kidding?
You know, that might be.
How could we have seen that coming?
It's hard to. I mean, if you maybe in his head, his world, there's some roll, right? It's probably like call most of the time, and then he roll. His randomizer is maybe a little higher than most for the different sections, and just said that's it, putting it all in.
Yeah.
And as you said, what's he repping? What he can't really be
That was the
nutted.
issue.
He can't really be nutted there.
Relax.
Very bad life.
I think maybe it's with the comfort of knowing he wasn't up against the nuts in that specific spot. He would rather not make the call just in case he was up against a better ace and it's a weird line. Just get it in there, pile it in. A little bit of a range advantage, perhaps.
The interesting spot, to think there. What hand do you think Ponikops has to call? Does he? What, if he hit that ace-3 on the river, pot-controlled turn, is he just not folding two pairs? Is it sets only? Like, what do you think? Is he calling with ace-jack? I don't think he calls one pair. So is it two pair?
With the all-in, you mean?
Yeah. Is it ace-3? Is it
I
like
don't
what is
think
it?
ace-3 can call.
So then what is he? So yeah, then and to the point, what it's like almost there's no other hand you really can have. It has to be like a random set of threes. Did he rivered? Did he check back? He bet once, check back, and then hit it.
Navarro makes it 50. How much was it? 55.
It's an impressive beard. Just looks well grown.
Fantastic
Yeah.
beard.
Guys ready for the feature today.
Not quite as impressive, perhaps, the fact that I've been referring to this gentleman as one Pablo Corral, courtesy of our Triton Poker Plus app. And here we have him listed as Navarro.
Could be alias, you know, just maybe an online moniker.
Listen, once people get into the alias game, I don't want to ask a lot more
Yeah,
questions
we'll just,
after that. I just finished watching the last
We'll
season of Ozark. You got to steer clear.
You
of the
respect the
Navarros.
alias, right? All right. Fair enough.
Badziakuski in here with the ace tray has outflopped the ace-9, but the ace-9 in turn has taken the lead, courtesy of the 9 of spades. Bads checks it.
Yeah, so had absolutely nothing. Now it does have a pair, but thinking, you know, what was my opponent calling me with on the flop? He did hit a fairly magical card in terms of taking the lead, but now we'll check back. Makes sense.
5 of hearts looks innocent enough on the river after both players knuckled on the turn. 23-5 in the middle. And what sorts of ideas might Badziakuski have here?
They played a good game. Like, I'm proud they played well in a loss, and it's like funny because like I feel the same way. I'm like, hey, Tampa's really good, and we like gave them a good run. I will say some sort of scenario where like
Ace-3.
the Leafs lose, and then like Tampa just like rolls over like the rest of like the league, or like lose, you know, like beats like Florida or like whoever. Like
I just don't see it happen. I don't think that there is.
Nice stack there for Navarro,
No, I
closing
totally
out
agree.
400K.
Indeed. Very impressive for a newcomer to Triton.
Yeah, it's nice to get off to a good start, that's for sure. This is 20K here, 20K there. Ali, it adds up. You know, it's like, oh, for the Triton buy-in sort of pedigree, you think more like 50Ks. They have some 25s, maybe once in a while, and the 20 is almost, it's still large, very large, but it's like you start rebuying, you're here for 2 weeks, that can get going.
It can add up, but at the same time, I think it's a really nice price point to allow a lot of guys who maybe are well capitalized, either by virtue of being businessmen and you know, bringing independent wealth, or by virtue of playing poker and having run up a little bit of a roll and wanting to take a shot, as opposed to maybe some more prohibitive 100K and up sort of plays.
Absolutely. And I do like the escalator system. I like starting it early. Maybe a few people come, they're like, I might stick around if I get a score or two or I get hot.
Right.
Some of the other series and places, I mean, the World Series, for example, they seem to, it jumps around, which has its benefits too, but I think all in all, for like a 2-week series, 12 days, it's nice to kind of go on sequentially in order and
no doubt about it.
Go that route. And here's 2 real hands, Jack 10 suited and 9s.
Dvorak's the opener. Might be hearing from Adamo.
Yeah, some players may elect to flat, go set mining, or just be in position with the thing. But Adamo, if you're going to be pretty aggressive and you 3-bet a lot of hands, I think this is just, you know, your game plan is nines is a massive hand on the button if you're Adamo.
You mean
22-5, the 3-bet.
In a different, completely different sizing, different situation, right? Last time against the same player out of position, you saw 5.5x. Here you're seeing, you know, closer to 4. Still healthy. And now you got the, you're in the best position, best hand.
Probably you were friends, right?
Yeah.
2 overs suited and connected, turning into backdoor hearts and a gut shot straight draw. Of course, the 9 that's needed is a little busy in Adamo's hand, which is still best, as Dvorak checks it over to him with 51,000 in the middle.
I was not expecting like the last force.
Yeah, and this is what I believe is the most interesting part about poker, and I think a lot of people overlook too. This is where, if you're wondering where your game could improve or not, it's about the sizing. There's 51K in the middle. Here's the action pre-flop. Now here we are. So I think if you were to ask yourself, what am I going to bet? This is where it really differentiates a lot of the top players, just understanding what they're trying to accomplish and what range they're targeting. So I think that's one area it's fun to watch. In these early stages, so many times we see a final table, right, which is exciting to see, but the early stages of a tournament, how are people extracting value? What are they doing with the sizes and why? And that's an area to really focus on if you're looking to improve your game.
17,500 is the number from Adamo with second pair effective. And he gets called by Dvorak as another 35K slides into the middle, swelling the pot to 86,000. And the king of spades on the turn now adds an ace to Dvorak's straight draw. 10 or jack would also work for him.
It's a pretty fun card because there's improvement on outs, not necessarily one that you would think, right? Jack 10 suited, calling on the flop. There's not too many cards here that are going to give this where Adamo still has the best hand, but there's additional outs picked up. So let's see what he goes with here. This is very curious. I'm sure he has a couple of options, and he does go with the check. And he is going to have the best hand if he's able to realize it. But as you with the check turn on the line of a check turn, it's going to be interesting if Dvorak, who obviously knows he has one of the worst hands he can have here, he doesn't have a pair in his hand, he doesn't have a pair on the board, he has jack high, what he's going to target and go for here. So, you know, check he can't really win in his mind, and he realized that, and here he goes. He's going to be betting. He's going to be thinking about betting. He may not bet, but he is going to realize he can't win without
at least
betting.
taking a shot.
Yeah.
And what did he come with here?
Came with the time bank.
It's nice.
Oh,
okay. with the Adamo's on the button staring me down. Is this the guy
Who can blame him?
Yeah, I want to mess with right now. Bet flop check turn. Interesting. Very interesting.
Dvorak. No stranger to high-stakes action, 4.15 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of 10 cashes. Did well for himself in Cyprus.
I didn't use any.
And a big, meaty 120K overbet into this pot, and immediately Adamo is looking over at him like, what is going on here?
He just rolled a randomizer big bet, 150%. That's what he went with, the 150, 1.5x pot. And this is, if you got a guy who's tough, sticky, and willing to play pots, you don't see Adamo in this spot looking up thinking, you don't generally get him scratching his head too much, and he just got a little of his own medicine with the big overbet.
Yeah, I mean, it was 12 and now you
And
have
he gets
8,
it
so
done.
that's okay.
Nice work from Daniel Dvorak there.
Yes. Oh, you mean this is actually
He kind of pulled a page out of Adamo's book in that spot there. I was going to mention his performance over in Cyprus. In the 75K short deck, Dvorak finished in 5th, picking up 268,000. Also, 529K, courtesy of a 5th place finish in the $100,000 8 max no limit hold'em, and that's exactly what we're playing here. Just a 20,000 euro buy-in instead, but the 8 max no limit variant appears to be one that Dvorak feels quite comfortable in.
He played great, but like those 2 walls will count. They weren't like 2-0 breakaways or whatever. They were like, you know, they were probably like.
Well, seeing for like the first 2 goals, like.
Yeah, like
you want to try something.
They weren't his fault, but like.
Yeah, like
could have had.
Palat's goal was what, probably like like 18% or
So
something.
what's your recommendation? Not for vegans.
Like
it was a really good shot.
no, but I mean, just him scoring on that shot, not counting rebounds or anything else. Like that shot on a breakaway from that angle, he's probably like.
It was a very placed shot, though, like in terms of the height, though. But I even
No, I
have
mean,
problem with
not his
pronouncing
actual shot.
R.
His actual shot.
Even
like,
oh, how often
Yeah.
he
Two
should
is
score
perfect.
from that position.
Yeah,
yeah,
like
yeah,
one of
yeah.
the breakaways, it's probably like.
It's like under 20%.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And, like and again, it's like obviously his actual.
But it was a much above average shot. But it was still obviously savable.
Yeah.
And then the Sorelli goal, like.
I mean, that's just really.
I mean, it's
nice
awkward, and you can't. Yeah, but.
I mean, Giordano played that like very well. Where like you don't let him get the net, and he just made like a.
So what
does
this mean? Like, what's that?
5K to go from Adamo.
Like
That's Yakuski
like,
flats.
Like I think a lot of the expected goal bottoms.
Sergio Ido
like,
comes along from the big
kinda
line with
like
the
they
suited
do, like,
king,
good
coming up
there,
short on the
like, like,
5.69 board.
Like public ones, you'll just see
Somehow
like
the pocket fours are still in the lead.
differences. But they're like
this
an
is
okay
going to be a hard one to
proxy.
win, though.
And like it's just really hard to be
6.59
like.
multi-way.
It's really hard to be having like a great season.
Out of
series
position.
Goal if you're giving up like.
Not really much to do here other than check.
Yeah.
And I think, Makita paused pre-flop, thought about 3-betting this hand, decided ultimately to call. Not an easy board to play either. Big blind in there, could have a wide variety of stuff. Definitely can hit his range pretty hard. So both players realize that, they check.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like the kind of texture that would have favored Ido as Adamo binks of 4 on the turn here. Ido does have the bad side of a gut shot straight draw. Not exactly what he's looking for. Checks it.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's going to be almost impossible to win this pot, but here we go. He hits a gin card, although no one has anything to really stand up here, so I think this will be interesting to see. Does he want to maybe set double check and set a trap of some kind? I mean, he obviously doesn't have the nuts with the big blind in there as well, but he is just going to come out and bet his hand. Their backdoor hearts come alive, and yeah, definitely the big blind could easily have some sort of straight draw with 7x or 3x, and does just bet, and another pot, picks it up, finds a way.
Not going to be the last time he's hauling gaming tokens
Are you guys
in.
supporting the same Canadian team in hockey?
Yes.
With Sam or not? Yes. And what about team?
Yes.
So 3 of you. Which one is it?
Toronto.
Toronto.
Yeah, you can.
Maple Leafs. Huh?
Blinds up 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 ante.
Pretty much, yeah, I think every Canadian that you would have played with that's not French Canadian is going to be supporting the Maple Leafs.
So not De Pascal, huh?
Pascal is a Montreal guy. There's just not that many like players that play
Yeah, there aren't
high
many.
stakes from Vancouver.
Or Calgary or Edmonton or like Winnipeg or Ottawa.
Are you talking about high stakes NHL poker players? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
but a
hearing?
lot of
We
it's
gotta
like
get
a
involved
lot
in
of
that.
people
Yeah.
move there.
Yeah, that's
I
what's
mean, I
that
guess
poker
like
tour
Nick
called?
has like a
I'd
second
love
house
to-
in like
I
Canmore,
think that's what
which
they're
is like
talking about
Calgary.
here.
A lot of people playing scoops from Vancouver aren't Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dos
It's just
Caballeros
a great time zone to
for
play
Navarro.
from, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Especially for that city too.
To be fair, Adamo's getting dealt in. He's not just he's not completely out of
Yeah,
line. He's
yeah,
had
the ace 10
pairs,
suited is
Jack-
definitely
Jack
playable
nines,
kid.
Jack 10, yeah, he's had some hands, and he's sticking to his regular proceedings and going to go ahead and put some pressure here. Navarro actually with the decision now to play coy or spring a bit of put some money in the middle, and they're deep. These are two guys with a lot of chips, so
Always scary that I
relatively the
expose
same
my
stack.
cards
So
because
it's
so high.
Yeah,
be interesting.
almost double what they started with.
One of 2 hockey games I went to was in Vegas when there was a night.
Adamo may not be as
Toronto.
familiar with
Yeah,
Navarro.
and
I would
they
imagine
played-
Navarro, whether
and they
he's an
scored, like,
amateur or
maybe
plays a fair amount of poker
13 or
himself,
something
probably heard of
goals.
the.
It was
Anyone who
like
has a
a
nickname in
crazy-
poker usually have
Sorry?
heard of.
Oh yeah.
Combined, yeah. Maybe more. Like, yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
crazy, like
I think-
8-5 or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah. I remember there was a game like that.
Okay, it closes 4 o'clock to 7:30.
In comes the 4-bet to 66,000 from Navarro.
Oh yeah,
now,
there is
and
a good buffet
the
here.
ace
that
10
you can go
suited
to on
beginning
break.
to shrivel somewhat.
Yeah, I might just check at the buffet. When it comes out, take a look at this. Could I have the chicken curry with rice? Okay, thank you.
So I mean, does kicks it up, and this is
Adamo sticking around and comes up short on a queen 9 deuce board. Navarro with the overpair, out of position against the Aussie, 140K in the middle.
yeah, and just ace 10 suited a little too good. He is going to have some bluff hands that he can kind of get away from just right away, and this ace 10 suited figuring a little too good, and now he has got, I don't want to say a super difficult decision. He may try to outplay, thinking maybe my opponent has ace-king. This is also something that I know great players are really able to hone in on pre-flop, and he might just in his mind say Navarro, I think, has kings, queens, ace-king suited, you know, not give him credit for maybe some just stone cold bluffs. So he's going to think about, you know, I got some back doors here. Do I want to stick on? But, you know, you call here, the pot is massive all of a sudden. If you're wrong, you could really take away some of those hard-earned chips and your chip lead at the table, you know, misstep into a bad situation. But let's see what Adamo goes with here. And they were deep, Ali. This is not something with, you know, if he maybe would play differently against a 200K stack, 130K stack. It's like he's saying there's a lot to win here. And how does Adamo get 6, 7x starting stacks? He attacks. He plays big pots against other guys with chips, and here he is doing the same thing.
He's going to call this 45K and find out what Navarro's all about on the turn.
Oh, my goodness.
Nut, heart,
Wow.
draw, picked up by Adamo now as the queen pairs. And that's kind of a pesky card for Navarro,
so
because obviously
reasons.
Adamo has a little bit of queen X in his range.
Yeah, for sure. This is actually one of the worst cards, because this is going to slow him down almost certainly, I think. And then now you're going to have Adamo in position. He picks up equity and a scare card. So he's kind of got two things working against him in this spot. But let's see what he does. He may not slow down, and it looks like he's not, as we see him grabbing chips. So, hey, you don't just get to have a queen if you're Adamo and you're in position and, you know, whatnot. So he is going to bet a small sizing, though, which is curious. Now, let's think about this. What hands do you believe Adamo puts Navarro on? Does he have many queen X here? Did he 3-bets pre-flop? Not a ton. Maybe ace-queen suited? Does he even...
It's the 4-bet, right? The open and then the 4-bet for Navarro.
Yeah.
I mean, his range presumably would be pretty narrowed. And look at the flat bet sizing as he comes again with 45,000, which in relation to the size of the pot after the extra 90 slid in on the flop is just not enough to get Adamo out of there. And this is where he's not maybe charging enough from the nut flush draw, right color, wrong suit on the end.
Wow. So now SPR, right, 320. So stack to pot ratio, they both have less than a pot bet. And if Navarro doesn't bet here, which you can't blame him if he doesn't, right? You bet, you get called. It's like, what hands do you put your opponent on here? If you check, does Adamo, what does he do, right? Does Adamo go for it? This is a fascinating spot.
It's a great question.
And he is, by betting, though, he's going to give himself a much better, I think, chance to not get bluffed off the pot. It's a little harder for Adamo to just blast in with the aggression shown on the river. But let's see. I mean, we saw that ace-5 suited Adamo turned into a bluff, his hand that was best. So everything is on the table here. Let's see first what Navarro does. And he was kind of counting out a bet, it looked like, as he put that time bank out. And he is going to bet, wow, 150. Ali, is he? I mean, this is fascinating because if somehow, I mean, does Adamo? Is there a chance? I mean, could he really go? How savage of a bluff would it be to attempt it when your opponent leaves some left? And if he did, could even Navarro fold this at that point? I don't know. I don't think he's planning to fold. But this is a crazy spot. This is really, really, really exciting hand.
Love to see it.
I mean, this is also why nice. He just, you know, at that point, really, there's not much to do there. It's either shove and really hope to try to make him make like a insane lay down, which you couldn't really bank on. So well played by Navarro. Nice pot, and really just stuck in there and showed that he wasn't afraid and worked out. Got kind of the max. I guess maybe could have got a little more turn
I think
size
the turn,
on more, but
I think the turns where maybe we charge him a little bit more. Granted, Navarro doesn't know what he's up against, and maybe it was a bit of trepidation, concerned possibly about getting raised by a queen, but can't always be afraid of monsters under the bed, right?
yeah, especially when his name's Adamo with the nickname and he's in position, and you know, one of the guys is more aggressive. So very nice hand though. I like that. Navarro's going to separate himself into a nice position here with the chip lead of the table and possibly the tournament. If we take a look at the overall, I mean, that's a lot. 545 early on here, as you see 49 of 59, entry still open. So it's a very, very big start for him.
Yeah. I thought you will pay me with everything. No nasty raise on river.
6,000 to go from Ponikovs. Queen 9-4 rainbow as he picked up Greenwood from the big blind.
I told you if you want.
Total whiff
I
for
told
the
you
7-5.
what I have if you want. We will see it.
Middle pair for Ponikovs. Action check to
5. It's high plus though. Was thinking about check, but
It's queen off. What are you saying?
I have kings, but I don't want you to. I don't want to check. I thought you will call me with a worst pocket. Because you know I'm crazy. I know you are crazy too, so.
I see a little hand recap, getting a
That's
little
how you
info
always
telling
end
his
up.
hand. And
Everyone think the other one crazy and playing nitty.
Pretend to be loco.
Keita not having it, putting people on blast, saying
yeah.
Everyone wants to say they're aggressive, but you guys have had good hands.
Speaking of good hands, Adamo with another one here. Ace-King under the gun.
So hard to see those cards.
$6,500 to go. And again, DeVoris is a customer with the Jack-9 suited this time. Showing somewhat of a disproportionate willingness to tussle with Adamo, both in and out of position. We saw the 9-7 flat. Now here we see the Jack-9.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's a little nicer because it's in position, and you know, it's fine. But yeah, these guys have had, this is round 3, I think, already in this featured table that we've been at for not that long. So both players miss. As we see, that's the nature of no limit hold'em. Hard to make a pair, so position so powerful. And Ace-King, no. This is it's a good no pair to have, so let's see.
Play tennis, table tennis.
3-1 leads, almost a little greater, 77%. You see the equities there. Possible chop run out, 3-5
I'm injured,
for a couple percent.
Started
But
play tennis a bit, paddle. Everyone's talking about paddle nowadays.
Very dynamic and nice game. I like it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's quite funny and everybody.
It's easy to start, I would say.
Yeah,
Really easy.
everybody can play.
play any paddle or pickleball? Is that the guy up there?
I bought a pickleball set. I have yet to go out, even though my neighbor has a court in his backyard. We have a court at the community center, and there's courts everywhere in Vegas. All the poker players are playing. I still haven't even opened it up.
So table set, just not sat down.
But I
yet.
did buy a ping pong table for the house.
Okay.
So
baby steps.
Anytime you're in town, you want to get a little
Is that your
balls of fury going.
That's your special?
Come on down.
I've learned a lot in poker and gambling. Not to usually when people invite you for gambling activities, it's you want to.
I didn't say anything about gambling. Just come on down, play a little ping pong.
I know
Perhaps we end up wagering.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
It makes sense.
Both players whiffing on the
it
6-4
kills your
deuce board.
game,
Board
like-
pairs on the turn.
Like, technique is different for sure.
Very, very different.
Yeah.
Adamo not looking
Always
to
hard
fire.
when you play a lot of tennis and then a lot of paddle. Like,
On northern
Boris got one
Europe,
healthy, meaty
country,
bluff through on Adamo.
Finland,
At some point, you know, it's like playing with fire, picking up nickels
yeah,
in
they
the
have a lot of
street.
courts now.
Got to be
Yeah.
on a highway
Even in
traffic. You got to be
in
careful.
Israel, they added a lot of courts everywhere.
Dvoris checks back. Clubs get there. 4 to a straight on the board. Doesn't feel like anyone is working with that part of the deck as played.
I think I started just to have interesting cardio.
Probably burning lots of calories there.
Yeah.
What is the pulse range usually when you play paddle?
I don't know. I'm not at my best, like at the moment.
It's just the thing that tennis is considered really great because you're most of the time like in range of 120 to 140. Pulse. But,
Dvoris
like, for
knows
example,
Jack
I was
High is
playing
never going to be a
badminton
winner
for
here
some
in this
time,
spot, and
and
Adamo's checked it to
I
him.
guess it's not as good because you're really often like being at 180.
Yeah.
It's 34,500 in the middle.
So like 160 maybe.
Are you going to come with another heroic move?
I don't play well paddle.
Okay. But usually, you know, it's a partner game. It's 2 and 2 always.
Oh, okay.
So
All the colors of the rainbow
you might be cold as well.
How is it? Is it like
are put in there. 48,500, and again, Dvoris trying to steal Adamo bucks.
One by one.
Yeah, but I mean, just for training, you can cross.
Yes,
This
for training.
is
no?
curious. This time, you know, last time it was kind of
It's always 2 on 2.
just one of those spots where
But
it had
I
to fold,
think
and it was
they
such a
build
big
it
bet in the
somewhere
situation
smaller
here.
courts.
You know, it's also not really that attractive with Ace King. You realize you're just beating a stone bluff, but
yeah,
It's more tactic.
he looks more interested this time. Last time it was kind of like laughing, like almost like I know you're up to no good, but it doesn't matter. I can't call you here. It's sort of like, all right.
There are like 2 minutes points.
Might be even more, like 5 minutes.
No, 5 minutes.
Too much?
Yeah, it's too much.
This is fun though. No limit hold'em's fun when they start the overbet bluff pot on the river comes through. It's also
If you smash like LeBron,
it's fun,
probably
very
not.
fun to watch.
I was partying with him like 1 month ago. We meet
Sort
on
of.
a
Yeah, he looks kind of indifferent, sort of thinking this is close to decide what to do and how light. I think it's a bit capped right. Adamo, it feels like it's sort of obvious that he has like an ace high, like maybe some decent ace high, so it's kind of the problem, right? You basically lose to some pairs that are value betting like 5s, has a straight now, 7s could play this way. You know, maybe somehow an ace 3 suited, would ace 3 suited play like this and go for such a value bet? Like, he's just trying to think, what is happening here?
when he smashed.
And what do I beat? You know, what am I
Side
beating?
of the court, the ball goes
I
quite fast.
don't know. This
I
one
can't
looks way
smash
more
it
interested
late,
for
and
him
that's
than
what
the other one. It
happened.
was sort of obvious. His
Yeah.
facial tell early. He kind of laughed, you know, and he does ultimately make the call.
Oh yeah, and this time Dvoris is busted after floating the flop. And look at Adamo, a bit of a glare across the felt at Dvoris. And the first thought, I'm sure, in his mind is, well, what did you have last time? I've laid down those 2 9s.
Right.
On the
Yep, and we see it was 2 for 2 bluffs.
on the back of the
Calls
court,
this one.
smashing from there on his knees, and the ball comes.
Oh really? I haven't seen this.
Yeah, I will look it. I will send it.
Yeah, so another pot. Adamo just lost that big pot to Navarro, but he is picking up where he left off and back in the second, 325. You can see Pablo Navarro with 538,000. Quite a start for him.
Very much so, and most of it courtesy of taking down Adamo with the 2 kings after the ace-10 suited, called the 4-bet pre and floated the flop, picked up the nut flush on the turn. Adamo still sitting pretty, though, after having picked off Dvoris. 325,000, more than enough for him to work with. Both of those players up over 100 bigs. Greenwood, Dvoris, Ido, Badzu, Kuski, and Panakovs in that order. Brought to you by GG Poker.
Let me ask you, some players think they're short around 20, 30 blinds. Adamo's got 108. What do you think he goes to a break and is like, I'm short? What do you think he feels short at? How many big blinds? Is his like his
right,
threshold?
because he needs so many in order to play the style that he wants to play.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously short in terms of Adamo feeling constrained.
Yeah.
I don't know, anything less than 50 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah, he's willing. Yeah, exactly. I think that's right. But
He wants enough to empty some of the clip pre
yeah,
with something spicy and then have leftovers
a couple barrels
to
of
follow through. Yeah.
goodness. Yeah.
Yeah.
7.5.
It's got to be fun though, isn't it?
Yeah,
if you're a
ball
Damo
goes
to
off
play when you
on
come
the
to work,
gates.
and
Yeah,
it's a lot of these guys here are so accomplished, so good.
for
but if
free.
you're the one who
Yeah,
gets to
for
be
free.
the most aggressive, play the most
the ball
hands,
goes out.
put the most chips in, your V pick the most, it's just more fun, especially when you can do it effectively, because not so many people can play. I mean, we know that. Most people can't play
Yeah,
the
I mean,
style
the
effectively
top
because
of
we
the
don't
top.
see
No,
it.
but if
And
you play tennis, I
that's-
mean,
but it's got to be fun.
you don't use
Who
top
are some of the
spin.
players that come
Only
to
for that you
mind
use top spin.
in terms of
All the balls you cut.
a similar style to Adamos?
Because
Yeah,
you want to keep
just
it
that
low.
willingness to play those big pots and put you to the
Or high.
test.
Or
It's a good
As we
question.
see,
for free
bottom
for
set
four.
here for
No.
Dvoris against Adamo as he
Yeah.
once again locks
There are
horns
gloves for
with the Aussie. Unfortunately for him, on this occasion, that king high doesn't look like it's going to be much of a customer.
Get the position of the net on the net, and you win the points. Or you are in defense zone and you need to earn position on
Yeah,
the
so
net.
what is this cutoff versus big blinds?
Get
King
there.
4. Well, I mean, well, he doesn't have the backdoor flush draw possible. So maybe I think if he did, you know, this could be one of those ones he could put in for a check raise with some double backdoors. But honestly, they've been tangled enough. I think at some point you just gotta. You can't try to win every single hand.
Not with the schedule, though.
King 4
Good
off.
Oh, you tried telling that to Michael
That's right. I
Adamo.
mean,
Although he obviously folds this one as
Yeah.
Dvoris
Yeah,
doesn't get
mornings.
quite the rebate he needed.
And it's nice in the morning. Good,
Maybe
good temperature.
if you start now and you come from tennis, probably you are better than me at paddle.
I'm not as good in tennis, though.
You are not good at tennis?
No.
Adrian plays pretty good. Adrian, va bien.
Yeah, I know.
He plays well, yeah.
Yesterday they make
Also,
a
Real Madrid
tournament of
making
paddle
another
on
final,
win
which
a match,
is the 20
Champions
so
League,
that
yeah.
is on
pretty
another casino
sure a little
here in
extra
Madrid.
pep in the step of some
And
people
Adrian
around
makes
town
second.
here. It's exciting time.
Are we going to
With
stay an
the
extra 3
coach
days?
of
But actually, the
Wigan,
game's not
the
here in
one
Madrid.
that-
It's
There's a
over in
tournament here,
Paris, I
Yes,
believe.
yes, Paris. Was
With
in
poker
Against
players.
St.
Arsenal
Petersburg.
or Liverpool?
Liverpool. It was St. Petersburg moved due to the situation a while ago.
What situation are you talking about, Jeff?
Yes, the current this war that has happened. They moved it from St. Petersburg and now it's in Paris. And
Yeah.
Liverpool versus Real, quite a matchup there. So
Yeah, going to be a treat.
yeah, it should be fun. Did you watch any of that, or did you follow it a little? Like kind of the storyline.
I
You're not, like,
used
a
to
big-
be quite a soccer fan. These days, I have very little bandwidth to keep up on my sports. We see Ido raising to 7,000. That's Ikuski in the big dominated. Will defend with the king 4.
Yeah, they had a couple ridiculous comebacks, like, you know, just probability-wise, like 95, 97, 98%
Yeah.
out. One,
I'm
the
not
last
used to
game was
these
like
tables.
down, you know, 1 in the, or down 2 in the 80-something
no,
minute, and I think they scored 2, and then
Don't play too
the
much
extra time
like
got another. This
poker.
guy Benzema, if you heard of him,
Of
he's
course,
been,
come on, Karim
you know,
Benzema.
he was like the FIFA guy. He used to play
Yeah,
FIFA. I feel like he's been forever, this guy, around, just getting
Other
buckets,
circuits.
but yeah, definitely
And
exciting,
other
exciting,
circuits, in Spain.
exciting time for the
It's
world of
worldwide.
football.
They got a little bit of a squad here in Madrid. There's no question about it.
I live like
Ido
20 minutes from
got a
here.
little bit of a draw. Got shot
So
Broadway,
when
backdoor
there are
diamonds, fires
something
5,000, and
good
down
here,
goes
I
the
come.
king 4, despite that king
Even
of
if it's
spades
bad, I
working
come
for
too.
bads.
When it's so close.
Yeah, it's like you see your friends. It's good.
I like Madrid. First time coming here for me. It's nice.
If you want to know places to something, just
Whatever
ask
you need.
or yeah. I live
Places to
here
something.
for my entire life.
He's playing off this alias role. He's got all bases covered.
Who do you support, Real or Atletico?
Real. Yeah.
I think it's better.
Yeah, major soccer city here, Atletico Madrid as well. I mean, they've, I don't know, the storyline they've had is pretty incredible. They've been really close to winning Champions League a couple times and had it ripped away in like final minutes of being there. So.
Yeah, also she might like.
But definitely quite a pedigree of soccer in the city. A lot of action there.
No question.
They're closer now, but like before, like in their history, Real was like one of the best in the world in Atletico.
Well, they set a place for me, so I assume it's on the way.
You ordered it like a while ago, right?
6,500 to go from
I
Ido.
see, you
His
know, you
countryman
gotta look for
Navarro with the
underdog.
ace-9 suited. Flats him.
Yeah, of course. I'm scared for the best team.
Yeah, I thought there was a possibility that like most of the things.
There was actually game Real Atletico like the last Sunday.
I guess I can wait until break.
But I mean, there's like there's no more pressure because
Trade
like
deuce and a couple of
doesn't get the
spades.
result much
Advantage
anymore,
Navarro in a very real
Real
way.
already won the La Liga, so it's a shame we missed also a little over a week ago there was a huge game in semi-final Champions League.
The final is next week.
Yeah, and it was semi-final Real versus Man City here,
Oh, wow.
and they were losing. They had like probably I don't know maybe 2% equity or something.
Yeah.
They were like they were losing. They lost the first game and they were losing 1-0 at the second game at like 5 minutes before the end of the game. They scored twice, so they got to overtime and then they won in overtime.
So unexpected. Like,
It was for sure less than 2%. For
Waves
sure.
the white flag.
On
Navarro bets in position, takes it down. Kuski talking about that match.
I don't know the
Jeff?
on last minute of the game that there were only extra time, they have to 5. They have to score 2 goals to Manchester City. That is
Best team in the
very
world.
the best team in the world. To draw the match,
And then you go.
and then you have to go to the
Overtime.
overtime. Yeah.
Honestly, it wasn't even horrible defense for Man City. Like the opportunities just kind of came out of nowhere, and then they just finished them. It was just crazy how like fast it happened.
Yeah, that sums it up. It was definitely. That's why you play sports, though, right? You play the whole time, and remember the Brady Super Bowl 99.7%, 28-3. I mean, these things happen. It's why you don't leave early. Yeah.
You don't like soccer?
Yeah, that was.
I like it, but I just, I
That
don't
was
watch
crazy.
that
I was
much
at that
sport.
game. People leaving early, kind of empty,
This
sort of.
Spanish like
early,
soccer.
Demoralized.
Yeah, it's,
Who could blame him?
yeah.
I play sometimes.
Play
Futsal as well.
5 against 5, no? On a small court.
Futsal's 5 against 5, yeah.
It's not something I want to play as an adult, you know. It was fun when we were kids, but like as an adult, you know,
It's
it's
very-
so easy to get injured every time you play. No?
An all-time.
Flush draw
Yeah.
for Panakovs.
Flush.
No space.
After he got in there from the small.
I prefer to
So I
play
think you do
tennis,
this.
you know. Keep my opponent on
I
the
know.
other side.
Ace of clubs working. Middle pair, top kicker.
If you play like, I sort of play very non-serious sort of
I knew you. I
Or in
knew
the
I
half.
forgot, but I
Everyone's
didn't
trying, but
realize
it's not
who
like-
that,
I like.
who that general
I
was.
love to watch tennis, but the few times that I play, I have in my head
Yeah,
the
I mean,
things that I watch.
I just got that key
Okay,
card,
now
the
I
ace of
want to
clubs.
do
You're gonna
and
it.
try
sort of
and
nice
get-
mid
yeah,
pair,
nothing.
top
So,
kicker.
like,
So
yeah.
certainly not going anywhere. There's definitely some interesting runouts here that could.
Yeah, I mean,
Cause some
tennis is an annoying
fireworks.
game to get in because like it takes so long to
Ooh.
get to a high level.
There's potentially
got
one of
there
them.
yet.
The queen of clubs, which gives
so many
Panakovs the 10 high flush. However, Ido now
Like for a
with a
short
draw to the
period and
nuts.
pretty bad one. So like he wasn't really telling me much except like, you know, he was
Yeah.
like kind of a
This is it.
playing
That's
partner
one of
more.
those.
Like,
Exactly
he was
right. This is
giving me
one
a
of the-
little advices, but he were missing some even basic things. So. Yeah, whatever. You know, I was always considering more like a.
I hear Adamo
day
talking
of the
about some
exercise
footy.
anyway.
I might try to sneak in
doesn't
that
really
game. You know,
matter.
it's,
Okay, you
it'd be
go
nice to be able to say you
slow.
smacked
Call?
Adamo around in
1, 2,
something.
3.
I don't know. I don't know. if
Lord
he's-
knows poker's the toughest of the
yeah.
things.
Yeah, who knows? He could be a
table
wizard
tennis, yeah.
soccer player too. But
Yeah.
take my chances there rather than a heads-up match in
Yeah, we had
No Limit
some,
Texas Hold'em.
such a nice.
Panakovs
nice, like,
firing
points in,
4,500
Monaco.
after making the flush.
Matthias and Jan.
Now a decision for Ido as to how he'd
Yeah,
like
and
to navigate.
The good thing that we are like
Just
on
a flat.
such a similar level, like you know, we are just like everyone of us winning, other one like in a different days. So
wow.
Trip nines on the end for Ido. This could make it very difficult for him to get away from his hand.
And that ace of clubs is going to be very important as well in terms of factoring into a potential decision for Ido to raise if, as we presume, Ponikov's fires again.
My name is Juan Pablo
Yeah, it's interesting. He's got like the key blocker,
They
key
put
everything going on here
one
against
corral
full
that
houses,
is
against
like
the nut flush, and
nobody
Ponikov's probably
calls
goes for a
like
big sizing here.
Like your middle name.
And then,
No,
you say 6?
Six.
Okay, so goes for the
My
super
name
small
is
sizing,
Juan
not a big
Pablo.
sizing,
That's
and
my name,
very
and
interesting
my
now
surname
because
is
I think
Navarro
there's,
and Corral.
I mean, forget the flush, right?
So
Ido's
they
just
take
probably going to
the
be
first
value bet, even the
and
trip
the
9, so he's already, he's got like a backup, he
Everybody
doesn't
calls
think he
me
can ever
on the
get
video,
raised here,
Pablo
and
Navarro.
I don't see how he could just call, right? So he's going to probably likely just goes decent size raise and call from Ponikov, so it would have been interesting to see how Ponikov's went for like 20 or 20, like 30,000. Would he have re-raised that? Now it's just
Oh, look at this, though. That 6,000 has induced Ido to shoot it up to 33,000. And with the board paired, Ponikov's obviously not going to be tremendously comfortable. His clubs aren't nutted, and obviously the boats are certainly in the range there. But is it the kind of hand he can lay down? Seems doubtful. 27,000 to call for a shot at 66.
They don't know how you play.
Yeah, so this way I think we are again just going to see that
I can't even do like
small bet and
do like
big raise, just called.
Now-
He
now
bet
you-
big
now
though,
you know, no?
and got
Yeah,
raised.
I
He
didn't
could
put the
potentially
pieces
fold, but I don't know. I just
Yeah, I didn't realize.
don't see how he's going to fold. Although, yeah, he's sort of
Nobody knows my
realizing that
face.
it's not an amazing situation.
What's the timeline for that?
You know, and if you're 8-0 and you get called here, you're going to kind of think you have the best hand, right? I mean, it's sort of like he's betting for value now at this point with that sizing from Ponikov. So.
Australia, on Sunday, at what time you start greening?
like for like rowing and pulling.
I think it's not
like
too bad,
pretty
right?
close
8
to
a.m. or
being
something?
good.
90?
Like what it was before. But
Wow.
race 90.
Wow. Okay.
For,
Okay.
Ambitious.
for pushing it.
The worst in Thailand.
And risky.
You have to play at
And
night
also
time.
again,
And the
sort of,
tournament starts at
if
1
you're
a.m.
if
And if you
you're 8-0
much
here
late
and you
race,
block
wake up at
the,
6.
it's just kind of a
6
wild
a.m.
hand, right? It's sort of a crazy spot
but
because
it's
now
not
you're just
good.
sort of like, what is
3
going
days.
on?
Early changes.
The thing is
That is
though,
the worst thing
he
of
has the
poker.
key nut flush, right? So it's like you start thinking about what.
Well,
hand
he
is
also
repping.
has the 9.
Right, and so it's like, wow, does my opponent have jacks or queens? That's kind of what he's repping here, I guess. It's just a nice raise there with the 10-3
You were
suited.
living there?
This is a very interesting hand.
The story just doesn't really check out when you're looking at the ace of clubs and
Right.
the 9 of spades in your hand.
Right.
At the gym at like.
Yeah, but at the same time, what is your opponent bluffing with though? Like, is he bluffing you with like, what does he have that he's like representing?
10 of clubs
Yeah.
is a key card that we would imagine they would have in their hand.
I think he's free. So like.
Maybe 10-9
I'm
even?
just saying, what I mean is like it isn't
Which
his
is not
style,
really a
like,
bluff.
gambling,
Right.
like,
I'm
But we
just-
beat it?
like, pay, like,
This hand is
$2
actually
an
kind of
hour.
trippy.
Right.
And now it's kind of awkward too, because you're like, yeah, do I want to? It's like if you call, it feels not really good because you think you're probably not good. But then if you rip it, you know what? How much? Oh, he has 10K behind, right? So there's no real.
Literally, if guys come in,
Yeah, it's.
Oh, and Ido pays it off.
Wow, really,
guys like what?
really nice
Nifty.
extraction of value there
Yeah.
from Ponikov's.
for like they
Very
like, whatever,
nifty.
with 12
I was
to
all
1,
over the
it
place on
goes
that
with,
hand.
like,
I mean,
it's
I said
like
small, a big bet, it goes small, and then it
90.
was a raise, and he went re-raise. I mean, it's.
No, you're right.
It's just. Listen, I can admit when I'm wrong and lost. If you guys at home, maybe someone's
I think what
sorted
we
that
do,
out,
like,
but I
three
was,
things
you know,
in Italy.
they were just all over on a different level on that one.
Yeah. Lines up to 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K ante.
We get more
That's bad
tomorrow,
news for the short stacks.
Nope.
As
You
value
get
continues
more
to
when reg
dwindle.
closes.
Sorry?
When reg is closed.
Oh, okay. An extra 12?
Hmm?
Is it 12 more or
5.
5?
And then 5 at the final table.
I like to get 5 when reg closes because people who max light reg need to get something, and then you.
Right.
Yeah. What are we playing down to tonight? Levels or people?
To the final table.
Oh man.
No,
I mean, they might not do that. It's, actually, it's a pass.
I think also it's turbo.
I think it's gonna be late, like 12, no? Final table. Maybe
Yeah,
1, even.
That's not that right. So, yeah.
Do you know this, Ali? Is there in registration close? Is it at the? Because if they're playing to a final table, I'd imagine it's not the 5. You know, I guess that's important to know. Not
5
sure.
hours after the onset of the tournament, so after the 10th level, given that the levels are 30 minutes long,
Okay.
is when registration closes. Badziakuski makes it 9,000 to go.
much are you
First
fined?
hand of the 2K, 4K level. Out of the cutoff. Dvoris on the stickier side of the spectrum. Does defend with 3-4 offsuit. And flops himself bottom pair on an ace-high board out in front of Mikita's queen high, but out of position. Checks it over.
Yeah, 112K stack. Got absolutely nothing. I mean, just probably goes small bet and tries to, you know, get it done here. 7K and Dvoris with, you know, backdoor galore. He's got the backdoor, a couple backdoor straight draws for the wheel or the 5-6. He's got a diamond in his hand, but still, it's not, you know, you're not fist pumping on the flop with this by any means. Does call.
Hard to make a pair.
It's super hard. He did it. He's got that part. He is out of position against a very capable opponent. And Makita, when he gets called, not going to love that, but there are some
some turn cards that Dvoris is going to like.
Yeah.
3 of hearts certainly can be counted among them. And Dads has a check to him once more.
Yeah, I mean, there's really just a no equity bluff on the flop because there's no real backdoor straight or flush draw possible for Badziakowski to pick up. Badziakowski is going to decide, do I want to go for a 2-barrel shell or just surrender on the white flag, and ultimately does. And if you're Dvoris, that's actually one of the few really not fun cards because your 2-pair gets
counterfeited.
Cut down, however you want to call it. It is now just a 4 with a 7 kicker. So at the same time, nice to see the check back on the turn. Definitely gives you some hope that you're good. It also is scary, though, in some ways, because a lot of players, when they have some showdown, they check back. So Makita thinking, what can I do? Can't beat anything. And gives up. And 4-3, going to hold up in the court of law right there. Going to pick up 38K. Makita with the 105K, hovering around 20 blinds all of a sudden. 25, I guess, right? 4K big blind. So still plenty of chips, but going the wrong direction. Dvoris, we see, been mixing it up, playing a lot of hands, and making some good decisions.
And speaking of good decisions, it's always a good idea to head over to GG Poker and sign up for an account, especially when you can get up to $600 in a matched deposit bonus. All you got to do is use the promo code Triton2022. Also have the option to get $100 in rewards. And of course, there's the free $50 Global Millions ticket also available. Head on over to GG Poker today.
Yeah, that's, as I mentioned, Panikov, saw him at the Super Million final table just on Tuesday, getting a nice score. I think he got third.
Probably I shouldn't bluff.
Several hundred thousand, so it's always nice to come off a nice 6-figure score online, hop in the live streets and give it a go. Playing online, playing live, definitely different games, but we see a lot of the world's best able to compete and be successful at both.
Queen 10 off suit for Navarro. 8 to skate. 2 red kings is going to be a roadblock here, as Dvoris is in the small blind.
Yeah, one of the nice things about being active and mixing in some modest holdings for 3 bets is when you do get the power big pair that matches, it's you know, you get a little more, sometimes a little more action than others. And I'd say Divorce and Nadamo have been two of the more aggressive players, and not always having just that tier 1 premium hand. Although this one is no customer available. Queen 10 off, gonna pitch it.
Thank you, thank you.
Navarro not making a meal of things with that Queen 10 in the face of the 3-bet.
Yeah, time clock's really nice on Triton. The nice touch they have with different streets having different set times, so it's pretty cool. But honestly, I haven't really, for Cyprus, I didn't see any real tanking, and so far today I haven't really seen any unnecessary things, and that's something that there has been a complaint in general, not many in poker, but if that's one people would talk about. And you know, I think these guys, I actually believe the clock sort of trains you, sort of like playing online poker. Every hour there's a break. Sometimes when you're not playing, you have to go to the restroom every hour for, you know, and this is sort of like, I think once you have that clock sort of dialed in like that, maybe you just sort of naturally just play quicker. And
Jeff, are you saying that you actually use the restroom once an hour?
Every hour.
That's remarkable.
For a while, but I haven't played a lot of online poker lately. So, but for a period of time, there was literally days where that would happen. I'm not kidding.
That's a mechanized bladder you wield.
Yeah, and I think there's others out there that would stand up with me there. I don't think I'm on. I don't think that's only myself, but anyone else.
We're not talking evacuations. We're just talking about number ones here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be extraordinary.
Because that would be just digestive Formula One.
Right, and they say it's good.
Once an hour.
They say you're supposed good to go a lot in a day, but I've never heard of that. I'm not claiming that. But anyone on YouTube want to back me up on the synchronized number ones? I'm happy for you guys to chime in. Ali's looking a little funny over here, actually, guys. Anyone at all could just say me too or something.
I can go like a week on the same bottle of water.
Right.
I think it's in the DNA. We're from a nomadic double helix.
Yeah, that's all right.
Desert dwelling.
Hey, teach his own, whatever works.
A7-6 here is 2 players have flopped. Middle pair on an ace-high board. Navarro outkicked by Divorce. Closes the action with a check and makes himself queens and sevens on the turn, promptly in position against a field of 3.
Yeah, queen 7 suited. Hard hand to play, hard hand to make a lot with. There's a 2-pair situation, and he's got a nice hammer lock on the hand, only having to fear the gut shot against the particular holdings he's against. And a 4-card rainbow out there. No flush draws available, and he sees a bet. Just gonna call.
Ponakovs took his little stab there with the Broadway gutty. Gives a glance over to Divorce.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello, 10 of diamonds.
Just doesn't feel right. Jungle says bet your gutters. There it is, and that is quite a card. I mean, it looks like Divorce had, everything in order, all in check. Just got a fade 10, got in position, best hand, and Ponakovs.
Well, Divorce very much was looking to kind of flat and then let Ponakovs go off on the river seeking value with 1 pair, maybe an ace, with the queens and sevens being dominant. And now he is the one in danger.
I think this is going to be a really meaty sizing. We saw him get that small bet before and then get a raise in. I mean, just too many maybe 1-pair hands here that if you bet small and just get called. So, again, I think the most fascinating part of poker is the sizings, and it's fun to take a guess at what these players are going to do.
75.
And ultimately get wrong enough. This time I'll take that one right. He does go for a aggressively large bet.
They give you more.
And actually, versus this 2-pair hand, it might just work. I mean, you got to believe he was calling many sizings. This is actually one of the few that he could potentially find a path out. But I don't know. I mean, queen 7, you just call the turn, and now you hit that hand on the river. I mean, like, you got to think as well, what bluffs is he just following through with? And he just calls relatively fastly.
Yeah, and this is going to be a brief bout of heartburn for Daniel Divorce as he calls the 1.5x sizing from Ponakovs. Gets max value on that king-jack after sprinkling the 10K out there. And you may have noticed the arrival of Kiat Lee, who we welcome into the fold here at our feature table. Kiat Lee, a very nice run for himself. in Triton.
I think
out at
Orange
Cyprus, his first event.
has
Picked up a
let
second
us,
place in the 75K short deck, winning $840,000.
Yeah, I heard whispers about his short deck ability. People
Yeah.
were saying how talented he was.
Bit of a
and
beast.
one of the guys maybe a little less familiar because he hasn't, as you said, played a lot. That was his first really time in the Triton streets. So, you know, not trying to blow up his spot, but he can play some short deck. No one can hold him. Imagine he's got some game too. So.
There's heaps of vegan butters that taste
I respect the guys a lot that just, you know, flick it in on stuff too where they're less apt. Like short deck, some of the guys that have said they don't really play much. I'm sure they've done a little bit of work before you start throwing in a lot of firepower into buy-ins, but you know, it's cool if you just kind of learn as you go, and some of these guys may be a little more willing to do than others in the games they're less familiar with. And you never know who's telling the truth, right? Those guys, you could be the guys saying they don't know what they're doing. They could be there really running some, doing some deep dive work, but.
Sergio Ido knows what he's doing with 2 black 7s, makes it 8,000 to go. Adamo in the big blind with a dusty 6 tray will defend.
A little surprised by this because I think Adamo's so interested in playing big with, you know, big. Oh.
Ido only with 68,000.
A little surprised he defends there.
Flops himself 7s full of 9s. It gets no better.
It's actually, and it could, you know, against that big blind, that is, yeah, I like that, right? Because if you had ace queen, ace king, you'd probably check. Thinks it could hit his range more and ultimately slows down. And now Adamo, maybe given a little rope, could decide to take the reins here. Look, it's a 20K buy-in. It's still a big buy-in, and no one likes getting up, going to the cage, and reloading. So, you know, anytime you can put someone under pressure to have to stand up, take that walk, and swipe their Lux on pay card, it's not fun. So he doesn't go for it, though. He says, you know what, I'm just not going to, with 6 high, no equity, I'm not going to go for this spot. But look at, man, Edu just trying to let him catch up in any way possible.
Ido checking back as the board runs out. King 3. Sergio would love to see Adamo try to value bet as he has hit the 3, and that's exactly what he does, betting 7,500. Must feel like he's targeting an ace high. Sizing certainly is appropriate.
Yeah, so now Sergio really, his only question is, how much can I get? What is the right size? Is there any way he was, you know, he's going to go small-ish, 25.
Yeah, and Adamo does not look amused whatsoever. I don't think he anticipated a world in which Ido would be raising on the end here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because now he's starting to think, like, what 9Xs does he have that he, off his stack that he's opening? Then he starts thinking, you know, would he check back kings on the flop and then hit the boat? Like, it's just, to your point, it's sort of like,
Kings feel like a possibility, certainly, but the 9X is a little less.
At the same time, kings on the flop, I still think is going to bet because you target the 7X, or Adamo's so capable of making a raise on a draw.
No, it's just a
Maybe
bottle.
he would just want to be betting that. But either way, gets 1 extra chip out of Adamo that he may not have. Almost 2 blinds extra from Sergio. So he went with caution, went with patience, more, I guess, relevant in that spot, and did get a little extra from his efforts with kings. So important pot, he's short. That helps.
If I want to, I can look it. Okay, thank you. No, I just take more careful. I'm more careful. So
right.
when there is
Also,
action,
when you're touching
I don't
chips,
care
like.
that much now. But thank you for letting me.
You're moving me? Yay!
Fazio Kuski figuring it can't get much worse than this.
Bye bye.
In terms of formidable competition. No shortage of it here at our feature table.
Yeah.
We're down to 7-handed.
Probably not too many amazing seat draws just in general, but of course there is a pecking order of tables. When you look around, that's a big thing. That tournament, there's not really a way to keep track of that or determine. But look, when you're in a 61-person field playing 7 or 8-handed, and you look around, there's definitely, if you were able to select your table, you would have a choice, right? If you had a choice, you'd be like, all right, I'd like to take one of these for you, and probably not that. So I think that's an underrated thing in tournament poker. That does matter. You know, day 1 or 2 in these 2-day events, when you get drawn and you see that table draw, it's definitely it's relevant, especially on day 2s and where the chips are located and what players have them. It's a big deal.
Ido with King 7 suited, making it 8,000.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No takers.
Yeah, it's fine.
As he looks to spin his way back into a healthier stack.
A little hot here, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just the lights. When is the break after level 8?
8.
40 minutes. Thank you.
Folded around to Daniel Dvoris. Makes it 9,000 to go with his ace-10. Queen deuce, not enough kit for Ido.
El descanso ahora es más largo.
Yeah, this is, it's like they're still figuring out the late reg was 5 hours total from the start of the day. Take a look at the chip counts there. Pablo having his way, the unknown, sometimes can be an advantage.
Indeed. Not really a baseline established just yet by most of the players. On Pablo Navarro, the newcomer, 529,000 in front of him, good for 132 bigs. Alexis Panakovs, 79 bigs, 314,000. Adamo in third with a healthy 291, followed by Greenwood, who has been very inactive here at the featured table. Kiat Lee, the newcomer. Dvoris has been very active, and then Ido, who is looking for spins, sitting on 25 bigs. Blinds at 2 and 4,000. Brought to you by Polymarket, the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics.
So you
Whether
need
it's the Triton series,
to
politics,
hire
current
probably
events,
some person
and
who's
more.
gonna
Check out the
watch all
latest
the
events
time.
happening on polymarket.com.
You need to be like quick. Yeah.
Also, they might not even know what a good game looks like, what a game like would look.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Ollie. Polymarket, right? Trading on topics. I love that. That's a great idea. I just trying to get my head around that. I have to go check that out.
You need to get your wallet around it.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Queen 10 suited, and perhaps Greenwood is going to make an appearance in this pot. Indeed, opens for a raise to 9,000.
His ears are burning. We're just calling him out
Yeah.
for VPIP not being through the roof, but
Yeah.
we've seen his holdings not getting dealt in. Definitely someone who's not afraid to go post flop. And look at Navarro, got the chip lead and checking a little temperature over there. Wants to see what's happening. You know what he says? I've noticed you've been quiet. Let's see. Maybe you're just itching to play. I'm gonna go ahead and pop you up. The King 5 offsuit.
He's
And
got big stack energy.
Yes. BDE,
25,000.
Yeah. BSC, man, I love it. That's good. Upstairs, and Greenwood with the playable hand.
Yeah.
Can't imagine going anywhere, especially for the small sizing.
But you were not interested in those games on coin poker, or just no trust at all? All right.
All right, right, so Navarro can't expect to get too many folds for that sizing. He's going to get his wish. And look at that. When you know you're going to flop top pair, may as well just put a good price and bring him right in.
Obviously, it wasn't premium holding for Navarro after he 3-bet it, but position and the big stack will go a long way, as will hitting top pair up against Greenwood's Queen 10, which finds itself in backdoor territory, looking for runners to Broadway or spades. Good check from Greenwood, drawing a C-bet of 18,000 from Navarro.
So probably you might. I mean,
I haven't gotten in by yet.
but never.
And his wheels are spinning here. I mean, he does have, again, he's got some backdoor opportunities, but really it's not one of the better flops when you get 3-bet and you're out of position to really stick around with. So time bank being used, so he's interested.
I don't know how we made it that. I was thinking about this.
I think he's probably trying to plan out the rest of this pot. If he chooses to float in this particular spot, he is sitting on 234,000, but obviously Navarro with the big stack could press very hard.
They could raise.
With a miss a seat or something, yeah.
It's sort of how the way it works. Like, sort of, it's better to stay longer.
Not good for health.
Big raise. I mean, and the interesting part is, although he's running into top pair, it's a very modest top pair. So this is Navarro doesn't seem like a guy to me that's going to just be pitching top pair, though, as most wouldn't really think to. Although, again, he's got a
when you finish,
dicey
when
one.
you start, perfect.
Questions are being asked by Sam Greenwood as he check raises 18 to 51.
That's why I sometimes
And
hate
Navarro
to wait for some
using
boxing
a
event.
time bank.
Like you just wait sometimes 3 hours.
Well, I think there's enough turn cards where
Like, a lot of people like
Greenwood can follow through. Now there's some cards he's just probably going to shut down on. I mean, I just can't imagine anything else but call here.
once you like start your
Right? Although this hand has seen 2 unorthodox turns, so the king 5 off is a little wide, and then the queen 10 suited check raising when you got 3-bet pre. And hello, equity is come in on the turn.
7 of spades, giving Greenwood the backdoor flush draw. But he wasn't thrilled with Navarro's decision to call the raise, as now there's 162,000 in the middle. Greenwood with 183 in his stack as he's thinking about charting a course to a W.
So you can do like only 5-hour session or something.
Yeah, I do a lot of short sessions now. But
Yeah, I mean, just jumping with 10 BDs.
yeah, done a lot of bullets on like 10, 12, 15 blinds.
Interesting. So 40K, all of a sudden trying to keep control of the hand, but also not go committal with betting and having a queen high flush draw by any means. So this is very interesting spot. And if you are Mr. Navarro here, you kind of start thinking like, all right, I got a little saucy with the king 5 off. How could things get out of hand? I flop top pair in position, and now here I am sort of guessing. And wow, unbelievable. He did the whole enchilada right there.
40,000 gets piled on as Navarro asks for the full amount. Certainly not giving Greenwood credit for a 7, let alone
this is
a hand that's going to be able to call this king 5.
He's thinking about, I mean, he's going to he cannot call, but he's just doing a little bit, kind of like, where did this go wrong? I actually turned to equity. This wasn't part of my plan. Normally he's just going to get called there by almost anything. And Navarro gets a lot of chips from that modest hold-in. Well done. And extends his lead at this table and likely in the field overall. What a start for Navarro. See a new table ad put us back to 8-handed. And well, say that divorce is gonna be moved.
Yep, he's being collared by our staff here.
I want to move from this table.
Dive there.
Why would I do that?
Too many mind games. Luck.
You clip this on, or you just?
Sounds like too much room for options.
Yet another
Sounds like too much room
new
for
arrival
options.
to
In
our
whatever
feature
room.
table here in event number 1.
Is this the scanner?
Yes. In the box.
I like that shirt. A little festive.
Man's here to party.
That's the guy you expect to be pip high, but he could be coming in and just tighten it up and throw people for a loop. That is quite a shirt.
Efforting information on our new arrival as the Triton Poker Plus app is updating. Meanwhile, Navarro continuing to throw his weight around with the ace queen. Opens to 8,000. Adamo flats with the suited connector, and now Ido with the ace-jack on the button. Could have potentially felt like putting in a squeeze, as I do think some of these players have placed Navarro under a bit of suspicion.
Yeah, he's on notice, I think, from some. Although Makita wasn't having his advertisement, right? He said that I'm a wild player, and Makita said some, people that say they're wild are tight, but as it plays, he is going to be having the best starting hand. Although ace queen, man, that's a tricky one to play post flop. It's just not too many boards that come home that are usually super lucrative, and if you do flop an ace or a queen, it's hard to play a huge pot against someone that has a worse hand, because they're going to be treading a bit lightly generally with ace jack or queen king if you do flop a top pair. So difficult hand. I think that's the one hand in Norman Hold'em that I think is the most fascinating as like a strong holding, but hard to play.
Greenwood, after defending the big blind, flops 2 overs in the gut shot straight draw. Navarro elects not to follow through in a 4-way spot. And Adamo with the gut shot and backdoor clubs barrels away.
It's been so long.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're a short decks champion.
Lucky. You've been playing?
It's crushing the short deck, huh? I have not been playing. I dabble here and there since COVID started, but mostly just working on the business.
You're a businessman now.
100% businessman, recreational poker player.
Field folds, now back to Navarro.
Mostly in poker, but there's also like we do other stuff like I partially own clinics and restaurants.
Looks like he wants to take a peek at what the turn has in store. Out of position against Adamo.
You're coming with a team, right?
And that king does give Navarro the gut shot Broadway draw to go with what is the best hand. Adamo, meanwhile, picking up the club draw to go with the gutty. Has it checked to him again.
All 4 of us are playing.
Really interesting board. 5-6 improves equity. Still has 6 high, and Navarro does have some key clubs there, key heart there. 1 club, 1 heart, both double flush draw board on the turn. So he's drawn to the nuts with the jack. Both players interested here.
That's what I did.
Indeed.
Sure, that's not what you did. You didn't put in for low.
If you're going to put in the barrel cards, the over card club, I think, is definitely one of the biggest ones that fits the bill. And look at this, 70,000 Ali, pot inflated, and Navarro. You kind of, again, you think, all right, could have the best hand. Let me see what's going on. But ultimately, you find yourself treading in some pretty precarious waters here, and this would be, I don't want to, it would be a lot. It would be impressive, it would be sticky, it would be dicey, but ultimately Adamo just going to get that one done. Don't really think calling there. It's just a little too, you have to have a lot go right, and then hopefully Adamo slows down. You can't just rest your laurels on hitting a jack. That's not a harder club on the river and feeling, having the nuts. So ultimately, again, well done, Adamo.
Showing us a bit of his mettle. And the new arrival at the table is another Thai entrant, Pachara Wongwichit. Sitting with 200,000, steady Eddie.
Tracing the Adamo Open to 10,000. Wang Wichit now mulls over how to navigate this king-queen, which has the queen-jack suited dominated. Choosing to flat.
A lot of red cards out there. Queen, jack, and king, queen. Queen, jack suited, king, queen off. We're going to see a
royal flush gutty. Was that what you were going to say, Jeff?
It got, yeah, stuttered, and then
it's never coming in, obviously.
Not.
The king of diamonds is busy, but
yes,
still a hell of a flop for Adamo here. Choosing to check to Pachada, who has the gut shot Broadway draw, backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, I'm sure Adamo plans on seeing 5 with the royal flush draw. They're at least getting likely. It'd be hard for him not to get to a river, but as played with the check now on the turn, he's got some decisions. Does he want to start betting his queen high? The answer is yes.
After the check back, 3 of spades affects nothing.
Yeah, wants to maybe get some king highs to fold, maybe some 5s or 6s, 7s, but he does check again. Interesting. And if you're a new player, I think Wong was talking about business and recreational skin. It's a little, you're under the bright lights, you're at the feature and playing against a guy that you likely are aware of is one of the more dangerous and capable players. As it stands, king high is ahead, and now the board gets a little cleaner for king high. The
third 10 after both players have checked this one down, flop and turn.
Interesting. I'm a little surprised he didn't bet ever on the turn, and he does go for the river bet now. I mean, is he just trying to make king high fold, Ali? Because, you know, if you had a pair in your hand and it was played like this, you'd probably call. It goes for a big bet. And gives it up, so finds a way and just gets it done, has a plan.
Makes it look so easy, doesn't he? As his queen high fires and takes it. And a quick peek at the chip counts now, brought to you by Armand de Grignac Champagne. Ace of spades, as it's commonly known. Pablo Navarro still up top. Almost 2-1 over Michael Adamo. Not quite, but nevertheless, a big gap. Ponikov's Wang Wichit, Lee, Greenwood, and Ido in that order, and it looks like Rui Cao has joined the festivities here at the featured table, such a staple on the Triton series and a very talented player.
That's not too bad.
Always not too bad for quads.
Rui Cao
I don't know.
playing under the French flag. $7.85 million winner over the course of his Triton experience. 8 cashes, 1 title. Out in Cyprus, back-to-back short deck results, 14th place. In London, rather, forgive me. 14th place, 25K short deck, good for 42.8, and then 5th place, 100K pound short deck, good for 783,000 pounds. That was back in 2019, pre-pandemic.
Yeah, no, obviously. But once you're there,
you win the night. Yeah, you won that night as well. No,
Cao's title coming in Montenegro in 2019 in a 1 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in. Short deck event. Good for 26.3 million.
That was fun.
That was quick.
Always fun. Play with you, always fun.
Who is that?
Rui Cao.
26
You're really
million?
good in tilting
Hong Kong.
people.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Don't get too
I was
excited.
thinking, well, I was
Jeff.
thinking you were thinking Elton saying from
Yeah, I can
no,
no,
Triton Million, but
Under the gun
no,
again.
no. You got your stats in order, Ali. I'm
It's
not heat
not
checking
easy.
you. I'm just
Really?
just
Playing with you
making
is
sure.
really fun.
Those are big numbers to throw around. That's
Those are very big
Enjoy
numbers.
this actually.
The worst thing in life.
Yeah, but I cannot do it every time like this. Otherwise, I die too fast. I raise 4,000 blinds still.
Five.
And Cal announcing his presence in the hijack with a 10-8 offsuit, shooting it up to 12,000 off of a stack of 200K. Now crabs for Navarro.
Just have starting stack.
Yes.
Ponikov's double checking on Rui Kao's depth as he defends and flops an open ender on the King 10-5 board. Rui with middle pair.
Did Navarro just he opened muck threes?
No, Kao raised.
And he folded though for
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you proud of him?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just he was in there with the King 5 off. He could peel a couple threes, go set mine in.
Now Ponikov's binks a jack to jump out in front of Rui Kao.
Aren't you surprised? You think he's? I wouldn't think you.
I would have thought he'd flat it.
Yeah.
Maybe 3-bet. I mean, that feels a little less appropriate. But. And what an awkward way to make two pair, as Ponikov's has queens and jacks on a king high board, but that 4-card rundown means any ace, any 9, and that 2 pair is dust. And against a pre-flop raiser, they can represent very easily that ace. Ponikov's is not going to be pleased at the 40,000 bet from Rui Kao, who didn't really hesitate whatsoever. Barrels
Quick
and
check
takes
back,
it down.
Check back at the hand just to make sure I got nothing, and then he checks it up, shoots it up on him. Nice welcome to the table from Rui. Yeah, just gets right in, takes it down.
Yes, he does.
How much D-Day is on?
How much what?
D-Day is on the stream. You guys
30
know?
minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Rui putting the Triton Poker Plus app to work there to keep tabs on the
You have
action.
30 minutes till
You
we
can
find out you're full of shit.
go back
We have
and
30 minutes to find out you're
No,
full
no,
of
no.
shit.
It's for
look up player profiles,
I want to watch.
seating charts,
11.
stack depths, and even
Come on.
hand-by-hand hand histories
We
at
all know how
every
you play by
single
now, it's
table,
not
as we have
a big
dedicated
secret.
staff overseeing the festivities at each and every one of our
Maybe
tables.
he doesn't know.
You start wondering where do you go from here or there, and then every stop, Ellie, a little nicer chairs here. We got got the hand-by-hand replay online if you want to see it on the app. Yeah, it's pretty
Impressive.
elaborate.
How much was your stack? You cover me? And how much the raise?
Navarro had his Wheaties today. He is getting aggressive, and King 5 off, shot it up, Queen 8 suited, gonna qualify for him.
Well, at some point, that King 5 hand is going to become available for the players to see on the delay on the stream, and I'm sure plenty of them are wondering exactly what was going on there. What's going on here is Rui Kao defended against the 3-bet and has flopped himself trip aces while Navarro has air. With the action check to him, he barrels. 12,000. Pretty downsized.
Yep. And if you know, this is a flop. You have control. You 3-bet. Definitely going to favor. You're going to have put your opponent and just get a lot of folds. You're just going to get a lot of, you know, worse, you know, some king queens, king jacks hands that just don't really want to stick around. Missed it, but as played, he is not going to get a fold from trip aces, and a little problematic here too. He's going to pick up some, you know, hits the queen. So this may allow him to just check though with getting called in the flop, and but I don't. This guy doesn't usually check a lot, so he improves. Ali looks like he's going to go for a bet. He's grabbing chips.
Yeah, and perhaps exercising a bit more caution given the board texture on the flop and Rui Kao's willingness as the pre-flop raiser to check call would be in order, although maybe we're targeting also some of the middling pairs that would also proceed in this way. Rui calls the 29,000, and Navarro is drawing dead.
Oh my goodness.
This is a
Wow.
disaster card for Navarro. Rui Kao has to have quads or pocket kings in order for this queen 8 not to be a winner.
Right. And kings are super unlikely. And look at that, though, because look at good awareness there to check back. And that is, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So evaded one there.
Just when you think Navarro is looking reckless, he fires a synapse that demonstrates some pretty high-level understanding, right? That third ace made his hand look as pretty as it had at any point in that pot, and it's the street in which he found the check when he was cooked.
And rather quickly. I got to say, that shows that he does have some poker aptitude, and he's, you know, he's keeping us guessing, but he's also dialed in, Ali, at the same time, and that's a dangerous brand to play when you are able to have that range. So, well done. Good break. Good breaks there. Actually, I was wondering if Rui might lead out there, but I think you can't blame him, right, to slip some rope. But
yeah, I mean, that lead still looks strong, right? It's not a middling pair at that point.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm just saying, I think there's so many checkbacks that happen. But yeah, granted, if he had king 8, right, maybe he would have bluffed if he didn't happen to have the queen. So fun hand. And we've seen some good hands. There's been some interesting hands so far today. So Rui's had a nice start. Makes quads, picks up some chips, and also got a bluff through. Been in there. Rui Kao under the gun. 6-9 suited, going to open it up and flop a gut shot. Gets defended by a nice hand in the big blind, although not a nice flop for King Jack suited. He's going to win it. He's on a little bit of a heater here.
Well, you're starting to see exactly why it is that Rui Kao has the sort of results that he does over the course of his Triton career. The man is willing to get in there and splash. Kind of a fast style.
Yeah. Yeah, this table's got the makings with Navarro and Adamo and Rui.
I want to find out what Sam Greenwood's smiling at.
Yeah.
Is it the King 5 3-bet? Is that up
I actually think that's exactly what it is. I would bet that's exactly what it is right there. We just got
quietly absorbing that he was smacked up.
I actually, it just feels exactly the amount of time that's passed. So
right.
That's right. I think that's what he saw. He was amused by the hand, not the result, though.
Jack offsuit for Ido. And he is going to shove the remainder of his stack out there on the button with King Jack. It seems like Rui Kao snap called, and of course he did. He's got ace queen offsuit, and he's got Ido in a bad way.
Yeah, also in the big blind makes it even easier just to call. Though you see the equity 62-38. A little less than a 2-to-1 favor. This isn't a lock by any means, but important pot. Anytime you got to go and get eliminated, it's your last hand. It's important. And,
and that's a disaster flop there for Ido. The ace-8 tray putting Kao way out in front without help here. Ido will be drawing dead. And that ace of clubs seals it.
as the Spaniard on his home turf, unable to get that first bullet working. Polishes off his beverage and potentially heads back to the cage for a reload.
And Rui's undefeated, I think. He's getting bluffs through, he's making quads, winning all-ins. Damo taking a break for a few bites in between opening up and 3-betting, 4-betting. He's getting a little fuel there. This is a far trip for some people. I don't know if Adamo got over here early or not, but I mean, the jet lag is a bit of a thing for flying in. Ali, how you said you got here a couple days early? You got acclimated?
I did. I wanted to give myself an opportunity to get adjusted more so than I had in Cyprus, which was very difficult. Took me several days there, but this one more of a breeze. Madrid on the western edge of Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, cool city, beautiful venue.
Amazing city. I called it the New York of Spain. Real New York City of Spain. I mean, just so cosmopolitan, so fashionable. I actually went out and got a haircut earlier today.
Nice. Wow, you're setting up, leaving time for some personal care.
I was up early, and I gotta say, with the prices I'm paying back home, I might be able to book a ticket to Madrid, get my haircut out here, and fly. I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
And the dollar's like as strong as it's ever been against the euro right now.
For a haircut, that's tough, but you slip in a mani-pedi, maybe a spa day, and that could make sense.
Gross.
Right? Yeah. If you do that thing, I'm just, or for if you're, I don't know if you're married, wife, girlfriend, whatever. I'm just saying, if you packaged in a trip, you could really.
Let me see your nails.
Yeah.
Jeff. Huh? Those are looking like they might be full service.
I might have got a mani-pedi in my day. Not zero. Not zero. Not often, but not zero.
I'm the same way. It's not a regular occurrence, but every now and again.
You got to invest in yourself, Ali.
King 7 against Ace 7 as these two players are investing in premium 7s. Advantage Rui Cao. 9-8-4 board. Doesn't hit either holding.
Yeah, Rui all the way up to 400. Ponikov's going to go. And look at him opening the cutoff with King 7 off. I mean, that's, I don't want to say out of line, but it's in the bottom tier of reasonable hand openings. And Rui, with the Ace 7 suited, is going to continue out of position. Has a backdoor hearts and maybe the best hand.
Board pairs on the turn. Cao checks once more.
70K in the middle, so healthy pot. Neither player with really much happening at this point. No backdoor turn equity for straights or flushes here, so really just some pure high card action. And if you're Ponikovs, you get flat in the small blind. There are a few hands you're beating. Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited. That's possible, but the majority of the hands you're behind now.
50.
But he says, you know what? Put a 50 pack out there and see how Rui does with that. I don't think he's lost a hand, and that'll be his first, at least that I've seen, that he does not drag in the pot after putting chips in the middle. So nicely done. Ponikovs by no means can call him snug. He's shown exercising. Even that 10-3 of clubs where he really put Sergio in the blender. That is.
And not really showing any nerves as a first timer to the Triton scene. Obviously, it can be a little bit intimidating. Caliber of competition that you're up against, let alone the cameras and the lights, but very much right at home.
Yeah, you come in first time with playing the event, and it's no guarantee you're gonna be at the feature. So he comes in and mixes it up.
One. Thank you.
Yeah, big main event coming up too. 150K. How many players do you think, Ali? If you had to guess, is it going to be? I don't really have. I mean, it's been a while. They had the Triton Million in London. 150K buy-in. A lot of entrants, but trying to get a grasp on how many new players will be coming on to the scene throughout the 12-day series here. So hope you guys are sticking around for that and going to join us each day. I don't really have a guess yet. I don't know. I'd say maybe 100, 120.
I mean, the first
Do you have a guess for the main event? Do you have any way of putting? I don't really. It's hard to kind of. It's a ways away. We don't know who else here. Got to imagine, you know, the people here. A lot of them are playing that we're familiar with, but just 100 seems like a great turnout for a main if they get that many.
The main event, I've heard of that. That's that little tournament, that little 10K they play down in Las Vegas.
That is the main as well.
Why are we thinking about that right now?
No, the Triton main.
Oh, the Triton main.
Ali, stay on
Okay.
topic, man.
Just,
I know you're thinking about Vegas and the Mirage, but I'm thinking about.
I'm not thinking about the Mirage. I can promise you that. I am thinking, however, about our next feature table, which will be coming your way in roughly 8 minutes after the break.
Ooh. Is that foreshadowing? Are we getting Rob Young? Did you catch him in the coin rivet tee over there?
I see Richard Young and Rob Young, so that should be a delightful assembly that is headed our way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just giving us a glimpse at them, but that seems like a good choice for a feature.
That is indeed the feature table on the back end of the break in the on-deck circle. Meanwhile, back at our feature table for the time being, 6-4 offsuit is being put to work out of the cutoff by Rui Cao. Ace-Queen for Greenwood, who moved all in with it moments ago. Now on the button with 139K. Does the same once more.
Rui Cao to 6-4 off, stepping out a little.
Yeah, exploit it.
I want to forward.
Gets promptly punished, of course.
Punish directly.
So now is not dinner break?
No, it's 8:40. Next break.
So now is 15 minutes.
But dinner gonna be only like 30 minutes, yeah?
30 minutes is short. I mean, you can't. I don't know what you can really do in 30
Yeah,
minutes.
They have a buffet downstairs.
I was a buffet.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But when you can give food to the table, like, you know.
Greenwood's dialed in on the food options. He
Like,
knows
the
where the
whole thing
buffets
to, like,
are. He knows
owls
what you can
sort of
order,
thing,
which
like,
restaurants
where
are
you
good.
can't-
I'm
like, it's not
taking
enough that
notes.
you can like go back to like the hotel or like whatever, but
45 would be perfect. 45
Ace
minutes.
King will 3-bet the Rui Cao open as Navarro on the button goes to work on
Yeah,
this
I mean,
8-5
I
suited.
don't like it in general to eat at the table.
Neither do I.
Yeah,
I'm hungry.
Not option. No other option.
Yeah.
It's like dinner break only 30 minutes.
10-8-7 advantage Rui Cao as he has
Wasn't
himself
good here?
middle pair.
It was okay.
Checks it over to the pre-flop 3-better.
I think I'll get bored. There's only 2 options for me, so I'll get bored of it.
A check back from the Ace King. Now
I
the
guess
10 pairs on the
in general,
turn,
not
giving
very
Rui
vegan.
a flush draw
Yeah.
to go with the best hand,
there might,
and he doesn't waste any time
Sorry?
firing.
if there isn't like a vegan option on the Chinese menu from the restaurant, I bet if you ask them to add one, they will.
They have
Then-
tofu, I assume.
Yeah, because the restaurant, like Ben Heath said he's eaten at the restaurant here, and like they were just getting like delivery or whatever from it. So if they don't have one,
Found it, yeah.
yeah.
I'll have to talk to Ben about it.
But what's like best options for you here in general in Spain?
Yeah, I mean, like yesterday, me and Ben ran around. It's like really heaps of great
Wow.
restaurants. Like,
So
at this burger,
8-5 suited had a
what it was, like,
very, very
pretty much
nice
tasted
lock
like
on the hand. I mean, just sitting in great shape with the flush draw pair and just
Until,
not
of
to
course,
be.
the ace rolls off, and Navarro now has the best hand with
Many options.
aces and
most places
tens.
you do, but
Cao checks it.
I think in Australia it's like a
Australia's
lot of
very good.
things.
London's great.
Yeah, I mean,
And 80K the sizing in the 98.5. So the hearts have come in as well.
Actually went the opposite. I cut like
Really
dairy
a bad
first,
spot for this 8-5.
and then cut the meat after. So I was doing it for health reasons at first, and then
And Rui Cao wasn't really around for much of Navarro's activity here at the feature table. So not certain whether or not There's some speediness coming off of that boss stack in Rui's eyes.
Bit frustrating probably too, right? You go from thinking you probably have the best hand and actually having a redraw, and then you now are faced with a large bet on the river, and you don't like what's happening.
What they put like on top vegan, and it's like it's pretty. It's almost
Rui Cao does seem to
pretty damn good. I forget the name of
make good decisions and finds himself, when you play a lot of hands, you got to make good decisions because you're going to be in a lot of precarious, difficult situations, and as long as you're making more often than not the right decision, you can splash around a little bit.
Can't afford to be a station if you're going to be active. That is for sure. And Navarro continues
what
to
type
just
of
be
sushi they make? I mean, what they put
a
like
supernova of chips.
It's usually soy protein, or sometimes there's also wheat protein. Is the other one. Yeah.
Damo's giving a master class in protein.
So they're both quite good. Like
not giving up a lot of poker intel, but he's giving up his diet and
micro stuff. But I can easily get like
some other things. His football ability, looks to play some footy, and
feel pretty good. Like go to the gym and stuff.
jack of all trades. Greenwood sitting on a little healthier stack after that jam ace queen off, and I think you did catch him red-handed sweating the king 5 hand, Ollie. That's what it had to be. I don't know.
Right, that grin and just intently staring at his phone.
Yeah.
If it wasn't actually streaming it, it was getting the intel from a spotter, a scout out there.
Maybe a poker group chat that's
right.
hey, you just got stuffed on.
8-9 offsuit for Navarro, who is really been the most active player, courtesy of that big, almost 600K stack. Adamo just choosing to flat with an ace-10 suited. Kiat Lee obviously coming along with the king-queen offsuit. 3 players to the flop.
50-minute break. Everyone is the registration will be open for another 2 levels after you come back from the break.
2 sevens and a jack, rainbow texture. Got shot straight draw for the opener. Firing 11,000 after the check from Lee. Now Adamo with backdoor diamonds and that ace high. Makes the call, does not improve on the turn. Navarro, meanwhile, picking up a second gut shot, courtesy of that 5, 59-5 in the middle. And you know, these second barrels can seem so self-evident, but then you get that Michael Adamo on your left, heads up and in position against you, and they become a little bit more difficult. And the 80K bet on the turn from Navarro.
Yeah.
Over betting the pot and taking the last hand before we head to the break. And that'll do it for this collection of players as our featured table. We'll have a new set coming our way shortly, but it has been the Pablo Navarro show here as Ricao, Adamo, Konakovs, Greenwood, and Lee will all make their way out to one of our outer tables. The blinds 3 and 6,000 with a 6K ante, brought to you by GG Poker. And welcome back inside our broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. Ali Najad alongside none other than Jeff Gross, pleased to be bringing you continuing coverage of event number 1 here from the Triton Super High Roller Series in Madrid. And Jeff, what are your takeaways, thoughts, things you saw that were of interest there in that last frame?
Yeah, well, it was a little bit of the Navarro show. He put on some interesting, aggressive maneuvers. We saw what we believe to be a smile from Greenwood, seeing what had taken place. So, I mean, he's fun to watch. He's tangoing with Adamo. He's 3-betting, 4-betting. He's choosing some different sizings, and it's really been interesting to watch. So, anytime Adamo's not the focus of a table, you know, you got a fun, interesting table.
Yeah.
And Navarro's sort of been, you know, local, at least from Spain. We don't know where exactly, but yeah, it's been fun to watch and some interesting hands.
I think what I enjoy and appreciate the most about the Triton series is the way in which we kind of have that hedron collider of styles. Players of varying, you know, skill levels, experience levels, cultural backgrounds, all being put into the melting pot. And in particular, this stop where we have 17 new players in the lineup, there's no baseline. These guys don't necessarily know anything about the newcomers, and so we get to watch them sort of experiment, tinker with some ideas, and get kind of assess and profile the new competition. And it makes things interesting because at times the fields can be a little bit incestuous. Let's admit it. Not everybody can step up and pony up these big buy-ins, but the 20,000 euro price point also very approachable for a lot of these accomplished players out there looking to take a shot. Jeff and I are going to step aside. The players are on a break. When we return, it'll be a new feature table, and you'll have someone new in this seat right here. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage from Madrid after this.
Hey, babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
10-8, and you know, versus the half pot size bet there, your 6 is, you know, it is beating bluffs, but it's never good versus any value hand. So this line made a lot of sense to me. You know, let's show down the 6 if he just gives up with ace high or something, right? But if he value bets, then maybe I turn it into a bluff based on how I feel, the sizing.
What is that?
Maybe I roll it, you know. Maybe he went into the RNG and rolled bluff.
And it's a meaty one too, Rast.
That has Richard Millspawn.
Which is making that 10 blocker extra.
500.
Yeah, they gave him like
you know,
he at least
make
has
that
a
10
couple
blocker
that are
extra
worth
relevant.
1.5 each.
Yeah, some of those, the Jamaican and Canadian spinels get paid. Like spinels elsewhere don't, but those two, those ones get paid.
Yeah.
Puma.
And credit
Puma gives
Pui
so
here
much
with the
money
2
to the
queens, which
guys.
also are a form of blockers to the queen 10, which really is the sort of hand that Petrangelo would be looking to represent.
That's all I got.
And Pua
The 2 blockers to the nuts.
makes the call with the 2 blockers to the nuts.
Battle
A
of the
massive decision there here in the early going.
All I got, unless you call with 5s.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, nice call by Paul.
Very nice call.
Everybody always bluffs you, man.
They say
See, I know better. I
better
don't
call
bluff
Paul.
Even
Make it 3 with the 8-7 off.
10-4 deuce, an over pair for the jacks. As Davies king queen suited. Checks it over to Kuhn, who quickly checks as well.
A lot of incentive to bet here, right? You have an overpair, nice value hand, raggedy board, you have a range advantage, and obviously all the overcards are potential losers for you, the ace, king, or queen. So no surprise he finds a bet. Davies here with a hand, especially versus a bet of this size, that I expect him to continue with, given the backdoor spades.
And indeed, he does call the 5K as Kuhn slides out of the way. 22,000 in the middle, and what a card that is on the turn. It gives Brewer a set of jacks, while it gives Seth Davies the spade draw and an open-ender.
Yeah, this could be a fireworks card here, because Brewer will certainly bet. There's no reason to slow play this with your hand is, you know, you have the best hand possible right now, and there's a lot of draws out there to get value from and charge along with value hands.
Folding. 3-0.
Oh, wow, and he goes over bet.
Yeah, he sure does. And for Davies, it's a math problem at this point, Rast, where we do also have to factor in the implied odds we think we might have if we do make this call where the price isn't right.
I mean, really, it's not just about making the call. I mean, Davies going to take his time, but he's probably deciding between raising and calling. Right. You know, given that he's out of position, if he thinks, it's like, how often is Brewer doing this with a hand that's going to fold, right, and just taking the pot down with king high, assuming that there, you know, might be some times, like, what if Brewer's doing this with ace high, like ace 5, right, and then you just call and you just lose a showdown on a check river to ace high. So, you know, he's probably thinking about that kind of math problem calculation. I don't think he's going to fold. His hand is just so big here with the open-ended straight and flush draw, right? I mean, if you're folding this, you're just really never continuing versus an overbet.
All in.
Yeah, and I like this play, even though this is the play I would have picked. So, you know, unfortunately, he ran into it, but it's just too much hand.
Well, it's not unfortunately just yet, because obviously he is far from drawing dead. Just take a look at the number of outs that Davies has. Any ace, any 9, and any non-board pairing spade. Big sweat here for Chris Brewer in this massive 277K pot. And the ace of clubs on the end gives Seth Davies Broadway, and who can blame Brewer for having that expression on his face as he is dusted.
Did I give you a time bank, or do I still owe it?
Pretty disappointing there.
Ooh.
Just like hanging out with Oprah.
2 deuces, a tray, and 2 spades.
Yeah.
Seidel, king high flush draw.
Given their
Levetsky with the overpair.
Given their SPR, stack to pot ratio, this is very likely getting in on the flop. Lubavetsky has all the incentive in the world to bet. He wants to deny overcards value. And, I mean, king 4 of spades, it's just, why not raise if my opponent might fold some ace highs? I have a ton of equity. There's not many hands I'm going to be behind here other than like pocket kings or aces or like the nut flush draw. So yeah, and I just don't see 8s folding here given how much money's in the pot. Although, I mean, you don't love that Seidel just kind of raised
Sure
you to
don't.
the face here.
Yeah, especially when you bet 24K, which wasn't exactly a bashful figure.
That said, this would be a very tight fold, and I would be surprised, you know, given it's only 50 or 60 blinds. You still do have 8s. I mean, he's going to have a bunch of hands here weaker than 8s, like ace, king, queen, jack high type hands that all 3-bet. So this would be a very tight fold if he were to fold. One I think computer solvers would disagree with, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And so, as predicted, the players are all in on the flop. No surprise.
So a big check raise from Eric Seidel, a jam from the newcomer, first-timer to Triton, Andrei Lubavetsky. And he finds himself tussling with the great one. Ahead with the 2 8s, about 3-2. Here comes the turn. It is a king, and so Seidel takes the lead. Lubavetsky has 1 out in the deck. 2 outs, rather. 8 of spades still works, forgive me. And instead, it is the ace of clubs. And so Seidel, just before the break, managing a beautiful bit of creative kit there.
It makes sense.
Both players whiffing on the
it
6-4
kills
deuce
your
board,
game.
board pairs on the turn.
Like, technique is different for sure.
Very, very different.
Yeah.
Adamo not looking
Always
to
hard
fire.
when you play a lot of tennis and then a lot of paddle. Like,
on northern
Forrest got one
Europe,
healthy, meaty
country,
bluff through on
Finland,
Adamo. At some point, you know, it's like playing with fire, picking up nickels in the
they
street.
have a lot of courts.
Got to be on a highway
Even in
traffic. You got to be
in
careful.
Israel, they added a lot of courts everywhere.
Dvorak checks back. Clubs get there. 4 to a straight on the board. Doesn't feel like anyone is working with that part of the deck as played.
I think I started just to have interesting cardio.
Probably burning lots of calories there.
Yeah.
What is the pulse range usually when you play paddle?
I don't know. I'm not at my best, at the moment.
It's just the thing that tennis is considered really great because you're most of the time like in range of 120 to 140. Pulse. But,
Dvorak knows Jack High is
playing
never going to be a
badminton
winner
for
here
some
in this
time,
spot, and
and
Adamo's checked it to him.
Yes, it's not as good because you're really often like being at 180.
Yeah.
It's 34,500 in the middle.
so like it's 160 maybe.
Are you going to come with another heroic move?
I don't play well padel.
Okay. But usually, you know, it's a partner game. It's 2-on-2 always. Oh, okay. So
All the colors of the rainbow
you might be cold as well. How is it? Is it like
are
more
put in there.
difficult to play 2-on-2 or
48,500. And again, Delvores trying to steal a Domo Bucks.
One by one.
Yeah, but I mean, just for training, you can cross.
Yes.
This is curious. This time, you know, last time was kind of just one of those spots where everybody had to fold, and it was such a big bet in the situation here. You know, it's also not really that attractive with Ace King. You realize you're just beating a stone bluff, but
yeah.
More tactic.
He looks more interested this time. Last time it was kind of like laughing, like almost like I know you're up to no good, but it doesn't matter. I can't call you here. It's sort of like, all right.
There are like 2 minutes points.
Might be even more, like 5 minutes.
Welcome back. We are here for event 1 in Madrid, Spain at the Gran Via Casino. I'm joined by Brian Rast. I'm Jeff Gross. Rast, this is exciting. We're back at another Triton event. Big buy-ins, big stakes. So far today, we saw the Navarro show in the last segment. He is a local, and he has got a lot of chips. Have you gotten to see him play, or was he not on when you were doing earlier today commentary?
He was not on.
Okay, well, I'm going to catch you up because Navarro can play. This guy has got moves. He's 3-betting, 4-betting, picking sizes, putting people in the blender. It's been a super exciting last 2 hours, and we are going to be playing down to a final table today, Rast. So I hope you got your coffee. I know we're fighting jet lag a little bit, but it's exciting. I'm awake. I'm feeling it. The energy's great. And how are you feeling? Are you with me? Are you sticking out the night tonight?
I just took a stim. I put it in. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. We're here. We've got some exciting poker, big stakes. We're just getting going, though. It's the first tournament. 20K. It's small for Triton, but here we are.
Yeah, and that sounds funny to say. Small for Triton, yes, but $20,000 buy-in. I don't think there's a bigger no-limit hold'em tournament running in the world. Maybe even this week. We're in it, Rast. We're here. They're warming up escalator style into that 150K main, but today, it's nice to get off to a good start, Rast. If you can come in, the buy-ins can add up, and 20K is nothing to sneeze at.
It looks like the gentleman you're referring to is no longer at the feature, so I'm going to have to wait to see him. But we have a nice feature table with a bunch of new faces.
Yeah, I mean, Andres Nemeth, I believe we commentate that together. In Cyprus, he took down a title. He was playing against his fellow countrymen. And look at that, Rob Young in the mix with the coin rivet, rocking it. I love it. Pops, nice logo, nice brand, and Rob Young, always fun to watch. He seems to find himself into a nice chip position. And is this Mr. Max Silver, who is? It is. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yes, he's in a Telegram chat I'm in, and I've talked to him a little bit here and there, but haven't seen him at the poker tables.
Yeah. Especially if you do seven-handed.
Snap shove shirt,
like
kind of
seven-handed with shot clock. It's like 45
poker
minutes.
tool that's nice. Some people like to use that to see depending where to get their chips in on a short stack depth, and I haven't seen him in the poker world in a bit.
Now a lot of things are 7.
Here's Ike.
Clocks can be much shorter.
Another person who hasn't been at too many live poker tables in the last couple of years.
Ike giving a little bit of a surprise look by the call, but I mean, I guess what is this? So this is big blind, small blind. So it's not. No, it seems pretty standard, right? It's aces, some ace battles, and who's got the better kicker? Ace 8 in the moment is ahead. Some chop pots too. Oh, everyone with the pair though.
Yeah, what was the pre-flop action? Did he limp call? Was that it? He limped and then called a jam?
I think so.
My guess is the surprise is more just the line of limping rather than jamming himself, perhaps, with the ace 8 off, which is a hand that, you know, my understanding is a lot of solvers like jamming, but maybe he was surprised with the line taken. Not so much the get in. Feels pretty standard for these stack depths.
Yep, there's a man that knows how to play, and I'm sure not going to be the last we'll see of him. That's almost a fact, and this is still open. I think for rebounds was 5 hours, so I think we're still on the cutoff for that. And Ike, he'll be playing all the no-limit events. I think that's safe to say, this series here in Madrid.
Yeah, does Ike play short deck? I'm not really sure. I guess we'll find out.
Less cheaters.
There's one PLO event as well, which I'm pretty sure Ike will play. So.
Yeah, Rob Young. He's got himself Richard Young there too.
I went with Triton and Poker Go, so like.
Very impressive Triton record, poker record in general. Sir Watts there, Mike Watson also.
Yeah. Just working with everybody now. Not just
Actually had dinner with him yesterday. Just babysitting Joseph, him and his now wife Sarah. It was nice.
You get hit by Buster Mode, the whole industry collapses.
Little breather, and he is also fresh off a nice series at Cyprus. I think over $1 million in cashes, at least in the while the events we were there. There was that high roller series that continued on. Not sure how he did, but in the Triton part of Cyprus, he did very well.
Then I did an exclusive deal with Party. Did that for 5 years. Well, only 3.5 years really, because COVID happened.
Cool. Silva here with a decision as to whether to 3-bet or call. Decides to just flatten position on the button.
20K buy-in is good as well.
Yeah. Nice price point, these 20s and 30s, I think, at the start.
Yeah. You don't need to,
Oh.
you should say 25, 25 or 20 and
Very
30.
one-sided flop here. Yeah. Richard Young,
Kerry
top
Cats
set.
was 15K, doesn't he, sometimes?
Silver.
Yeah, he's a bit all over the place.
Squad douche. Absolutely nothing.
The 25s
backdoor
like
flush
really
draw, but
987,
very unfavorable board for ace-4.
So it seems like the 25 is kind of like
It is, but you do beat some hands. You beat some broadways, so for that price with the backdoor diamond.
I always see a lot of
flush draw, I
them.
think it's call.
Like, there's like a new buying, like when Poker Go had like the 15K.
Max
like,
does see
they have
maybe
10Ks
he's in
or 25Ks.
position.
It's just nice. People
He can bluff
they could
some.
just run like a
I doubt he does it without a
28K
backdoor
tournament,
flush
like,
draw.
Yeah, 22K. Like,
Nobody,
why not?
Nobody will do 22K or 27K or
Why?
22K.
Why? Like it's or like 18K. Like it's.
Maybe you could do a gimmick. Anyone that, if someone wins the tournament with pocket twos, they get like $1 million.
But they've already won the tournament.
And the tournament's 22K buy-in.
Exactly.
But your twos have got a hold, yeah?
It's like in cash.
Rob, getting creative, and I'll tell you what else is creative. GG Poker, some of the best software in the game, can join GG Poker plus Club GG Poker, and there is a sign-up code Triton 2022, up to $600 deposit match bonus. You see Gran and Elky, some different emojis in there, some disbelief. Ras, see if we see some disbelief hands today. This is 20K, a warm-up into a 12-day series here in Madrid, Spain.
He's like just keep the pot small.
Yeah, that would be a good buy-in.
Chatty group, I like it, Ras. May just sit back, grab a coffee, and
let them do the work.
Yeah, they're chirping it up.
Why is there no 40K tournament?
40K with a 5K satellite.
The World Series one, that was huge.
WSOP 40th anniversary or something.
Yeah. I mean, in cash games they have 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, 4, 3, 6, 2.55, like all these small steps.
I like 20, 25K, 20K. I like 10K as well. But all the 10Ks are so long, so it's impossible for me to play.
Yeah, Rob.
Like, if you do that 10K and it's like 1 day event or 1.5 day event, it's a good tournament.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of small for like high roller, and people who for like a bigger field, they would prefer it to be like slower. Because like if they play a 10K, they would want it to be like long tournament.
They want to get the value for the, because for them it's probably.
Which is kind of the opposite what they should do, like in general.
Well, for them it's probably like one of their biggest buy-ins of the year, you know.
Yeah, but I mean.
I would play a 10K. 2 day.
Like if I play, sorry.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, if I play against like Stevie, Ike, and all the best, I just want it to be a fucking turbo. Like just the less mistakes I can make.
Yeah.
Andres dropping a couple names there for the best, but he's in that conversation, one of the best in the world for sure. A little deflecting there, Ras, maybe trying to throw people off his scent. And Pac is all in, and Watson's got a real decision here, although it is for essentially all his chips. King Jack suited is going to pass. Not a fun one to call off.
Or WPT. Is that because the high rollers don't want to travel for one tournament? It's not worth the expenses. So when they do a few high rollers together, it does better.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Saw a question in the chat. Are Richard and Rob brothers? They are not, although good friends and two of the powerful names in poker you could throw out there. Do a lot for the game, development, growing.
Well, here I am, so I can't.
But not brothers.
In the Fedor sense of the word.
No, very much not the Fedor sense of the word.
all of you watching. If you are, let us know where you're watching from. Hope you're enjoying
You pay like
the
more than me
stream. I'm
because
joined
I
by
had, like,
Brian
the peak of
Rass,
my
Jeff
career.
Gross here, Ali Najad taking a break. Be rotating with you guys for the duration of a long one. This is like double long Cypress. I mean, this is a real grind, Rass. We're
All
going
of
to
it.
pick in some nice
Huh?
poker here. And
All of it.
wow. Rob just have ace-king, got jammed on.
What are the blinds?
Yeah, I'm
36.
excited to commentate.
So raise 15
I feel
for
like watching intently for 11 days or 12 days be a really nice prep heading into the World Series, right?
Yeah.
Study what players are doing, break it down, talk some
Not
possibilities.
big enough for me to fold.
I don't ways it for.
I thought I heard all in, but I guess Rob hadn't even acted yet. And that was when he was opening and someone was joking around. But ace-king versus ace-3. And this is actually not a joke anymore for Rob because he is flop, top, top. And unorthodox, just snap check back.
Wow.
I mean, this is actually kind of a wild thing all around, right? The check back flop, and then wait, and now check again.
Yeah, he's going for a check raise, probably.
Yeah.
He's hoping basically kind of what happened, a delayed AC bet or maybe a king or just maybe now picking up a bluff. Okay, call. But I feel like he's going to have some designs here on a lot of cards.
Wow, and I mean, with this exact run out, I mean, I guess he's just going to call, although, I mean, it's super, it seems kind of like passive to play ace-3, but this run out is not amazing for the...
Yeah, it's I don't know if he can check raise anymore.
It's a bad feeling.
Wow. He's saying I got a bad
We're on a
feeling.
stream, we can show each other our cards anyway.
I have 2 pair. I flopped 2 pair.
No.
Yes, I did. I mean, donation.
Yeah.
You save money.
Yeah, it's almost like he thought he had kings
right?
or something on the turn. But then as that run out comes, you know...
3-4.
Even ace-4, ace-3, ace-3. Not even 3-4.
Should have bet the flop, shouldn't I?
You were gonna get. You were gonna get a lot of money.
You check turn as well with 2 pair. Come on.
I didn't like the king.
Rob's thinking in his head, like, man, I'm at the wrong table. It's just, you know, Nottingham at the dusk till dawn. I'm getting a full double at any point. This is...
Paul has arranged coaching for tournament beginners in his room. It's true, Richard? Coaching, yeah?
Yes.
Minimum ace-king is what?
Minimum.
I'll be blind. 6.
Obviously, what is this? Do you just blind raise till 6? But isn't the blinds are 2-4?
We do have to say that was very strong intuition by Mr. Nemeth there. He very correctly had a
You
good
don't have to
idea.
raise, Richard, because the button.
I mean, the way that hand played,
Let's raise.
it seems like a very easy call in the end, and he did end up calling, but he really didn't want to call. A 25K wasn't even a very big bet.
Yeah.
You know? It was well under half the pot.
13.
He lost the absolute minimum
No
in that
discount.
hand. It was almost impossible to lose less. I mean, folding the river to whatever that was, 35% pot would be pretty absurd. Didn't raise at any point. Rob has a diamond here, so he'll continue. But with 8 high, without improving at some point, he's going to have to bluff to win this.
Yeah.
And he's out of position, so what he's hoping is for the check here, and then on a blank, he just bluffs river. I expect that to be what he does. Otherwise, his flop call doesn't make a ton of sense. Yep. And this is a hard call for Richard. Very difficult call, and fully did not expect him to make it. So, I mean, I think it's not really a hand you can call. So.
You get paid. 3?
Yeah.
Battle of the Richards, round 1. Sorry, Battle of the Youngs, round 1 to Rob. Excuse me.
Yeah, that is a little bluff there, Rob. Almost the Nemeth hand there. Yeah, that was an interesting spot. I wonder if he check raises on like, a fair amount of turns. You know, not the king, but maybe like a 7 or an 8. Probably.
For online.
No, it's
yeah,
more like
I mean, maybe. I think it was against an under the gun range.
any,
It's probably more likely to. Given that he just wanted a check call versus a half pot size bet, it's a curious decision to check instead of bet himself.
Like,
how many big blinds does it work to?
It can do up to 25, but it's only shovel fold. You can't limp or min raise or anything like that.
It's a winning system.
I would say if you don't know what you're doing, it's probably better than the alternative. But if you're a smart person, then
be careful with the car.
Okay.
I almost see.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's making several assumptions.
Good Rob, really taking it
Yeah,
all
that's
in. He's
25 big
getting
blinds.
chatting up everyone, learning about the new tools in the game.
I mean, you can also
getting
raise up to 10
information,
like that.
polling
If you want-
players.
If you want to play just shovel forward, then sure.
What do people use it for? Playing like. What kind of?
I used to play cash games a lot, and I wanted something that I could learn the like 8 big blind, 10 big blind stuff without having to memorize everything. So I created that, and some other people also wanted something like that as well.
Oh, that was in the days, wasn't it? When
Yeah,
they used to do short stack cash games, didn't they?
Yeah, but
yeah.
So
I
this
remember,
is like like 6, 7 years ago now. I launched it.
They used to get people sitting down with like 20 big blinds and all in or fold. I remember playing against them in the old days. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
There used to be a famous player called Capit. He was one of the biggest winners on Cryptologic, the older software. And he used to that short stack system.
Well, 7, 8,
that's
king, queen.
Apparently used to be it.
So a bet this small is interesting because it targets a hand like king queen and puts it in a tough spot, right? I mean,
now he says I want to play D.
you're giving 5 to 1 or something to the point where king queen is almost getting the odds to call to try to improve.
In those days, it was just super profitable, right?
You know, maybe, and that's not even really including times where it might be good, but the times king queen's good, like how often do you get to show it down? It's interesting bet size.
That would be weird if you put that snapshot thing into knockout.
I'm like,
it wouldn't work. As in, like, all it does is
now I'm proving a 2 parry.
Yeah, could have decision to check, try to catch some bluffs, but ultimately just bang his hand, thinking that, you know, if he could get heroed also by
there's so many different variables you can't really
some ace highs or other hands, so he does go for a bet, small bet.
Not the case in practice, but it's just like a rough guide.
Yeah, it's a bet where
use your brain from
I
there.
think with 2 pair there, he's expecting with that sizing to get called by somewhat weak hands. I think he's probably feeling Nemeth is pretty weak. Now Nemeth is about as weak as it can get. King high is just very, very low, and that 8 filling in a lot of draws. Pretty hard to call, especially as the king of spades. So now he's kind of, you know, he's blocking his opponent from having some potential flush draws that he would be beating.
There's a very fine line between the two, right? In terms of it just takes one small tweak.
And Nemeth may have had some plans. If the spade comes in, there might be some cards he's getting saucy with, not just.
I think it's cheating personally, but.
Yeah.
I think so. It shouldn't be used.
Yeah, for sure. But when you call a bet that small, I mean, you're
hand.
calling a bet that's a quarter pot, so you know you're getting 5 to 1. You know, so you don't have to, when you don't have a very good hand there, you don't have to bluff all the time. So part of why you're calling at that point is just the
I've been getting a lot of text messages.
really strong odds you're getting.
Yeah, and Ado, who is on a rebuy, as we just saw, is back at the feature, and he's getting back to some not great news with a 3-bet from Richard Young. And, you know, 9s are kind of in that cutoff where it gets a little bit tricky to just release it. You also at this stack depth to just call, but it does make a quick full kind of understanding that he's going to maybe have to get 4-bet jam or fold, not really want to flat off his stack and try to play post flop there out of position.
Yeah, that was so it was like a 4x 3-bet size, which in position is quite large.
People would decide if they're going to
large
go all the way and
3-bet
as well.
by Mr. Young there, and
hopefully it
takes the pot down.
And by the time you realize there is like money taken out from the system, and I think the worst thing is like if people use real-time stuff, like they just get so good at the game. because they are sitting there. They
getting
like
good anyway, aren't
they get like basically a
It's a sizing
like
you
an
tend to
all-day
see
coaching
more
from
out
the,
of position,
whatever the computer.
as opposed
Have
to
you
in
seen the
position.
real-time systems?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen like screenshots of it, but I don't exactly know how it works.
And that's certainly how like someone like Ali, I assume, got good so quickly. So
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
usually you have to choose like, am I gonna like study poker today, or am I gonna go play and try to like make money and build my bankroll?
I'll do both.
And he was just like, yeah.
Exactly. I think that for me that's the most annoying thing about it.
He's not admitted it though, has he? Or has he admitted it?
He never says anything publicly about it, as far as I'm aware. I don't know.
Okay, here we got King Jack and Ace Jack. And Sir Watt's going with the call, so he's going to have the best hand, best position, and potentially going heads up. But it looks like the small blind with an ace-4 off is going to continue. These are where small blind you almost prefer to have. I'm sorry, the big blind. In the big blind, you almost prefer to have like the 6-3 suited instead of a hand like this, because you're just going to be dominated a lot, putting some tough spots.
Like
And
some ghosting is
here's
like
exactly that, where you flop top pair, it's
say
multi-way, you're out of
friends,
position, and you are in
recreationals
big
play
trouble.
together, and then he goes, "Oh, John, come on, look at this hand," and they just like he gives his 2 cents about the hand, like it's nothing bad intentions.
And Sir Watts flops top pair. Kind of modestly strong top pair, but
it's not
going to
bad.
get let into and just call.
They're a little deep here to want to raise and get it in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, 200,
Of course, I'm just saying.
Over 200K behind. It's
You can make it very difficult, but you
You
can't.
should use
take
like
that
webcam,
16
right?
out,
That's the
so
only
it's
thing.
about
Yeah,
60. I mean, it's
But
over
isn't it
3 to
like-
1 stack to pot ratio.
And here's the problem with ace-4, right? Because you're now calling and just really in a world of hurt.
It's actually why in a lot of these type of
Basically,
spots
the site just
where
records your session,
you know
records your
strong
webcam, but
range
never publicises
raises,
it. It goes in the
early
archives.
position, middle position, and someone flats in
lot of
position,
issues around that.
you actually
there's no
aren't
way.
supposed to
And the
play
GDPR
some kind of
and the sites can't really share information back and forth.
hands that
They
you
don't
might
share
play
it.
otherwise.
So
You know,
let's
like
say
a King 8
the site got
offsuit.
access to your webcam.
You know, some of the ace X
it. The
offsuits.
site runs a
I think it's better to
report
actually
at the end
have
of
like
the
ace 4, ace 5, for example, than
Who's
like say
played
ace
very
7
close
off
to
in that
GTO,
spot. But yeah,
Who's won? Max Silver comes up. This Max Silver.
it's for the
This
reason
guy.
you
Doesn't
just
make
said.
sense. Like,
You're
why
just-
would you play
those
something?
hands like
I'd be
weaker
surprised.
king
And
and
then you
ace
go
X
into the-
offsuit are hands
then you
that
go
are
check
just
what applications
dominated
you're
and
running.
and they're not suited, so you can't make flush draws and whatever.
He's not been running any.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
we'll give him
then
another week.
you got to be
He's won
willing to
again,
make some
and he's playing very even
good
close to
from
GTO.
folds
I'd be
odds.
very
Part of it
surprised
too.
by that.
You know, of course you could flop.
Another week
4-4,
go,
you could
right,
flop
I'm gonna
ace-4,
look at
potentially
his
win a big
webcam.
pot, but when you get a lot
That's
of
when you should look at it.
lot
Pay
of firepower
attention.
into
And then
you
you
there,
see
you
he's
just
got
got to be
earphones on
willing
all the
to
time. He's looking up and down like that.
release like that. So only lost one more flop bet.
People, you know? I don't think you need to be watching them every day. It's only as a last resort. But I've
Yeah,
got to
but
be honest,
imagine it's just a whole.
Yeah, I feel like
I would never
most.
found a site that had a camera
I'm
on me
pretty
all the
sure
time.
in his
Yeah,
spot,
I
like
would
ace
have
7 or ace 8 off is
Yeah,
likely a
Pure
fold.
play.
But I'm
like,
not really
I'm
sure
choosing
about
to
like say ace 4, ace 5
you're
off.
choosing to play online.
Those
Yeah,
hands
I
are a
would,
little
but
stronger
I
because
wouldn't
you
on
can get the low flops. You have obviously make
that's
the
what it
wheel,
looked
but
like.
even
It's a
just
good player.
flopping a gutter
I just don't care.
right
enough
gives
to,
you something to try to win the
have
pot
my-
with.
Yeah, maybe even a squeeze could depend on the positions that
Yeah.
raise. If it's late position,
or whatever, like,
but maybe
there's
find
no-
a
No, they're not watching you. It goes into the archives. They
Big
only watch you
squeeze.
when you match the criteria.
But
You
they
win.
could. But as in, like, once you open the door, then it.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think many people are going to want to sit and watch you play poker. They just see your face, right?
13.
It's a check, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean,
But what's interesting is, out of all the people, out of all the cheats, I've spent 17 years trying to catch live cheats and online cheats.
Oh, here we go. King 8
I
off.
can't
What's he going to
remember a
do
single
here?
cheat that hasn't admitted
I
it.
mean, he's not
that
folding,
hasn't,
but this isn't.
or that has.
This is a
I'm
hand
trying to
that
remember
I
someone
think
who
sometimes
hasn't
3
admitted
bets
it
off
in
these
the end.
stack
Who actually
depths
has
of about
admitted it.
30 blinds versus
I
a
took a
button
different
open.
approach. I ring the guy up. Say,
So
listen,
he goes with
you're
call,
gonna be
which is
banned
fine.
indefinitely,
But I
but
think sometimes you're going to see a
indefinitely
3
might
bet
not
in
mean
that
forever if
spot
you come clean.
as well. People
And the
mix
guy
it up.
says, how likely am I going to get banned for if I admit it? Gotcha. There's ways and means, you know.
Rob
I'm
Young
trying to remember someone who's not admitted cheating to me,
talking about
live and online.
17 years of experience with cheaters
It's kind
and
of hard to, you know, it's kind of hard to lie when someone said,
I think I would imagine most people who do cheat, they would they would protect themselves by saying, "Oh, I bet everyone else does the same."
Yeah, yeah. I had a guy.
That's I would think that's what they would say.
That's the biggest, one of the biggest excuses. I had a guy playing 8 different names, sitting at the heads-up tables. He was sitting at 8 heads-up tables, and he's a lovely guy. People think these cheats are horrible people. They're not.
But he played 8 different names.
Yeah, 8 different accounts. Yeah, this was about 6 years ago. On 8 different names. So he's waiting, and he's waiting and played for 8 opponents under 8 different names. And he said everyone's doing it. And I said, well.
Yeah, interesting.
everyone's
He
doing it.
decides to
The
raise
tables
here.
will
I
be a bit
think
fuller.
Yeah.
maybe
If there's
feels
2
that
people doing it,
heads
that's
up
16
here with
tables
the
then.
wide ranges, king with a
Yeah,
decent
And then
kicker.
he said, and then he,
He's kind of good enough to play for stacks.
Well, he
I
admitted
assume
it.
when he raises there, he's probably
and
not
came clean.
folding.
And he came to see me 2 years later and said, you said if I
Should
came
Silver
clean,
say
I admitted it,
click it back on
he'd
the
be
flop?
a bit more reasonable with you. I said, no, I'll never give you an exact amount. Come back when you
This
see me
is a
next time.
tricky card. I mean, one that Silver obviously is
Most
not
people-
going to
also,
like.
You know when people cheat, generally they're a decent person or undecent person. They feel bad, so they want to get it off the chest. So
Yeah.
it's like a confession. So
Yeah, it could be.
A question at some point is will Silver feel like his hand is weak
That's what
enough
they
to
usually
bluff
tell
here?
themselves, like,
'Cause you have to kind of
everybody
think
has
he
dogs,
almost
I do-
has
I
the
do
worst
it
hand he
well,
could
like,
possibly
there was
have,
here, there,
given
so-
that he bet and called a check
Well,
raise
another-
on the flop,
another reason
right?
is this guy
You know, a queen
playing
with a
against
kicker
these
that
guys
doesn't
and
play,
he's
it's pretty
winning,
hard for him
now
to have worse
losing,
than
now
that
cheating, so
after
I'm
this
doing the
ace
same
of
thing.
diamonds.
And you know when someone goes on a downswing, that's often.
And this is interesting. He goes for a small
That's a
bet.
common rationalization for some of these guys. They
Yeah.
convince themselves that the people they're playing against are cheating, so they have
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Well, most
ends up,
people, a lot of
ends
people
up
have to get
being
it off the
a
chest, you know.
good option. Takes it down
We're
and
almost
doesn't have to
thinking,
get
like,
put
we're almost putting
in a
cheaters
tough,
in this
tough situation maybe.
murder category, aren't we?
Oh, I mean. given
Yeah,
they're
like,
playing
and if Silver
games,
bluffed, for example, let's say
it's
the
basically-
big
it's like
blind
Alvin murdering.
Ido had checked, would he
Yeah,
do
but
it on
the
the
system's
turn?
to
Would he
control
check
the
the
game
turn?
aren't
But
good
then
enough
if
to-
the river
not
went
good enough
check
for the
on
moment to
a blank,
Incentivize people.
you know,
enough
would
to
he
do- for
decide to
doing it,
bluff
so-
river?
That's
Right?
not monkey
I
maybe,
mean,
yeah.
I do think if Ido had just taken a real passive line there and tried to just get to showdown with a king, you know, it would have been interesting to see if Silver turned that queen into a bluff at some point.
Poker's great, everyone should play.
But yeah,
Actually,
it
I
was
just forgot we're on a stream,
the block
aren't
bet
we?
was an interesting decision, huh?
Poker's a
'Cause
great
it
game, there's no truth.
Yeah.
kind of froze Silver there, and
It's not
he just said,
super,
"Okay,
super widespread,
you know,
especially
you
at the
can-
high
you can have
stakes.
this."
Like players are pretty good at policing it. You pick up, you know, everyone knows who everyone is for the most part. Someone.
Yeah, we'll try
comes
to
along
listen
who's a
into
big
some
name
of
that's
these
playing with
stories
different
here.
than
Sorry, guys, we're trying to call to action, but also
you
there is some
immediately kind of become
interesting
suspicious
history
or
Rob's
you wanna
dropping
find
here.
out,
So
like, who is this, person?
Apparently it's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, now you say Max is all of a sudden 2 kids back to poker,
Oh, man.
20K buy-in. It's just.
I've just been using RTA the whole time. I've just been using RTA the whole time, getting really good. Now I'm here to show it off.
I'm not saying anything. Just.
Richard, I'm not going to bluff you. If I bet, you're in trouble.
Okay. You bet I hold.
pair over pair, 3x bigger, 9s and 3s. No one flops a set. 9s in pretty good shape though, and Rob's gonna go ahead and take a stab with a pair. Maybe try to fold out some just overcard broadways, but gets called. Can't blame Richard there. Don't think any other play really makes sense than just call. And when Rob gets called, and he's checked, he decides to slow down now.
I win.
Confident, makes sense. Yeah, I think that's
You
fair
win.
enough.
Yeah, after checking back
Good hand, Rich.
Does that count as a bluff on the
twice,
flop, or do you think you had the best hand?
hard to
Not the best
expect
hand.
9s not to be good.
I think you got king high or something.
Pretty easy to value bet a better
Can you
hand
give
than
me
aces and
one
9s
case, please?
there. If on either the turn or the river,
Put him out
as
king high
Rob.
showdown.
I got very offended the other day when I was playing online, and some guy who I think was like more like a recreational fun player. He told me, "Just you always win. You must be cheating or something like that. Like you're using RTA."
Yeah.
But that wasn't the offensive thing. But and one other guy, like a Russian rag, very good rag. He types in the chat, "Oh, I'm pretty sure he's clean," meaning I'm playing pretty far off the optimal. I'm like, fuck you, like. Is more Arthur? Arthur?
Either got in a little jab there.
I don't blame him. He's right.
Yeah, I think ultimately trying to keep game integrity high, of course, throughout the poker world or anytime there's money. And this isn't business. This isn't other things, not just poker, but it's always a little cat and mouse, security, other things. There's been some news about this, and we heard the players discussing a bit. But ultimately, I think there's just so many more good people and people doing the right things than wrong. And unfortunate that sometimes stuff gets brought to light. A couple bad actors can give a black eye for things, but.
Well, I mean, let's be real. It's a lot easier to do some shenanigans on some level of being unethical online than it is live.
Yeah.
I mean, online, you're just by yourself in a room, what's up on your computer and what you're doing. Live, you're there. There's no computer, right? Any kind of real-time assistance is really practically infeasible, if not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot less options in terms of cheating, and that matters, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the health of poker right now, live poker is booming everywhere. We saw great turnouts in a lot of different venues and different series across the world. Triton, obviously, the higher stakes variety of events, but already a great turnout for this 20K. And, we're going to see the buy-ins just keep to increase over the next 12, 13 days. I know you're itching in Cyprus to play Rasty. Is there any chance? I mean, I guess depending, it's long days here, so it's a little hard to leave us out there. But if you were to play one event or two here, is there any that jump out at you? I know short deck you were contemplating a bit, but that's not your strongest game.
That probably wouldn't be the one I hopped in. One of the maybe one of the no limit tournaments, maybe even the PLO tournament later. Some of it depends on the commentary schedule. If something makes sense, could I fit it in? But yeah, I've been considering it. We're going to be here for a while. I feel like almost I don't know that I want to do it right away.
Yeah.
I want to watch a bit, do some commentary, kind of get warmed up, and then maybe when I'm feeling good, a little rested.
How many push-ups
I'm
did you
pretty
do?
tired.
18.
20.
Yeah, jet lag's real thing.
Yeah.
It's fresh off the flight.
And then I got
Right.
What happened? I got really fat again. So.
How many can you do now? If you had to do it now?
Interesting little board where
Maybe one, maybe two.
Really?
nobody
You
has
18?
much of anything.
Yeah.
Does
I'm on
seem
the way
like the
back
first
now.
person to bet will probably win, and that might be Rob with a 9, which
tragic
actually
ending
kind of
there.
interacts with the board here, double gutter.
At least
Although
at
now,
least I got, like,
he
I like-
does in
like I
fact
got
turn
into
that 9 and 9 high into a bluff, but it's not going to get through Richard.
It was really cool. Like I was in.
Like you can do it. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It's a big mental.
Oh, you had the
block
pull
out of
up
the way
right?
for the future.
Yeah.
How much did you do? How many did you do?
Pretty easy call there, no other option. Queen Jack,
So bearing my friend just started counting
not
backwards.
really
with 5 left
strong
rhythm,
enough
and
to
then
want to
I
raise.
I paused for a second, froze, and then I lost all rhythm and attention in the body. But also, actually, it really stuck. Like, club was good because I got to really
Yeah, I mean,
up or
Richard
down, but also I didn't
has never
get
heart
any
in his
in-person
hand. Definitely his opponent could be bluffing some
cooking.
other stuff. Top
Turned out
pair
on the
still
day,
on the river.
Yeah,
someone
just
else come in
much
and
too
I
strong
was
to
going,
fold.
like,
9 high.
7 or 8 inches over where I
9 high.
needed to
I
be.
think the
Whoa,
goal there
nine
with a
high.
9 high when
Like,
you're
I
betting,
drained them in me, like,
it was
As in, I was just
like
going way too high at the
35%
bar.
pot something. It's not a very big bet. You're just trying to get a very weak hand to fold. Like, what if your opponent has king high, ace high flush draw, 5-6, 7-4, some hands like this that are much weaker than a pair of jacks. Maybe they have a draw along with it, or just a pure draw. It's like 9 high is definitely not winning a showdown. So it's just kind of a stabby bluff to get some of your opponent's weaker showdown hands to fold. Not going to work versus Queen Jack. A much bigger bet size would be needed to try to get Queen Jack to fold.
How did you train for that? To do 18?
Well, I started out extremely
Intense.
overweight and unfit, so it took me a good to go from 0 to 1 took about 4 or 5 months mentally.
0 pull-ups to 1?
I couldn't do a single one before that. I had never done a pull-up before in my life.
4, 8. That makes total sense. Yeah.
How many could you do?
1, 2.
1 or 2.
Yeah. A little too heavy, and I
4 or
don't
5
have a lot
months
of
to
upper
do one?
body.
Yeah, and then from there, like, if I took like,
16.
then I 1 to 7
Not
was
familiar
like
with this
2
player,
months, then like
Pac,
7 to like 15 pretty quick.
P-A-Q-U-E. Haven't seen him, I don't think, at a previous stop, not
Well, I
at
think as well, like, I-
You do it every day?
the Cyprus for
He
sure.
wasn't at Cyprus.
I was just like losing a lot of weight as well, and
Wasn't at
I
Cyprus.
lost almost 30 kilos.
Did you only do pull-up training then?
I did too much.
So you do like things, you do back muscles and...
I did too much other shit.
This is his
early on as well,
first
like, I was doing like squats and shit.
Triton
I
event.
should've just like, I should have just done nothing.
There you
but
go.
should've had, like,
He is
24
one of our 17 new players.
Right, yeah. It's just extra
So
muscle that you gotta lift.
Yeah.
nobody has seen him before, at least
I
on a
hired a coach
Triton
and he didn't really
cast.
understand how
Not
big
saying
that
he
was.
hasn't been
He
seeing
just-
it.
he just thought it was, like,
Card
friendly
rooms
thing, so he just,
online,
like,
I'm
yeah, I was getting
sure
fit,
he
I
has.
did shape,
But
and then, like,
Triton,
from, like,
this is his first.
like 2 months, like,
Everybody
you know how
flops
much
straight
it's for?
draws
He's like,
here.
no.
All
And just like, yeah. and he was
How
like-
much is it?
It was like it was.
In fact, this is one of those kind of rock, paper, scissors type of thing
bet you
where
couldn't get
each
20.
player has. There's 2 cards that everybody's sharing. Everybody's sharing one card with one of the other
One try.
guys
No,
in
I
the hand.
had any-
A little interesting mathematical game.
Do you have to film it then?
Combinatorics.
From
Yeah, it's rare. You don't really see this.
So that
Everyone's
was the
got a
last
gutter.
day you had a chance.
Actually, no, the Queen 10 is
Queen
open.
10
A little more
16 is
equity.
open.
I bet you're aching next day.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, in this Ace 10 kind of gets the shaft.
After you
At least in terms
did
of
the 80,
equity, as you can see, because it
how long
doesn't
did it
have
take off?
showdown and
Like, did you do any pull-ups during the next 2 weeks or
because
something?
Ace Queen wins on all blanks, only a gutter, doesn't have the best draw.
I failed because I'm eating like so clean as well. Like,
So I'm 50. What would you price me up to be able to do 20 pull-ups in a year's time?
you're in pretty good shape already.
Huh?
I think you'd be like I was just starting from such a base of like on fitness. I would think you'd be. I would back you at like 1 to 2 or whatever. And like,
This is definitely a card that
How many can you do now? You think?
one of these guys might continue
I have
bluffing.
no idea either.
How many do you think you could do now?
Ace high really shrivels up in
honestly
terms
don't
of
know.
showdown here.
Like the biceps one or the back one?
No, we're talking a pull-up. You've got to hold on to something.
Yeah.
Hold on, you got to go.
Okay, but I mean, there's like you could also do the pull-up where you
You
just
still
hold your
have
hand like
some
that.
equity, of course, with a gutter to the nuts. You're blocking Queen 10.
You would narrow.
So
like
it's a reasonable candidate
These are the hardest,
to
aren't they? They're harder.
But I never
continue
like to bet
a story
against
and bluff.
I never like to take the against side in this one, in these bets, because like
At
I
this
think
point
it's
on
very
the
fun
turn,
to be on the
there's just
on the side where you want to do it.
almost no
like, so
chance that Ace
I don't wanna
high
be, like,
would be
rooting
good
against
3
someone
ways.
doing good for himself.
But
If it's
will
small
it
bet, for
work?
sure.
We can see it won't.
It wasn't like a crazy big bet.
Ido
and it was
doesn't
also,
know
like,
that.
I would get in good
Definitely
shape
can
if I
get
tried,
hands
so,
like
yeah,
Queen
like a
Jack
win, that's why I
to
did it.
fold, maybe even a bad king. A little bit
It was a
less
cool
likely to
experience
get a
too.
bad king to
I would-
fold for this
I would do it
size,
again, 'cause
but
it
this,
took a lot of work,
this
actually.
will definitely put some
Never
Jack
realised you
X
were that
hands
overweight.
in the
You were
blender.
skinny when I used to know
In
you.
fact,
You used to come
very
to the club.
likely to get a fold from a Jack
scrawny.
from Watson, but Watson has the nuts, so what will he do
Quite
here?
tall as well, which is
He has a
bad for,
decision now whether
like,
to lay the hammer down or just call out of position.
Does have the Queen of Spades too, so I think he's starting to think like, what's the likelihood of my opponent's betting
the
flush
hardest
draws? Do they actually have some value here? What's the best way to proceed? But this is so far going according to plan. He's got a nice trap set, not really having to dodge much here.
Well, this
How
is
many
definitely
could
the play you
Jason
would
do?
make as Watson if you could see Ido's hand. 'Cause
Oh my
all of them.
goodness! And that
Probably
just
all
sticking
of
in my
them.
head. Like, there's literally
Jason,
nothing that can go wrong. And if a
Jason.
spade comes,
you
you're aware,
Jason
right?
could,
Pretty
yeah.
obviously. But this
Yeah,
is the
he's-
one that's sort of a disaster
I
because like.
mean, I think he's
mean,
calling if a flush comes
I would
just
think so.
Yeah.
less than a pot-sized bet.
It
You have
depends
the
a lot
queen
on-
of spades.
No, I
Yeah.
understand. I'm saying like at least it's like an obvious like, oh, I got
is he doing
totaled
that?
here, but this is brutal
That's
because you
good
still
betting
have a
hand.
straight and your opponent makes the only hand that's better, and Edu is going to have a decision on how much. Yeah, the SPR stacked pot ratio is less than 1, so I mean he could easily just shove. He could do a lot of things.
Well, he's definitely going to shove. He is just, you know, in the full, whatever. Like, from the one sense, it's Hollywood, but, you know, from the other sense, if he had a hand that was weaker than this, a bluff
very good.
or a weaker value hand, he'd have a tough decision.
This is making
So,
me look bad.
you know, players do this
Sets
in order to
20.
balance.
Did 20 2 days ago.
I don't think he's
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh, so he's not shoving. He's going with like a large bet that leaves him.
He got to
something
18 in a
behind.
year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big bet, but still, yeah, now
Zero.
a shove. And Watson now,
Just did it 2 days ago.
he's obviously not folding,
that?
but
What
is
is
he
that?
ever just calling? Do you
He
think he
did all
could
the
leave
pull-ups
himself
in the room.
with the...
So no pull-ups
He
left for
might,
anyone.
he might just call. I mean, the question you have to ask as Watson is, okay,
He reckons
so
he could do 25.
I'm losing to ace queen. I'm
If you try.
chopping with
He tried. He said
queens.
it-
How often is my
said
opponent
what, over
value
there?
betting
He thought it
here
was
without a
gonna
straight? If he is, will he
Yeah.
call?
That's bringing
Oh, I did go for it and gonna get snapped. And
Yeah, which I mean, it's reasonable. But the question he asked is, you know, my opponent's either chopping with me or potentially has a hand weaker, such as 2-pair or a set, that he will call a raise more than he'll have ace queen. That's really the math on that question. Does he have some kind of
Especially, I
2-pair
think in the
set or
proudest
some
place,
hand
like,
that I'm
100 people
beating
where
that
people cheer
calls
for him,
more than he
down
has
to, like,
ace queen? So
I
I
can
mean,
definitely add an
Watson
extra two
decided the
forwards.
answer is yes.
Unless you start too hard, no? Like that could be
You
a
know,
problem. If
just
you-
because I don't
Like a good pace
had
and,
ace
like,
queen there
not
doesn't
lose
mean
tension
he's
as well.
wrong.
Not lose tension as
Also
well.
doesn't mean he's right.
yeah,
You know, it's an interesting question that
We
we'll
go-
just pose
you-
and leave
Really
unanswered.
good bet that. Because pull-ups is tough.
Yeah, like
At press-ups, I can probably do like 20 press-ups now. So it's
yeah. I
not
mean,
so
Watson,
rewarding to go from
everything
20 to
executed
100.
well there. He had
not
him
lowest
in a
ceiling,
good
like,
position,
overall.
bluffing
I
the
could
gut
do zero.
shot,
I
and
could probably do 0 now pull-ups.
just got really
I'd do 1.
unlucky on
talent,
that
actually.
river,
So
obviously.
you go from 0
Yeah, I
to-
mean, versus ace queen
If
there,
you want to get in shape, it's really
most of
it's
the
really
time
good to
it's
do
going to be a
it.
blank, and you're going to have
would
a
be
straight
yours.
against
Richard,
ace
how many
high,
pull-ups can you
and
do?
ace high
One
might
bullet.
fire that third barrel as a bluff, and that's really the
my
only way you're going to
long
get
bet.
more money most of the time against ace high.
70.
So,
I
you
only
know,
want
he
to
made the
buy
right
one
play
bullet.
on the turn
I
in
want
the
to stay
sense of,
until
like, if you could see your
closing.
opponent's
Then
cards,
I
what
started
play
to
would you make? The
never
answer
know.
is call.
Money
He
or
just,
money, never
you know,
mind.
his
Only one
opponent
bullet.
actually hit the
Cannot do.
2-outer because 2 10s were
Two,
out
that
of the
means
deck.
lose.
So, you know, queen 10 and ace 10 were already,
I still got 90
we already
minutes
saw
there.
those hands. So
Uh,
it was a pretty crazy run out
we buy
there
them one bullet.
where it went nuts, and then the other player made
Oh,
the
you
nut,
have a
remade the nuts
Oh.
to win.
Yeah, and look at Sergio after rebuying, sort of near the end of, you know, his play had really been going on for the day. Gets in and gets a very quick double up, and is in a good position all of a sudden. We see a couple playable hands here, ace king and sevens, and now Sir Watts with a nice spot to get his chips in for not a ton, and he's going to get called for sure by ace king. But
Oh no, yeah,
Like
ace
if
king.
you-
I mean, he's going to
like-
jam,
like a few of your best
and
friends.
ace king will just re-jam.
Yeah,
and sevens will fold. I mean, I don't really see it playing any other way.
There's some other money in the middle now too. There's an extra, you know, when you're that short and you get the extra, it's like essentially a triple up kind of if he can win this flip. There's
Yeah.
16 more blinds and antes, and he is in. No, he's in the small blind, but
Yeah, and this is just too much heat for sevens. Sevens would call had Pak folded, but you know, Pak's range is pretty strong there. You know, not to mention it, he'd have to win 3 ways, also for the main pot. So it's too tall in order for sevens. I think you need a pair a little bit bigger than that.
Oh, pretty good flop for jacks, although we see that gut shot, 2 cards to come. And that's just the no sweat turn. Sometimes you get those extra gray hairs to preserve for your life when you have to sweat out a thing and you just lock it up on the turn. That's the only thing that really changed there. It just was over right on the turn, no sweat. And Pak gonna,
Even before the
a little unfortunate, right? You're in a high buy-in tournament. You're playing solid and you get it flipped. These are those ones you just kind of got to win when you're playing poker tournaments. Those hands matter a lot, and you get an ace king and a flip and don't win. Luckily, not a ton of chips though. It wasn't a huge hit, but every pot important.
I agree with you, but I'm going to go ahead and just
Seriously,
stake a
if you've
claim
done 18
here of
before,
changing
no
the
way you just
way
do
that
one tomorrow.
I'm really like
things are
I got
referred
again,
to in the
like,
poker
I brought most of the way
world.
back.
It's very common. In fact,
But
most
still, your
people
muscle
refer to
memory
that
is
as a flip.
something-
Like if I had like a
That
gun
said,
to my head,
Ace King
maybe,
offsuit
like, 4
versus
or 5,
Pocket Jacks is
maybe, but like
basically like
that's like a
55,
gun to my head,
45.
maybe.
I mean, technically that's a
I don't think I would actually. I think I'd probably,
10% spread.
3 or 4 maybe.
That's big.
We're talking about edges. Casinos are built on less.
yeah,
That's true.
The
right?
casinos are
We're
built
going
on
back.
much
I think
less.
we had
Billion-dollar enterprises are built on less. So I'm
Over
going
to
to
kids
try
in
to
the childcare.
just slide into the
You take
poker
photo of it.
world in this one venue where I have a voice, I have a microphone, and slide in that. I don't want Ace King 55, 45 and above. I'm going to say, let's not call those a flip. It's a small favorite. Queens is a small favorite there. Like, for example, if we're looking at short deck, you're not calling you're not calling 55, 45s, 56, 44s. You're not really calling those flips. It can feel like a flip a bit in no limit hold'em in spots where you often have much bigger spreads, but all right. Let's be mathematically like now. This is starting to enter the flip zone. 4% here,
Yeah. But yeah, you're right, because if it's 4%, it's 52.48. It starts getting feels not a lot, but it is enough.
2.
You're right.
3
Ras,
and
well
1.
played.
Not far
So if
behind.
you get asked at a
just
dinner table, would you rather have Queens or Ace King?
Have you stopped
Remember
like,
Rast in your head. Don't be the fish.
Yeah, no, it's a flip, man. Doesn't matter. Yeah,
travel
okay.
twice a month, that's it,
10%.
5 days.
Did they ever come with you or not?
Listen, if
Yeah.
one person had queens every time
The
and
first
you
year,
quote
Indy,
unquote
my 3-year-old,
flipped them 100 times, it'd
she
actually
came
be
everywhere.
pretty hard to win
I was out of the
over
country, like,
even
once a
a
month.
sample that small.
I had
Yeah, you
one.
could go the other way. Next time someone asks if you'd rather have Queens or Ace King, you just say,
wasn't
let's
stable
go. We'll
upbringing.
run 10,000 of those for as much money as you want. Right? You just
I
pick,
wanted to
pick
see
them
the world
off.
when she was young.
Send Rast a
But
thank
then-
you card.
But then I just realised she'd never remember it.
10,000,
Well,
yeah,
it's
on a
weird
computer.
because
It's
she was
actually
like, she
virtually
came
impossible to
back
lose over a
Kings and
sample
she went
that
in the
large.
helicopter. I show her it, and she remembers it.
Oh yeah.
And she points helicopter. So I'm not sure about this thing about the.
Good luck, guys.
See you.
All right, Pack.
Oh, they don't remember anything.
Gonna head on his way.
I think they don't.
Thinking to
form
himself,
memory.
these guys don't
It's
need
different
luck.
than remembering, as in like they
I
might
need
remember like,
some of
like
that.
context and
Yeah,
things.
I'll
but
try
they,
it.
they can't,
Try it at
they
another
can't remember it later
spot,
on.
another
That's
table.
how it works, so. I'm not an expert by any means.
Rồi câu tại sao lắm?
Do you like the two? Do you like the
Oh, we got
two-
Elton
two-
Sang at the
two-year
table.
gap?
Yeah, it's good.
Triton staple.
Boy and girl. You want to say it's a game man.
He was in there a lot in
They get on.
Cyprus.
They look
Yeah.
for Adamo.
They start to
Got
get
legend out lately. He's in
Yeah,
there.
sure,
He's
I
in
know.
Triton
But
royalty.
yeah, like there
I
is
know you look for a lot
often
of Adamo.
mine.
Richard Young as well.
1 second, I see him for
You can
400
really
over
see like in a
1,000.
couple
After
of
that,
years, they'll be really tight. Like they'll be really good together.
and then Adamo go to the chip leader. One period.
Rob Young's got Rob's home game. I've been seeing that
told her
advertised. You ever
Jetsy,
watch that? His high stakes in Vegas at the
told her Jetsy,
at the Aria. He kind of manicures a lineup, and
It's a really fun age.
Rob's home game definitely. Rash, you may want to submit an application. I don't know if get in, but you would
That's
be.
why I like
I
to
think
do
you
for 4 or
like
5 days.
the lineups.
Yeah, I didn't know there was an
Stuff works,
application.
possible.
Sure, I mean, I'm in Vegas.
only here 4 days,
I'll
so
submit one.
I'm just
Yeah,
here for
drop
the
a
book.
Twitter
Let's go.
message. Just show interest. Rob always he's a fan of Rast.
Like
You
a
never know.
holiday place.
Hey Rob, what's up? If you're listening to
This
this,
is my like.
hit me up, man. I'm in Vegas. I'll play some cards.
You gotta catch him on a break. He's in the events
We're
here.
going to Barcelona as a family.
You're bluffing?
Yeah, Boston's
Would is it
Instead it's
Hold'em?
just a house.
PLO?
So it's more like a house.
We've pulled him, although Rob is a PLO guy
yeah,
too, so
we don't
it
get
might be a hybrid. Might get a little
Yeah,
mixed
but
in there.
So cool.
50 blinds.
You like,
Ace queen.
Take a look at that field, everyone. 82 entrants, 52 are coming. Things are moving. People have been hitting that Luxon card rebuy. They've been eliminated. Some re-entering, maybe some not. Blinds are up. I mean, it's getting a little more expensive. Playing down to a final table, Ras. 52 left. Feels like I got my espresso touch-up, Ras. Here. I don't know what time we're here till, but it's we're playing to the show tonight.
Ido might throw out a little bluff here. I mean, 8 high is it's almost impossible that Nemeth has a worse hand, but he just waves the white flag. It's okay. Sometimes it's okay to just give up. See, look, I gave up. He shows him.
We never know. It's pretty hard. 8 high, this one pretty hard.
It's never fun to be on a TV feature and surrender, but sometimes you just gotta say, you know what, it's not my time.
Let's see whether that Luna's gone to absolute zero yet.
Oh, it has, I think. Yeah. Oh,
So I'm not in, right? I have to wait for it.
My friend bought 50K's worth yesterday.
Oh, Jesus. That's gone.
Luna?
A friend of mine bought 50K of Luna yesterday.
Rob came in here firing. He's bringing up, getting into the trenches on some of the RTA talk, the crypto world on a bit of fire. I mean, he's rocking Coin Rivet, which is a great exchange, a great place to do crypto. So Rob knows a thing or two about crypto.
Thank you.
Right, so
And Roy Cow joins the table.
There's a look at some chip counts. Richard at the top there, 445,056 big blinds. Young, top and bottom. The rest, 56, 19. Sir Watson there. Elton Tang. Silent S, look at that, 21 blinds. Max Silver. I mean, no one's really run away. At the other feature we had earlier, we saw a couple huge stacks. Today,
This feels like a short stack table, kind of. I'm sure that if you were just going to add up or do the average stack, this would have to.
Keep essentially.
I'd say this would probably be the lightest.
Yeah.
Like trillions or whatever.
Gonna get Brewer here in the mix. Definitely a guy that's emerged on the scene the last few years and plays a lot of high stakes. Have you had a lot of battling with him? Some of the Poker Go Aria stuff. I know he's had some really good success and plays some of the biggest binds in the world.
Yeah, I've played with him some there.
It was 0.0.
I think it's
some battling with Chris. Definitely seen him there. He gets around. He plays a lot.
Yep. He was in Cyprus.
Hard worker.
USDT's gone up. It's 13.13. 13.10.
I see it at 000.
16?
Luna coin.
I looked earlier and it was 0, I thought, so, or like 0 and a lot of zeros before there was a number that wasn't a 0.
What about you, JG? Are you itching to play any of these?
I think
The PLO, I did
like
see
5
that
or 10 years, we're gonna
historically
look back at this
PLO
whole
doesn't get a
thing.
ton of action on the Triton stop, so when it does sprinkle in there on the official schedule, I saw it. I love PLO.
0.0026.
I'll make a push for it. I'll ask if it's able to get in there for that day, but I think that I don't think that's going to be. I don't think there'll be much playing from us this week, Rest.
10K,
Yeah,
10 million.
I don't expect too much.
And if it went back to $90, you'd be a billionaire.
But it's not great. I mean, I don't know much about crypto, but
Silver checks
like
it back.
even the very optimistic people say
Very favorable turn
like
card for him.
hyperinflating to
Picks up
oblivion.
spades.
It's gonna be like
Definitely going to give Richard enough to call some bet sizes here and that's a bet size. So yeah, you can see snap calls because he has the gutter equity as well.
Yeah, he's got the ace of spade that could bluff with somehow, some too, but just sort of checking in. Silver
going to give it another bet here. Let's see what size he goes with.
Technically, it should just go
Given
to
that
zero.
he checked back flop, it's pretty easy value bet. Oh wow, he goes small, but Richard hand is so weak that it's so bluff catching even versus a very small value bet.
But it's insane. It's actually like $50 billion just lost their value. So like saying like it's so many people lost just so much money in that. Like it's truly insane.
15 billion. Yeah.
50 billion. I mean that's just
Yeah, it's really like.
Fucking 2
that
days.
haircut. The mullet is rare. I don't really see. I think there's the only player on tour with the mullet going. What's your thoughts on the mullet, Rast?
I was like, for months, like I couldn't even.
Well, the thing I'm really thinking about is you know what they're talking about right now. They're talking about the Luna.
Made some huge mistakes, whatever, you know.
The Luna.
I think it must be horrible.
Disaster.
One day you have like
Someone at the
millions.
table
The other day you have
50 billion.
practically zero. Like actually zero. Like it's just
basically in a couple days it went from the Luna token went from like $100 to like actual zero. Well, actual zero. Apparently it's been delisted on like Binance and FTX now in terms of trading it. So
It's dark. It's dark
What goes
stuff.
up must come down. Get ready.
Tell you what's not dark when you got 2 kings, and you got action in front of you. Rob on that.
Got to be careful what you call a stable coin. That's what it boils down to. Is it
Yeah.
algorithmic stable coins tied to something
How much do
else?
you have?
Yeah, it's not really what people think stable coin.
125 bag?
Something that's like backed by money somewhere in a reserve. But anyway, this hand is starting to get interesting. So.
And yeah, it is. I'll tell you what's interesting. Sergio does slip a call in, you know, and Andres Nemeth has a real candidate for a upstairs hand.
Oh, certainly, because he's got to look at Rob's stack and say, do I want to get it in with a guy who has basically 18 big blinds? And he says, yes, I do want to get it in. But unfortunately for him, he's not going to be getting it in with that, and he's going to hear something from Ido, whether that's a re-raise here or a call. Now, again, if Ido knew all the cards, I feel like maybe he would just call if he knew that another ace was already dead and just risk it. Because he'd think, maybe if I rejam here, maybe ace-queen doesn't go with me for 40 bigs. Maybe yes, maybe no, but with another ace dead. But he doesn't know the cards. What will he do? He's in position. He's in position, and it is a stack depth where if he back 4 bets here, he might lose some customers with some hands that he'd like to keep in there. Flip side is you know, just because you call doesn't mean you're going to win a lot more chips on the flop when you have the best hand.
Also, what hands is he calling and then flatting 60 more? I mean, I guess there's some.
There's definitely some. I mean,
Can buy more.
ace jack suited, king queen suited, tens,
time to buy. Can buy more.
nines. I mean, there's some hands that you
But they
could
printed
find
so
people
much
would
already.
play that way. Yeah, right.
They minted like what?
You know,
trillions now, right?
this is a tough spot for Nemeth here with ace queen off. I mean, given how much money he's already put in.
Yeah, but it's all his chips versus still 340. I think he's going to fold. Right? It's not a great situation. I
No.
guess you're just like, oh, maybe he has tens or jacks. Or
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where Ido could show up sometimes with weaker hands as well. I mean, it's not, it wouldn't be absurd. Like, it wouldn't be absurd in this spot for Ido to have, like, ace-5 suited, in my opinion.
You really want to bring it to the...
Even, like, ace-jack suited.
Yeah, I like
I'm not
that.
saying
Yeah.
he would do it every time with those hands, but it's, you know.
I got a stack.
He's gonna fold.
Jeopardy here.
But,
he's
I
gonna
mean,
fold.
most...
We saw him the ace-3. Oh, my goodness, really? Wow, I'm shocked by that, but... Yeah, I guess it's not absurd. It's not absurd in any means.
It's a tough spot, man. You're getting, I mean, you're getting a big price. Like, the thing is, once you already have 80 out there, like 340 to win like 540 or something it was. So, I mean, you only need like even 40% equity or something you call. I mean, you know, your opponent starts to have a really tight range for you to fold. It's, which maybe he does, right? I mean, we can see he has kings. I was naming some hands that, like, if he can have ace-5 suited, ace-jack suited, king-queen suited, some hands like that, instead of calling jam them, I mean, it becomes like an auto call. But it's a tricky spot, and it does depend on a lot. I mean, these kind of flat back 4-bet spots are spots where people aren't always super balanced. So, you know, it does depend. It's very opponent dependent sometimes as well. It's tricky.
430?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, but always, I guess, when the cards are face up on their backs for us and we see it and just kind of lean towards, oh, but yeah, you're right. I mean, I think it's very, very, very close, though. And he didn't love it. He tanked a while. And
oh, yeah, no, definitely
did not love that.
Definitely pretty gross.
So many big hands since I sat down.
Lucky charm.
Rob under 20 blinds after opening ace-4 suited and seeing the flat raise. And Sergio off the rebuy on an absolute heater and got put back at the feature, 889,000, 111 bigs. We were just saying not a lot of chips at this table, but that is going to, a collision of two middle stacks, or, you know, bigger stacks at this table does vault him into the lead here.
Yeah, certainly, and now this table's starting to chip up. because you have one person who had 2 of the table chip leaders, and he has a pretty big stack in the tournament now, and you replace that with a new player.
You run big on to the big blind.
Big blind.
And the wheels just keep on turning.
That's small blind, right? He has to play.
Yeah, and 889,000 puts him 3rd in the tournament right now, which you could see yourself downloading the Triton Poker Plus app where you can follow the tournament. Not in real time, but matched with the TV delay. And you can see right now that Wayne Hyung is in first with just a hair under $1 million, and Michael Adamo is in second with 967,000.
Tony G coming in clean 25 blinds, 200K. Coming in and feeling fresh. Rob and Tony, no strangers to each other, playing some televised big events. Tony G needs no introduction. One of those guys that you can't say is a GTO player, but he's had some results. I mean, Tony G in his career has millions in earnings and won some big events, and I think his style is sort of
very first tournament.
Get some chips or move on, right? Tony G's not afraid to gamble.
Reg, 40 big blinds.
Noises?
You haven't watched Tony play in a while, so I'm going to reserve my judgment as to what his style is, but you certainly might be correct, and that's definitely his reputation.
Oh, boy.
People are always aware of their reputation as well, you know? So let's see how he plays. I mean, he is in there playing the 10-9 off already.
So. I hope they deal quick.
Yeah. I'll still rebuy if I bust this hand, yeah?
But you can rebuy first. I'll help you rebuy first.
Might not be able to. Just under $1 million. Sergio Ado in 3rd. Jason Kuhn doing well. Timothy Adams up there. A couple new names too. Mr. Paul Waswell in the top 10, 458K.
He's actually going to see these hands and probably say, damn, I wish I gambled.
You a bit
10-9's not doing too bad here against ace, queen, and 7s. It's about as good as you could ever possibly hope to be against 2 all-in players.
Cannot bust.
What do you have?
I would call your shot, but this is like 2 shots.
What did you have?
10-9.
Oh.
Wow. What am I doing now?
You're in. I want you in. Put your chips.
8 jack.
Yeah, great. See that.
Wow, Rob.
Qualified.
You didn't make a pair.
Lock it up right away. Keep him in the game.
Same thing. If I just call it, same thing. Same thing.
Yeah.
Call people.
So. Last time you had
Small
clubs.
tournament. It doesn't matter. This is like
Yeah.
free roll.
I don't know. I made it in 80K.
Huh?
But I made it in 80K. Pretty big tournament now.
Wow. 5x.
Get an extra hand
Down
in
to 6
there.
blinds. So
you did really well.
47K.
Yeah.
You're very skinny. Now,
Save me.
you've been fasting, haven't you?
Save me 20K, I guess.
More blinds again?
Brutal
Trying
fast.
to play fast and get it in.
I enjoy it.
I know, we'll win.
Yeah, there's pros and cons. Registration before you get it, get short before
crypto is
Red's kind of
exciting.
annoying, but also means you can't
People just
put
move
20
on,
more
you know?
in. He's
Just
also
one
got
busts,
his work really cut out
on to
for
the
him
next
now
one.
with 6 blinds.
I wonder what the guy who created it was going to just... Does he just
Start a new
this-
project. What
when
else?
does
Just
the
move on. If that
registration end?
didn't work out.
Is that what he does?
It's 5 hours,
Yeah.
I think, from the start. I guess so.
It's 5K.
I think we're past it. It says
Start a
89
new
in the
DeFi
field. I
project.
believe that's going to be it, but
Is he a famous guy? Do people know?
It just ended.
I think it may have
He's
just
famous.
ended. But
He's famous now.
Is he anonymous or...
He's named.
21.
These guys are anonymous, aren't they?
Some of them are, yeah.
You raised, yeah?
You want your chips, Richard, this man?
Tony G, not in a great spot here, deciding what he could do. It's flatting doesn't feel right. Maybe a little too much to shove, but you could definitely do it.
Now he has to offer maybe high. Instead of 21%, offer like 42. When people come.
What does this mean for Bitcoin? For the end of the year?
I don't know. I think it's going to get to 8 or 9K.
37.
We're buying.
Cool.
You think it'll go that low?
Tony G not giving a good Bitcoin forecast, says it could get down to 9,000.
My target's 8-9. Start buying 8-9K. I think it's can get there. I hope so.
It's a pretty wide
It's good.
target.
Flushes everyone out.
8 or 9,000 to flush everyone out. Wow, that would be. If it got below
So you don't think buying
10K, that would be
purchases without
something.
I just bought.
And
I bought some for 30.
top set needs running.
I don't think it's a good idea. Honestly, I don't think so.
Running spades.
Even today,
or else
Nasdaq's like
that's going to be
pumping.
it.
Bitcoin.
Oh, it's
No one
split.
knows.
Flop top set versus top top, and
Microphone. Is that the luck?
Maybe you're right.
Is that the thing?
he's calling it in. Sir Watts called it in. We saw that.
think
Asked
no one
before. Not going to work there.
Take it off.
Good game for Sir Watts. We'll be seeing more of him. The No Limit. Street's one of the feared, very
Bitcoin
tough No
price
Limit
like
Hold'em
casino.
tournament player. Been doing
It's
it
a
for a
gambling
long,
player.
long time.
People short it, people buy it.
Got married last year, and
It's leveraged.
he's in the mix, man. He's one of those guys. That guy, he just travels. He hits it. If there's a big buy-in, big series, he's around, and a likely
My only point
competitor.
that's
Richard
not
Young
gone
going
down
to go
is,
up to
Alexis
46
Coin.
blinds,
That go mining.
457,000.
Oh, really? It's going well, yeah?
Sporting the
It's a
Triton
stable,
hat.
didn't move.
Did you hit the Triton store in Cyprus, Rast?
Am I big one?
Did you get
I
in
did,
gear?
yes.
There's only 5 of us that hold them.
I topped up.
Yeah.
None of us
I
sold
got
them, so it
suited
just
up
doesn't move
there.
its price.
I mentioned it
Everything else
earlier
all the
on
odds are
the
like
stream
80%
today,
down, aren't
but just how
I think
nice
Leon's the only
some
one
of
that sold
the
it, though. You might need to-
like the hoodie, the top wear is for
Pay
poker
for some
players. They
more.
got the zippers on the hoodie and on the fleece. So, you know, if you want to store chips or whatever.
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
big leak to have chips in your pocket, in a sweatpant pocket, and drop a couple around. I mean, every
So
once in a
many coins.
while
Always
you
a
hear
new
about
coin.
it, or
That's
someone in
the
the
good
Bellagio will pick up a
You
5K
missed
flag,
on that one,
and
there'll be another one.
you know, you
Yeah.
don't want to be that guy. Pokers can be hard
The
enough.
highest
Can't be
inflation
just
in crypto.
dropping chips around.
Yeah. I've been that guy.
Limited supply.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I know
Even
Zipper
Luna
hits
did.
home close to home for you.
Supplied more.
Lost the
People
flag or
didn't
two,
know.
I'm sure.
They're buying Luna. They think they're buying Luna.
Well,
They're buying the
I'll
UD.
give the story again. I mean, one time, the
way it was
Bellagio,
like
someone
complete fraud.
They're buying USD, aren't they?
walked behind, and
Yeah, they're
one of
buying
my
USD.
flags had
That's what
rolled
they're buying.
out.
And they don't even
Someone,
understand.
this is yours,
And
and
Binance let them go until it's
thank
they're
you.
no longer needed.
Thank you for not just picking up and walking away. A lot of people would
So
have
what
done
you
that.
bought-
And another
so if
time,
I bought $1 million
I did
of
find
Luna,
a cranberry, a
what did
25K
they
chip,
do? What
just
happened?
The money
randomly
goes into
in
USD.
Money goes
one of
into
my
USD.
hoodies or
So
some
all the whales
clothing
get out of
in
the
my
USD
in my
because they know
closet.
it's going to go broke.
So didn't even know I was
they might
missing that
transferring the
one.
money.
So then my Luna's worth
But
nothing
it's-
because you ain't
That's
So
a nice,
anyway.
that is a real bonus. Pickup.
But if the
No,
zipper's
you're
there,
looking
then
at
you
it
know it
still
won't
go
come out in the laundry.
money-
See, that's
I
huge.
got
Like,
good news and bad
buy
news. For you. The good
They
news
sell
is
the Luna.
you've got 30K
Automatically.
back,
So
but
your
there
Luna
could be a
goes to
few
sell
more
Luna
chips
by
missing,
USD.
man. You might
No.
want to tighten up your Triton zipper outfits.
no, but this is from a
So
while
more than
ago.
it's minted.
Actually, after a couple of these events, I started using
I
a
buy
plastic
100Ks with
Ziploc
Luna.
bag
Yeah.
in my pocket,
I
but
thi- I
that's
think
like
I
way
want
less
100K Luna.
stylish than
They
zipper
burned my Luna today.
involved with the
But they just
pockets
make
on your
new
hoodie.
Luna, which is
You
then-
They
then
make
that's-
more
Yeah,
Luna.
I'll
no,
have to
no
check.
more.
your
Your cutting
Luna
weeks as you
worth,
get older and
essentially you want,
wiser.
like 1K's worth or whatever.
And it's so crazy. CZ tweeted it all out, explained
Cut,
it all.
cut,
but
cut. The
they
new
sus-
ones spring up.
They
but, you
killed
know.
it when it was too late, though. They should have done it. I mean, if you knew it, how can you
There's
allow
the,
people lose their
gut
money?
shot
Now, how did they
for
keep the
Richard.
peg?
The peg, well, they're trying to, they,
Elton gonna pick it up with a nice hand. King
convex,
queen
I
on
put
the
it in.
But if
953.
more people
Shows
bought-
it. Shows them a little something. Hey,
That's why it went up.
So more people get. Okay, so you buy Luna, you get 20% interest every year. More and more people keep buying and buying and buying and buying it.
sounds a lot
And
like
the
a,
peg
pon-
stays
like a
there.
Ponzi scheme, doesn't it? Oh, my bad.
But
If
still
more
something
people
happens.
bought Luna, it would have helped USD to stay longer towards pay.
So why do people
parity.
stop buying Luna?
Because there was an attack, like a concerted attack to depeg it, and then the market kind of followed the sentiment of the
So who made money out of this?
people
The
shorting
shorts,
it.
shorts.
Tony, apparently.
Shorts,
More, I mean, everyone made money. Everyone. It was a good shot. I mean, it was a punt.
Likely some very big players in the space, some like big, like billionaire people saw an opportunity to attack something and
Yeah.
made off with it.
Yeah.
At
gotta
the
keep
expense
your
of
head
the
on,
kind of
on a swivel in the
retail
crypto world,
over
Rast.
some
And
of
there's,
this-
you know,
this dream or whatever.
Also at the expense of the rest of crypto as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, but
It's
they
one of
don't
the
support
interesting
crypto. We're
things
gonna
about
buy more
crypto
Bitcoin.
is
Why
like some
is
of
that?
these products are are kind of very new. They're based off
And
of
the money
very
was used to
interesting
buy more.
theories.
Well, my hopes have
That
gone
said,
down by 70%.
they're not
I know,
tested,
but no one's
and
buying it all.
you know, this isn't the
But
the
if they
kiddie
use to
playground
buy-
here,
if those people
right?
use the money
if your
buy Bitcoin
if your
instead of
product,
goods.
if your coin, if there's some kind of
Because those
fault,
retailers are not gonna hold,
you know, it's
they're gonna
open
lose the money
to
anyway, so
attacks. Like in
you're
this
protecting
case,
them by buying
because there was a weird kind of back and forth relationship between UST, which is the algorithmic
go to zero,
quote
I mean, ultimately,
unquote
it's just a
stable
matter of when
coin
they
that
go
was
to
being used, and Luna,
'Cause they'll be in a
right?
better alt.
Like if you know
So
you
just to
sold
play the
one,
game,
you
it's
got
like
like $1 of the other,
buy
and
an
you can go
alt
back
and
and
you wait
forth.
until
So what
it's zero,
happened
but
is
you have to get
somebody
out.
attacked and like accumulated a bunch of the UST, then
I mean,
sold a
every alt can
bunch,
be
and
replaced.
basically
They're all, like,
depegged
should
it
be
from
open
being
source. They
a
can all
dollar,
be
and then that destabilized and eventually brought
what about
down
these, like,
Luna, and other
projects
people
like
kind of
Dart and
jumped
things like
on.
that, and is it all
But
bullshit?
so, you know, it was very interesting. It ended up working, but that's why
There's a lot of
you
these copy ones.
like you said, you have to have your head on a
Chinese
swivel. You have to be
copy them.
careful,
They just
right?
copy it the same
You know,
thing.
you learn about something on a YouTube channel like
Like
this
Neo,
or that, or
they've
some
done it
guy
for
who's not
years.
really doesn't know what they're talking about, and you just invest.
Same project, just
You know,
better.
a lot of these things haven't really been truly
Cheaper.
tested, like stress tested. You know, like what's going to happen if this goes wrong or that goes wrong, or you know, it's attacked by, you know, not even really like somebody cheating, quote unquote, but just somebody, you know, doing what they can within the realm of financial
You're right.
possibility to short or whatever. So you know, you do have to be careful out there. It's pretty interesting what happened. I mean,
Nah,
also
we wouldn't have lost
really
it so
sucks
much.
and unfortunate for a lot of people that
Really?
lost money. But you have to be careful.
Yeah, let's see if we can listen in to any Tony G. I know he's pretty dialed
Yeah, but they were
into
paying a high interest rate on the normal.
crypto world
above the mean.
and sites, so
The other ones, okay.
let's take a listen if we can catch any anecdotes here.
Nah, but they were going down before. They were all going down before. It's just too many tokens. Yeah. Earth is up. What's the point on now? Yeah, it's actually not doing well today. The NASDAQ is really ripped.
Yeah, the Nasdaq's gone up 3.2.
Yeah. NASDAQ was up 5%. But this is all short covering today. It's all short covering.
What?
It's like all the hedge funds were short.
They can afford
Like
to
the
pay
market.
for it.
Yeah, even AMC. They're just taking some money off for another attack. It's a relief rally. I think. I think all the crypto will be getting smashed again for sure. All the alts, so much more downside. It's tremendous. I liquidated it 6 months ago. I'm in USDC. I said it. Told them everything. I said Luna would go to $1. I got it wrong. I said it officially. Fucked up. I should have said this is going to 0.0001. I know. I made a mistake. But still, everyone that followed me made a good profit. I know. It was always going to $1. It's so funny. The guy tweeted it out. He said, "We're going to try to support it at $1," and people didn't understand what they meant because he had like 8 tweets.
Well,
They were buying it above
hard to
$1.
flop a set, and that has happened, but it's also even harder to flop a set and have your opponent have something as well. That's a lot going right. So here he's
No.
done the set,
No, it's actually a legit thing.
but his opponent really has
He's actually a very legit guy. I mean, everybody.
nothing exciting, and he bets 15.
You got
and,
played, yeah.
Have you read his tweets?
Bets very small, but Queen
No,
7
he's
off.
actually a very good guy. I mean,
Getting
a
rid
lot
of
of
it.
the like top hedge funds, top people, not even in crypto. I mean, I talked to them. They legit. They love the guy. I mean, they had a lot of money in it too. I mean, a lot. And then some of them.
Why one his name, isn't it? On Twitter.
There's a look at Crystal Chandelier in this beautiful venue. We're at the Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. Hope you guys are
legit, everything's
enjoying
legit.
the
I wonder
event
who
one,
attacked them.
watching at home, different stream
not just
outlets. I
one.
see YouTube in the chat. If you
thought
guys
about it, it's a good
want to tell us where you're watching from, give a shout out. I see so many familiar faces.
not
We
malicious.
appreciate the support. I hope you're enjoying. Brian Rast alongside me. I'm Jeff Gross. We
How
are
did they actually
here
attack it?
for
Did you short
almost
Luna?
2 weeks.
It was more complex than that. I'm not entirely familiar, but
No, you short
Getting us
UST
off to
too.
a
You
hot
get
start, and I do
3x
see
UST
the
on
field
Binance,
size
but
has
others,
jumped up one
FTX,
Rast,
you
so
can
don't think the reg is quite
get
closed.
like
I think
some
it's
places 100x,
90
short.
current, 51 left, and
Yeah, huge short.
we are playing a final table, Rast. It is 8:45 p.m. We have to lose a lot of people. This might be This might really be a.
No, the main thing you have to show you.
We're in for a grind here, guys. Hope wherever you're watching, you got your coffees, your
hold
teas.
lots of UST. You have to buy.
You're ready to roll because we're going to be here.
Understanding that they're going to keep buying it until they run out of money, and then when they've got no money to buy it, then you kill it. So still, you have to take a big risk. You have to actually buy a lot of UST first. It's not so simple. It's a big play. You have to buy something that's going to go to zero first.
I love buying stuff that's going to go to zero.
Got Rob in here speeding just with nothing. No diamond, no anything. King 10 off the taxi cab, as we like to call it,
You kind of have
in
to sell it
Houston.
to push
And
it
he
down,
does
man.
pick up a pretty big equity turn card. Richard on with a 6-9
Sell it first
suited.
at a loss.
Has the best hand still. Big blind versus Rob with the King 10 off +1, raising pre-flop, and has a decision. Does he want to keep the storyline going? Which I think he has to. I mean, this is just one of the best turn cards he can have that he doesn't improve. It's going to work. He's going to shed Richard with.
I think that's going to get destroyed too.
Better hand.
So many tokens
good
being
pot
unlocked.
for Rob.
Even everyone from ICO.
This is event number 1, 8-handed, no limit, hold'em, 20K
All these ones can get
euro
money.
with rebuys available.
I'm just guessing. I don't know. There'll be a lot of coins destroyed for sure now. 'Cause once you make money, appetite grows, right? Doesn't. Unless you're bored.
It's a bit like them going after the stocks.
Yeah, it's the
They
same.
now just go after the coins.
Yeah. It's the same.
So there could be big guys behind it. Big corporations. Big.
Just people, big or small. Just people. Just gamblers.
Rob and Tony. Chatting up. Rob is he's a master information guy. He really knows what people that he gets in there and just checks out everything's temperature on different things, what's happening. He's just a intuitive guy. One of the people in poker you could say has done some of the most and just really looking to improve and make better the game.
I'll tell you. 20 days.
You played poker with Rob before, Rast? Have you ever played live in any cash game or tournament ever?
Yeah, I've definitely played with him, but here and there over the years.
Rob's game, I'm telling you, keep your head in a swivel, man. You need to maybe just bump into him here and just slip your name into the recommendation list.
Hey man, I heard you have a game in Vegas.
I'm a local.
You need anybody to keep a seat warm?
Yeah. I get a discount on nightclub entries and beers, It's not bad to have me around. Throw it out there, you never know.
Feels like Tony's done giving his take on crypto in the markets, at least for the time being. Definitely interesting to hear what he had to say.
Interesting is one adjective. I would say concerning.
Yeah.
More so.
Well,
9,000. Poker's got problems. World's got real problems. 9K BTC would be alarming for so many reasons. But
well, that the guys are gonna get bored right now and destroy a bunch of other coins.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow. Tony came in wearing a black shirt and a little bit of dark energy on us tonight. Might have to find Helmuth for a splash of positivity to balance out
He's walking back. Don't kill his hand.
this forecast.
Is it positivity or is it hashtag positivity?
It is hashtag. I don't know if
I'm not sure if hashtag positivity is authentic positivity.
Nope.
Positivity definitely is. It's authentic, but hashtag positivity is
kept telling
kind
him
of
to
like
kill it.
fake
but-
positivity.
Never
I
want my
feel
hand
like.
to be dead, do you? That's why. Special rule, right?
That's how bad you are, Rob.
Big
they
word,
won't
but
wait
yeah,
dead. They
it's
won't do it.
different.
You
It's
actually
different
like that
energetically
guy.
and
We were all-
positively, but
This gentleman was protecting it intensely.
I said, Patrick, I'm doing well. Do you want to buy a piece? He said, nah, I'm all right.
About 80%.
Get my money back.
I said,
Well, I mean, I guess I'm kind of saying that because I feel like
That's
at
Jason
the poker
Q now.
table when he's competing, he's not always positivity. He's much more hashtag positivity. I guess is my point.
What can I fold?
It's two of
You
you.
know?
It's impossible, right?
Just too many examples of hashtag positivity
The
and
solver
not
says
enough
anything
of
apart from
positivity.
7-3 apparently.
Although, definitely different away from the table, but at the table, the beast comes out.
Good ball for 7-3.
It's time to compete, time to win.
couldn't even hit it with my baggage.
Made an extra 10.
What?
Made an extra 10.
Yeah, worked out.
Slowed the game down, waited for me to come back. Disgusting.
Could have hit.
Huh?
Could have hit.
10-6 diamonds. You don't fold that, do you?
No.
I had you in bad shape.
Pardon?
I had you in bad shape.
You don't say. I didn't think you had 10-5. Pocket tens?
Nah, king 10.
King 10. Why'd you bet the flop then? You
I
missed.
was hoping you'd fold.
That's when you could check raise.
Yeah. I've just doubled up.
Adamo would
I'm
check
like
raise
Richard.
that flop every time.
He would. You haven't played a hand yet?
No, Adamo would.
I don't know. Yeah.
I can't.
I'm just trying to play premium hands and cash. I've never cashed a Triton before.
Never cash the Triton. Eye on the flag. Eye on the Triton flag cash, which is, it's nice because you know it's a good score. At least I think 20K might be the lowest buy-in they've had. That is happening right now, but it's just going up. Escalator from here, 2 weeks of action. People are calling for Phil Ivey in the chat. Don't know if we've seen him yet at the event, but he had a very, very electric Cyprus getting winner trophies, final tables, I think a second. And
I mean,
here,
I think Phil will be
yeah,
here. He loves the short deck.
Triton.
He
He's
just might
he's
be
hot
like,
in
yeah, the
mix right now.
20K might not just
No
not be
decision.
enough for him. It's a long time.
I don't know, man.
Skip the first.
I think people go through waves.
Everyone
I
should
think
show the-
Phil's in
everyone should show
a
the cards,
poker
but it's on
wave of
stream anyway,
NTTs.
right?
He's
Sure.
got the bug.
Yeah.
He's
That would be the
hot.
right
He's
thing to do.
scoring.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
like still these are.
That's why I think he's going to be here, but that maybe he's
Should we all
just
show? 'Cause it's on
not
the-
here
on the
for the
stream anyway?
20K.
I saw
on
him
day
in
one.
at 25K in Cyprus as we were on
Listen,
the
I'm
way
not
out.
saying he doesn't
You think
play it. I'm
that's his
just
cutoff?
saying
Is it
maybe
20K,
Yeah,
25s he's
yeah,
in,
we
20s
just-
out?
He's
Yeah.
like, I'll skip day
we
one.
agree.
All right.
One less day
saw
here.
it.
Maybe it was a
We saw it,
lot
'cause
too,
it's on a stream
just
anyway.
a little longer than he wanted. Maybe at another obligation.
Makes
But
the game more
he will
interesting
be
for
here
us.
at some point.
You can
He's
just-
not going to
you can
skip
just like,
100K
that should just muck
short
his
deck
face down.
tournaments.
Main event. title
That's his
up.
It's like if you
game.
ask someone to straddle, I'm like, no, I'm not going to
Phil
straddle,
is-
but you can. I'm like,
He
"Cool,
loves,
man."
Richard doesn't show, just clear his cards
Told me
over.
that he loves the short deck.
I'll help you, Rich.
Oh, okay.
Tony will help you. You don't have to make any effort.
Tony will flip a
Might
fool
have
you.
given a few more specifics, but
We
I'm
all
just
agree
going
yet?
to keep that
Yeah.
off
Is
the
that right?
table.
Agreed.
We're moving.
hand out,
We're
is it?
moving forward here. 49 and
show down,
90,
show down.
getting close to getting
Well,
you a
the stream
payout
anyway,
when
so
the
I can-
reg is
not
fully
giving anything away,
closed.
are
The
you?
numbers are tabulated.
It won't
It's going
hurt.
to be healthy. Someone's going to walk away
Is
with
the
some real
winner?
sherbet.
No, both is more fun.
Ship
Both?
the sherbet to
Yeah,
Herbert.
You know that? That's a.
Your
that's-
hand's getting,
man.
you
Yeah.
know the hand's getting
I
streamed,
thought about
right?
naming
So
my
There you go.
first son
the information's
Herbert.
there.
Just out of that, just you know, there's
Makes it
not a
more
lot of
interesting for
Herberts I
us.
know, and I don't know.
I mean, it seems like a cool gimmick, but then he has to walk
Well-
around as Herbert, which is it is a name that has fallen a little bit.
it's not in. It's not.
out
A,
of-
it's not. It's probably not in the top 20 popular list in the whatever. But
Herbert,
Herb can go short.
Herbert.
Yeah. Deuces all in. The duck, goose gonna get it through.
He's gonna.
I'm really cold though.
We've got him on tilt now by the show.
No.
Suited
That's a
connect.
strong one.
Strong move, pocket twos.
Get you a prize
Oh my
pool
God.
here in a minute because this is now close. Reg is locked in. Got the 90 total entries. In terms of uniques, not sure specifically.
No.
Could try to find that out for you as well, but
What's up?
we do know
Excuse me,
that
can
there's
I have a
90
mineral
people
water, sparkling
competing
water?
at one point. That is the total
didn't hear
entries.
what he said.
And
So don't put
the
it on here
purse-
Oh.
and put it on silent.
Oh, okay.
Purse is going to be. It's going to be notified to you very soon. I'm going to find it actually. You know what it is? We got
Professional
it.
on the table.
Have it. Over 500,000 US.
Don't
It
put
looks like
professionals on there.
478,000 euros
One
going
of
first
them.
place.
Oh,
13 people are going to get
Businessman,
paid. That means
always come
14.
with a smile.
Nothing, Ras.
We're showing
14th
cards,
place.
by the
No
way,
one
yeah.
likes to bubble any buy-in, but when they're 20K in that variety, it hurts a little extra, especially after a long day
Yeah,
or
because
two.
it's streamed anyway. So
Mr.
we
Paul
show-
Fwa gets
showdown, we all
entered
show.
in as the big money gets announced.
We've been
He's
doing it
in
for the last
there on the
hour.
feature. 36,000 euros
Understand.
for 13th.
No problem. I shall.
478 for first, 0 for 14th.
Fair. More interesting.
56 uniques in day one of the Triton. That's a nice start. Only likely to go up from there as the buy-ins go up as well. We're going to be seeing short deck action and no limit hold'em and even a PLO rest. PLO. I might have to call one in, try to sneak in there. I love PLO. It'd be fun, maybe a day with PLO. I think it's a one day. It's either, maybe they're all 2 days, but it could be a one day.
It's not a hobby.
It's not a hobby. You better either get 4 cards or don't. if you know how to play, it's a beautiful game.
Are you going to go through his coaching?
Here we go.
Is he?
He's going to shoot
He's
this
doing
up.
daily coaching at 11 o'clock in the morning in his hotel room.
And I'm the coach.
He messaged me today and said coaching, but I was on some calls.
I know.
We have
to survive.
Elton here.
I got a message saying we're doing no limit hour coaching.
How long is it, like 8 hours?
Yeah.
Sort of
All
like,
the rays, I feel like all of them around the table. And he goes with the call.
how long is the coaching?
Oh, it's afterwards. Last night was designed for 4 hours, but I said no.
Who's doing the coaching?
Tomorrow will be 2 hours.
Who's doing the coaching?
Taiwanese boy.
He's a good player.
People recommend me that he's
Not a good flop for Elton. Definitely going to lose at least a bet here, assuming he doesn't actually catch one of the 2 outs he has to win the pot.
He thinks you need help.
No, I do.
I got the instant message.
Oh, the buddies need help.
Yeah, I got a message. I mean, you could take insult, couldn't you?
No.
I've been playing poker for 20. I've been playing poker for 20 years, and I get a message.
It's normal. Everyone coach. Even the best players are coach. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, hi.
Even the best players are.
I've been playing for 20 years. Hi. No Limit Coaching Clinic starts at 12 noon at Four Seasons at my room if you'd like to
Yeah, I
join.
mean, Silver just with an absolute hammerlock on the hand, and his opponent has top pair as well, so
I mean, you
to
could
get some chips out of this.
could
He
be
has
a better
backup with the
digit.
Queen of Diamonds as well, which is nice. Feel a little extra confident.
He's the coach.
Yeah, now with
I
only
was
one to
thinking, who's
go,
the
it
coach?
takes
I
away
thought
the
maybe
deuce
I'm
of
the
diamonds
coach.
as an out, so 3 outs
Send
become
one
2.
to Leon one time.
Leon is the coach.
Yeah, 4.5%
Invite Leon for
chance
coaching.
Yeah.
for
Invite
the
Leon.
2 out or 1 card to
Send
come.
him
And
that message.
depends, it's a 2 or 3 street hand
coaching in my room.
for Max. Let's see on the
He might
run
fly
out.
over
As
for
of
it.
right now, he is still putting gasoline in the middle, and this
That's
is
the
where
best
it
thing.
becomes, the flop bet. Okay, let's peel one. Let's see if our
And
opponent
watch
slows
the-
down.
watch
This is
the
where
whole
it gets
play.
dicey
Watch the
because if you call here, you're getting kind of the SPR, stack to pot ratio. Everything's getting a little discombobulated, and you are in a difficult place.
Nice.
So
This room is nice.
Elton kind of realizing that the situation
Yeah.
is critical here.
It's a healthy bet as well. That could definitely be interpreted as a bluff, but also kind of implies your hand might not be good. You know, will Silver bet the river? You know, it really depends on what the card is. I mean, he'll almost certainly bet a diamond.
Oh, you double up? 1 bullet?
Oh wow.
And, he's going to get
Pocket sevens all in.
Yeah.
he's going to get snap called and see the bad
Wow.
news.
Going.
Drawing light is the word. It's thin. It's not dead. That it is asking a lot.
Yeah, Elton decides there's a lot of draws out there, and he wants to take the pot down and deny equity. But
Oh my goodness. Paul is amused. to hear him keep on his chair. That's one of those ones you just don't want to believe it can happen like that, but it does.
for you.
Max
For
Silver.
me, that's the sign that I should not be playing poker again.
Like it's a small tournament. It's a warm up. It's just
Yes,
Wow. Rob's gone to social media on
So
this
when
one.
you've got King Queen against King 2, you like
A
the
diamond
situation
too.
on the turn, and then when Pourpoint calls deuce and it comes in,
But diamonds don't work either.
Yeah,
called the
only
deuce-
2 out.
you called the
Sorry,
deuce in.
sorry.
No, it's okay. All good.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah, wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, that is.
Better than 1 out.
You'll get a message inviting you for coaching now.
The needles are thick here
Play like
today.
1 tournament a year.
But Max, a good sport, taking it well. 3 big blinds still in the tournament, and
It's all good.
maybe playing some of the other events. Not sure. He did reference it. It's not poker's not his main thing these days.
Yeah.
Not playing a ton,
You
and
get more
that's the kind of hand,
advertising
that's the
than
kind of beat that will make you second guess re-entering the tournament because that is that's
I get more
it's a high
advertising for
percentage
being
you're
a
ahead
fish.
there, right? I mean that's like it's hard to get it in 96%.
They would have said you're the coach, man.
well, he did say that. Well, at least this is a warm up. Because obviously, this is the smallest buy-in tournament, first one, which does imply though that he will be back, continue playing. Not that he's out yet, although it is looking pretty likely he's not going to make it. He's down to 2.8 big blinds. It's not very many.
Wow, pay 13. Pay how many?
This would really be a heat check hand by Elton here, and he passes the 10-3 clubs versus Richard Young's under the gun open.
Need a break. One more level.
One more level.
15 minutes.
No heat check from Elton Zhang after binking the 2-outer on the river.
Ace queen, tricky one to play. Misses
like,
king 10, picks up a gut shot. Both have a heart in there.
Yeah, he's going to consider leading this board, I think, versus Richard's under the gun open. Yeah.
So is
with the
56 players?
2 overs, the 10 gutter, you know, definitely like to get ace high to fold, which doesn't happen. Richard also has the queen of hearts, let it be known.
Yes.
Oh.
It's a nice town.
Jungle Man always says bet your gutters. This is, we've seen a couple gutters coming in today, and that is a nice card for Sergio, but also realizing
amazing city.
It's going to be kind of hard to get action, right, versus many hands to get called when you...
Yeah, I mean, the best way to get action at this point for him would be to check and to have Richard bluff. I think if he bets, and I'm not saying I blame him for betting, but you know, given Richard's hand, it's impossible continue. But, you know, you also can't blame Ido for just continuing trying to get value for a very good hand at that point. But, you know,
if you win any tournament, you're guaranteed to get 1 million.
Ace high, just can't call a bet there.
For me.
478,000 only.
Yeah, like
The other side is what does he do? Check. Let ace, queen, ace, king catch up, hit an ace or queen, and do you still even get called by a river, or do you let him just sort of take the lead?
It's a tricky spot. If you think your opponent is tricky and likes to turn hands into a bluff, you could mix in some checks there with some hands as strong as that. I mean, I definitely think the dominant play there is to continue betting your hand for value.
I only use one bullet.
And obviously, if your opponent has like 2 pair, some flush draws, there's a bunch of hands that can continue there.
If I use 5 bullets.
So, very reasonable play, and you know, the play I think he should do most of the time, but just not something Ace Queen can continue versus.
He have a speech and then he go in.
Fishful in.
Here we have the double Ace Queens.
How much?
129.
129. 29.
2 ace queens, 1 is suited. You know, this is another one of those trivia questions where asked if you get asked which one would you rather have. You know, there's 2 flush draws for the ace queen off, but the ace queen suited does have a statistical advantage.
Run twice.
This one you're allowed to say flip.
Ah, same hand.
Yeah, but look at the equities.
He has 2 flush draws left. You only have 1.
Are you still? I don't know. I don't think. 7% to 2. That's significant. Are you gonna plug that in?
Yeah, but the rest of the 93% of the time you're flipping. So.
Yeah, that's gonna be a chop.
7 deuce, good.
All right, no blood there. Pair of 2s, ace kicker, chop it up.
I'll give him 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, 52.5, 47.5. So yeah, the 5% spread. 5 is borderline.
Borderline.
It's borderline.
Good half-an-hour levels.
And for those who don't know what we're referring to,
Very
we're
good.
referring to it being a borderline
You
flip.
like short level?
Yeah, you don't want to.
We
Better have
have
more tournaments than play one long.
outlawed calling
Still
things
comes
as
down to
big
one
as a
hand
10% spread of flip. It's no longer going to happen on
I
our
think
watch.
should even make the tournaments even faster.
A bit long.
I think you should
30
make it.
minutes, no. Long.
I think Paul, better, more tournaments. Even for pros is better. More tournaments is better than, because still one decision. You have more decisions.
Tony G, more tournaments is better.
I think the
20
stru-
minutes
yeah, I
is
think
the
the
ideal.
structurals are good. I don't know.
30 minutes is turbo.
You could do 20 minutes until rebuys and then do 30 minutes.
Yeah, there's a 50K turbo, 20 minutes race.
I'm just saying all of them is good.
And the blinds have gone up, 6, 12, 12. The march never
it's a good
stops.
structural, I know.
Oh, the 30K was supposed to be 30 minutes. I increased 5 more minutes, sorry. 35 now.
What's the 100K gonna be? 60?
Oh, fuck. 100K is 50 minutes.
50 minutes?
50 or 45?
Same structural, but just 50-minute levels.
I mean, it used to be a standard 1 hour clock, but now with shot clock and less people, a 1 hour clock's like 45 minutes now.
Now a level's long.
Number of
Wow,
hands.
Richard
But unless you get the people
finds
who
the
tank all the
3-bet
You can't
here.
tank, bro, shot clock.
A7 off in the small blind versus
They
the
still
big blind.
take. They still take the maximum
Definitely
time.
going
Yeah, but I
for it,
think
kind
most
of
people should be
leveraging
just
the
delete
short
it, probably
stack,
take 10
asking the
seconds.
question,
I think
do
most
you
people,
have a
I think
hand
most people have stopped
you
it
want
now.
to play here for
Thank God. Not. You have a few.
25 big
We love
blinds
it.
or so, which is what he has.
This table's fast.
Everyone was doing, some people doing it in Cyprus, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Full 20 seconds all the time.
Elton says yes,
Yeah.
King Queen
Four
suited is
power,
good
yeah.
enough to flat. So now
Paul does
gonna
take
play
his time
post
for me,
flop
actually.
given that
Paul with
Richard,
raise, you're like,
given that no one really
This is
flopped
not- This is
anything,
definitely not quick. It's
Richard
You should
has
give a
the
reward.
advantage.
If you don't use a time bank, not one, you get your rake back.
Then I'll go
Range
bankrupt.
advantage.
I'll get a lot of egg back.
No, you won't.
Could be a spot he
Still
would
use
take
it,
it
but
down.
At least
but
half the field
decides
don't need to
not
pay a wreck.
If you don't use the time bank. And every time you use
No,
it,
then everyone
Now
who
that-
uses it has to
Pay a
pay the egg for the people who
Elton
just
has
make
the
it. They
gutter.
pay $500 every time you use one time bank.
Just
Richard has the
bankrupt
open
Nikita.
end.
Nikita has to pay
That's
back
interesting.
like
Pace usually time bank.
Yeah, you pay for time. You're taking everyone's time paid. Why not?
You can do the
Checking
Triton
does
Tony G edition.
give a
10
little
minute
room
clock.
for King High.
No,
to
why don't we
take a
just sit
stab.
down
Fines.
and
Yeah,
flip and go?
Elton's
Just
got to
9
think, I
flips,
mean,
tournaments
And
over.
random someone can be pulled out.
Gotta
but
think,
just
Richard
What is high called?
has to have ace
High
high
call
a
the final
decent
thing.
amount here.
Zero.
Don't
You've done
can't
special
win a
edition. What
showdown
about
versus
Tony G
ace
edition?
high.
Evicted, no. When I retire from poker, I can do it. I'm playing.
Kind of an awkward line now for the ace-7 off because he does
gonna
check
retire
it 3
soon.
times,
I
but
retired already
Elton
2 times.
is
gonna come
exactly
back for
can't
fold.
really. There's not many hands that
If you don't come back, I
Richard
don't play
has that
poker.
he's in good shape getting 3-bet. There's almost 0, right? I mean,
I
King
mean,
Jack,
Purebred bunny.
Yeah,
play
King
golf.
Jack
suited that would
We'll play
finds a
golf too.
bluff at some point,
You have to be
probably.
an
I mean,
ex- an
Queen
ex-poker
Jack is
player and play
there,
golf.
pairs.
Ex-poker
I
player golf
mean,
tour.
Elton
Show
really can almost never be good
A lot of poker players
with
play golf.
even the best King High here. So, I mean, not surprising he finds a bet. He's like, what can I bet to get ace high to fold? 60,000 gets the job done. Nice hand, Elton.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a scenario where it goes check all
I
the way
would just
through
like
there.
to make the money in this
And
tournament.
King High is good
Yeah,
on
so he's
that
got
run
to
out.
kinda-
Sad
Yeah.
cash
kind
one.
of bet.
I've been to win it. Still like thinking I'm a
You
very
ca-
good
you-
chance to
you-
win.
You've cashed money.
All right, want to welcome you guys to take a look at GG Poker and Club GG, where you can sign up and get up to a $600 match deposit bonus. Triton 2022 there, and look at Dean Eggs and Elke showing off some emojis that are on the site there. It's a
Oh,
little-
yeah.
That's confusing. That comes to mind. That looks like a good emoji there. They're happy. There's all kinds of different.
Well,
Yeah, there's stuff going on, man.
listen, guys, you missed your chance to get the special Jason Kuhn NFT set. That is gone. That is off the market. It's been sold. But now we have the Daniel Negreanu and Elke NFT bobbleheads.
And a
Daniel
disclaimer.
Negreanu, one of one, cash, dollar sign symbols, cash money, cash rules, everything all around us. Cream, Daniel Negreanu bobbleheads.
Yes, and if you're really,
NFTs.
if you're looking for that, check on Zarras Twitter because this is not confirmed. This is speculative from Brian.
This
So
is super underground
speculative.
dark web NFT drop.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not going to find it on the
Disclaimer.
GG site.
Disclaimer.
Told you, Paul takes the most time
Ras
to pick.
sometimes gets carried away in the NFT world. Ambition. And Silver, after taking that 2 on the river, that is a beat. Looks like a man who has been beaten down. He took it well,
Actually,
but
very
not
patient.
fun. And just a little insult to injury. There's some deuces
Elton's
laying
after
there
my
for
blind.
Elton. Just 2 in his hand. There's only 2 left in the deck when it just came in miraculously. And
yeah, after that hand, Elton has to play the ducks.
yeah, he might even just balance this with his aces and just go to town on this. Rob Young won that flip 7th ace queen. Sir Watts didn't run well today. A couple pots, that nasty gutter on the river too, where he had the straight. And Sergio made the nut straight, betting his gutter. So gutters have been coming home today.
This is officially a flip.
All right, yeah, we're calling that it. And there's
oh
no,
we knew it.
And Rob, this is
King deuces out there.
Oh, he references the deuces, and it is very relevant, this hand. Normally, you can just kind of wave off a deuce as being a relevant card, but in this particular spot, 3 deuces and 2%. That's a lot of twos. 2% chance Rob has to win, has to hit a running boat that doesn't involve a 2. And there is the first part of the equation. So actually, Rob hand goes up to a chance for a 6, a king, or a 10 on the river. Elton's going to fill up, and if you're Rob, it's going to be, in your mind, less likely your opponent has a king now because it pairs, and you had the 10, so...
Yeah, and, extra draw here. Opponent can have spades. Very small bet by Elton.
OMG, it's not quite what we thought. It's not a winner. I thought for some reason there's a lot of connectivity from 10-6 with the board pair and the 6, but that is not a winner for Rob. Although,
it does give him 3 pair.
Yeah,
which
I thought for a second I thought he did it, but I just realized it just
is not an actual hand in Hold'em because 3 pair would involve using 6 cards.
Right.
But oh wow, Elton small, huge. Well, not huge, but small, big. Rob.
Yeah. Elton is from earlier position. I mean, it gives him a little more credibility, right? He's not on the button.
Well, yeah. What does he have? It feels like with this with this line and bet size, he's kind of repping like 3 kings or a flush. Does he have aces? Small, big, maybe. Maybe a hand like that, but
yeah, Rob ultimately finds a fold.
Yeah,
show my cards.
Elton has to show his. I do Elton had 2.
Oh my God, good fold.
What do you have?
5-6.
No, I had 10-6.
10-6.
I have 10-6. I have a very good fold.
Oh wow.
Very good fold.
Wow.
10-6.
You love to do.
Yeah, it would be surprising to go 5-6 on that board.
5-6 did call. Yeah, I thought the guy
Hit the river fold.
thought the guy had 4-3.
Lucky the river didn't come at 10.
What do you mean? He wins on 10.
No. Well,
he's lucky to do it when it
I'm like counterfeited.
Yeah.
Comes 10.
And a king, you alive.
Yeah, that heart
Straddle.
coming on the river too, right? Makes it Rasty a little more,
Constrader.
little
All in
more
blind.
easy to fold. I think he was going to find a fold either way, but
You have the 5 still. 5,
all the flush
5
combinations beat him too.
Are you
Just
leaving
a
it
king.
behind you?
I enjoy that.
Can raise that. That
yeah,
means
it's
It's straddle.
not easy.
Wow,
but
mathematically correct.
Snap show.
Wow.
definitely a
against
spot
the
that
computer, Tony.
I
with that
understand.
line and
I'm learning.
sizing, your 10 shrivels up there to just really being a bluff catcher. So, then you have
You
to
can bet like 25k then. I
ask
was
the
going to go all in.
question,
I feel like
I made
at
my
least
mind
half
up.
the
how much
time
is
it's
Elton
actually
actually
smaller, huh?
I was going to go all in.
That's like the way this spot always walks. You're like flip it up, and you're like, oh, ace king.
Huh?
36.
Yeah.
You bet
I
kind of
think
weak.
that's too big. I was hoping he has something.
All right, so we see Max go ahead and make it 24K with
Bets
a
a
little
weak on the turn, I'm
behind.
thinking if he bets weak on
Queen 9 can't get too selective off of a few blind stack.
No.
bet-
And he would
bet
be
all my
taking the
stacks.
blind next, so just stranding 12K
Give it
out
in
there
there,
as
yeah.
well. I mean,
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good scenario for him. I mean, math-wise, he is getting the extra money, the blinds, ante plus not so dominated, fairly live. This is an okay position. Gonna do the stand-up, the mic off. He's
It's not
gonna
that
pull
bad,
some
I mean,
tricks
to
out
get
of his
up.
book.
I like your hand. I would even bet on it. Give me 4-1. I put
4-1.
Oh, he's getting up like it's really bad.
Oh wow.
Take even less. Not a flop.
Oh, he's got the diamond though.
Leaving.
You got 2 pair.
Yeah, you gotta have confidence.
Quick.
What a flop.
Oh.
Ooh.
Now you pay the board.
Silver doing all the tricks might not be enough. Oh!
Oh!
Wow.
It is. That is. I mean, there's a little run out, a little spicy run out. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Got change.
The nuts.
You know when you're playing pool and someone puts the cue down?
Ace of diamonds,
and
the
you're on the
nuts,
back?
and then queens full of
Yeah,
nines, the nuts.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Wow.
And you miss the black because he's put his cue down.
Leave anyway.
You gotta make it look a little less obvious that you guys are
Just
setting
leave.
decks.
Is that superstitious?
Yeah, that was. I was trying to like will the universe in.
I thought you were going to take all your clothes off.
Yeah, I mean, how far have we seen someone go? I've seen the chair stand
like
up,
a
the
real big
mic
spot he's
off
just-
is an aggressive one because then you actually have work to do afterward.
Maybe like a bit deeper.
But you know, I don't know in terms of articles of clothing record. I mean, people get
not this early. Like,
when they're all in and
for the
turning
bottom
lights
of
at
that all.
stake. We see some
You don't even have it
desperate
out.
measures, but
We're close to the money, right?
what have you seen, Rast? What are some
Miles
interesting
away.
rituals
we're in the
you've
money, I
seen when you've had people up against it for their? I mean, have you
always
seen
in the
anything
money.
super creative?
How many?
Or is that sort of the extent?
I feel like I've seen somebody actually walk away from the
I blow
table
like a bit
before
more.
it's happened, which is a weird one because you're like, what happens?
I got one. You know, Antonio Esfandiari, who obviously we know very well, and the little one or the one drop, the 111K buy-in. He was all in on the stone bubble, jacks to aces, and he walked out of the room, door closed, the whole deal. He just looked at me and said, "Tell me if I." Tell me if I need to come back, and he hit it on the river, 2-outer, and ended up final tabling and getting a good score. But yeah, so I mean that's aggressive to leave the room though.
Yeah.
that's out there. That's up there on
Last
the.
minute.
Let the doors close and no big deal. He hit it.
No, veg is closed. Elton.
Moving?
Yep.
Taking all our chips off the table. Very nice.
I think someone said Brewer had a bet for that mullet. I'm not familiar with the story, but yeah, I mean,
He doesn't
it's
look
not a
very
popular
guilty about
haircut
the
these
king
days.
deuce.
That's had its run in the American history.
He
but-
paid his hand how he wants to split.
You know, there's a lot of topics
very
that I
happy,
feel
right?
like I can
Ribbit.
add
Pays us off,
something
I guess.
that I can provide some value.
I was like,
My man Chris's mullet is not one of them.
all your
I'm
stuff
I got nothing
absolutely
else.
clueless. I got nothing.
I got 0 for that. More just an observation. He's had it for a
Great
while
result.
now. He's
he
let
knew
it
he
run
needed to
for
hit
a
the
bit.
river.
yeah. No one needed the help.
Diamond.
We're seeing some spicy rivers, Rast. People, I mean, we're seeing some 4.5%, 9%.
Yes. Yes, we definitely are. Some all-in magic here at day one of Triton.
And Rob going to take that pair of fours and put maximum pressure on Richard, who has a difficult decision. And Max also can't be in a state
Thinking about the
of
triple.
too selective. But with that action, raise, re-raise, ace-8 off, definitely going to shrink up. And for Richard, this is basically all your chips.
Yeah, he's got to put in 160,000 to win 240,000. It's about.
This is where
it's about 40% here.
You could do a randomizer. You might have dinner plans scheduled, maybe too. You might decide that you could take an extra gamble spot. It's pretty close. It's not a super fist pump situation. There are worse hands that are going. And look at this, the battle of the Yongs here. Fair fight, not a coin flip to be clear, but it's close to that. 53-46.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 15 blinds.
So Richard would have a few blinds remain if he were to lose. Rob it's important and a great flop for Rob.
Yeah, especially the 3 being under the 4. So if it pairs, your 4 is still good as opposed to like 10-10-5.
And full house on the turn now. Gonna have to fade.
Makes that magic 10 out.
Oh, does it clean. Nice.
A 10 would have made me not lose, wouldn't it?
Yep, that would have been a tough way to go, but it isn't. And Rob is into a healthy spot here with 402,000 now.
Unlucky Richard. 10 big blinds, better fours.
Yeah.
What does the coaching say?
I don't think that's 10 big blinds. So I don't think that's 10 blinds.
Blinds
No,
at
it
612,
was-
right? 120.
You said you had 180.
15.
That's 15.
I think, I don't know, maybe it's a 4.
Yeah, like 12 times 10 is 120.
Okay, 4, maybe it's a 4.
I'm not saying anything. The play is totally fine.
I asked my coach. I don't know, I think it's a 4. After someone raised.
Oh, yeah, 180.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought you had
10
10.
big blind.
I thought I had 120 odd. I wasn't. I don't play these very often. I mean, like the chips.
So Rob
Folder.
alluding to maybe would have made a different play if he knew he had the stack he had, although it's pretty close.
It's hard to fold it. Is that part of the coaching? Make sure you send Tony G same message. If you don't send Tony G same message tomorrow,
Send a message.
I'm not coming.
I'm the first one to get
I'm
it.
better play than him.
Here we go.
He's more
I'm
coachable.
the first one to get it.
Tony G saying the first one in home games to get a
25.
message.
This is an interesting play by Tony, basically min-raising off a 10
I think
big
Snap
blind
Shove
stack.
wouldn't appreciate that.
Just interesting, mean not recommended for you, or are you okay with
No,
that?
it's...
10 big blind and you raises. Scary.
Here's the thing, if he was in later position, I think definitely
you're
you
in
start
Snap Shove.
just like on the cutoff,
much is
just
it?
kind of jamming. But
58.
thinking early, it's very reasonable.
Kind of bizarre here. I mean, ace-10 suited, where might have got the action against Tony's ace-king, but now with the min-raise and a all-in ace-10
Don't have
suited,
enough chips to blind your way
is,
to the
this
money.
doesn't look so attractive.
So you have to play.
Let me know
He's
when
in
I've got enough
bad
chips to
shape.
blind my way. Money to cast a Triton.
Yeah, well, he's thinking
What do you
he's
wait for,
probably ahead of silver
Yes,
slightly.
I'll wait for Jesus.
Yeah.
Uh,
I wanna
and
catch the first
then
time,
Tony,
then get to the final table,
Tony's
then win one.
min-raise
Order.
range here should be some
Step
very
by step,
strong
yeah.
hands, and then some weaker hands that he would, you know, be folding.
It's very good. Good.
So trying to kind of
One-day event.
calculate how his
1.5
equity's
day event.
doing in this kind of spot, and decides it's not quite enough.
Yeah, everyone
And-
had a lot of aces out there,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Thank you.
Max gonna need some help.
It's not
out
getting
to-
up now.
Max,
It's a bad sign.
give me the
Putting
rub down and
Tony
get up.
G
Give me
on
the
a
rub down and get
polarized
up.
min-raise opening range off of the
Just leave.
10 big blind stack and EP.
Put the pool cue next to the table.
This is how to play ace queen.
See you guys.
See you.
See you, Max. Take care. Unlucky.
You played well though.
9 of hearts.
No 9,
That's
please.
no good.
No 9, please.
I feel bad now because
Just
I
king,
bet the guy
wow.
put on again last time.
Keep taking your clothes off. Oh, no.
All right.
Safe. You're safe now.
It wasn't enough to do. It wasn't enough to beat Tony G.
I played a lot of money. Oh my god, that would have given me a feed.
Cheers, Max. Good to see you again.
Close?
Well done on the pull-ups.
What was
I had
it?
ace 10. I had ace 10 of diamonds.
Wow. You win.
No, I don't.
But close.
All right,
I
ace
didn't-
king
Oh.
does hold.
Would have been nice to get you in. Too good.
Oh, breaking. Breaking. I've got average
What do you mean
stat.
I didn't break? What am I supposed to do?
There's nothing there.
Oh.
Just leave it.
You can smoke in here.
Looks like there's gonna be a break coming up, not too long. Rob won the coin flip. He's got
Oh, not in here.
about average stack. Tony G
Yeah.
also gonna hold ace king to ace queen.
They
So
say it's the local guy. He said it's okay. Police come only, you only get fined.
Richard
Is it
Young
true?
only has a couple blinds right now.
Oh shit.
That's
No, you're just asking.
Richard Young's
Not even.
voice that we hear.
He's got king 9.
It's fine.
He's all in.
I'm
All
gonna
in
make
on the big
break still in
blind.
the tournament.
Are we on break? No.
No.
15 minutes. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting prepared for the
And
break.
Oh,
Serge
hey.
Wow.
gets the bullets there, but a bit unlucky. His opponent has literally the minimum amount of chips you could have.
Hey.
but 87% favorite. Aces to king 9 offsuit.
Yeah, from Richard's perspective here, though, it's a bit unlucky. It's folded to the small blind. Great spot here. You get a chance to keep going, but the small blind wakes up with the aces.
He's got 4 outs. Last card here. Needs a queen only. Not going to happen. Top set. Going to hold for Sergio. And Richard's got a smile on his face. He knows there's plenty of events left here at Triton, short deck included, coming up. So
now we're just one blind, right?
The river magic stopped. No
This is
more
better, short-handed.
sub 10% dogs getting there on the river. It felt like that couldn't continue indefinitely.
yeah, you see Richard Young and Paul Poix there, 2 of the Triton founders. A lot of results, a lot of big scores in their tournament career. Play some of the biggest cash games in the world. We've seen some of that televised on the Triton channel, and Rob also very familiar with these guys' games. So this is a nice table of action here. Tony G as well has chipped up a bit. Came in late regging with 25 blinds at the 200K starting stack, so he's chipped up a bit.
It's crazy.
If you have a
Many
job,
then,
if you have a job, very
so
hard to play.
1.5 hour level. 19.
It's an amazing structure, an amazing experience. When I was younger and used to play them, brilliant, yeah, but now...
Yeah, with the real hand, and Sergio on the puck.
It was good when I was younger.
Dealer button best position, 2 6s, and a late position raise from Brewer. He could go ahead and decides that he is going to rip it in based on the stacks behind him and the one there. And quick call, waste no time, can't blame him. Ace King and off to a 55-45. Slight advantage for 6s, Ace King, premium hand, can't go anywhere. And they're going to see 5 cards here.
And the fields were lower, weren't they?
And a decisive flop for Ace King, 6s. Down to just 2 outs.
Close, but no cigar. 6s not gonna do it. And Sergio with the little first misstep in a while. I mean, got it in slightly ahead, didn't win the hand, and now Brewer on the tear. Picks up an important pot. It's always important when it's your life at stake in a tournament, so puts himself back in a
5分钟而已了，吃饭了。
Hello.
All right, taking a look here at our upcoming feature table. Mr. Timothy Adams right there, right in view. Some other big name players we're going to get to see. So this will be the last look here at this feature for now. Some of these players very healthy stacked. Likely see them later on in the tournament. We will play to a final table today. I want to remind you.
He asked me how many buy-in.
Over 500,000 US.
Menu, 1 buy-in.
Going to go to first. So very big payout. Top 13 will cash. 14 gets nothing. And 43 left. So still some.
I joined late.
Me too. Still some play left today. Getting that
he also 1 buy-in.
exciting juncture of the
Oh
tournament.
man, you don't have too many buy-in.
Still 43 players remaining. So a bit of a journey still to get to the bubble. Not really there yet, but it's starting to thin out.
Yeah, Tony picks up a huge hand. Sees a cutoff open, the weak ace. And, you know, it's not a hand that Sergio's going to want to be calling, but it's close, right? When it's certain stack depth where it gets to be close. Although this is just, you know, again, pretty much the worst ace. The ace-6 off. Can't make a wheel. Dominated sometimes. I mean, I guess Tony does have broadways. He's considering if it's the right price here. Or you know, even against
Yeah,
a pair.
I think I agree with
Doing
you.
so
I
nice.
don't think he's going to end up calling this, right? It's 15 blinds.
So Tony G's all in on Mr. Poir's table.
I mean,
so
it kind of
just,
feels like
show you guys how
you just wanted to
beautiful
get it in here.
places.
Or no, there could be some big stacks behind. Sorry, he has a lot of chips.
What an amazing set here in Madrid. No expense spared.
Yeah.
Tony,
I think
Tony
I
got
like
it
that
through.
decision.
Nice work, Tony.
I mean, of course, assuming Tony is doing that with a reasonable range you would expect.
帽子。
这么小的，这么小的。
Mr. Big Head。
So what a big head? I don't know.
大头嘛，大头的变。
24000了，24000了。
24, he says 24.
24, yeah.
The ladies getting passed around right now. 2 queens over to Brewer. Again against a weak ace. Again, 2 queens. This time Tony G finds another playable hand, some 8s, but we have a raise and a 3-bet. And Tony G executing some discipline there. Got saved with the open in front. If it was just open, it would have been surfs up. Instead, he gets out of the way. I mean, that's a butterfly effect. That's part of the luck in tournaments.
404.
Also, like relative positions of the openers. I mean, we do have under the gun opening and getting 3-bet by the hijack.
Yep.
So, you know, you have to start putting some of these ranges strong enough. The 8s kind of shrivel up there. You know, had it maybe been, you know, button or cutoff open, small blind 3-bet, you're in the big blinds. Slightly different situation there with these amount of big blinds, but these range is tight enough that he lets go of the 8s, and I like that decision.
Did he got his 1K back?
Yeah,
Okay.
懂啊？懂啊？
All right, we see a new player come in here with the ace-5 off, gets a light open, gets into some resistance, doesn't parlay his behind hand there. He gets out of the way, so ace-5 just goes in the muck, and Brewer chips up.
Most people never get the chance to see
And this does look like, I believe it might be one of our new players that have not participated. Not familiar that I've seen in Cyprus or a prior stop. And we've got a nice mix here, although we will be seeing a new feature when we return. Yeah, a lot of poker left. That's see in the Twitch chat, my man saying might have to make a coffee man a straw. I like that idea. I just had a shot of espresso. I know we have got plenty of play left. Playing to a final table, 41 and 90 remain. There is no more late reg available for this event. This is event number 1, the 8-handed no limit hold'em event. And we've seen some incredible rivers runouts and a lot of exciting action.
Break.
Dinner break.
Dinner break.
Yeah.
And leave your.
This thing here.
You're gonna change table
Yeah.
after dinner.
Here we are. We have the chips. Sergio Ido, the chip leader of this soon-to-be former featured table with 675,000, followed by Paul Foy, Chris Brewer, Robbie Young, Wu Wei, and bringing up the rear, Tony G, 15 blinds, 229K.
Yeah, Tony G dodges a potential elimination. He had the pocket 8s, and we are gonna be playing down to a final table, Ras. This is an exciting time.
Yeah, had ace-5 not opened under the gun, I think he would be on his bicycle, assuming he didn't get lucky.
Yeah, for sure. So I want to say this part of the tournament, I know in Cyprus we got to do several events together. Right now, the money bubble's still a ways away. There's 13 going to cash. So 14 gets nothing. We're kind of approaching a critical time of the tournament. Do you have any takeaways from what we're seeing? Do you think that anyone, is there anyone that at that feature, do you like the fold? Let's just talk about the 8s for Tony. When you're on that stack depth, you're below 20 blinds, there's a raise and a re-raise. Is that in your mind, could he have gone with that, or is that just a mandatory fold?
No, I like his fold, and the reason being, as I said, the relative position of the raiser and the three better.
Yep.
I just think their ranges are strong enough that on his stack, I think I like him letting go of the 8s. As I said, had that open raise and the 3-bet been from later position players, like let's say maybe cut off small blind, and then he's got 8s in the big blind, I think you go with it then. Right, because their ranges are going to be considerably wider.
Yeah.
So, and even then, he also, the player under the gun doesn't have to open the ace-5 off, right? I think many players would elect to fold that actually at a 7-handed table. Had he folded and just queens opened from the hijack,
yep.
Like he probably piles 8s almost for sure. So, that actually, it's like one of those kind of sliding doors, just multiple universes, like which path moment where he's still in the tournament now, very likely because someone decided to open ace-5 offsuit under the gun, which most people wouldn't.
Right.
It's interesting that things like that happen all the time.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting. This event, we are playing for over 500,000 USD. We are going to take a break. Rest, we'll be wishing you a good night, seeing you tomorrow, and when we come back, we will be joined by some fellow new commentators. So I hope you guys are enjoying at home. We'll see you after the break.
Yep. Thank you. Good night. Even though this is the play I would have picked. So, unfortunately he ran into it, but it's just too much hand.
Well, it's not unfortunately just yet, because obviously he is far from drawing dead. Just take a look at the number of outs that Davies has. Any ace, any 9, and any non-board pairing spade. Big sweat here for Chris Brewer in this massive 277K pot. And the ace of clubs on the end gives Seth Davies Broadway, and who can blame Brewer for having that expression on his face as he is dusted.
Did I give you a time bank, or do I still owe it?
Pretty disappointing there.
Ooh.
Just like hanging out with Oprah.
2 deuces, a tray, and 2 spades.
Yeah.
Seidel, king high flush draw.
Given their
Levetsky with the overpair.
Given their SPRs, stack to pot ratio, this is very likely getting in on the flop. Lubavetsky has all the incentive in the world to bet. He wants to deny overcards value. And, I mean, king 4 of spades. It's just, why not raise if my opponent might fold some ace highs? I have a ton of equity. There's not many hands I'm going to be behind here other than like pocket kings or aces or like the nut flush draw. So yeah, and I just don't see 8s folding here given how much money's in the pot. Although, I mean, you don't love that Seidel just kind of raised
Sure
you to
don't.
the face here.
Yeah, especially when you bet 24K, which wasn't exactly a bashful figure.
That said, this would be a very tight fold, and I would be surprised you know, given it's only 50 or 60 blinds, you still do have eights. I mean, he's going to have a bunch of hands here weaker than eights, like ace, king, queen, jack high type hands that all 3-bet. So this would be a very tight fold if he were to fold. One, I think computer solvers would disagree with, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And so, as predicted, the players are all in on the flop, no surprise.
So a big check raise from Eric Seidel, a jam from the newcomer, first-timer to Triton, Andrei Lubovetsky. And he finds himself tussling with the great one. Ahead with the 2 8s, about 3-2. Here comes the turn. It is a king, and so Seidel takes the lead. Lubovetsky has 1 out in the deck. 2 outs, rather. 8 of spades still works, forgive me. And instead, it is the ace of clubs. And so Seidel, just before the break, managing a beautiful bit of creative kit there.
It makes sense.
Both players whiffing
But
on the
it
6-4
kills your
deuce board,
game.
board pairs on the turn.
Like, technique is different for sure.
Very, very different.
Yeah.
Adamo not looking
Always
to
hard
fire.
when you play a lot of tennis and then a lot of paddle. Like,
on northern
Forrest got one
Europe,
healthy, meaty
country,
bluff through on Adamo.
Finland,
At some point, you know, it's like playing with fire,
Sweden.
picking up nickels
yeah,
in
they
the
have
street.
a lot of courts.
Got to be
Yeah.
on a highway
Even in
traffic. You got to
Israel,
be careful.
Israel, they added a lot of courts everywhere.
Dvorak checks back. Clubs get there. 4 to a straight on the board. Doesn't feel like anyone is working with that part of the deck as played.
I think I started just to have interesting cardio.
Probably burning lots of calories there.
Yeah.
What is the pulse range usually when you play paddle?
I don't know. I'm not at my best, at the moment.
It's just the thing that tennis is considered really great because you're most of the time like in range of 120 to 140. Pulse. But,
Dvorak
like, for
knows
example,
Jack
I
High
was
is never
playing
going to be a
badminton
winner
for
here
some
in this
time,
spot, and Adamo's checked it to
I
him.
guess it's not as good because you're really often like being at 180.
Yeah.
It's 34,500 in the middle.
So like 160 maybe.
Are you going to come with another heroic move?
I don't play well paddle.
Okay. But usually, you know, it's a partner game. It's 2 and 2 always.
Oh, okay.
So
All the colors of the rainbow
you might be cold as well.
How is it? Is it like
are
more
put in there.
different to play 2 and 2 or
48,500. And again, Dvorak trying to steal Adamo bucks.
One by one.
Yeah, but I mean, just for training, you can cross.
Yes.
This is
for training.
This is
no?
curious.
Yeah.
This time, you know, last time was kind of
It's always 2 on 2.
just one of those spots where
They
everyone
are
had to
there.
fold.
I
And
think
it was
they
such a
build
big
it
bet in the
somewhere
situation
smaller
here.
courts.
You know, it's also not really that attractive with ace king. You realize you're just beating a stone bluff, but
yeah,
It's more tactic.
he looks more interested this time. Last time it was kind of like laughing, like almost like I know you're up to no good, but it doesn't matter. I can't call you here. It's sort of like, all right.
There are like 2 minutes points.
Might be even more, like 5 minutes.
No, 5.
Too much?
Yeah, it's too much.
This is fun though. No limit hold'em's fun when they start the overbet bluff pot on the river comes through. It's also
If you smash like LeBron,
it's fun.
Probably
Very
not.
fun to watch.
I was partying with him like 1 month ago. We meet
Sort
on
of. Yeah, he looks kind of
on a
indifferent,
party,
sort
and we
of
have
thinking
friends
this
in
is
common.
close
I
to
was
decide what to do and how light. I think it's
Is
a
it like
bit
paddle
capped
player
right.
or what?
Adamo,
Yeah.
it feels
The
like
top one.
it's sort of obvious that he has like an ace high,
do
like maybe some
some
decent
crazy
ace high, so
smashes
it's
from
kind of the problem, right?
the
You
fan zone.
basically lose to some pairs that are value betting
funny
like
because, like,
fives, has a
the
straight
pro
now,
ball can go
sevens
out
could
of the
play this
court,
way.
he's still playing. So
You know,
you
maybe
run
somehow
out
an
of the
ace 3
gate
suited,
and
would ace 3
continue.
suited play like this and go for such a value bet? Like,
But
he's just trying to think, what is happening here?
when he smashed,
And what do I beat? You know, what am I
side
beating?
of the court, the ball goes
I
quite fast.
don't know. This
I
one
can't
looks way
smash
more
it
interested
late,
for
and
him
that's
than
one
the other one.
point.
It was sort of obvious. His
Yeah.
facial
Always win.
tell early. He kind of laughed, you know, and he does ultimately make the call.
Oh, yeah, and this time Dvorak is busted after floating the flop. And look at Adamo, a bit of a glare across the felt at Dvorak. And the first thought, I'm sure, in his mind is, well, what did you have last time?
Wow.
Trip 9s on the end for Ido. This could make it very difficult for him to get away from his hand. And that ace of clubs is going to be very important as well in terms of factoring into a potential decision for Ido to raise if, as we presume, Ponikov's fires again.
My name is Juan Pablo
Yeah, it's interesting. He's got like the key blocker,
They
key
put
everything going on here
Banco
against
Raro.
full
That
houses,
is
against
like
the nut flush, and
nobody
Ponikov's probably
calls me
goes
like
for a
that.
big sizing here.
Like a middle name.
And then,
No,
you say 6?
yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
six.
goes for the
My
super
name
small
is
sizing,
Juan
not a big
Pablo.
sizing,
That's
and
my name,
very
and
interesting
my
now
surname
because
is
I think
Navarro
there's,
and Corral.
I mean, forget the flush, right?
So
Ido's
they
just
take
probably going to
the
be
first
value bet,
and
even the
the
trip
last
9, so he's got like a backup. He
Everybody
doesn't
calls
think he
me
can ever
from the
get
middle.
raised here,
Pablo
and
Navarro.
I don't see how he could just call, right? So he's going to probably likely just go decent size raise and call from Panikov. So it would have been interesting to see how Panikov's went for like 20 or 20, like 30,000.
Yeah.
Would he have re-raised that? Now it's just
Oh,
gonna-
look at this, though. That 6,000 has induced Ido to shoot it
I
up to
won that.
33,000. And with the board paired,
Yeah.
Ponikov's obviously not going to be tremendously comfortable. His clubs aren't nutted, and obviously the boats are certainly in the range there. But is it the kind of hand he can lay down? Seems
Pablo
doubtful.
Navarro, but people don't know.
27,000 to call
Juan
for a
Corral,
shot
right?
at 66.
They don't know how you play.
Yeah, so this way I think we are again just going to see that
I can't even do like
small bet
I can't
and
even do like
big raise. Just called. He
Now-
had
now
bet
you-
big though.
now you know, no?
And got
Yeah,
raised. He
I
could
put the
potentially
pieces
fold,
together.
but I don't know. I just
Yeah, I didn't realize you
don't see how he's going to fold. Although, yeah, he's sort of
Nobody knows my
realizing that
face.
it's not an amazing situation.
What's the timeline for that?
You know, and if you're 8-0 and you get called here, you're going to kind of think you have the best hand, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's sort of like he's betting for value now at this point with that sizing
Gaming
from
time on
Panikov. So
Australia on Sunday at what time you start greening?
like for like rowing and pulling.
I think it's not
like
too bad,
pretty
right?
close
8
to
a.m. or
being
something?
good.
90?
Like what it was before. But
Wow.
for-
Race 90.
Wow. Okay.
for,
Okay.
Ambitious.
for pushing it.
The worst in Thailand.
And risky.
You have to play at
And
night
also
time.
again,
The
sort of,
tournament starts at
if
1
you're
a.m. And if you
8-0
march
here
late
and you
race,
block
wake up at
the,
6.
it's just kind of a
6
wild
a.m.
hand, right? It's sort of a crazy spot
but
because
it's
now
not
you're
good.
just
You
sort of
have
like,
like
what is
3
going
days.
on?
Early changes.
The thing is
That is
though,
the worst thing
he
of
has the
poker.
key nut flush, right? So it's like you start thinking about what.
Well,
hand
he
is
also
repping.
has the 9.
Right, and so it's like, wow, does my opponent have jacks or queens? That's kind of what he's repping here, I guess. It's just a nice raise there with the 10-3
You were
suited.
living there?
This is a very interesting hand.
The story just doesn't really check out when you're looking at the ace of clubs and
Right.
the 9 of spades in your hand.
Right.
At the gym at like
Yeah, but at the same time, what is your opponent bluffing with though? Like, is he bluffing you with like, what does he have that he's like representing?
10 of clubs
Yeah.
is a key card that we would imagine they would have in their hand.
The thing is, I think he's free. So like.
Maybe 10-9
I'm
even?
just saying, what I mean is like it isn't
Which
as
is
bad
not
as,
really
like,
a
guy
bluff.
being
Right.
like,
But we
just-
beat it?
like, pay, like,
This
2
hand's
million
actually
pounds
kind of
for me.
trippy.
Right.
And now it's kind of awkward too, because you're like, yeah, do I want to? It's like if you call, it feels not really good because you think you're probably not good. But then if you rip it, you know what? How much? Oh, he has 10K behind, right? So there's no real.
Literally, if guys come in.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, and Ido pays it off.
Wow, really,
Guys like what?
really nice
Nifty.
extraction of value there
Yeah.
from Panikov's.
Very nifty.
I was all over the place on that hand. I mean, I said small, a big bet goes small, and then it was a raise and he went re-raise. I mean, it's,
No, you're right.
it's just listen, the amount of time that's passed. So
Right.
That's right. I think that's what he saw. He was amused by the hand, not the result, though.
King Jack offsuit for Ido. And he is going to shove the remainder of his stack out there on the button with King Jack. It seems like Ricao Snap called, and of course he did. He's got Ace Queen offsuit, and he's got Ido in a bad way.
Yeah, also in the big blind makes it even easier just to call. Though you see the equity 62.38. A little less than a 2-to-1 favor. This isn't a lock by any means, but important pot. Anytime you got to go and get eliminated, it's your last hand. It's important. And,
And that's a disaster flop there for Ido. The ace-8 tray putting Cow way out in front without help here. Ido will be drawing dead. And that ace of clubs seals it as the Spaniard on his home turf, unable to get that first bullet working. Polishes off his beverage and potentially heads back to the cage for a reload.
Yeah, Rui's undefeated, I think. He's getting bluffs through, he's making quads, winning. Take that together in Cyprus.
Yes.
He took down a title. He was playing against his fellow countrymen. And look at that, Rob Young in the mix with the coin rivet, rocking it. I love it. Pops, nice logo, nice brand, and Rob Young, always fun to watch. He seems to find himself into a nice chip position. Is this Mr. Max Silver, who is? It is. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yes, he's in a Telegram chat I'm in, and I've talked to him a little bit here and there,
30-minute levels is good.
but haven't seen him at the poker tables.
Yeah. Especially if you do
rocking the
seven-handed.
snap shove shirt,
Like
kind of
seven-handed with a shot clock. It's like 45
poker
minutes.
tool
in
that's
the
nice. Some people like to use that, see, depending where to get their chips in on a short stack depth. And I haven't seen him in the poker world in a bit.
Now a lot of things are 7.
Here's Ike.
Clocks can be much shorter.
Another person who hasn't been at too many live poker tables in the last couple of years.
Ike giving a little bit of a surprise look by the call, but I mean, I guess what is this? So this is big blind, small blind. So it's not. No, it seems pretty standard, right? So aces, some ace battles, and who's got the better kicker? Ace 8 in the moment is ahead. Some chop pots too. Oh, everyone with the pair though.
Yeah, what was the pre-flop action? Did he limp call? Was that it? He limped and then called a jam?
I think so.
My guess is the surprise is more just the line of limping rather than jamming himself, perhaps, with the ace-8 off, which is a hand that, you know, my understanding is a lot of solvers like jamming, but maybe he was surprised with the line taken. Not so much the get-in. Feels pretty standard for these stack depths.
Yep, there's a man that knows how to play, and I'm sure not going to be the last. We'll see a hand that's almost a fact, and this is still open. I know you're itching in Cyprus to play Rasty. Is there any chance? I mean, I guess depending, it's long days here, so it's a little hard to leave us out there. But you know, if you were to play one event or two here, is there any that jump out at you? I know short deck you were contemplating a bit, but that's not your strongest game.
That probably wouldn't be the one I hopped in. You know, one of the. Yeah, maybe one of the no-limit tournaments, maybe even the PLO tournament later. You know, some of it depends on the commentary schedule. If something makes sense, could I fit it in? But yeah, I've been considering it. We're going to be here for a while. I feel like almost I don't know that I want to do it right away.
Yeah.
You know, I want to watch a bit, do some commentary, kind of get warmed up, and then maybe when I'm feeling good, a little rested, I'm pretty tired.
18.
You know?
20.
Yeah, jet lag's real thing.
Yeah.
It's fresh off the flight.
And then I got
right.
What happened? I got really fat again. So.
How many can you do now? Tomorrow, if you had
It's an interesting little board where
maybe 1, maybe 2.
Really?
nobody has much of anything. Does seem like the first person to bet will probably win, and that might be Rob with a 9, which actually kind of interacts with the board here, double gutter. Although now he does in fact turn that 9 and 9 high into a bluff, but it's not going to get through Richard.
It was really cool. Like I was in.
Like you know you can do it.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It's a big like mental.
Oh, you had the pull up.
The way for the future.
Yeah.
How much did you do? How many did you do?
Pretty easy call there, and no other option. Queen Jack.
So maybe my friend just started counting
not
backwards.
really
The 5
strong
levels
enough to
risen,
want to raise.
I paused for a second, froze, and then I lost all rhythm and attention in the body. But also, actually, it really stuck. Like, Club was good because I got to like really.
Yeah, I mean,
up or
Richard
down, but also I didn't
doesn't have a
get
heart
any
in his
person
hand. Definitely his opponent could be bluffing some other stuff. Top
Kinda down
pair
on the
still
day.
on the river.
Yeah,
Someone else
just
coming
much
in
too
and
strong to
going
fold.
like
9 high.
7 or 8 inches over where I
9 high.
need to
I
be.
think the
Whoa,
goal there with a
Dude,
9 high when
like,
you're
I
betting,
drained them in me, like,
you know, it was
As in I was just
like
going way too high at the
35%
bar.
pot something. It's not a very big bet. You're just trying to get a very weak hand to fold. Like, what if your opponent has king high, ace high flush draw, 5-6, 7-4, some hands like this that are much weaker than.
Pretty good shape already.
Huh?
I think you'd be like I was just starting from such a base of like unfitness. I would think you'd be. I would back you at like. 1 to 2 or whatever. And then, like,
Well, this is definitely a card that
how many can you do now, you think?
one of these guys might continue bluffing.
I have no idea either.
How
But
many do you think you could do now?
Ace high really shrivels
I
up in
honestly
terms
don't know.
of showdown here.
Like the biceps one or the back one?
No, we're talking a pull-up. You've got to hold
like,
something.
Yeah.
Hold on, and you got to go.
Okay, but I mean, there's like you could also do the pull-up where you just
still
hold your
have
hand like
some
that.
equity, of course, with the gutter to the nuts. You're blocking queen 10.
You would narrow.
So it's a reasonable candidate
These are the hardest,
to
aren't they?
They're But
continue
I never like to
a
bet
story and bluff.
I never like to take the against side in this one, in these bets, because like
At
I
this
think
point
it's
on
very
the
fun
turn,
to be on
there's
the
just
on the side where you want to do it.
almost no
Like, so
chance that ace
I don't wanna
high
be, like,
would be
rooting
good
against
three
someone
ways.
doing good for himself.
But
If it's
will
small
it
bet, for
work?
sure.
We can see it won't.
It wasn't like a crazy big bet.
Ido
and it was
doesn't
also,
know
like,
that.
I would get in good
Definitely
shape
can
if I
get
tried, you know,
hands
so,
like
Yeah,
queen
yeah.
jack
That's why I
to
did it.
fold, maybe even a bad king. A little bit
It was a
less
cool
likely to
experience
get a
too.
bad king to fold for this
I don't know if I do it
size,
again,
but
'cause
this,
it took a lot of
this
work, actually.
will definitely put some
Never
jack
realised you
X
were that
hands
overweight.
in the
You were
blender.
skinny when I used to know
In
you. You
fact,
used to come
very
to the club.
likely to get a fold from a jack
scoring.
from Watson, but Watson has the nuts, so what will he do
Quite
here?
tall as well, which is
He has a
bad for,
decision now whether
like,
to lay the hammer down or just call out of position.
Does have the queen of spades too, so I think he's starting to think like, what's the likelihood of my opponent's betting flush draws? Do they actually have some value here? What's the best way to proceed? But this is so far going according to plan. And he's got a nice trap set, not really having to dodge much here.
Well, this
How
is
many
definitely
could
the play you
Jason
would
do?
make as Watson if you could see Ido's hand. 'Cause
Oh my
all of them.
goodness! And I just
Probably
did
all
it
of
in my
them.
head. Like, there's literally
Jason.
nothing that can go wrong. And if a
Jason.
spade comes, you're aware, right? Pretty obviously. But this
Yeah,
is the
he's-
one that's sort of a disaster because
I
like.
mean, I think he's calling if a flush comes
I would
just
think so.
Yeah.
less than a pot-sized bet.
It
You have
depends
the
a lot
queen
on
of
the
spades.
No, I
Right.
understand.
Yeah,
I'm saying like at least it's like an obvious like, oh, I got
is he doing
totaled
that?
here, but this is brutal because you
that's
still
been
have a
betting,
straight and your opponent
Yeah,
makes
you
the
try, like,
only
run, like,
hand
under
that's
10.2
better,
second
and
I
Edu
don't-
is
I
going
have no
to
idea.
have a decision
I
on
don't
how
think
much.
so.
Yeah, the SPR stacked pot ratio is less than 1, so I mean he could feasibly just shove. He could do a lot of
Oh,
things.
he's definitely going to shove. He is just, you know, in the full, whatever. Like, from the one sense, it's Hollywood, but, you know, from the other sense, if he had a hand that was weaker than this, a bluff
very good.
or a weaker value hand, he'd have a tough decision.
This is making
So,
me look bad.
you know, players do this
Sets
in order to
20.
balance.
You did 22 days ago.
I don't think
yeah.
he's definitely.
Oh, so he's not shoving. He's going with like a large bet that
He got,
leaves him.
he got to
something
18 in a
behind.
year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big bet, but still, yeah, now
Zero.
a shove and Watson now.
Just did it 2 days ago.
He's obviously not
What
folding,
is that-
but
what is
is
that
he
the
ever just
question?
calling? Do you
He
think
did
he
all
could
the
leave
pull-ups
himself
in the
with
room.
the?
So no pull-ups
He
left for
might,
anyone.
he might just call. I mean, the question you have to ask as Watson is, okay,
He reckons
so
he can do 25.
I'm losing to ace queen. I'm
If you try.
chopping with
If you try. He said
queens.
it-
How often is my
said
opponent
what, over
value
there?
betting
He thought
here
it was gonna
without a
be
straight? If he is, will he
Yeah, I
call?
That's bringing
Oh, I did go for it and gonna get snapped and.
Yeah, which I mean, it's reasonable. But the question he asked is, you know, my opponent's either chopping with me or potentially has a hand weaker, such as 2-pair or a set, that he will call a raise more than he'll have ace queen. That's really the math on that question. Does he have some kind of
Especially, I
2-pair
think in
set
the
or
crowd of
some
space,
hand
like,
that
I don't know, 100
I'm
people
beating
where
that
people cheer
calls
for him,
more than he
down,
has
like-
ace queen? So
I
I
can
mean,
definitely have
Watson
that.
decided the
If you
answer
pull
is
up,
yes.
Unless you start too hard, no? Like that could be
You
a
know,
problem. If
just
you-
because Ido
like a good pace.
had ace queen there,
Yeah.
you're going to
Long
get
bet.
more money most of the time against ace high.
70.
So,
I will
you
only
know, he
want to
made the
buy
right
one
play
bet.
on the turn
I
in
want
the
to play
sense of,
until
like, if you
close-
could see your
closing.
opponent's
Then I
cards, what
started
play
to
would you make? The
never
answer
know.
is call.
Money
He
or
just,
money, never
you know,
mind.
his
Only one
opponent
bet.
actually hit the
Cannot do.
2 outer because 2 10s were
Two,
out
that
of the
means
deck.
lose.
So, you know, queen 10 and ace 10 were already,
I still got 90
we already
minutes,
saw
yeah.
those hands. So it was
Uh,
it was a pretty crazy run out
we buy
there
them one blood.
where it went nuts, and then the other player made
Oh,
the
you
nut,
have both?
remade the nuts to win.
Yeah, and look at Sergio after rebuying, sort of near the end of, you know, his play had really been going on for the day. Gets in and gets a very quick double up, and is in a good position all of a sudden. We see a couple playable hands here, ace king and sevens, and now Sir Watts with a nice spot to get his chips in for not a ton, and he's going to get called for sure by Ace
Be a
King.
fun
But
challenge with
Oh
friends.
no, yeah,
Like
Ace
if
King.
you
I mean, he's gonna jam,
like a few of your best
and Ace King will just rejam.
Yeah.
And sevens will fold. I mean, I don't really see it playing any other way.
There's some other money in the middle now too. There's an extra, when you're that short and you get the extra, it's like essentially a triple up kind of if he can win this flip. There's 16 more blinds and antes, and he is he's in the small blind, but.
Yeah, and this is just too much heat for sevens. Sevens would call had Pak folded, but Pak's range is pretty strong there. Not to mention he'd have to win 3 ways, also for the main pot. So it's too tall in order for sevens. Thinking you need a pair a little bit bigger than that.
Oh, pretty good flop for jacks, although we see that gut shot, 2 cards to come. And that's just the no sweat turn. Sometimes you get those extra gray hairs to preserve for your life when you have to sweat out a thing and you just lock it up on the turn. That's the only thing that really changed there. It just was over right on the turn, no sweat. And Pak gonna
even before
go on deep.
And welcome back to the Triton Super High Rollers Series in Madrid, Spain. I'm Ali Najad, joined by Jeff Gross. Players are on their way back into the tournament area on the back end of the dinner break. We have 40 of 56 uniques and 90 total entries remaining, bringing first place to 478,000 euros. 13 places will be paid, and we will look to play down to a final table here tonight. Jeff, I know you were alongside Rast for the last frame there. Talk me through it. What jumped off the screen?
Well, Tony G had 8s. There was a light open and a re-raise saved him. It was against Queens, who re-raised Brewer, so Tony G kind of on a bit of a free roll. Got lucky there was an ace-5 open. I think we're going to see a really interesting part of the tournament right now. Of course, 20K buy-in, it's over for re-entry, so it's now you're in for what you're in, and 13th is going to get the 36,000 min cash, 14th gets 0, so we're going to see the bubble tonight. We're going to get to play to the money, and obviously, this is the smaller of all the buy-ins. Still, 20,000, you can't really put small in the same sentence. It's a high roller. This is what Triton is, a high roller series, so it's exciting, and, no one wants to get off to a bad start. It's nice to get a cash, get on the board on the first event.
And there's more than one reason that you can't call it small. It is a re-entry event across the first 10 levels, 5 hours, and if you've got 56 uniques and you've got 90 total entries, that means there are a number of rebuy bullets that were invested. I actually was with Patrick Antonius during the break, who is here and playing, and he was in for 5 bullets and not in the room currently. Right. So obviously a very tough go for him, but we're just about 30 seconds away from getting back to yet another featured table here this evening. Anybody impressed you particularly across the day's play?
I think our guy Navarro, if I'm saying it right, early on we got to do that segment, and he was just on absolute fire, showed us a wide array. He did wide things. He was king 5 off. He was showing his moxie to get in pots and mix it up. So I think it was impressive to see a guy unique and new going for it and making some really interesting plays. So
no question about it. And we talked about the 17 brand new players. They are throwing some curveballs out there as the Triton regulars are still looking to get a sense of what they're up against. And we've got some new ones here at this featured table. Fernando Garcia, 495,000 will be your chip leader. Note that with the blinds going up as much as they are, there's no more 100 BB stacks in the room. Certainly as we consolidate, we may work towards some deeper stacks, but for the time being, a fairly tight cluster there across the top 4.
Just put it on the reader.
A couple new faces, at least from what I've seen in some of the past Triton events. You did mention 17 new faces, so this could be a few of those. I don't want to say that in case they have been another, but this player right here I do not recognize, and he's got a nice starter pack there with queens, and he is going to be all in.
210,000. Chunharas, part of a contingent of Thai players who have made their way over for the first time. And this is going to be
how much is it?
Bad news for Pake. has red 10s asking for a count. My
Yeah.
apologies if we're butchering the pronunciation there. That could very well be Pake or Pak.
Yep.
Playing under the Dutch flag.
He's got the suits overcovered there too, so flushes aren't going to be an option for Pak. He's going to need a straight or to find a 10, or else he is going to be eliminated as he is covered. It's a tough way to start at the feature when you get brought in. Fresh out the break, throw some water in your face, and you're in a 4-1 underdog situation.
Yeah, it's almost as though you wish this would have happened before the break.
Yeah.
Ace, King, 6, the 2 queens still sit pretty. Obviously, generally speaking, the 2 queens would hate a flop like this after being called, but on this occasion, up against 2 10s, I want to say it's a wrap, but it's not. Even though the queens have made a set, that now produces a gut shot straight draw for Pak, who can hit a jack, make Broadway, double up, and stay alive.
Yeah.
Is it there?
Oh.
No. The 9 of hearts, and Pak actually did have Chunharas covered, so my apologies for that.
I thought it said he had 180 and he had 400, so maybe
I think
that
he had
was
180 remaining after having made the call.
My mistake,
So
I believe I said
I read
that.
it the same way you did initially.
All right, so it's not out.
Not as bloody as we thought it might have been.
Yeah, still in there and getting deep now into this tournament, so starting to get towards that exciting bubble portion. Still a ways to go, however, but it's getting there. What's more exciting to you, Ali, after done years and years of commentary and calling action? What do you like more? Do you like to see a high-power name sort of collision, or do you like to see sort of some of the newer faces in there, or is it nice to have a blend?
I mean, I'm a big fan of the blend at all times because I feel like when you get the big names with one another, they have such a long history. There's so much data points.
No, because I'm not there 35.
And it's a little bit of rinse repeat.
Yep.
I also don't like the homogeny of just all new faces because it's a challenge for us, and there's not really a baseline. We don't have a lot of history, things to help contextualize. But when you get that right mix, when you jumble them all up in the grab bag and spill them out into an 8 max event like we have here, cool things begin to emerge as we see the chip leader, Garcia, the Spaniard. King 9 of hearts opens to 30,000 with the blinds at 10 and 15K and a 15K ante.
Yeah, Timothy Adams, we just got a glance of there, one of the elite players in the game, just crushing pretty much everything in his path. Has the most impressive
Can I get a green tea? Hot green tea?
5'10" Nolan and Holden graph from
Can I
back in the
get,
day playing online, and took those cash game skills into the tournament world and it's just honed his craft.
Yeah.
Seems to have better and better results as the years go
And
on.
water, please. A bottle of water. Cold.
It is interesting, though, because a lot of times tournament players will struggle in the cash streets and cash game players will struggle in the tournament streets, as they are different crafts, without question. Current overall chip leader is Michael Adamo with 1.755 million. And that is over 100 bigs, 117 to be exact. And here is Tim Adams with Ace King.
105 total.
Don't need to tell him how to play it.
Yeah, this is poker is it's a mental sport. It's kind of getting to that point where the day's gone on for a while. Can be some mental fatigue, maybe some jet lag, but a lot of these players we recognize and they know what it takes. Some of these new faces, not sure if they've played just not training events or much live poker, but yeah, we're seeing definitely a mix of new players in the field for sure, which is cool. And Tim Adams is going to just take that down, pick up the pot, increase his stack.
Adams, playing under the Canadian flag, has 6.5 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of 6 cashes. Adams' lone victory came back in Jeju in 2019 in a 2 million Hong Kong buy-in main event, where he picked up just shy of 28 million HKD.
Ali, I don't know if you're paying close attention to the chip counts, but Mr. Adamo, the Dominator, as you mentioned, has a astounding lead, double third. I mean, it's just like almost automatic. This guy is in the mix and causing havoc, so We're not seeing him at the feature right now, but those that are asking in the chat, he is alive and well in this tournament.
Yeah, he is. On the topic of automatic, 2 red kings for Adams, and open to 30,000, and now some trouble for Danny Tang with ace-queen suited.
Yeah, Danny Tang, I believe, picked up a trophy in Cyprus maybe in one of the tournaments there, and he's no stranger, won the 50K No Limit WSOP event a few years ago. He can tango at the highest stakes, and he is going to run into a buzzsaw here. Although ace-queen suited, as we know, versus kings, it's not just over. He's still got to sweat it, but he is hemmed up right now.
And obviously he will be snap called by Adams once the action gets back around to him. And this is not the way Danny Tang wanted to script the first level after the dinner break, as his 365K stack hangs in the balance. Adams has him covered and has way the best of it, but all it takes is 1 ace.
Some flushes. The king of hearts is valuable to have, though, but still, you see it's 68-32. It's not even close to over. And,
all red flop, but not 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. So Tang straddling the jack of hearts. Oh, and there's a big black ace on the turn to deal a mortal blow to Tim Adams' prospects of winning this pot. Can he hit a king in turn? No. As the 6 of diamonds rolls off, and Tang did it the hard way.
Yep, just caught it right there on the turn and left him in a desperate spot looking for a king after getting his money in a very fortuitous situation, but he still has some chips behind, slides his chips over like a gentleman. That is a man that has probably lost that hand a couple times in his life. He knows that's not an automatic blessing for a double or a knockout, so he is going to hang on, and 2 of the more established pros at the table collide.
And 2 of the more established names in poker collide. GG Poker and Triton in bed, helping you to sign up and get yourself sorted with a 100% deposit match up to $600 or $100 in rewards, plus that free $50 Global Millions ticket entry. Get involved in the daily Triton free rolls. Create an account at GG Poker today using the sign-up code Triton2022.
You said 2 of the greater in poker. I thought you were going to push shout out to Elkie and D-Nex there. They were changing their emojis there, but I like what you did there with the GG and Triton. But
I'm playing for the home team, but you're not wrong.
Yeah,
Elkie and D-Nex, obviously. Yeah, very much. Names in poker.
Good things come in pairs, Ali. And right now, I got to say, deuces are hot. I don't know, you said you weren't watching the table, but deuces are hot. There's been sets of deuces. There was a big deuce on the river, 2 outer, and Elton saying hit that, but...
you know, I feel like it was weird to say good things come in pairs as we took a shot of Tim Adams, who just had a pair of kings sent to him, and it didn't feel like a very good thing at the end of it.
Yes, that's true. Most things, most good things, but yeah, it's not always, doesn't always go super well. And here's 9-10 suited. Would have been a different story, 9-10 suited with a lot more chips as the chip leader of the table. Instead, he is 9-10 suited under the gun, 8-handed, and he is weighing options. And still says, you know what, it's good enough to play this time. Different than a min raise or a small raise. It's going to be for all the chips.
120,000, not even 10 bigs, 8 of them.
Can you move the box?
Danny Tang getting creative, wants to see what's happening on the left of him. Ace-8 off. One of the reasons why shoving the 9-10 suited is so valuable, because you get some better hands like that to fold, and even a hand like 5s with players behind isn't feeling thrilled to put it in. And he does put in his stack, and I mean, listen, 9-10 suited versus 5s, definitely not a bad situation.
2 overs.
Actually shows us a
small
favorite.
pair.
As 52% with the suited 9-10 versus the low-ish pair. Counterfeits available, straights, flushes, a 9 or a 10. But pretty much a coin flip. Rast will say it's not. He likes small edges built.
Sure.
But it is essentially.
What kind of coin are you flipping, pal? Listen, the kind that comes up set of 5s, and this is not good for Tim Adams on the heels of having had his 2 kings downed. He draws dead on the turn, and just like that, things come to an end for the Canadian here at our feature table, who will not be adding to his career Triton tournament total.
Anytime you just narrow down to Triton earnings and there's 6 million in there, it gives you an idea if you go to the full profile of Timothy Adams. I mean, 20 mil plus, I have to bet, 15 or so. I mean, somewhere in there, it's a lot. He has a great record and a great record at Triton, and we'll be seeing more of him in no limit events for sure this week. I think that's safe to say.
Oh, yeah, you're fun.
And there is the beneficiary, the first timer to Triton, Kevin Paquet. And I'm going to go with that pronunciation, Jeff, given that I see an accent on the end of the E.
Mulder had some success there in Triton, Cyprus, was heads up in the first event versus Andre Nemes, his fellow countryman. The first time anyone from Hungary had entered a Triton event, and they go first and second, grabbing lion's share of the money. So pretty strong. I mean, that'll get you hooked pretty fast if you go get on the podium your first live event in a major tournament series. So he's back.
Andras Nemeth, Tuan Mulder. It was the two Hungarians facing off at one event, and then the two Dutchmen.
Yeah.
Vogelsen squared off. Meanwhile, Garcia has ace-deuce up against an ace-jack suited here. Paired flop means that there are opportunities for him to find a chop, as Lun Moon is all in and at risk. As ace-jack still plays. Picks up a double gutter courtesy of the 10. Doesn't need it, just needs to fade the deuce. And he's done that, so. Playing under the Malaysian flag will pick up a modest but very welcome double. Moon yet to score in a Triton event.
I feel like this is the short stack table.
Yeah. Cyprus. Couple of months back.
Maybe he plays average. You play average, but
yeah, Cyprus doesn't seem that long ago. When are they going to tease us with the next event? I mean, it feels like it was a month ago. Maybe it was not long. I wouldn't
mind having one of these every month.
Yeah, yeah. Some big cities I know have been on the tour, and others being proposed and looked at. So I love that it's in Madrid. You know, you mentioned you have not been here, and which surprised me because you're a well-traveled man. I have not either, and really there hasn't. I can't think of a poker stop here other than maybe someone mentioned 10 years ago there was one, but it's not a regular on the circuit, and it's a shame because it's such a great city, and it's cool that they picked this out.
You know, a lot of the poker always gets played in Barcelona because there's Casino Barcelona down there. Obviously, a beachfront city, very famous, world-renowned, good food.
Yep.
And somehow we overlook Madrid in all that madness.
Yep.
Just a short flight from Barcelona. I'm sure you could drive it too if you wanted.
Yep, 2 hour I think they said. So it's definitely.
Oh, maybe no one flies.
Okay, it's in that time zone. Like, you know, you get over I think 3.5. It starts getting like almost better just to drive, but 2 hours definitely doable. Look at this pickup. Our man is off to a nice start here. Saw him get the queens to tens, and Harris is going to work, king 9 suited.
And by our man, Jeff means Tasapat Chunharas.
Rolls off the tongue nice. I'm going to let you tackle that last name. This is some new faces here for sure.
I'll tell you what. Having visited Thailand, Koh Samui, Bangkok, Chiang Mai, I could not recommend a place to travel more that is economical, has some of the friendliest, warmest people you'll ever have. The food is terrific, and just a rich, cultured country. Thailand.
I love Thai food, and I consider myself well-traveled overall, and realizing I haven't been there, so that's a strong endorsement, Ali. I think I've heard that though. I have heard that in the past.
You got to get out there.
Gotta go check that out.
Ace Queen suited for the man who just doubled, and looking for a second helping is Lun Loon, who moves all in for 200,000 now. Folds and look at this spot here. Running into it is Lunloon as this ace-queen is going to lock horns with an ace-king, which has him covered.
Yeah, poker's such a beautiful game. So many decisions and intricacies, but some hands just collide in stack sizes, and this is one. Ace-queen suited, ace-king off. Going to go in and see 5 cards and safe start for ace-king. He's got the club covered back door. He doesn't have to worry about much at the moment.
Even less now, courtesy of the 8. As Lunloon's hopes here in event number 1 will be dashed. If he doesn't hit a queen, paint, but not the right one. So a casualty here at the feature table.
Yeah, we can see that field size shrink from 90 total entries. It's around 34. Maybe that's now 33 and 13 going to cash. So not time to say bubble, but it is getting, there's different inflection points with tournament. You start out, it seems like a mountain. It's just, it's going to be hard to get to, and then get to halfway, and then you get down in this point, and then all of a sudden you're on the bubble. So this is starting to get more real.
How much do you play now?
Danny Tang asking how much you playing. So he's a true pro, checking out the stack sizes, wants to know exactly what's going on, not eyeball it from across the way. Already maybe thinking about playing a million chip pot. And it's nice. It's nice to, it is nice to be in still right now, because 33 left, almost down to a third of the field, and it's just one of those things, you know. It's again, big buy-ins, rebuys. We mentioned 56 unique, so if you do the math, it's a 20K euro buy-in, but really closer to 40K, maybe like 38, 36K average. What the players are in for. We did hear Ali mention Patrick Antonius volunteered. He was in for 5 bullets, so that's
yeah,
you know,
not a fun day at the office.
No, not a fun start, and that 20K can be deceptive, that's for sure.
Limping from the small blind is Kevin Paquet. Queen 7 gets a little finger wag from Chunharas with the King Jack. And he will take it down. Other Thai players who made the journey out here featured earlier in today's coverage. With Sadut Ketnarin, Kanapong
520. Okay, thank you.
Kana
How much you? 730.
Patrakul or Ratrakul? Not for the faint of heart.
It's ambitious going for it. I like that. You're taking shots out here. It's always curious when you're in a local country that's, you know, that we don't see a lot of poker in Madrid. I mean, there's Barcelona stop, but some of the players that are playing as high rollers makes you wonder, maybe they're just locals and they love poker, but they're not gonna, if they're businessmen, they don't just travel to all the stops. But it's there are some Spanish names here that we haven't seen much in poker that are playing. You know, so this is high rollers, right? I mean, 20K, so makes you wonder.
Okay.
Maybe Madrid's a hotbed for poker we don't know about.
Well,
yeah, maybe.
Mulder's hand is a hotbed.
Yeah.
2 aces.
Like.
As Chunharas with the Queen 9 suited is going to spin the wheel for him.
Big blind special.
Yeah, big blind. Nice to look at 2 aces in the big blind, especially when there's action ahead of you. Oop, little something.
Yeah, gut shot, straight drawn, backdoor hearts for this Queen 9 is not exactly smoothest of sailing for these 2 aces. Wow. Now it's all good, though.
Yeah, clear skies.
Very much so.
Ooh,
oh,
hello.
Running quads
for the fans, for the socials. Quad aces, get it out there. Let's see it. I mean, we saw some high hands in Cyprus, a couple royal flushes, at least 2, I think maybe 3, but
I know we saw 1.
No, the guy Sam Greenwood had 2, I think, himself.
Really?
Yeah, and maybe 1 was short deck. I think there was 3, at least 2 though.
My God,
that's yeah, it's not a common sight. Quads either, and of the aces too. Makes it a little extra nice.
Well, Mulder certainly got his work cut out for him, as that double is far from enough to allow him any true sense of relief.
And yeah, Paque got, or Pac, he got off to a rough start with the 10s to queens. Bit of a cooler, and has rebounded nicely. Back to a healthy chip stack.
On the duck hunt, shoots it up.
Ducks have been hot today.
Mulder with an ace-king will be happy to try to parlay his double just moments ago, is my guess, against this 30K open. And sure enough, in sales 145 dimes.
He made up his mind. He opens up the low pair, and against that stack, he's not folding in. That's what he wants to see. Doesn't want to see the pair. He's got the lowest variety. This is a pretty much a pure flip.
Huge deuces.
Small edge to the deuces,
Oh,
which
I'm
turn into
telling
bottom
you,
set.
It's hot today. Making sets, deuce on the river, 2-outer. So deuces are hand of the day, and hats off to the Ducks. I mean, it's pretty much
GG.
GG is right. Title sponsor, and it's said right there.
Yeah, the
on
ace
his
king
way.
needed help on the turn to have any hope, and iced, courtesy of the 10 of hearts, is Tune Mulder, who obviously didn't make the trip to Madrid for just one event, so my guess is we'll be seeing some more of him, possibly come tomorrow in the 30,000 euro buy-in, which we will be covering. On the topic of coverage, as you see, Kevin Paque with 700,000 in chips, 47 bigs now, brought to you by Polymarket.
Need more players.
We will be continuing day one coverage right up until the end of play today, which we are told should take us to the final table of 8 players. But obviously, that is a fluid situation. Nevertheless, glad to have you with us from here at Casino Gran Via.
You have free.
390.
Okay, thank you.
Danny Tang asking for a count with this 8 deuce offsuit. Oftentimes, Jeff, when you're at the bottom of your range, you tend to throw in a little bit of that raise it up behavior. And sure enough, Danny comes with the raise to 45,000.
Yeah, nicely done. Small blind, big blind, one of those spots you see a lot. It's good to do some work there. Check it out. Danny Tang definitely knows his way around situations, and known for his short deck abilities, as well as having some big results at no limit hold'em. So pretty much a dream. If you like playing short deck, it's the right place to be. Triton. They mix it up between short deck and no limit, and gonna be a lot of events, escalator style, right on up to the main event. 150,000 euro buy-in. That's a big buy-in, and should be a great turnout. But we're gonna get to see a lot of poker along the way. A lot of trophies up for grabs.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bump you when I was speaking.
Well, this is content goes on a lot of different streams, in particular Sweating YouTube right now. If you want to let us know where you're watching from, hope you're enjoying. Hit that like button. Over 2,000 of you here checking in. Appreciate that. I see a lot of you already doing that. Having a good time here.
All in.
Danny Tang. Gonna rip in the small.
745K, the power of the ace.
Yo. I don't want to play on TV table. Why they bring me here? Oh, 3 of us. 3 of us as well.
And some gaps being filled in here. Among the new arrivals,
I mean,
Michael Soiza, who's saying he doesn't want to play on the TV table. He is joined by Tommy Kim.
I mean, this is a lot of unfamiliar faces, at least that you know, there's maybe over half the table I haven't seen. Soiza is not one of those. Soiza is a regular, seen him many of the Triton stops, and yeah, I'd say there's 5 players actually here that I haven't seen before.
From the left of the dealer all the way around, we have Sirzat Hizu, Kevin Paquet, Tasipat Chunharas, Michael Soiza, Fernando Garcia, Tommy Kim, Andrei Liobovetsky, and Denny Tang.
Soiza getting dealt right in.
Yeah.
No waiting.
2 black 8s.
Sorry, you have it out. Okay, thank you.
Garcia with a very playable hand, but understanding that the juncture of the tournament, where he's at, his stack size, decides to get out of the way. Not really a time. Look at this, man. Everyone, if you get, hey, new to the table, get a pair. Get dealt in, and this is a very healthy pair, different caliber.
No doubt. Liobovetsky, the beneficiary of these 2 kings. Re-raises it to 105K.
You play like 900-ish?
Oh, and they're deep. These boys are healthy, very healthy stacks here. So one of the trickier spots to play out of position with those pairs, you know, it's sort of got the odds of hitting a set. You know, you flop it like 8.5 to 1, right? So it's not really super conducive. You could have the best hand already, but it's sometimes hard to get to a showdown. But these guys do have a little bit of deeper stacks than the average, and all around the 8, but not there.
Jack 9-7 flop, giving Soiza a gut shot straight draw, facing 2 overcards on this board texture. The 2 kings, meanwhile, an overpair.
And Liobovetsky shoots over a couple glances. I mean, he definitely, if you start thinking about what your opponent has, this is not a dry flop by any means. He doesn't hold a diamond in his hand, and you know, the hands that he could get flatted with, there is definitely 7s, 9s, could be even jacks. And, you know, still though, overpair to the board, immediate danger, no ace. And just about the sizing. Goes for 80,000, and now Soiza, you know, it's easy when you flop an 8. When you don't.
Yeah, when you don't, but kind of have enough equity, you feel like to tear one off at bare minimum.
Yeah, can't blame him. And there are some other cards that could slow down, you know, Liobovetsky without him improving, and this is a pretty big brick, though. Does bring a backdoor flush draw, but not too many of those you're worried about getting flat. And maybe Queen King of Hearts, though, could, for example, be on there, but there's not a, you have the King of Hearts, so that's now out the door. Maybe some check raises from Queen 10 suited or such. So I think you're feeling decent about kings. But as mentioned, this is a wet board. This is not just like the deuce 6 fist pump value the whole way. You got to be a little cautious, be a little wary, I should say. Still think it's good enough to be betting through a time bank extension. Take a little more consideration here.
Ja, nee, dat is het. Ik bedoel meer, je hoeft geen gas terug te nemen om te denken van, we gaan het wel halen.
You know, he has no diamond LE too. That could definitely be going through his mind. I got called. There's a flush drawn board. My opponent could have like ace queen of diamonds, could have some sort of draw, and there's a lot of scary cards here. So 410 in the middle. His opponent has a little over 1 bet of the pot. The SPR, stack to pot ratio there. I mean, he has 750, but Soiza with 550, 410 in the middle. Yeah, moist flop, moist texture. And some people say that wet means there's a lot going on. It's not dry. It's not, you know, queen 7 deuce, all different suits. There is straight draws. There's 2 flush draws. This is definitely, yeah, seeing some adjectives thrown out on YouTube. Wet, moist, damp, all those things. It has got stuff happening on there.
Very much so. Does it have 200K worth of stuff happening?
Wow. And Soiza, I mean, look, Ali, when you get moved to a new table, it's the feature.
Yep.
Sometimes you want to maybe order a water, get situated, take a look at the stack sizes. He has just been put into a 3-bet pot, out of position, flopping decent equity, and now facing a difficult decision on the turn. And you know, he could have the best hand too. He's thinking, this guy could have ace queen, he could have queen king, he could have ace king, and maybe Sal. He has some draws, so he is going to come to a river. OMG.
The 8 of diamonds now.
Oh, my goodness.
Giving Soiza the best hand, putting 4 to a straight on board, however.
I think I got there. Maybe.
9, 10 of hearts.
And yeah, that third diamond.
I think I got there. Well, you got a full house, and the player checks back. I mean, yeah, you did. You did. And a quick check back from Lubavetsky.
Overlooking the fact that there's a pair on board, as yours truly is. I'm pointing out that there's 4 to a straight, completely irrelevant once you're full, and Soiza very fortunate.
For me. That card was the best card?
No.
The worst card in the deck for you.
8s I lose, 10s I lose, 9s I lose, jacks I lose, everything I lose after the 8.
After the 8, yeah, you lose. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
10s you win, 8s you win.
No, I mean, well, depends what you have. I have no idea. Do you beat 8s on the turn? Yes? Yeah.
So Soiza.
Say what?
Gets one done there.
It's nice to get lucky, yeah?
I don't know, like, you know, sometimes he has it, sometimes he don't have it. I don't know, man.
No, I mean, it's good that week.
Yeah. I don't know.
Soiza and Danny both got welcome gifts with being behind in big spots.
Well, speaking of welcome gifts, Jeff, during the break, I was over at the merchandise area, our Triton shop, if you will, and came upon these almost Oscar gifting suite gift bag caliber player gifts that we're putting together for our entrance.
Hello.
And I'm trying to figure out how I can
你幫我攞返，
slide
你幫我攞
one
返
through the
條
back
煙。
door.
A little gift bag.
A little gift box.
喺啲水隔離嗰袋嘢就係煙嚟。
Don't ask what was in there. I was told it was a mystery. It's a surprise.
I normally go to the store early, but I know I have a credit in the Ali camp. If the store gets cleaned out and you've got some stuff, I'm coming to you for a rebate. I got mine in the mail though. To be fair, they shipped it really fast from Cyprus. That hoodie that I passed. So that was fine.
That hoodie came in handy.
Yeah.
By the way, after taking it home, I wore it kind of nonstop into the poker room.
Well,
我數幾時介紹啲 friend 俾我食。
Ras was telling stories about chips, and I mentioned this, and then he brought up a couple stories of chips that have fallen out of his pockets in the day, and that's you know, you don't want to be wearing sweatpants with no zip pocket or hoodie and have flags falling out of your pocket. I mean, Rast is maybe a little more liberal than most. I think most people hold on to their cranberries and flags.
Found one in his. I mean,
yeah.
I get happy when I find a dollar bill.
Yeah,
in my
yeah.
pocket.
When you catch a couple, like a 5 or a 10, it's like, all right, that's nice, and then.
Meanwhile, Tommy Kim gets happy when he finds ace-10 offsuit in his hand, as he has opened it to 40,000.
It is raised to
40. Min raise open with the blinds at 10 and 20K.
You're playing
Tommy with a little over $500,000 in career. Triton earnings, 1 cash. Back in Cyprus, in the 6 max, no limit. 50K buy-in. 3rd place finisher. 6-3 suited for Soiza. Defended. Comes up empty on the Queen 8 Deuce Rainbow board. Ace 10 is unimproved as well.
What do you say?
I said to Lulu's girlfriend, when are you gonna introduce me some girls?
What's wrong with that?
People watch the stream at home.
Yeah, I mean, what's
Just
Take it down promptly.
Doesn't watch at home.
As we give you a peek at the chip counts. Soiza up over $1 million, good for 55 bigs. Your chip leader at the feature table. The shorty is the German, Sirzat Yusuf. 160K, just 8 big blinds. We enter into a somewhat technical phase. Jeff, as the stacks are so tightly clustered there in the middle.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through some chip counts here. Amazing app that we have mentioned. Now what's going on? You can go to Triton-poker.com, I believe. There's what's that called? The Triton/Triton-poker.com. But there is stacks are consolidating. It looks like Adamo, his aggressive style may have got him in a little trouble because he's at back to $1 million. He's up stuck from 1.8 already, and it's tight.
Why are you walking home?
I don't know. I think he has 1.4 million. I'm not sure. It's hard to say, but we got a long night ahead of us, Ali. We're gonna be here. I don't know how many espressos you're on. I hit a couple, and this is a 1/3 of the field left. 30 to 90 exactly right now.
Another ace-10 showing up this time for the short stack of Hizu. Chunharas on the button with an ace-5 offsuit appears to want to get involved, but even with the somewhat discounted price point, Chunharas has only 345,000 himself. So the ace-5 flashing a smile here after realizing just how dire the straights are that it finds itself in against the short stack German. It has 66% equity heading to this flop, which is 3, 6, 7 and a couple of spades. Nut flush draw for Hizu. Ace-10 is already the best hand. And at risk, the ace-5 is a gut shot straight draw, though. Make it a double gutty, courtesy of a 9 on the turn. The 8, however, would be no good, given that Hizu would make the 10 high straight. And a 10 on the river turns the best hand into a pair of 10s.
I love cash games, but there's something special about tournaments, Ali. Just especially when you got the whole production, high value production, great event run, beautiful casino.
Fully vaccinated?
This is
Triple dose.
I'm excited. This is a treat. We're starting out with a great first event, and
so are you considered?
invite you guys to join us each day till the 25th. Going to be playing
Are you going
some
to Venice?
big action for you guys.
When is Venice? After this, is it?
Right after this.
No. You going?
I don't think I can get in.
What are yours? What is yours?
I'm on Sino Pfizer.
Yeah, it should be okay, right? No?
I think they don't accept the first Sino.
Really? Well, just get one more, Pfizer.
But how now?
You can't do it yet?
I mean, I wouldn't want it, right?
Why not?
Just in case I get some sort of reaction or something.
Fuck off, you already took one shot, now you're scared of a fucking reaction.
Yeah, but there's a chance, right?
Yeah, of course, there's always a chance, I guess, yeah. I don't know. Some people take a lot of boosters, you know, like heaps, you know.
I had Pfizer like not long ago. I'm not supposed to have it so soon.
Yeah, I guess so. I might take one more booster before going to the US, maybe. I don't know.
Going to US?
World Series.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
Chunharas getting one through ace-4 suited. Nice hand to pick up. When you get called, unless against aces, you're 30% roughly. So it's kind of one of those steel ones that feel good to be first in.
Pete.
Yeah, Pete will be there.
Adamo, correct myself. I saw it was he is at 1.5 million basically in the lead. So Paul Foix shooting up the counts to 1.2 million.
Is there anything now?
In June there will be.
Jeremy Osmus been on a real heater. He is here. I don't think he's been in many Triton events, if any.
Now, you see. You gotta make some
so
content.
nice to see him make the trip over here.
Does he have
There
strong
it is, his first Triton event, get confirmation. So Ivan Liao, another
He had
very
no
fun
intention
player
to
to
play.
watch.
Oh,
Intent,
man.
he's
Ivan
right there.
Liao sighting.
Yeah.
I don't know,
We
man.
just scroll through what
Supposed to be
other
coaching people, not playing
treats we
them.
got. There's a
Oh, yeah,
lot of big names. Firepower here. Rob Young still in. Tony G was at the feature, still in there. Stephen Chidwick is at one big blind, and 30, I guess 30, 28 left now. 28 remaining. So, yeah, things are moving.
How much are you playing? Okay.
So as normal, there will be a redraw at 24 players. That'll be 3 tables of 8 with 13 cashing.
Garcia. Min raise open with the queen 4 suited on the button. And the 2 sevens of Tommy Kim.
Service.
Pile it in there.
Have a sparkling water, please.
No
You
mas.
draw at 24, yeah? 3 more people.
Garcia.
Yeah. You think 3 people bust before the big blind hits me?
It's unlikely, huh?
It's unlikely.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, a blend. That is the ultimate way to go, and that is what we got here. Some familiar faces, some newer faces.
What?
Not everyone can just come play their first Triton event Ali and win. Nemeth did it.
And by the way, when we say new faces, they may be new to Triton. They may not be new to the online community.
Yep.
Where there is a tremendous amount of poker being played.
True.
Queen 7 suited for Soiza in the hijack.
It's 40 though.
Pressure on Hizu, who has ace jack off suit.
ไม่แน่ใจพี่
350-ish, yeah? Thank you so much.
All right, so we see the flat. I mean, he could have pushed it up here. He decides to take a lower various line, and you know, if you raise Queen 7 suited and you're in position, you get check 2, and
On
this
a
is definitely
9-6-5 rainbow board with backdoor
diamonds. You like it. You like it.
So Soiza now with the opportunity to follow through, which he declines after the Hizu check. And doubt he'll be declining any more as he hits pair of queens. But indeed he does check again.
Yeah, so one thing here I actually just noticing too, at the 10K, 20K level, when you get a hijack open and you have ace jack in the big, maybe a good time. It could have been an opportunity to shove. And one of the problems with flatting is you allow lesser holdings to catch up. And if you shove, obviously it's easy to see. We see the whole cards up, and you could run into ace king or ace queen or a pair. But now you're kind of treading out of position, short stacked in a difficult situation, as we see. Queen 7 going to even get a value bet in on the turn after catching up, and Isao's in tough spot here.
Yeah, I stand corrected, mentioned that Soiza checked back, but of course we see that was not the case. He had not acted yet, and that 40K seems to have been the right price to target this ace jack high. How milky will the sizing be here on the end?
Yeah. Gonna go for a decent sized bet. So it looks like he's kind of not a believer, but he is potentially going to parlay his misfortune here if he were to make this call, but he's taking another look, thinking about it, and does lay it down. So nice fold then. Only real spot I see different playing maybe just shove pre, but can't fault him, and he's still in, and he's in a position still to do well in this tournament. There's under 30 remaining, getting almost 50% of players are going to cash roughly at the moment. Just about 28 left, 13 cash.
How many Koreans came this time?
Just me.
Just me?
Represent.
You traveled alone also? Oh.
No.
No.
Came with others, but they play Winamax. Other casinos.
Oh, they play Winamax.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Fernando Garcia with ace-queen offsuit, deeming it enough to hoist his sails
Can I get a count, please?
and ship it. 325,000, the number, as Danny Tang will ask for a count. Sitting on ace-9 suited.
Yeah, Danny has a bit of a tough decision here. Garcia, maybe someone he's not as familiar with, and also just kind of a nice holding, right, to have ace-9 suited. It's pretty close. Makes the right decision. There are also players behind. Big blind has a pair, and it's not fun to be calling off with a low pair for that many chips, but it's also, you realize you probably have the best hand, but still.
Tang showing good discipline there.
It's about half a stack. Ali, and does go for the call. I'm not shocked, but I'm also, you know, it's close. He can afford it.
I have one, yeah.
Pocket fours against ace-queen. Pocket has the ace-queen covered, but it is a moot point, given that Garcia has himself middle pair and a gut shot. 9 of spades, no help to the fours.
And
What did you have? Ace Jack?
Be a fish.
Ace Jack suited. Ace Jack offsuit probably.
Ace-9 of hearts. Danny would have pulled in the nuts.
Yeah. He is lamenting his decision. Look at him.
He said, be a fish, be a fish.
Has to be Ace Jack now. Yeah.
And Pac wishes he had been, because that would have saved him.
Yeah, have to. Maybe Queen Jack suited? No. Nah. He won't.
Garcia. Sliding doors, butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. There it is. Very close for Danny. Folds, gets the call. Kind of, I mean, obviously the best case scenario, instead of being out, he doubles. So it's pretty full swing. Not even just a get through.
How will you see
it? Sweetest, because he is, how do you say?
Ace Jack suited? Probably can call, I guess.
Huh?
Probably can call. Ace Jack suited.
That's why, so it's not ace jack suited.
Yeah. Yes, he said he has one.
But it's a good fall.
Yeah.
Garcia is fired up.
Maybe
But we're result oriented.
Maybe, maybe King Queen. I don't know. It's possible, this guy.
Yeah, maybe.
Living the dream.
King Queen, yeah.
Yeah.
Here on home turf.
This guy. Trying to call me a fish. What the fuck?
Not sure how many square miles Spain is, but if you were to make a final table and playing for over $500,000, sure you'd have some family friends around. It's not every day you get to play for $500,000 on a televised high production value event, and you know, this is definitely, there's several opportunities, although for the 20K versus 150K, not necessarily everyone's going to play every event, so we'll see how those numbers shake out. But a good turnout, 90 total entrants for this first event here at the Gran Via in Madrid, Spain.
A limp from the small blind with deuce 4 suited, and I believe Chunhara said all in for 215K.
No small pot.
With the ace deuce, so he'll pick up blind and ante money and then some. Just shy of 11 p.m. Pacific time in the United States right now. As the day begins to get longer, stamina perhaps will begin to play a part. It is not without a measure of great care, great focus, concentration, and discipline that one can navigate these late stages of a long day of top-class poker.
Yeah.
2 blackjacks. Min raise open for Kim.
You
have about 500.
Just about. A little bit less. Thanks.
2 blackjacks for Tommy. Will not get any action. The more the blinds escalate, however, the more meaningful every one of those chips and those small pots become. Queen 10 for Danny Tang now. Action folded around to him. Just 26 remaining of 90 entries and 56 uniques here in event number 1. Danny shoots it to 40K.
Danny Tang going to work.
Chunharas with another one of these ace-9s.
Yeah, early position from Danny. Stepping out a little bit, you know, 8-handed. Not perfectly brushed up on my charts. I think that's slightly out of line. It's not insane, but it's definitely not a, you know, it's borderline. It's, that's probably table dependent, exploitative, GTO, maybe loosen up a pip. Noticing a couple unfamiliars, or call them unregular, and at least in his mind on this Triton tour. And wow, Chunharas gonna make a
Going with the high variance,
yeah.
high aggression route.
And this is actually
I'm so sad. As soon as he tanks, I knew he was like all in. He never tank folds. It's every time tank all in.
And definitely what a big swing there for Danny. Would have got it through. Instead, he has to fold.
No, you're thinking you as soon as you think, it was already all in. It was already good enough. Oh yeah.
90% of time.
Next time, think and fold, please. Against me.
Call another one in.
Maybe not. I might have a hand.
Folded around to Heezy. King deuce off. Not interested. Now another one of these famous ace-9s appearing. Pake with the 40K open, and now the suited connector for Garcia off of a stack of 630K, deciding he's not interested. A little too snug, maybe?
Yeah. Although,
See the defend. Tommy Kim. King 5 off, ace 9. And ace 9 in the lead. Jack, Jack 6. Rainbow flop. Tommy Kim is still in second. And we'll see a continuation bet.
Rather straightforward executions to this point here. Boy, that's a man who looks a little suspicious of his partner across the felt there.
Yeah, I mean...
Partner, I mean adversary, given that we're at a poker table. But nevertheless, the king high will lay it down.
Yeah, had all 3 options there. Could check raise, could definitely call. King high, thinking can be good. A little different stage of the tournament, though, to get too curious. Chip's very valuable coming up on this portion of the tournament, so making speculative calls out of position is tough. And we will redraw at 24 when it does occur. 3 tables to 8, 13 cash once again, so getting there.
Indeed.
That's not a fold.
A7 suited for Paquet.
Ah, sorry. It's okay, I fold too.
40K open.
You have what?
360.
360?
Tang out of the big, seeking account. Both players sharing the
Same
7
flop.
here as the flop comes Jack, Jack, deuce. Tang unimproved. Same story for Paquet,
Same
however.
results.
Very similar flop. We see the Jack, Jack, X, rainbow.
Almost same
and
cards.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, taking it down again.
And we take a moment to remind you that GG Poker is the place to play. Get involved. Sign up today. Get yourself a $600 match deposit bonus up to 100% or $100 in rewards. Or, of course, the free $50 Global Millions ticket. Should say and. All you got to do is head to GG Poker, sign up using code Triton 2022. The online poker world is your oyster.
Yeah. Some of these players are hybrid playing. They do the live and online. Not sure on some, but I definitely recognize some of the ambassadors there. And something a little different about live than online. Online's fun, but live is just something about getting chips live deep in a tournament. These are going to be multiple opportunities here, but this is the first one here this series. So event number 1, 20K.
Did Paquet just put that ace-X into the muck up front?
Just in the bin. Might have been. I didn't actually get to see his holding. It flashed quickly, Ollie. You're not missing much. You're dialed in right now.
Oh, I'm far from dialed in, Jeffrey.
This is not you at 100 right now?
No.
It's early. It's early. Some jet lag and late nights.
Queen 9 suited for Michael Soiza opens to 40,000. Ace 7 for Hizu. 11 bigs in front of him. raise came in from the hijack. Not quite as much credibility as it would have come in, as if it were to have come in under the gun in a full ring game. Izu does defend though and comes up short on the queen high flop, which leaves Soiza with top pair. Action check to him. Izu's check. Drew a bet of 20K. The minimum
20,000
from Soiza.
I mean, last time after you not show it, you don't have it?
Say what?
Last time you don't show it, so you don't have it?
Maybe I had it. I was just thinking, you smile, then you squeeze, and you call. Okay, that means not good squeeze, Squeeze wasn't good.
Bad news for the shorties, Jeff. 10 1/4 with a 25K ante is
If it
upon
was so
us.
easy,
Brought to you
poker
by
would be an easy
M88
game.
Mansion.
Every time you show is a good
Sometimes it's so easy, you know better than me.
By the way, you have a bit of vegetable on your teeth.
What?
Vegetable on your teeth. Green, yeah. On your teeth.
M88 Mansion is the
You're on
official
TV,
sponsor
man.
of Triton Madrid
Yeah,
and
look sharp.
La Liga, which is the Spanish premiership for
Look,
football,
vegan
or
burger
soccer
was
as
good.
it's more
It's good,
commonly
yeah?
known
Nice.
across the pond. M88 is your source for the most competitive selection of sports books. It has the largest collection of your favorite slots games with the most immersive live dealer experience.
Lines up.
Join M88
I don't
Mansion
cheat in phone.
today.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Soiza back at it again. Pocket threes. Up we go. 50,000.
Yeah, 30-minute levels, so things get moving, and things also get moving when you run pair into overpair. And Danny is got aces on the puck. I mean, just how you draw it up, it's against a buddy, a friend, and
200.
Yep.
and Danny is gonna flat and take a look at the stacks behind, setting, maybe hoping a stack might shove a hand such as this, or a low pair, or a modest ace. So queen 10 suited in the big blind will be definitely playing. He's just thinking, do I want to shove, do I want to call? And oh, look at this, Danny Tang. You think it doesn't
Wow.
matter to flat or raise or when and what? How are the stacks behind you? And he has got
Induction.
a induction 100 situation. He got it done, and Danny just loves it. He can't believe he did a stand up, took a look at the stacks, did it all, and he got a customer here, and it's gonna be a snap call.
I knew it, this dirty guy.
This dirty guy says, "I knew it. I was on to you, buddy." And Paquet,
What do you mean
who's
you knew it? I thought he had like sevens or something, actually. Sevens, eights.
has been
I had a pair.
up and down,
Very good one.
is going to be needing help here. 4-1 dog.
I knew it.
I knew it.
See if there would have been a 3 there.
Oh
Oh my
my
goodness,
God.
in
Right
the
in
window.
the
So,
window.
I mean, talk about sliding doors. I mean, this is a huge swing. Same thing
Almost
instead of...
backfired, you lucky guy. you know,
Wow. Really huge swing here.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
hey.
Get
It's all
lucky,
fun and
please.
games until
Stay
Somebody
lucky.
hits a jack.
Yeah. I've seen a
Lucky,
bunch
lucky
of
guy,
gutters
no
come
jinx, no
home.
jinx. No paint, no paint. Okay.
Oof.
Not this time.
Again.
It is
Oh,
one
jeez.
pair of tens for Paquet in the end, and the Dutchman unable
Wow.
I would have been GG, man.
to proceed as the aces hold.
GG.
Danny Tang takes the right line to guarantee himself victory, playing a little bit
Lucky,
of that trappy business.
I mean, really got bailed out there because that queen 10 suited was a few more chips. I think he could have, just called. I don't blame him for shoving. Maybe get some queen jacks to fold, or slightly dominating hands. So it actually makes a lot of sense. Just ran into the
It's
buzzsaw
like
there.
that hand flat so often.
Yeah,
as well,
that's right. I'm just thinking like, bro. Oh, shit.
Yeah, you have a lot of chips already.
I mean, I could use a few more,
Wow.
What, am I
Crazy,
big
crazy.
He was big blind. Now one big blind.
I think we're on redraw now, right?
Yeah.
So no more, huh?
I thought no more.
24 remain now.
So sick.
56 uniques originally, 90 total entries. That stat brought to you by Poly Market. Players dropping like flies here in event number 1, the 20K Euro 8-handed, where a redraw is upon us.
Yeah, gonna be a full pure redraw. So may see some of the same players. There's only 24 left, but it's not gonna be the same lineup or same seats. And there's a man who is happier than ever.
Who was that?
Mr. Danny Tang. Would have been stuffed by a bottom set with aces, instead gets a pure hold and chip up. So big swing there.
No doubt about it. Jeff and I will step aside, allow the redraw to complete, but we will return with more action from Madrid after this. Stay close.
Oh, pretty good flop for jacks, although we see that gut shot, 2 cards to come. And that's just the no sweat turn. Sometimes you get those extra gray hairs to preserve for your life when you have to sweat out a thing and you just lock it up on the turn. That's the only thing that really changed there. It just was over right on the turn, no sweat. And Pac gonna
Even before the
$50 billion.
practically zero, like actually zero. Like it's just
Basically, in a couple days, it went from the Luna token went from like $100 to like actual zero. Well, actual zero. I did. Apparently, it's been delisted on like Binance and FTX now in terms of trading it. So yeah,
it's dark. It's dark
What goes
stuff.
up must come down. Generally.
Tell you what's not dark when you got 2 kings and you got action in front of you. Rob, on that.
Got to be careful what you call a stable coin. That's what it boils down to. Is it algorithmic stable coins tied to something else? Yeah, it's not really what people think stable coin.
125
something that's like backed by money somewhere in a reserve. But anyway, this hand is starting to get interesting. So.
And yeah, it is. I'll tell you what's interesting. Sergio does slip a call in, you know, and Andres Nemeth has a real candidate for a upstairs hand.
Oh, certainly, because he's got to look at Rob's stack and say, do I want to get it in with a guy who has basically 18 big blinds? And he says, yes, I do want to get it in. But unfortunately for him, he's not going to be getting it in with that. And he's going to hear something from Ido, whether that's a re-raise here or a call. Now, again, if Ido knew all the cards, I feel like maybe he would just call if he knew that another ace was already dead and just risk it. Because he'd think, maybe if I rejam here, maybe ace-queen doesn't go with me for 40 bigs. Maybe yes, maybe no. But with another ace dead, but he doesn't know the cards. What will he do? He's in position. He's in position, and it is a stack depth where if he back 4 bets here, he might lose some customers with some hands that he'd like to keep in there. Flip side is you know, just because you call doesn't mean you're going to win a lot more chips on the flop when you have the best hand.
Also, what hands is he calling and then flatting 60 more? I mean, I guess there's some.
There's definitely some. I mean,
can buy more.
Ace jack suited, king queen suited, tens, nines. I mean, there's some hands that you could find
so
people would play that way. Yeah, right.
Like what,
you know,
trillions now, right?
This is a tough spot for Nemeth here with ace queen off. I mean, given how much money he's already put in.
Yeah, but it's all his chips versus still 340. I think he's going to fold. Right? It's not a great situation. I guess you're just like, oh, maybe he has tens or jacks. Or
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where Ido could show up sometimes with weaker hands as well. I mean, it's not, it wouldn't be absurd. Like, it wouldn't be absurd in this spot for Ido to have, like, ace-5 suited, in my opinion.
You really want to bring it to the...
Even, like, ace-jack suited.
Yeah, like
I'm not
to
saying
have
he
the
would do it every time with those hands, but it's, you know.
I got a stack.
He's gonna fold.
Jeopardy here.
But,
He's
I
gonna
mean,
fold.
most...
We saw him the ace-3. Oh, my goodness. Really? Wow, I'm shocked by that, but... Yeah, I guess it's not absurd. It's not absurd at any means.
It's a tough spot, man. You're getting, I mean, you're getting a big price. Like, the thing is, once you already have 80 out there, like 340 to win like 540 or something it was. So, I mean, you only need like even 40% equity or something you call. I mean, you know, your opponent starts to have a really tight range for you to fold. Which maybe he does, right? I mean, we can see he has kings. I was naming some hands that, like, if he can have ace-5 suited, ace-jack suited, king-queen suited, some hands like that, instead of calling jam them, I mean, it becomes like an auto call. But it's a tricky spot, and it does depend on a lot. I mean, these kind of flat back 4-bet spots are spots where people aren't always super balanced. So, you know, it does depend. It's very opponent dependent sometimes as well. It's tricky.
430?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, but always, I guess, when the cards are face up on their backs for us and we see it and just kind of lean towards, oh, but yeah, you're right. I mean, Tony G's not afraid to gamble.
40 big blinds.
Noises?
You haven't watched Tony play in a while, so I'm going to reserve my judgment as to what his style is, but you certainly might be correct, and that's definitely his reputation.
Oh, boy.
People are always aware of their reputation as well, you know? So let's see how he plays. I mean, he is in there playing the 10-9 off already.
I
So.
hope they deal quick.
Yeah. I still rebuy if I bust this hand, yeah?
But you can rebuy first. I'll help you rebuy
Adamo
first.
not be able to.
Before you call.
Just under a
Make
million.
sure they pass the clock.
Sergio Ito in third. Jason Kuhn doing well. Timothy Adams up there. A couple new names too. Mr. Paul Waswell in the top 10, 458K.
Very hard to push their hand.
He's actually going to see these hands and probably say, ah, damn, I wish I gambled.
You a bit pretty
10-9's not doing too bad here against ace-queen and 7's. It's about as good as you could ever possibly hope to be against two
That would be the
all-in
worst.
players.
Cannot bust.
You don't like have.
I would call your shot, but there's like 2 shots.
What do you have?
10-9.
Oh.
Wow.
What am I doing now?
You're in. I want you in. Put your chips.
8 jack.
Yeah, great. See that.
Wow, Rob.
Yeah, the club.
Can
Qualified.
You didn't make a pair.
lock it up right away. Keep him in the game.
I wonder what the guy who created it was gonna just. Is it? Did he just
Start a
Yes,
new
this-
project. What
when
else?
does
Just
the
move on. It's
registration
like,
end?
didn't work out.
Is that what he does?
It's 5 hours, I
Yeah.
think, from the start, I guess. So we're,
It's 5K.
I think we're past it. It says
Start a
89
new
in the
DeFi
field. I
project.
believe that's going to be it, but
Is he a famous guy? Do people know?
It just
I
ended.
now,
think it may
anyway.
have just ended. But
He's famous now.
Is he anonymous or?
He's named.
21.
These guys are anonymous, aren't they?
Some of them are, yeah.
You raised, yeah?
You want your chips, Richard? This man.
Tony G, not in a great spot here, deciding what he could do. It's flatting doesn't feel right. Maybe a little too much to shove, but you could definitely do it.
Now he has to alternate the...
And a warm welcome back to Madrid, Spain, and specifically Casino Gran Via, where our live coverage of event number 1 here, the kickoff at the Triton Super High Roller Series Madrid, is looking to close in on the money bubble. 13 places will be paid, and we will play down to a final table here tonight. Blinds at 10 and 25,000 with a 25K ante as you get a look at our new feature table where the overall chip leader, Michael Adamo, sits with
just shy of 1.5 million. Almost double the next biggest stack at this table.
I like this shirt, the Gucci fake shirt. That's clever. And also nice to see Adamo late night. If you're getting a little tired at home watching, Adamo will wake you up. And our man, look at this, Ali, deja vu. Kings delivered to him again, this time in a different position. He had a rough shake last time with that 8 on the river.
Flight, and then I had a 50-minute layover, so I couldn't
But
miss
this
it.
time,
It was kind of risky. And then my next flight was like...
likely a different result because it may not go to a flop. I mean, this is a...
Not bad.
If you could see the opponent's hand, he might just flat, right? The Kings versus King 4 suited, but in the small blind, don't want to welcome the big blind along, and he's just going to take that down.
Not so bad, but when I went to Australia,
Wu Wei.
it was still hard going the other way.
That suited king was the opener.
It's 9
Promptly
hours
pushed
to
back
Australia,
on
so
by
it's like-
the Ukrainian, Andrei
1:30.
Lubovetsky.
See, you wouldn't be tied.
Have the 2 kings. And
Yeah,
our new
yeah,
featured
right,
table here. Jeremy Osmus to the left of Adamo, Ivan Liao, Cristobal Hidalgo, Brian Kamphorst, Wu Wei, Andrei Lubovetsky, and then Benjamin Heath, rounding it out. A full table of 8 players. Hidalgo playing for the home team, the Spaniard. Kamphorst, the Dutchman, making it 50K to go. His very first Triton event. Living the dream out here, looking to cash.
670.
670.
Yeah.
Standing in his way, of course, no shortage of talent in Michael Adamo in the big blind.
It's almost like a smile, like a like it's like ace-4 suited. He's just knows, he just puts on the pressure here, and look at that, exercising that hand. Has a player who, you know, maybe less familiar with, and just puts him in the blender there with the ace-4 suited. It's yeah, Jeremy Osmus very aware of Adamo for sure in his game.
Thank you.
Another player that frequents the high stakes and is a student of the game. Would say he's very in tune to what's happening in the poker world, and they battle for sure at the WSOP, some of the high roller tournaments. So, I mean, look at that. It is stacks starting to get short-ish, but not Adamo. Double basically second place, more than double third at this table. And who it is, Ivan Liao, someone who's not going to get pushed around. He will not just let our man Adamo just dominate.
Look at the tight cluster here.
Yeah.
Behind Adamo from 34 blinds down to 17. How does that sort of stack distribution benefit Adamo's cause, if at all?
You know, it is nice for him in the sense that he is able to put pressure on everyone. It's not the final table or the exact bubble right now, but it is something where he can, you saw him right there with the ace-4 suited, just rip it in kind of willy-nilly on an open of late position. So I think he can leverage a stack a bit and be more aggressive, but I mean, this is what he does. This is, you don't see Adamo. How often do you see him middle of the pack, short stack deep? He's either on his way game planning the next tournament or he's where he is, and that's just the style that he invokes. Power, aggression, strength, but it's not just reckless. I mean, it's calculated. It's against the right stacks with the right hand holdings, and people know how he plays, but they still can't really do too much about it. He just sort of has mastered that style right now, and not a lot of people can give him hell. I saw Dvoris try a couple times, put some overbet pots in him, and it was almost like he was amused. He was kind of like, I know what you're up to, but you know, he called him once with the ace king high, he folded the other one, and yeah, that's just he's just puts himself in winning positions.
Indeed. Not involved in this particular altercation, as the Dutchman and the Ukrainian do battle on a king high paired flop. Comporst leads.
Yeah, he's 10 suited. No backdoor flush draw. Still says, hey, I got the best hand enough here. And there's a little...
You do now.
A little bit of a welcome sight. Not to mention, if your opponent does have ace-jack or ace-queen, you're chopping with that. So those kind of concerns go out the door. Of course, you could be against ace-king. You could be against some other hands. But pretty electric card there. Credit to him for sticking in there with the best hand, making a good call. I mean, his plan likely is not just, hell, an ace may peel off. It's more, I think I have the best hand. I might be able to take it away on the turn as well against hands like 7s or 8s or such that might take one shot and then slow down. So good news for Camphorst is that was sort of a one-and-done situation. He is not going to have much decisions here.
Do you know the Wi-Fi? You know the Wi-Fi?
Checks back, though, so kind of... You know, makes sense if you're against ace-king somehow. You don't get stacked. If you are against another hand, you may chop or go for a blow-off of the same hand on the river. And as played now, actually, you might even get a bluff from Camphorst, who might think, wow, maybe I didn't have a king, I bet. Now an ace comes, my opponent checks. Maybe I can rep the ace. And I have the actual worst hand I could possibly have, literally the nut low. Here, and this is just exactly that. So this is likely going to get met with a quick call and get the max from Camphorst. I don't see any, there's really not a situation where you call flop, check back turn to control, and then would fold the river. So, and I don't see how raising makes any sense. So that's likely. Surprised he's actually taking this long, because that would be the one real option I see. But I've been wrong before today, and apparently again, right? That's, I mean, what did you think? I thought that was just going to be a quick call.
Raised to 225,000 from Lubavetsky, and it is very peculiar insofar as you begin to ask yourself, what on earth is going to call this particular raise? Seems like best case scenario, a hand that chops.
Yeah, but so this is, I guess this is the thing. Like you're sort of now targeting. You're saying, look, if the guy has ace jack or any other ace, I am chopping, and now let's blow him off. But still, I just think as played, I would have expected a call. But look at Ali. That's why this is fun, because we've played a lot of poker, and there are plays and situations. Adamo turned that ace-5 into a big bluff. We saw some other spots where there was some interesting plays, and sometimes it makes you scratch your head. Sometimes it may not even be the best play, or maybe it's some cutting edge or different, stuff going on. So that's one you could plug in and take a look at and ask some friends about. That was interesting. I like it. I mean, I like it. I just
showed a lot of moxie.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I think it was definitely for the right reasons. He knew what he was doing. And up to 1.1 million. Let's not forget, just recently had that adversity with the 8s to kings. So credit to our friend there for fighting back to over $1 million, and very healthy stack. And look at Mr. Osmus. Guy, maybe a little tired. Came over, who knows if it was the day before or not, but he definitely came from the U.S. And that'll wake you up, Ali. Two aces in the hole with action ahead of you from a aggressive player. And look at I'll tell you what, I don't know how much they play together. I don't think he's played many Triton events, but you just know Ivan Liao. That's a guy that you've seen, you've heard of, that he has ability and willingness to go for it. And Osmus decides to just call. Makes sense.
Well, in turn, it makes sense that Ivan Liao thought that he was going to be able to just bully Osmus, who limped in, and this is pitch perfect for Jeremy. The only good news for Liao is that he has Osmus covered here, but this ace-deuce is in dire straits.
I mean, what a situation to get, though, Ali. Ace-deuce off. Not like you limped kings and get the sweat. Like, not that your opponent has, a pair for the 20. Just literally gets him in a critically bad situation, and this is a dire situation now, because he's going to need running deuces or a running Broadway to chop if he wants to knock Osmus out. And
Wait a minute.
Oh, run. Did I forget one? The running
Wheel
wheel
draw.
possibility.
Now, Liao could hit a 3 and knock Osmus out. How filthy would that be?
Oof. That would have been a little much, right?
Oh,
that would have
my
been a little bit, like, especially because I kind of just didn't even acknowledge the wheel run, and the wheel run came right away. And Jeremy, nice guy, doesn't deserve to get and have that. But look, bit of a cooler in some respects. Also, I think standard might have been just a raise, a big raise from Ivan, not all in, but Ivan did just push it in there, and Osmus had the calling candidate, the hand rank 1 aces, American Airlines, just absolute blades of glory, and a big pot, over $1 million now. Nice start at the feature for Osmus, and Adamo, gonna feel pretty confident about any table he's at, but seeing Osmus get super healthy on his direct left is not probably his dream situation, but still, I think he's chip leader of the tournament. No, he's not gonna have too many complaints.
Not at all. Ace-Jack for Lubovetsky. Shoots it up to 50 dimes. The min raise. Folded all the way back around to Cristobal Hidalgo. This is Cristobal's very first Triton and his very last flop that he had in mind. Ace-King 4 with no diamond on board, sitting on 10-7 suited. A very ugly texture. Meanwhile, Lubovetsky can work with it.
Yeah, sometimes poker just works like that, right? You get clean boards, clean situations, you just pick up pots, and other times you get coolered or you get in dicey ones or really difficult situations. So that one chalks up into just a raise takedown, no stress pot, but my man is having himself a nice rebound from that 8 on the river.
Yeah, very much so.
Some people might melt down, it's like, oh, how could this happen? Everything's going well.
Right.
How does this, woe is me, but nope, rebound and healthy.
I don't think you're ever well served, despite the fact that I've been guilty of it more than I can count in cash game situations in particular, but to, have where am I going with it, Jeff?
Sometimes you just go. Sometimes, and I mean, when you're getting dealt big pairs, they come in waves sometimes, and this is what we're seeing: kings, aces. He's 1 for 2 with the big pairs. Let's see how this one goes. And at some point, it just maybe people start thinking, hey, man, it's late. You look fresh, like you hit a cold shower on the break, and everyone's tired. Maybe he's trying to take advantage, and someone makes a mistake because he is getting dealt in premiums. And look at this. I mean, this is just not really fair.
Took ace-deuce into 2 aces and now has ace-king, and off of 215K, you can imagine those 2 little words are coming.
Yep, that is a all in, and Camphorst is curious about this, but this is a raise and a re-raise all in. Likely, some posturing here. He's got 390, and there's an under the gun +1 raise and a all in. So, wait, what just happened? Did he just say call? Did he just call but not know it's on him and there's another player to act? Wow, this is
very strange now.
You know what happened?
Wow, this is
so perhaps he was unaware that the 50K raise open from Lubovetsky preceded the move from Camphorst.
So I think the 215 is going to have to stay. Is that what they're saying? Or are they giving him back? They're saying that's got to stay. He calls the 215. Now he's going to have an option to fold for his remaining stack. I mean, that is a catastrophic for Camphorst. It's a lot of his chips. And now at some point you start doing math and you say, wait, am I priced in or such? If that's what's happening, I think that is, because I don't see how they can do anything else. And it looks like that's what's happening on the graphics. But so he is going to roll it now, and this could be a unfortunate situation. I mean, granted, he was behind the ace-king, but against the aces now and forced for your whole stack when he thought he was risking about half. This is, hey, Ali, it's late. Mistakes happen. People get tired. People, you know, just this stuff happens. It's unfortunate, but he is now all in with needing some hearts or some eights. And if you're, go ahead, Ali, take it for me. My man with aces, if it's him, you're feeling like, all right, this is great, except now there's a little more equity things that can happen, but you are potentially going to pick up and be up to about the chip lead, I think. He would be up to about 1.8 million.
You can deal me the aces pre and put these two
that's-
hands up against me as long as you want. Just take that action. Meanwhile,
Yeah, that would be a sight. 9-9 chop. That would be really, I mean, this is already a peculiar hand. Not going to happen, and that is 100% a lock. There's
Yep.
nothing else other than a misdeal.
Yep.
A card that, you know, there's just, that's it. That's going to be a curtain there.
pretty comfortable
And
for the two aces, given that run out.
yeah, really unfortunate there. I feel bad for Camphorst, who just kind of got pushed into that hand with not being aware there was a early position raise. And I mean, I guess you don't blame him for putting in the last 200 after you put half your stack and you have a
Right.
suited ace, but I don't know, still not, that's a tough way to go out.
That was a wild hand.
Is there really a good way to go out?
No, but that's, I mean, listen, we've seen a lot of poker. That's a rare, you don't see that happen a lot, where a guy, Matt, calls half a stack by accident and then puts it in. It's kind of deep, too. It's not like we're 60 left. There's, you know, we're three-table redraw, Ali. This is deep. This is late at night, if you didn't notice, Ali.
The real deal?
This is it. I mean, we're coming deep, and let that be a warning at home if you're playing live online. Misclicks happen, things happen, but stay alert. Take your time. Take a second. It can happen to anyone. I mean, look, we've all made mistakes in the tournament or not known it's on us, but yeah, take your time. Don't tank. Just take your time. Take a peek. Take a look.
Get your bearings.
Yeah.
Tough to play mistake-free poker in general, but even tougher when you're burning the midnight oil, as we are here in Madrid.
Yeah, it is. It's almost midnight oil. 11:40 Adamo. Taking a look, just comfortable, chipped up, feeling great. And Mr. Rob Young, who won a nice flip earlier, he's hung in the game. He's got his rack. He's got his chips. Is that court? Look at those chips. It matches his shirt. The logo, the greens, the whites, and the black. I mean, it's Coin Rivet. A little shout out to Coin Rivet. Rob Young in the building. I don't know what you call Rob. He's a businessman, but he also plays some poker. He's got Rob's game. Are you going to be calling that, Ali, in Poker Go? Do you know yet? Do you even know? I don't know if that's announced the dates when that is, but Rob Young, man. What do you call him, businessman or poker player?
I mean, he's so sharp, and I feel like he's really a great catalyst in any game, given that his speech play will lull you into a sense of thinking that he's just out here looking to blast or gamble or, you know, be ridiculous. But he is certainly a thinking player, and I would imagine if that's the case, then he's probably got some iron. Oh, I don't know. Where am I going?
You were on a run. I was just letting you go with it, and then
I ran out of
steam.
steam.
It's fine. He's on Rob's home game. I was asking him, are you going to be commentating that, or do you know? Or not sure when it is. That's what I was asking, more importantly than blowing up Rob Young's poker prowess.
I do not know.
Okay.
But I hope I am.
That's a fun one. I'm not even sure when it is. I just saw him teasing it.
Not quite as fun, potentially, as Cristobal Hidalgo's situation here.
I was just going to say, I don't envy that. You got a good hand, but it's not fun to call off with a low pair. It's not a low pair. It's a smallish pair. But it's for your life, and you're near the bubble, and you do fold. And look at this. Can't blame him, can you, for folding? I mean, you got to think you're flipping at best most of the time, and you slip in some hand like this, and even then, you know, it's not fun to call off, Ali.
Especially not when we're talking about being on the outside looking in or the inside looking out, as only 13 will get paid. 13th place will pay 36,000 euros. Still a good bit away from the money bubble as it stands now.
He's out.
Folded
I witnessed
all the way around to Wu Ye
his
Wei.
Yeah, he had a lot. Yeah, he did.
Rips it for 505,000. And no customers.
It's a big structure. Big structure. Yeah, it is very quick.
Maybe I'm out in 15 minutes. I'm at next time.
It's possible.
All right, well, we are need to see Rob in a critical part of the tournament. Let's see what he does. I know in Cyprus he had a big stack and got in a really tough situation. Ended up going out, I forget the exact hand, but I know he pulled it on Twitter and it was dicey and close and for a lot of chips. So, I mean, again, right into a tournament where he's getting close to the money, 20 and 90. And he's got a healthy stack.
And the next one, final table, the next one win. I don't want to be greedy.
He is feeling good, but still a lot of tournament left. 20 left, 90 started, 13 cash. Casino Gran Via here, Madrid, Spain. Ben Heath, Adamo, Michael Adamo, two guys that know their way around the high stakes fields. Small blind, big blind. Seat draw is so important, right? These are one of those situations where you don't love it because your stack's vulnerable. You're against the chip leader. You know against guys willing to take more than usual spots. And, well, part of this is balance, though, right? It's like, oh, what's a big deal folding once or not? You know, ultimately, you want to be balanced, especially when you play a lot with someone. You know, and this is a tough hand to play out of position, queen 4 off, but he is going to limp in against Adamo. And Adamo also realizes that he's got a vulnerable stack and he has some traps as well. So this is, you know, both players well aware of the situation. Adamo started with the computer hand. That's known as queen 7 offsuit. If you're ever playing heads up poker, that is the dead middling hand if you get dealt. And going to start with the check. And Adamo has some options here. Adamo is going to check. Queen high could be good, of course, against the air ball, and then he is avoiding the traps. And now Ben Heath is thinking about trying to open this up. You know, would he have trapped with aces, ace king? Would he check on the flop? He's got some options here. Wheels are spinning. Important pot, more so for Heath with his stack to go up to 420 instead of 345 being at. But again, checks again and knows that he does have some times still the best hand, but more likely if Adamo had absolute air that he would have heard from him pre-flop. So it's kind of interesting, the queen high each player has, and they're actually chopping now. And checks again from Adamo. And it's a chop if it gets to the river and no player bets. But with check, 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 this could be Heath's time. And also has to think what Jack X's does Adamo have. Probably not too many, so it's interesting now. It's kind of like Adamo either has a bit of showdown or he was just pure giving up. And he's going to check one more time.
Queen.
So that is going to be a chop.
What you got all that time with Queen High? Goodness me. All that drama.
Snap check it down.
Rob Young getting in his 2 cents that they took too long. I didn't think it was out of line. So 1530 level, 20K buy-in. This is event number 1. We're talking in euros, 478,000 up top, 36,000 for the min cash. 13th place will get that. 14 gets $0 as well as any other player remaining. So what is gonna happen here? Let's see. Adamo, big stack. Rob Young joins to the left. Ivan Liao, very electric player as well.
It's true. It is 965 with that.
Ask me. Ask me how much of it.
I can guess. It's about 970.
Mind your own business.
The app is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Really cool.
All right.
They got me wrong.
What do you guys think of Madrid?
They have
19 left, guys. We got plenty of meat on the bone. Let me know where you're watching from.
I've never been.
Let us know what's going on. We have got a final table play down today, so plenty of play left. If you're just joining us, welcome in. Let us know where you're watching from. I'm sweating you guys on YouTube. I appreciate you being here all day. Adamo with the real hand is going to limp in, and Osmus going to check back 9-4 suited. Knows his opponent is a very dangerous, capable player.
Nice. And to do that, these mango smoothies. Try
And
one of those.
Adamo actually going to get out flopped here. They're pretty deep.
Turn left and you go out there. Get mango smoothie on your
Adamo mixes in some strong hands, some weak hands, and gets out flopped though. So see how he wants to start out. There are 2 overs to the board, so he's gonna know that no matter what, he's likely sticking on here. And Osmus with a modest holding, but hard to make a pair, makes that, has position, checks back. Interesting. Think either way he could do either of those options. Check or bet. Does check. The deuce pairs. Some mutual respect here, I imagine, between both opponents. I think it's more likely that, Adamo thinks that he would probably bet a 4 or a deuce or a 10 when check 2. And so now, as played, there's nowhere Osmus is going. He's kind of getting what he wants, keeping the pot controlled, in position, didn't get check raised, get put in a nasty spot, and knows Adamo's very capable. So again, here he has no option to fold. He's going to call or raise, and likely just call. Won't see as he's playing this how he would go about any other line. See some people shouting out on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. If you are enjoying the show, hit the thumbs up. Appreciate that. I know it's getting late in many parts of the world, here included. I see Finland, Chicago, Vienna in the chat. We got a lot of SoCal, Phil, a bunch of different places we're enjoying from live. This is shot live. Slight delay, of course, on the coverage, but we are here in person watching the action. And interesting. Gonna just small bet again. Guess he figures there are some draws he's beating. There are some maybe other ace highs that could check back, and he's just beating. And really nothing else is gonna happen here but a call. Doesn't even make him show. If technically Adamo would be first, Jeremy just throwing it over.
Do you guys want to turn, it's on the stream, do you guys want to turn your cards over?
What do you mean?
We'll turn our cards over after the hand.
Oh.
We did it on the stream before, it was fun,
So I'm very tired. I was very
Like every
confused by the
hand, you
question.
show your if you were in the hand.
We just turn them over. Because they're on the stream anyway.
It's true.
I'm
Leave it to
leaving
Rob
You're outta
Young
here.
to try
Your
to
ideas
spice
are
things
gone.
up.
They got rid of me. They got rid of me for suggesting that. It was a lot more fun.
Alleging that it's a
I kept
punitive
trying.
removal
That
from the
sounds fun. I
featured
would do
table,
that.
which of course it is not.
I mean, people can see it on the stream anyway.
With
So
all
make
the
a difference.
eliminations, we must rebalance the tables with
Rob,
high frequency.
Yes, and you know Rob is just such a poker fan. He just loves the game, and he's shooting in ideas, always looking to improve, optimize. I saw him the last event, the box. He was looking to bring that over to his casino, Dust Till Dawn in Nottingham. So
It's a sneaky free roll if you don't plan on watching the stream ever.
he's a fan of promoting the game in the best way possible, and I don't think they're going to be showing their cards, Ali. It looks like they took that idea, they listened, and they maybe just thought, great idea, and we'll let you know. Especially when he leaves, it's not going to get through.
Blind versus blind, both with pocket pairs. Osmus sizing up Hidalgo.
About 500.
Got him covered. That's the good news. Bad news is he's toasted.
Oh, and that's not going to work.
Not at all, as Hidalgo will beat him into the pot and show the 2 queens.
Last time he raised folded sixes. This time he raised snap calls queens. And he realizes the situation here. I mean, there's 18 left, 13 cash, and it's a big pot for a friend from Spain if he can hold up 2 queens. Couple low cards.
So far, so good for those 2 queens.
Oh, no, that is definitely, I mean, it's not the worst card, right? Because the 3 would be that for him, but that is up there on terms of sweats.
2-way straight draw now.
I honestly, yeah,
Clean as the river.
It felt dicey.
Good hand.
Nice pickup there for Hidalgo. Every little bit counts, says. You want to be building steam at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the exact bubble, but it's close. This is, at this point, it's a long day, Ali. No one wants to go home now. No one wants $0. Play to the final table tonight. 18 left. Sort of. I think there's a redraw at 16 as well.
Ace-7 for Ben Heath. Coming off 385K. He will min raise to 60, and again 2 queens surface.
Just feels unfair, right? When someone like, you know, Adamo is so capable, so dangerous, so aggressive, just gets these massive hands. It just almost feels make-believe, but it's just, again, a testament to his balance. He shows he plays hands that are not bladed, that are, you know, that are out there, and so when he gets these type of hands, he gets paid, I think, more than most. That's sort of his MO.
And his MO here is to 3-bet it to 150,000, which presents Jeremy Osmus with discomfort on the button with ace-jack.
Yeah, Osmus was just very comfortable with 1.1. He still has a good stack, but that could change if this pot, he decided to step out of line. He could definitely get into some real trouble here. Queens to ace-jack off, and he goes for a small sizing. I mean, part of that is on the 3-bet, but just because that Heath is so short, he doesn't have to go so big. And you know, Osmus does get out of the way. Can't blame him, but he was thinking. He knows that Adamo is not only tier 1.
takers to the 3-bet as the Dominator hauls one in.
Yeah.
And in between hands, we take a moment to remind you where you should be getting your hands. No other place than GG Poker, where you can sign up today and get a $600 match deposit bonus up to 100%, or $100 in daily rewards. Well, maybe not daily, but rewards. All you got to do, head to GG Poker, sign up using the code Triton 2022, and you'll get those $50 Global Millions tickets as well.
Yeah, I know they got the 150 million guaranteed, biggest online series ever, May 5th to the 31st. So, you know, if you're around and you're in Madrid, maybe flick in and you want to take a huge shot, come to Triton. If not, online sometimes it's easier from the comfort of your home to play an online tournament. But today, Ali, we're kicking off Madrid live here. Adamo,
we are.
front and center, 18 left, one of the chip leaders. Not a shock, but
Uye Wei all in from the small with 9-3 off suit. And Limovetsky cannot defend.
just took a look at the chip leader. Familiar face, Paul Poix. Getting it done early here. Damo in fourth with 1.5 roughly, and Rob Young has 1.1 after coming and going. Very quick exit from the feature. It's just a balancing of tables. 16 there'll be a redraw. We've had talkative tables, Ali. We've had not talkative tables.
It's late.
Not a lot of chirping.
It's late, man.
It is. It is.
Deep in the day. Really, these players got to dig deep.
Osmus impresses me. He's just a great player, and he's got kids. He travels the circuit, the tour. He's one of the guys. It's nice to see him at Triton. I know he had talked about coming on. I'd spoken to him a couple times, and he mentioned he's wanted to do it. So nice warm up here before the World Series coming about, and Ace King, big stack, big hand.
Kind of a different look from Uye Wei, who out of the small blind with that really sub-premium holding was willing to move all in against the big, and on this occasion he just open limped the button.
And if you're Uye Wei, it's a bit frustrating when you do limp and the big stack attacks from the small blind, because you start thinking, is he up to no good? But he actually has a real holding here and does get out of the way quickly. So interesting execution there. And you know, honestly could have gone. You know, he could have shoved. That would have been a tough spot for him. Would have got called and been behind, or he could have raised and then probably folded. I'm sure if he min raised and shoved. So I'm okay with that. I think that was an interesting way to play it, and just folding it feels wrong, right? To have Queen 10 on the button, so maybe that's.
You're never creating any fold equity. You're always going to be taking a flop at a bare minimum against the big blind, and especially with no information, just any two cards, literally, it can be a bit difficult to play post flop.
Yeah, I think that Queen 10 though, it's one of the good candidates if you are going to play that limp strategy off that stack size. But agreed, you're setting yourself up, and it's again against some tough opponents in the blinds that are going to not necessarily just play nice poker, right? It's not just going to be hit or miss and you get to win. It could get bluffed. So with that being said, he's in, and there's 18 left.
Fold it around to Ben Heath, ace 10. In it goes.
265.
And a down low. Lets it go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say nervous times. It's just exciting times. It's this stage of the tournament where you play all day, and it's important. You know, it's like you don't. We just saw someone misread their hand, misread the action, and it cost them their tournament essentially. Ace-8 suited, didn't see a raise. Not saying he was tired. It could have happened to anyone at any time, but it's important. It's important to do your best and take your time. That's one thing I'll say. And some of these players look fresher than others right now. They look more rested. They look more comfortable. But again, it's a lot of mind power for a day to think about decisions and little nuances. It's the whole poker sport talk. I don't care what you call it. It is mental attrition. Is definitely takes a toll after long days and high EV situations. And Osmus a bit frustrated there because he knows he could have the best hand, but can't really risk his stack against that size. And Heath all of a sudden playing kind of short stack mastery. Got to chop the pot with the weak queen. Out of position versus Adamo. Testament to him to enter and stick it in there to stick through that hand, and then he's chipped up from here.
Chipping up is certainly better than chipping down.
It is, and it's also better than just folding because this can happen fast where it's like, all right, I'm short, I want to find a good spot. But if you just let yourself get down to basically all in and no fold equity, you are really letting luck come into play. And that is, one of those things where you lose with ace-10 versus ace-8, and you tell your friends, I got it in good. It's this and that. But listen, ultimately, these pots, these little small blind, big blinds, getting a light shove through, taking a risk can really put yourself, be the difference between the one being on the bubble down to 2-3 blinds, folding through, praying, and, giving yourself a chance to win.
And also, yeah, you're letting luck get into it, and then if luck ends up on your side, you have such a small nub that it's really kind of a meaningless outcome.
Yeah.
It can take 2, maybe 3 doubles to get yourself to the place that you would have been had you just gotten busy getting involved in some pots trying to chip up.
And here's an interesting hand because we get a modest open off that stack. Definitely super reasonable, queen 10 off. Adamo says, look, I can't necessarily just bully this guy around, but I got a playable hand in position. And now Osmus, who has, he is going with the queen jack suited. Can't blame him, but also nice recognition.
Happens to have both of his opponents dominated here. Obviously, it's a bit ambitious to think he knew exactly what they had, but nevertheless, seizing the opportunity in the moment.
There's some deduction there too, because the big stack we can say makes sense, going to be opening a little wider. And if Adamo has kings, aces, or real hands, he's not trapping off of that deep, right? He's going to 3-bet all his super premiums. He's never going to trap kings there or something. I don't think. I mean, maybe because of that, because Osmus could shove. But yeah, I just think that more likely than not, deep stack versus that opponent in that spot, he's going to be taken upstairs with a good hand and not counting on Osmus to rip in super light. So well played by Osmus. Important pot. Yeah, and as we saw some short stacks, this is this definitely can move faster than you'd think. I mean, 17 left, bubble at 13. Take a look at the field size. If you check out that Triton-poker.com, you can look at the chip stacks. Also that Poker Triton app where you can see, as we mentioned many times. So that's if you want to check the other tables, see the stacks and distributions, you can check that out. And Osmus getting one through with 7-8 suited on the button. Good result for him. Doesn't want to get played back at. 8 high in this portion of the tournament. Just got a little design going there. Stacks of 100.
Whatever you got to do to keep yourself busy.
Yeah, that's tricks of the trade. many late nights. I'm sure Osmus won that 50K PLO tournament. Maybe the most exciting tournament of the WSOP coverage, I thought, at least one of them, with Helmuth Negreanu and him playing a high-stakes PLO tournament. There was a lot of blows, a lot of exchanges between chip leads. And Osmus ultimately came out top. And if you're going to win a bracelet three-handed, getting to say you took down Helmuth and Negreanu is pretty special. Two of the more decorated World Series of Poker champions. And that app is Triton Poker Plus. If you want to download, take a look. It's just a nice app. What are you going to say? It breaks down hands even, not just stacks, hands.
That really is one of the most remarkable
Yeah,
feats ever. Each one of our tables has a dedicated attendant who is programming each action into their tablet, and that is automatically being uploaded and then pushed on the stream alongside the video you see. Meanwhile, Adamo with an inferior queen here against Lyubovetsky.
Yep. Well, both players hitting top pair here. This is interesting. I mean, this is one of those spots where Adamo is rarely going to be out chipped at this point, right, with 1.4. It's one of the biggest stacks, but he is that. He's in position. He has top pair. Be interesting if we see pot control exercised or aggression. I mean, top is huge, but it's also the one guy that can make a real dent in your stack. So be curious what he does here. Bets 45K. I think raising is super reasonable, but it's also like, do you want to open up the door? You have control of this tournament. Open up the door for a tough spot, and I'm actually not sure what he's going to go with. And he does decide to go for pot control, deception, all of those things happening here.
Third spade rolling off. Neither player with the flush draw. Lyubovetsky still with way the best of it. 93% equity. $265K in the middle. Adamo has it checked to him. And he will check back. Now a fourth spade and a 4 to a straight. The 6 of spades really puts the cuffs on top pair.
Okay, I guess I win.
A quick check back from Adamo on the river, and instantly Andre says, I guess I win. And
I mean, Adamo definitely has some random spades. He's checking back as he gets there and then doesn't bet, but yeah. Could have been a bigger pot, so it's one of those rules in ICM, and at the end you don't want to get into huge confrontations with someone that has a lot of firepower behind them, so can't blame him for treading slowly, and maybe lost some value, but he also didn't have to risk too much getting in a 3 million chip pot and put himself in a short position, so nicely done. I think that's totally reasonable.
King 9 off for Adamo, under the gun. Up we go. 2 scoops. 2 6s for Ben Heath off of a 340K stack.
So 30 more. Is he just gonna go all in? And
Yep.
How much has it been?
Rip City. Count requested by Adamo, who can very well afford to make it. This call.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and this is, you know, something Heath recognizing that one of the chip leaders, very familiar with Adamo, understanding he's going to be aggressive. It's a little easier to shove versus, you know, if this is against one of the other players there that are opening up off a shorter stack, maybe less experienced at this juncture of the tournament. I think ultimately just weighs on he will have some folds from Adamo and could even be in some decent situations against, you know, some, who knows, King 4 suited or, yeah, ace 3, ace 5s, offsuit. But huge pickup there for Ben to get the chips and not have to run 5. Ausmus with that nice pickup on Queen Jack suited puts him back in a very healthy situation.
现在多少人？哎呀，不行啊，你叫他们快一点啊！哦，这里可以看哦。哇，钱好少，顶不住啊，顶不
And
住
the chip leader folds a button in position against Adamo. Again, we see a blind on blind with Heath and Adamo, but you know, with one of the worst hands against Adamo is going to be sticky at least. So Heath calls again. Adamo checked back the Queen 7 off last time. This time a worse hand. A more important juncture of the tournament. We're getting closer to the money, and I think we definitely may see him take a raise with this particular holding. A little different than Queen 7 off.
Up to 80K, says Adamo. Asking for an extra 50 if Heath wants to proceed with Jack 6 suited.
Wow, I didn't necessarily think he would limp call this, although it's suited and he could have the best hand like he does. This just shows Ben's comfortability to go post flop, and look at this flop.
Top pair against middle pair.
Yeah, and if you're Jack 6 and you call, I mean, this is definitely like one of the better flops you'll get to flop not only a pair but top pair, and your opponent somehow flops middle pair. Pretty special flop here for Ben. Probably just gonna go check jam. Oh, if he bet, that was.
Check
I mean, I'm sorry, not check jam. Check bet.
Adamo,
jam.
who then hits a 10
Oh my
on the
goodness.
turn to jump in front.
That's what I meant. I thought it would go check bet jam, but it went check check, which now this is pretty unlucky for Ben. This is bad news for Ben.
No doubt about it. He chooses to check it over to Adamo, who has so much hand here. That said, he's got to get busy getting after the remainder of Heath's stack. Sure enough, he starts the process by betting 60,000. Heath mulling it over before deciding to make the call. Needs to hit a jack here. Instead, he hits a 6, and it's irrelevant. Jackson 10s with a 6 is his hand. Trip 10s for Adamo. One last check from Heath. It is precisely pots like these, by the way, Jeff, that really throw your opponents for a loop when you...
Yeah, I mean, look what misses. Queen 9, 8, 9, diamonds. There's just no way he can he can. I mean, you can't blame him. He even gets. It's just
Look at that unceremonious dispatching of Ben Heath from the feature table here.
Yeah.
He just almost incredulous, a little irritated, and who can blame him? It is Michael Adamo, who you know is capable of taking that kind of line without the 10.
Yeah, and also I think they're pretty good friends. You know, Adamo I know keeps it close to the vest and is, you know, doesn't have like a huge circle that I know. He's just very to himself, but I know Ben is a friend, considers him. So it's tough in the best your way. No friends at the poker table, Ali. But
unless they've got a spare room over the summer.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
So it is time for the redraw here in Madrid. Jeff and I will step aside. When we return, we will have rebalanced tables and a brand new look as we work toward that 13-player money bubble and the end of tonight's play, which should be marked once we're down to 8. Stay close.
Spot to get his chips in for not a ton, and he's going to get called for sure by Ace King.
Oh no, yeah,
Like
Ace
if
King.
you-
I mean, he's going to
like
jam,
a few of your best
and
friends.
Ace King will just rejam.
Yeah,
and sevens will fold. I mean, I don't really see it playing any other way.
There's some other money in the middle now too. There's an extra, you know, when you're that short and you get the extra, it's like essentially a triple up kind of if he can win this flip. There's 16 more blinds and antes, and he is in. No, he's in the small blind, but
yeah, and this is just too much heat for sevens. Sevens would call had Pac folded, but you know, Pac's range is pretty strong there. You know, not to mention it, he'd have to win 3 ways, also for the main pot. So it's too tall an order for sevens. I think you need a pair a little bit bigger than that.
Oh, pretty good flop for jacks, although we see that gut shot 2 cards to come. And that's just the no sweat turn. Sometimes you get those extra gray hairs to preserve for your life when you have to sweat out a thing and you just lock it up on the turn. That's the only thing that really changed there. It just was over right on the turn, no sweat. And Pac gonna
even before the
$50 billion.
practically zero, like actually zero. Like it's just
Basically, in a couple days, it went from the Luna token went from like $100 to like actual zero. Well, actual zero. I did. Apparently, it's been delisted on like Binance and FTX now in terms of trading it. So yeah.
It's dark. It's dark
What goes
stuff.
up must come down. Get ready.
Tell you it's not dark when you got 2 kings and you got action in front of you. Rob, on that.
Got to be careful what you call a stable coin. That's what it boils down to. Is it
Yeah.
algorithmic stable coins tied to something
How much do
else?
you have?
Yeah, it's not really what people think stable coin.
125
Something that's like backed by money somewhere in a reserve. But anyway, this hand is starting to get interesting. So.
And yeah, it is. I'll tell you what's interesting. Sergio does slip a call in, you know, and Andres Nemeth has a real candidate for a upstairs hand.
Oh, certainly, because he's got to look at Rob's stack and say, do I want to get it in with a guy who has basically 18 big blinds? And he says, yes, I do want to get it in. But unfortunately for him, he's not going to be getting it in with that. And he's going to hear something from Ido, whether that's a re-raise here or a call. Now, again, if Ido knew all the cards, I feel like maybe he would just call if he knew that another ace was already dead and just risk it. Because he'd think, maybe if I rejam here, maybe ace-queen doesn't go with me for 40 bigs. Maybe yes, maybe no, but with another ace dead. But he doesn't know the cards. What will he do? He's in position. He's in position, and it is a stack depth where if he back 4 bets here, he might lose some customers with some hands that he'd like to keep in there. Flip side is
here.
you know, just because you call doesn't mean you're going to win a lot more chips on the flop when you have the best hand.
Also, what hands is he calling and then flatting 60 more? I mean, I guess there's some.
There's definitely some. I mean,
can buy more.
Ace Jack suited, King Queen suited, tens,
time to buy. Can buy more.
nines. I mean, there's some hands that you
But they
could
printed
find
so
people
much
would
already.
play that way. Yeah, right.
They minted like what?
You know,
trillions now, right?
this is a tough spot for Nemeth here with Ace Queen off. I mean, given how much money he's already put in.
Yeah, but it's all his chips versus still 340. I think he's going to fold. Right? It's not a great situation. I
No.
guess you're just like, oh, maybe he has tens or jacks. Or
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where Ido could show up sometimes with weaker hands as well. I mean, it's not, it wouldn't be absurd. Like, it wouldn't be absurd in the spot for Ido to have, like, ace-5 suited, in my opinion.
You really want to rant to the
Even, like, ace-jack suited. I'm not saying he would do it every time with those hands, but it's, you know.
I got a stack.
He's going to fold.
But, I mean,
fold. We saw him the ace-3. Oh, my goodness, really? Wow, I'm shocked by that, but... Yeah, I guess it's not absurd. It's not absurd at any means.
It's a tough spot, man. You're getting a big price. Like, the thing is, once you already have 80 out there, like 340 to win like 540 or something it was. So, I mean, you only need like even 40% equity or something you call. I mean, you know, your opponent starts to have a really tight range for you to fold. Which maybe he does, right? I mean, we can see he has kings. I was naming some hands that, like, if he can have ace-5 suited, ace-jack suited, king-queen suited, some hands like that, instead of calling jam them, I mean, it becomes like an auto call. But it's a tricky spot, and it does depend on a lot. I mean, these kind of flat back 4-bet spots are spots where people aren't always super balanced. So, you know, it does depend. It's very opponent dependent sometimes as well. It's tricky.
430?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, but always, I guess, when the cards are face up on their backs for us and we see it and just kind of lean towards, oh, but yeah, you're right. I mean, Tony G's not afraid to gamble.
Ledge. 40 big blinds.
What is it?
You haven't watched Tony play in a while, so I'm going to reserve my judgment as to what his style is, but you certainly might be correct, and that's definitely his reputation. People are always aware of their reputation as well, you know? So let's see how he plays. I mean, he is in there playing the 10-9 off already.
I hope they deal quick.
Yeah. I'll still rebuy if I bust this hand, yeah?
But you can rebuy first. I help you rebuy first.
Might not be able to. Just under $1 million. Sergio Ito in third. Jason Kuhn doing well. Timothy Adams up there. A couple new names too. Mr. Paul Waswell in the top 10, 458K.
Very hard to bust our hands.
He's actually going to see these hands and probably say, damn, I wish I gambled.
You a bit pretty much.
10-9's not doing too bad here against ace-queen, and 7's it's about as good as you could ever possibly hope to be against two
That would be the
all-in
worst.
players.
Cannot bust.
You can't watch out.
I would call your shot, but there's like 2 shots.
What did you have?
10-9.
Oh.
Wow. What am I doing now?
You're in. I want you in. Put your chips.
8 jack.
Yeah, great. See that.
Wow, Rob.
Qualified.
You didn't make a pair.
Lock it up right away. Keep him in the game.
I wonder what the guy who created it was going to just
Start a new project.
When does the
Move on.
registration
That didn't work out.
Is that what he does?
It's 5 hours, I think, from the start. I guess so.
It's 5K.
I think we're past it. It says 89 in the field. I believe that's going to be it. But
is he a famous guy?
It just ended.
I think it may have just ended.
He's famous now.
Is he anonymous or?
He's named.
21.
So these guys are anonymous, aren't they?
Some of them are, yeah.
You raised, yeah?
You want your chips, Richard, this man?
Tony G, not in a great spot here, deciding what he could do. It's flatting doesn't feel right, maybe a little too much to shove, but you could definitely do it.
Now he has to offer maybe high. Instead of 21%, offer like 42. When people come.
What does this mean for Bitcoin? For the end of the year?
I don't know. I think it's going to get to 8 or 9K.
37.
We're buying.
You think it'll go that low?
Tony G not giving a good Bitcoin forecast, says it could get down to 9,000.
My target's 8-9. Start buying 8-9K. I think it's can get there. I hope so.
It's a pretty wide
It's good.
target.
Flushes everyone out.
8 or 9,000 to flush everyone out. Wow, that would be. If it got below
So you don't think buying
10K,
it
that
close
would
is
be
a good idea?
something.
I just bought.
And
I bought some more 30.
Top set needs running
I don't think it's a good idea. Honestly, I don't think so.
running spades.
Even today,
or else
Nasdaq's like
that's going to be
pumping.
it.
Bitcoin is
Oh, it's
No
sweat.
one knows.
Flop
No
top
one
set versus top, and
Microphone. Is that the luck?
Maybe you're right.
Is that the thing?
he's calling it in. Let's Sir Watts call it in. We saw that
think
ask
no one
before. Not going to work there.
Take it off.
Good game for Sir
Yeah,
Watts. We'll be seeing more of him. The No Limit. Street's one of the feared, very
Bitcoin
tough No
price
Limit
like
Hold'em
casino.
tournament player. Been doing
It's
it
a
for a while.
gambling
As the buy-ins go up as well, we're going to be seeing short deck action and No Limit Hold'em, and even a PLO rest. PLO. I might have to call one in, try to sneak in there. I love PLO. It'd be fun, maybe a day with PLO. I think it's a one day. It's either, maybe they're all 2 days, but it could be a one day.
It's not a hobby.
It's not a hobby. You better either get 4 cards or don't. If you know how to play, it's a beautiful game.
Are you going to go through his coaching?
Here we go. He's going to shoot
He's
this
doing
up.
daily coaching at 11 o'clock in the morning in his hotel room.
And I'm the coach.
He messaged me today and said coaching, but I was on some calls.
I know. We have
Elton here.
I got a message saying we're doing no limit hour coaching.
How long is like 8 hours? You sort of
For
like
the raise, I feel like all of them around the table. And he goes for the call.
How long is the coaching?
It's afterwards. Last night was designed for 4 hours, but I said no.
Who's doing the coaching?
Tomorrow will be 2 hours.
Who's doing the coaching?
That one is boy.
He's a good player.
People recommend me that he's
Not a good flop for Elton. Definitely going to lose at least a bet here, assuming he doesn't actually catch one of the 2 outs he has to win the pot.
He thinks you need help.
No, I do.
I got the instant message.
Oh, the buddies need help.
Yeah, I got a message. I mean, you could take insult, couldn't you?
No.
I've been playing poker for 20. I've been playing poker for 20 years, and I get a message.
It's a normal. Everyone coach. Even the best players are coach. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, hi.
Even the best players are.
I've been playing for 20 years. Hi. No Limit Coaching Clinic starts at 12 noon at 4 Seasons at my room if you'd like to
Yeah, I
join.
mean, Silver just with an absolute hammerlock on the hand, and his opponent
Yeah, I forgot to
has
text Elton.
top pair as well, so
I mean,
look
you
to
could
get some chips out of
you
this.
could
He
be
has
a better
backup
kid
with the
than
Queen of
most.
Diamonds as well, which is nice. Feel a little extra confident.
He's the coach.
Yeah, now with
I
only
was
one to
thinking, who's
go,
the
it
coach?
takes
I
away
thought
the
maybe
deuce
I'm
of
the
diamonds
coach.
as an out, so 3 outs
Send
become
one to
2.
Leon one time.
Leon is the coach.
Yeah, 4.5%
Invite Leon for
chance
coaching.
Yeah.
for
Invite
the
Leon.
2 out or 1 card to
Send
come.
him
And
that message.
depends, is this a 2 or 3 street hand
coaching in my room.
for Max? Let's see on the
He
run
might fly
out.
over
As
for
of
it.
right now, he is still putting gasoline in the middle, and this
That's
is
the
where it
best thing to
becomes, the flop bet. Okay, let's peel one. Let's see if our
And
opponent
watch
slows
the-
down.
and
This
watch
is
the
where
whole
it gets
play.
dicey
Watch the
because
video.
if you call here, you're getting kind of the SPR stack to pot ratio. Everything's getting a little discombobulated, and you are in a difficult place.
Nice.
So
This room is nice.
Elton kind of realizing that the situation
Yeah.
is critical
I'm gonna
here.
try and
It's a
support as much
healthy
as
bet
possible
as
for his
well.
SOPE.
That could definitely be interpreted as a bluff, but also kind of implies
He
your
hasn't had any
hand might
high
not be
rolls for a long
good.
time, has he?
Will Silver bet the river? It really depends on what the card is. I mean, he'll almost certainly bet a diamond.
Oh, you double up? One bullet?
Oh wow.
And, he's gonna get
Pocket sevens all in.
Yeah.
he's gonna get snap called and see the bad
Wow.
news. Drawing light is the word. It's thin. It's not dead. It is asking a lot.
Yeah, Elton decides there's a lot of draws out there, and he wants to just take the pot down and deny equity. But
Oh my goodness. Paul is amused to hear him jump out his chair. That's one of those ones you just don't want to believe can happen like that, but it
Normal
does.
for you.
Max
For
Silver.
me, that's the sign that I should not be playing poker again.
Like it's a small tournament. It's a warm-up. It's just
Yes,
It has like 2 pair, some flush draws. There's a bunch of
It
hands
doesn't
that
make
can
any difference
continue
for me
there.
if I use 5 bullets.
So, very, very reasonable play, and you know, the
That's
play
for me.
I
Even
think
worse.
he should do most of the time, but just not something Ace Queen can continue verse.
He have a speech and then he go all in.
Visual in.
Here we have the double Ace Queens.
How much?
1-2-9.
1, 2, 9.
2 ace queens, 1 is suited. You know, this is another one of those trivia questions where asked if you get asked which one would you rather have. You know,
Okay.
there's 2 flush draws for the ace queen off, but the ace queen suited does have a statistical advantage.
Run twice?
This one you're allowed to say flip.
Ah, same hand.
Yeah, but look at the equities.
He has 2 flush draws left. You only have 1.
Are you still? I don't know. I don't think. 7% to 2. That's significant. Are you gonna plug
Yeah,
that
but
in?
the rest of the 93% of the time you're flipping, so.
Yeah, that's gonna be a chop.
7 deuce, good.
All right, no blood there. Pair of 2s, ace kicker, chop it up.
I give him a 3.
Easy to fold. I think he was going to find a fold either way, but
You have the 5 still. 5,
all the flush
5
combinations beat him too.
Are you leaving it behind you?
I enjoy this.
Can raise that, that
Yeah,
means
it's
Let's try this.
not easy,
Wow,
but
mathematically correct.
Snapshot.
definitely
playing
a
against
spot
the
that
computer, Tony.
I
with that
understand.
line and
I'm learning.
sizing, you know, your 10 shrivels up there to just really being a bluff catcher. So, you know, then you have
You
to
can bet like 25k there, and I
ask
was
the
going to go all in.
question,
I feel like
how,
I made my
at least
mind
half
up.
the
how much
time
is
I
Elton
bet
bluffing?
smaller, huh?
I was going to go all in.
That's like the way this spot always walks. You're like, I flip it up, and you're like, oh, ace king.
Huh?
36.
Yeah.
You bet
I
kind of
think
weak.
that's too big. I was hoping he has something.
All right, so we see Max go ahead and make it 24K with
Bets
a
are
little
weak on the turn, I'm
behind.
thinking if he bets weak on
Queen 9 can't get too selective off of a few blind stack.
No. You know,
You bet-
and he would
bet
be
all my
taking the
stacks.
blind next, so just stranding 12K
it
out
in
there
there,
as
yep.
well. I mean,
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good scenario for him. I mean, math-wise, he is getting the extra money with the blind.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from Casino Gran Via here in Madrid, Spain. A look there at the Alcalá, I believe. One of the famous monuments, not far from where we are here, inside now at our featured table where the redraw is settling in to its place. A look at your new feature table. Paul Pua, the boss, with 100 big blinds, a massive stack off of which to operate here with the shortness of Morton Klein present. One would imagine Paul Pua can really do some damage. Danny Tang, second in chips here.
Yeah, Danny Tang, we had that hand where flatted aces, got the jam from Queen 10 suited, 3s from his friend Michael Soiza. Would have flopped a set and left Danny either out or critically short. Instead, he did get the trap, set, and hold. Story of his day. Rob Young, the man up to about a milli, sitting nice, confident, had a big stack in Cyprus, didn't quite get the cash, but he was deep in one of those events that he played there, so nice to see him right back in it in event 1, setting himself up for a possible cash, maybe more. 15 left, 13 do make the money.
On the button, Hidalgo opens to 65,000.
打得开放一点，你把他们干掉2个，我的那个3万多奖金给你一点。
Yeah, Danny Tang now, 1.8, that is a lot. He has got some ammunition here, and Certainly going to play Ali. Is he going to raise? Is he just going to call? It's probably just one of those hands where you're happy to call, though he does have a significant chip advantage over Hidalgo, but it doesn't make a ton of sense to just be blasting with that holding. So he does flat, and both players completely whiff. No one has even a heart, let alone a pair. But Hidalgo is going to quickly check back, and now Danny may see a bit of opportunity here and picks up open-ended. So certainly a card, 175K in the middle. I think he will do just that. He's going to bet. The question is how much. With 8 high and a good draw, and your opponent kind of showing weakness, looks like he's going around half pot. Maybe about that 100 and quick fold. So here's where a little bit of a tournament experience may come into play. A little bit of quick acting and then not showing so much interest, and then even just giving it up. And again, Hidalgo, he doesn't want to mess around too much. He's sitting right on the bubble. He's got it this far, but gonna pick up for Danny Tang a nice pot there with 8 high. Good result for him.
No doubt.
Some new faces, at least from what I have not seen. Maybe a couple, 2, 3 more guys I don't think I'm familiar with too joining here. What about you, Ali? Seen these players before in any Triton events? I do not believe I have, at least not Cyprus. I'm going off, so Cyprus is so fresh in the mind. A month ago, got to see a lot of faces there and a couple new ones here. So, yeah, Paul with the commanding lead, 3 million, 100 blinds. To have 100 blinds on the bubble of a tournament is a good sign generally.
Well, we know that Cristobal Hidalgo is enjoying his first Triton, although losing that pot to Danny was not as enjoyable. Ni Liangse also enjoying his first Triton event.
Paul looking dapper with that clean white Triton tee and the black Triton hat. Rob repping coin rivet. A little, everyone's looking a little sharper right now, Ali. It's late, but now it's the money's setting in.
First ever
Now
Triton
it's
cash
time.
coming.
Bubble, huh? Bubble time.
It is
If I
bubble
bubble this,
time.
if I bubble this, I'm not playing any more tournaments.
Not officially with 15 players remaining, but certainly close enough.
I'm counting it. Everyone's got, I guess you're right. It's not the official bubble. That's true. It's a true statement, but
We'll get banned from every tournament in the world.
We're within sniffing distance of it.
Yeah.
As we see Ni Liangse.
Just to get a cash on the hand, I'll be
Ace Jack suited. Min raises up to 80,000. Every orbit will cost the players 100K in blinds and any chips. So one cannot afford to sit back and wait. And that's a fact not lost on Wu Ye Wei, who defends and flops top pair and a club draw up against the made nut flush. And yeah, what a dream for him as he Liangse, that is, as he watches his man pile it in there.
yeah, I was just going to say, this is one you could maybe let go in the big blind, but credit to him for not shying away. He's not scared to bubble, wants to rather have a chance at doubling and put himself in a position to be dangerous. But in this particular situation, when you flop top pair with a club in your hand, your opponent flops the nut flush, that is unfortunate. And as you can see, 97% would need help on the turn. And actually, that is a little help, Ali. I mean, we've seen some dramatic rivers today, but this would be asking a lot.
7 of clubs would have gotten it done there. And unfortunately for Wu Ye Wei, that one-outer does not slide in as his day comes to an end and places us officially on the money bubble with 14 players remaining. Top 13 will be
we
paid.
were short stacked and we'll
It's that time.
Huh?
Oh, and it looks like we lost not one but 2 players. So did we burst the bubble all at once there?
The double bubble, as I felt like it was a bubble, Ali.
Oh,
Sometimes it's it can be 2 in one hand.
You're sharp.
It can be 2 in one. That might be a chop then. No. They'd both just be out bubbling, not chopping. But yeah, they chopped the bubble boy, apparently. And that is quick. You can sometimes see this take hours on a big high roller tournament, or even, anytime there's a bubble in a tournament can take a while. So that's it's a relief for everyone in. They don't have to sweat that
first
out.
Triton ITM for me.
Rob's stamping his hen and mob right there with the Triton symbol, which is nice.
King Jack off suit for Rob.
Raising it up to 100,000. Morten Klein playing under the Norwegian banner. Mulled it over, but that 3-4 deemed ultimately not adequate kit for him to defend. And Rob Young will pick up blind and ante chips.
Rob may be hitting the gym right now these days. He's looking a little extra bicep action going on.
Extra bubbly in the arms there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice debut. Nice debut.
Morten Klein, someone probably more excited than most to get the cash when you're super short. It's super nice to get in there.
2 debut cashes. Wayne is debut as well. Usually they run good.
How many cashes have you had?
Not many. Really, not many.
How many wins have you had?
0. Hopefully 1 after tomorrow.
0.
Rob just on the feature.
Yeah.
Putting Danny on blast. Danny gets to sheepishly say a second. I'll keep you in the circuit though, a couple seconds. That's a nice
These
payoffs.
buy-ins?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right. Paul, a lot of hearts here, Ali. A lot of love out here in Madrid. Look at this, 6 hearts. Flop flush could be interesting. There's a raise, okay, never mind, pass, and then probably Paul. I think they have Paul's picture up for both players. Is that what happened? Ali, do you see this? Paul is doubling up on 2 different looks, so.
He's shape-shifting.
Yes, I was wondering what happened. It's a raise by Paul, a call by Paul, but that is a different player. They just have the wrong icon. It's actually a different picture of Paul, and it's not even the same picture. It's like one looking left, one looking right. And nice flop if you're
Liangse.
Liangse. Nicely done, Ali. You are a connoisseur of pronunciations.
Middle pair with the open ender, backdoor hearts. Pua with the dummy end of a gut shot, but doesn't want to get that 8, as it would give Liangse the queen high straight. So his bet of 130K will shed Mr. Pua. Danny Tang breaking out into song here. You know you're comfortable at the office when you're willing to drop a few bars on the boys. Ace-10 off for Liangse. Raising it up to 115,000. Not quite 3x. 2 black 7s now for Morten Klein. And he'll play for all of what he's got, 260,000 total.
Yeah, and he is going to have a customer here for that price, and we're going to see 5 with a flip-ish. Brass is watching. Don't want to insult him, but it's. Can me and you call these flips, Ali, or are you out on this? I feel like it's a classic. Rast is going to talk about EVs and casinos and built on small edges, but we're going to stick with the classic here. 7s to Ace-10. Klein in the lead, and with the extra money in the middle with the blinds, this is an important pot for him. Of course, it's for his life, but important in the sense that he's got some extra 620. I mean, that puts you in the game. Got to fade 10 outs twice. Does so on the turn. You can feel it. Can he fade one more? Ace, 10, or king. One card to come. And just like that, in there. He's tapping, little tap. He's happy.
Yeah, it's a sweaty flop.
Yeah.
Scary flop.
Scary. But, yeah.
Nice hand. Staying alive. Staying alive in the game. That's important. He has got a cash locked up, but looking for more.
More scary with ace or.
That's not scary.
10 there. That's more scary.
It's almost dead.
Thank you.
佢係打現金，主要打現金。咁你話佢有冇打比賽？其實佢都有，即係我以前打細嗰陣時，佢都有同我一齊去嗰啲越南啊、馬尼拉啊、澳門啊嗰啲都有打嘅。之後佢就專心打咗現金，打到香港都冇地方俾佢打，咁我咪叫佢出嚟咯。學緊，我叫佢學緊。
Around to the ace-jack suited of Ni Liangse.
不過其實短牌都有位嘅。
You might be wondering why it is that the players seem to be glancing up toward the sky before making decisions from time to time. Well, there are actually a couple of monitors directly above the featured table where players can glance up and get information on what the blinds are, how many players remain, what the chip counts are. So, useful information to be gleaned.
Yeah, being observant is important, as I don't want to harp on this and say, but we did see that ace-8 suited fiasco where player didn't recognize there was a raise and then called a jam and, you know, essentially cost him his tournament because he was then priced into call and ran into aces and was out. So, yeah, being aware is good. There's a big difference between being aware and tanking unnecessarily, of course. But you're allowed to take an extra second playing for money. Doesn't matter, big, small, online, live. You know, take a second, see what's happening.
Well, the good news is the money bubble has burst for these players here, but now they are working toward that 478,000 euro first place prize. First things first, though, somebody's got to be awarded 13th place money, which is 36,000 euros. Same story for 12th. Tang with pocket 10s shoots it up to 85,000, gets flatted by Paul Pua, who has the suited queen jack. Ni Liangse with the king 9 suited will join the party after Paul decided to flat, and some interference across the spectrum of these holdings. And how about 2 9s, 2 clubs, and a 7 for an action flop, Jeff?
That is that's about all you can ask for, action. I mean, this is everyone's feeling nice. I mean, some better than others, but this is the hand of the tourney so far, I think, in terms of situation, potential size of the pot.
Trips for Liangse out in front. He checks. Tang follows through for 115,000. Pua with the 2 overs and the club draw will flat. Kind of dreamy stuff in front of him here for Liangse.
Yeah, there's a couple ways, Ollie, this could become a massive pot. I mean, it's already got the makings of it. But depending on this gentleman right here, how he plays it, he knows the severity. Throws out his time bank and immediately goes to his checkable inventory. See how much he has. See how he wants to proceed. Definitely proceeding. Look at these stacks, Ollie. 2.7, 1.7, 1.6. These are some of the top chip stacks in the room, and he is putting up. Gonna check the temperature. 445. Danny really giving him an intense look.
It is such a draw-heavy board texture. That 10 of clubs is a card that Danny really doesn't want to have in his hand here, though, in terms of aiding him into a place where he can call comfortably and think these 2 10s are good, which we, of course, know they are not.
Not in the release position. He is given a kind of a polar opposite, right? That shirt, it's kind of I'm here to party, have a good time, and Danny's got the hoodie on. Little 2 different potential, schools here, business and professional. I mean, Danny, I call him a professional, but he's a fun professional. He knows how to play. Also, happy to give action and have a good time. Scratching his head, he's caught in a difficult spot. You can see the pain on his face as he relinquishes. And now, Paul with the overs and a queen-high flush draw on a paired board, though. This is not a fist pump situation by any means. You could be improving and, running into a buzzsaw. You could have not the best draw. So, interesting how Paul will play, although I don't think folding is really what he's considering, but it is not a phenomenal spot. As we know it, the king of clubs would be no good, so he is drawing to what is, in theory, 2 overs and a flush draw, but just a flush draw. You can see a 3-1 underdog, and it may also be hard to win a big pot if he hits a club.
Obviously, the board being paired is problematic for these flush draws, and the worst case scenario is when you're up against the king high or ace high flush draw.
Oh my goodness.
Which would have you beat, and the ace of clubs on the turn gives Pua the best hand.
Wow, and I mean, if you're this fine gentleman right here, that's definitely a scare card of scare cards. You don't want to see a club roll off. And bad news is the SPR, stack to pot ratio. We've mentioned it before, but when it's less than 1 and you have trips with a king kicker, doesn't mean, a club falls, I got to give my opponent clubs. What if he had a hand like 10s? And he is going to lead on out into this club turn. So Paul makes the second nut flush. Board's paired. Has to feel confident, though, right? You called for the club.
I would feel a little bit more confident if my opponent would kind of acknowledge the deteriorating board texture for a hand like trip 9s, which he very much is representing. Instead, he is barreling 425,000 into me. King high flush, ace 9, 7-7.
Yeah, I mean,
all hands that come to mind.
The thing is, the nice thing here though is the ace of clubs is a special one because it's not the 5 of clubs, right? It's a card that now only 1 flush beats you, and is he going to check raise you with the just the king high flush draw, right? It's not the nut flush draw. So I think from that perspective, he feels good about the flush being likely good. Of course, could have a full house, but would his opponent bet on the turn with the full house? And Paul is now flip-flop into a 3-1 favor with 1 card to come. So Danny's feeling good about releasing those 10s. He was in a world of hurt. River card, huge pot. Oh, the deuce that's come so many times, and that is going to be it.
Yeah. Blank on the end, keeps it clean for Paul Pua, who dispatches Ni Liangxi, not before going over and showing a little bit of love for his opponent, who obviously played a big one, but he'll be back. Not much we know.
Customers and bust them.
Paul Pua hauling in a massive pot. The remains of Ni Liangxi's stack, and adding to his already formidable chip lead. Well, If you're looking to get your online poker fix, we've said it before and we'll say it again. GG Poker is the place to do it. All you got to do is sign up using the code Triton 2022 and we'll give you $100 in rewards or a 100% deposit match up to $600. And who could overlook the $50 Global Millions ticket that will come with that free of charge? Sign up today at GG Poker.
I see there, GG Poker or Club GG, Ali. I don't know if you got a little pep in your step tonight. Are you going to be getting some hands online after this? Are you going to be up clicking online?
I have not played a hand of online poker since Black Friday.
Right. Well, if you, I feel like you're feeling spruced up and ready. Tonight might be the night for you to dive in and
Jeffrey, that is perhaps the biggest misread ever made, as I am clinging to consciousness.
Yeah.
With every fiber.
It was a strong. It was an inside joke between me and you because I know that. But you know, I listen.
No, you're a good setup, man. It's a noble foil roll that you're playing here.
Yeah, I get it. You're getting hit. You're hitting that 1,000 Egyptian thread count and getting some sleep when you get home.
You got to read on my sheets.
Yeah. You look like. Listen, you've been in this game long enough. You know you need a good sleep when you can get it. I know you're not on some JV pillow.
8-6 suited for Rob Young.
Does anyone love poker more than Rob? I mean, there's probably some ties, but he's up there on the loves poker list. And the fact that
Terry
he's
Katz.
Yeah. Yep. Those are the there's like I said, there's some ties. I don't think there's a clear winner in the love poker category, but Rob is a advocate of the game and
If it's 80, I call. Is that what I should raise? What's confusing because there's only one big blind.
Rob actually has pretty good poker results for tournaments for not playing a lot. Like, and I've seen him in some high stakes, splashing around in some stuff. And
Should we play? We all show.
He's definitely a student of the game.
We're showing anyway. Yeah. Should we play? We all show. He's asleep.
I don't think he'll agree. I don't think he'll agree.
Oh, you speak English.
No English is a barrier for this to get through.
Play, and then open.
We show our cards.
Play,
because it's a stream. So.
He won't agree. So.
Oh. Ali, if you're wondering about Adamo, he's fine. Adamo's at the other table, but now he's not, and he has 2.6.
Oh my goodness.
Good for one of the top 3 for sure stacks, if not. Well, we saw Paul. Can someone get on Rob's team and help him get this thing through? He is really pushing for the everyone show cards to save the delay. I think he just doesn't want to go home and have to watch, get some rest.
Give the guy some time. Let him get some sleep.
So, the 2 biggest stacks in the field reside at our feature table right now. That of Paul Pua, which is good for the overall tournament lead, 4.85 million, and then
holding my way into the money.
Over $1 million. The gap
now
between
I'm
he
decided
and
to
Michael
fold my way to
Adamo.
the final table. More than likely. What, is it 800 final table?
I think so. Or nine, I think. 9.
I'm glad we get to see Adamo at this part of the tournament because this is when he does the work, the dirty work he gets here. It's kind of fun to watch this situation, Ali. This is when the ICM is actually the most, between about 8th and 13th place. You hear this term thrown around. People love to talk about it, final tables. But actually, at this point is when it really is the most intense because when you get heads up, there's no more ICM. And, at this stage, there's a big difference. And it's a fun portion of the tournament to watch big stacks work, especially ones that have so much experience in generating separation. And this is where you get to do it.
And a fun board texture for Paul Pua, who flopped the gut shot, straight draw, and flush draw with that 7-8 of spades. Suited connector, c-bets, and takes it. Damo's Jack 6, nowhere in the zip code. Boss will sit this one out. Queen 10 suited for Danny Tang. Doubtful will be saying the same about his hand.
You have like 550 one?
I think I started with 600.
I call.
Tang
asking for a check of Morton Klein's stack, who resides in the big blind, before deciding to limp in. Adamo with 8-5 offsuit. Second biggest stack at
I hope I have that.
our feature table
Good hand.
and in the overall tournament. Will limp as well. Now King Deuce suited.
I had,
for
but I
Morton Klein. Checks
can't
back.
lose you now. Yes, I'm sorry.
To the flop we go. It is 9-9 ace. Klein with King High actually has the best hand, but that 9 of diamonds working in conjunction with Danny Tang's holding. I would have thought might have drawn a bet. Instead, a 7 on the turn now gives Adamo a gut shot straight draw.
All right, well, 160K in the middle, 12 remain. Damo with a modest holding and no one with a pair on the turn. Three-way. That just shows you a little more appreciation when you do make pairs, when you do make massive hands. You know, the flush. We saw a very interesting hand earlier. I can't remember. I think it was you and I, Ali, on the 10-3 of clubs where there was a small bet, raise, and then even the re-raise. Just, you know, the strong holding with the flush on a paired board, it's just hard to make hands. So when you hit a hand, appreciate it. And we're going to go in and look who it is with the 100% mark by his name. No real aggression, and Adamo finds a straight with 8-5 off. And obviously is going to feel super secure with no chips being put in the middle. Checks to him, and he makes not just a pair, but a straight. Now the board's paired. There's no possible flush, but not a lot of action. And he's just thinking, who's calling me? What could they have? Is there maybe someone that played a weak ace, koi? Probably would bet to protect against flush draws at some point. So either way, though, he's gonna go for chips, and he's actually gonna go for a big size.
Well, just can't really imagine either of these holdings looking him up. Certainly not for the overbet.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much just going to go in the muck for sure. But Danny still is thinking he's in the small blind. There was no chips ever put in. What does he have? Do I win with queen high ever? I just think, you know, there's times to hero, and then there's just times where it's like, all right, you know what, Adamo, I know you're crazy. I know you're oh, wow, man. I mean, he's spinning the wheel here on a potential misstep on 240. Shows you his poker ability. Shows you that he's in there thinking and doing his thing. But, you know, this would be, I think it would be more interesting to call here if there was action on the turn. You know, it's just kind of like, is he just randomly going to overbet with no money on a semi-bluff or just a stone-cold airball? You know, maybe he completed. This was a limp from the button, though, correct? So I guess, you know, Adamo's range is not weighted towards super value, you know, strong-ish holdings. This is could have a modest hand, but still. What do you think, Ali? Is he going for the call, this queen high?
I mean,
he cut it out.
A call would seem just
obnoxious, but
it's just absurdly awkward. But listen, it's almost out of a sign of respect that he's contemplating making it, because he's giving Adamo credit for actually betting with less than queen high in this spot.
Yeah, it's also one of those, you know, poker lore hands that, you know, when you're right, you get played on YouTube a lot. You just smoke the Damo on the feature in a big spot, but you got to be right generally when you call these, Ali. When you're calling queen highs, you want to be right. The percentage of time, he's thinking it through, the extra big bet. And if he hadn't gone with the 1.5x pop bet, he was probably going to get heroed from Danny for sure, because it looks like at this sizing, Danny's still very curious. Adamo probably figures Danny has the weak ace. That's what he's thinking about. But it also doesn't make a ton of sense that he would check the ace twice. And he is going to call a queen high and get shown a ugly-looking straight. And
That's going to look stupid on TV.
Well, listen, Danny, don't beat yourself up. We've all been there where we just kind of get it in our heads that an opponent as talented and as capable as Michael Adamo is just trying to lean on us, and we get designs on that queen high being good. Of course, unfortunately for Tang, this was not one of those occasions.
Are you leaving? Or color?
Danny with the very
No, I'll leave.
very intentional question. Are you out of here or are you just coloring up?
Is he getting moved or is he getting colored up?
He actually double-barreled the question to the floor. He thought maybe he was messing with him. He really wants to know what's going on.
He's like, I just gift wrap 240 on the end there. I'd like to keep it here at this table.
I think he would actually, if you gave him the option, he would be happy he's leaving. On his direct
That's
left
true.
Adamo. I think he's.
That's true.
I think that was more of an interest of, is he gone?
What would he have paid not to have to sit to his right?
And look, let me just say this. When you mess with the bull, you get the horns. And if you're Danny Tang, look around that table, Ali. I'm not calling people. I'm not trying to put people's ability, but like there's a lot of unfamiliar faces here. You're at a deep stage with 20K that's 500,000 plus US to first. See, Osmus with the backpack on means likely he's departed, but he does get on the board in Madrid for a cash. Nice start to the trip for that gentleman who knows a thing or two about poker tournaments. And but you know, there's other spots you could mess with here. He might have leveled himself there too. He might have just leveled himself. You know, there's an amateur in the pot or a guy that's not a regular, and I limp the button and you know start thinking he's just got a full range in the small, and ultimately hero call points are big. You get a clip, you get a nice clip to show the grandkids and the friends and family about the queen high call, but it wasn't meant to be there.
You want?
Meanwhile, Adamo
all ones is now.
taking some of those Tang bucks and sticking them into the middle promptly with King 8 on the button. He opens, and Ace-Jack for Paul Pua in the big blind awaits him.
I mean, look at how big Paul's stack is. 5 million, basically double Adamo is super healthy. I mean, Paul has got a good portion of the chips in play.
And we're talking the overall remaining chips in play, not just what's here at our feature table. 8, 9, 10 rainbow. Adamo with bottom pair is out in front of this Ace-Jack, which is 2 overs and an open-ender. Board pairs on the turn. Courtesy of that check back from Adamo. Paul still not wanting to fire. Damo's check. Drew a check back from Paul. Now a blank looking river card, the 3 of spades. And I correct that. It was Pua who checked first, Adamo checked back. That has been the theme across 2 streets. Will he check back a 3rd time with King 8?
All right, 10, 9, 8. Check 2.
260.
Goes for the pot size bet. And if you're Paul, Ace-Jack. Reasonable decision here. Just saw his friend Danny go into hero call land against Adamo recently and not come out unscathed. Let's see if he does call also.
Wow. That is something else. Adamo has just been called by queen high and ace high in respective big pot situations here.
Not a lot of believers out there on the Adamo world. I mean, this is a guy that, you know, part of the thing about being aggressive is understanding hand range situations against your opponents and where you're at and what hands to target with what sizings. And this is also a guy's just not only, I think he's very aware of his perception at the table or at any table when he's playing and what people think of him.
But I had a good hand up block straight.
Right, 25.50.
Up we go to 100 dimes from the cutoff. Adamo. Getting active.
Yeah, Rob Young. I mean, this is kind of one of those spots where Rob sort of knows what's up. And, wow, I'm impressed by the shove because this is one that you could not fault him if he just flatted. And then he's going to be out of position. And he's going to, you know, potentially get in some difficult spots. It's also not fun to just shove and maybe get snap called and then you don't final table, you know, because, again, Rob, he loves to play. He's put a hard day's work in. He knows he's close to making the final table, coming back for a full opportunity tomorrow, but very nice hand there. And I was not sure what he would do, but I like it.
No shortage of gumption, moxie, and fearlessness on Rob Young.
Yes, it was ace. I had to try.
Klein hanging tough here. He's been sticking around. He doubled up and still in now with the cutoff, king jack off. Nice to be in the money, a little less reason to be worried about going out, and folds to you. 10 blind. Goes for a limp off the stack size. And Paul on the dealer button, 7-6 suit, a very playable hand, is got to be concerned about what that limp means. Also, players act behind, left to act behind, but he also has the chip lead and a playable hand, so he's weighing his options. Doesn't really want to probably raise and get check, you know, put it all in, so he does decide to go for just a call. Can't blame him. I think Klein best would have been served shoving, but, you know, also he actually has a couple hands in here dominated, putting money in, see if he can catch a flop that's favorable.
Yes.
Rob could find himself in a bit of trouble playing the king-9 off, or he could find himself flopping top 2 against several other kings. And wow,
all kings are present and accounted for.
I mean, this
and
actually,
Cristobal Hidalgo just ripping in 605,000.
Wow,
into a pot of 250. Is it?
Yeah, this hand all around is going to cause a pile up, and the thing is Rob is in the, so actually Klein has to act first, and I don't see how he can limp and fold top pair here ever. So like now, the interesting part is Rob, who comes in with the king-9 off, is going to have potentially a huge pot in his grasp here if he can fold. And I mean, look at Rob against the king-5, Ali. He doesn't even have to fade really anything. And the king-jack, he could potentially be having a chance to knock out 2 players and just have to fade a jack, which is kind of a miraculous situation. If he folds, I mean, I'm just, there's a lot of stuff going on here. That was pretty crazy. So Rob's not going to get a chance to triple. But the better news, in some respects, he just has almost a zero sweat to knock a player out. And that is not the hand Hidalgo is going to want to see. You can see 2%. He needs a whole lot of help. Rob's got the spade for the back doors going. He has to hit a running 5-5 or 7-8.
I folded King Jack.
Wow.
Really?
Wow. Morton Klein fessing up to the fact that King
was
Jack
looking
is
so
in the
happy.
muck after the bet and the call in
He
front
was
of him.
looking so happy.
That was me.
Well, actually, Rob was behind him, I think, right?
Good read.
What a cooler flop.
Well, that's going to seal it.
Yeah, a 9 on the turn, giving Young a full house, 9s full of kings, and sending Cristobal Hidalgo down the road.
Wow, and I mean...
Wow, King Jack, you didn't shove pre-flop.
Unfold it on a king high flop. Wrong.
Yeah, that's too. Danny's showing his surprise there. I think more surprising after the flop, Ali. The limp in, might have some limps on that stack size, but after the flop, you hit the King Jack and
wild.
Yeah, but look at Klein's still in. He's laddering, and Hidalgo's got his mic removed and thinking about the 30K that's coming up.
Final table.
Stack, type of stack.
That hand was supposed to be a final table hand.
Yeah.
But really.
No lah. You shove pre-flop both fold.
No, I meant on the flop. It's insane. Really.
King 10 offsuit for the Dominator.
Yeah. Can you ask him if they'll Paul, can you ask him if he'll do a clip of the hand so I can post it when he folds the King Jack?
Shoots it up.
They can do a clip and we can save the clip.
Yeah.
And I post it on Twitter.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Now Klein again.
Very good clips here.
Got a raise, and I'm not a fan of King Jack. I'm gathering, Ali, with the double pass. Well, the limp and the just staying out of the way. And this is welcome to the life of Adamo. You raise King 10, and you get the guy who's short, who could easily ship it in, just folding, and you're pipped. So it just seems to kind of glide his way around, just kind of bob and weave, duck and dive. Get calls with Queen High when he rivers straights with no money put in the pot, and against talented players, he's just. I'm an Adamo fan. I'm a believer, and whatever he's doing, it's working.
You sound mildly jealous.
I'm not. I'm not battling with him. I'm safe in here, Ali. It's safe out here. If I'm in the streets,
Whoa! No one has ever sat beside me in a broadcast booth and thought to themselves, "I'm safe in here."
Well, you've been pretty friendly.
Oh,
I think it's that. Maybe it's that hoodie I slid your way and tried.
That's true. You do have some points in the bank. It's also benefiting from the jet lag.
Yeah,
that I'm experiencing, but
yeah, no, I'm aware that you could go to you could get saucy at any time. That's fine. You're allowed.
I'm just checking the stuff.
You're not allowed to put the phone here. Disturb because the RFID can't work.
Ace-6 suited, limps in, has Adamo's spades blasted.
All right, Adamo checks back. Definitely one he could have put into the upstairs. Definitely doesn't want to see spades, so Danny will get to a flop and have a hammer lock on. That's about as big a percentage you're going to see to not being 100. 99. And Damo just going to check back.
Yep.
Looking for some running spades probably in his mind, and that's actually not what he wants. There is the spade. For Danny, that's what he wants. Going to have to double check. Is it too good to be true? He's got the ace. He's got the spades now. Could do anything, but may check again. Let his opponent try to bluff here. He also could easily bet himself. All right, he's going to bet and actually get kind of fortunate that his opponent does pick up that. I mean, basically has a dream hand here. 0% chance to win and picks up a draw. And Adamo, peeling for a 9-high flush draw, 1 to come. You do cover your opponent. Maybe you could bluff some rivers too. You know, I guess it's too good to fold, right? Because he also may be on some, with some straights completing, a possible 9x could turn into a bluff. So a spade would be really problematic. But look at this, Ollie. This is one where 9 is involved to make the nuts. He misses his hand. Danny also has a just one pair hand, weak kicker, but it's top pair. Danny could definitely check, and if he does, it'll be interesting if Adamo goes for it or not.
And we know that Michael is the kind of player who very much takes into account the blockers and.
Yeah, he has a plan. When he already knows in his head what cards he's going to probably, you know, likely bluff with. If it runs off, he knows what he's doing for value. And this, though, with Danny betting, and at the same time, it doesn't mean that it's just over, right? This is actually when the pot inflates, the bluffing is even more it's more dangerous, right? Because if he just checks and bets like one bet and Danny calls, but now like he's got the potential opening up to put a real meaty spot on him if he were to take that 9 and turn it into a bluff. But
he definitely ringing of the hands feels like he was thinking about it.
No,
Doesn't
it wasn't a he wasn't a 100% fold, but
He's gone.
Sorry?
We show now that he's gone, yeah?
Yeah, we can do that.
Anything? I'm cool with it. It just keeps us away. Paul, we're showing now. Show after each hand.
I don't care.
Can I get a
Sure.
water?
Winner and
we all
loser?
agree. Who winner and loser both show, yeah.
I'll lose a show.
Room.
It's on the stream anyway, it doesn't make any difference.
What about? I bet you fold?
Huh?
No showdown.
No showdown now.
No. Right,
that's
on
what
the
I mean.
flop, I bet you fold. Do I still to show?
Yeah.
Okay. Pre-flop also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's a lot of showing.
all the cards are
Okay.
Well, it's the same effort to go like that than go like that, isn't it? What is it with you guys? You don't everyone show your cards. You think I'm gonna? No. We all know each other here. What's up?
How big is the short stack on the table?
I mean, there's not much longer, right? It is one more to make the final table, but it does matter a bit. You know, you have to do the work. You have to go back and find the hand or stay up and do it after, and it does change in the moment because the delay is there. But I like where Rob's head at. He's doing a lot of enrolling. He's having to get through here, and short-handed right now is his best chance he's had in a while because he wasn't getting it through earlier. So Adamo gonna raise the absolute one of the worst hands you can have, small blind, big blind. He has seen his opponent be very cautious with the king jack, and you know.
Show 3-8 off.
Oh gosh.
Show 3-8 off. Yeah.
Not great timing for. That's a funny way to start this game. Kind of like.
I don't like this game.
Okay, we'll copy it.
This is amazing. That actually is. I mean, I would like to, from the keeping awake point, it does add a little extra fun.
A lot of showing, as in we just have to keep showing. It's like whatever. Yeah.
2 red 8s for Rob Young.
You want to stay away? You don't need to look at me. I'm going to be showing you. You win.
125,000 to go has been flatted by Danny Ting, who's got the 2 9s and these 2 8s in a bad way. A couple of 7-4s on tap now, presumed mucks from both.
Yeah, if this got 3-bet, it would have been interesting what Rob would have done here. But deep enough, and
Mr.
Danny
Platt's
decides to
coming in.
take a...
He's got so many chips he can't fold.
And that is actually
Bad raise by.
about the case there, right? 7-4 off, pretty modest hand.
Bad raise by me.
It's so big.
You can come in with any old double.
Your flop, I check.
Paul and Rob both check it over to Danny, who
has the best hand with 2 9s, but faces 2 overcards and has no spade. He 2 checks it, bringing the jack of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, Paul in there is thinking of a different type of outcome. And Rob with 2 8s is not liking this so much. And wow, how's that for 8s and 9s? How's that board looking?
And now 4 to a straight, courtesy of the arrival of the King of Hearts.
I mean, no one bet an ace ever, right? So it's like, would they bet a gut shot at some point? Would one of those players?
Scary, fuck.
I can't bet now.
Scary.
Very hard to win.
No, should have bet.
Oh, should have went all.
No, why didn't I bluff?
I was gonna.
I'm gonna 2 guys have
Yes,
small pay.
I was gonna bet then, because obviously represent the queen. You folding cost me that pot. I was gonna bet.
When?
Then. I was gonna bet the river, but when you fold, I feel bad to bet against one person.
No, why feel bad?
Because Danny started playing at my club 20 years ago. He was a supporter.
Yeah.
You have a pay.
20 years ago?
Yeah, 14 years.
All right, there's a look. Paul under 100 bigs, was healthy there. He's still super healthy. Adamo finds his way up to 3 million, 63 blinds. Rob Young and Danny Tang hovering healthy, and our man Morton Klein passed on the king jack off, shove, limped. Rob flop top 2. Hidalgo shove king 5 off, is drawing dead, basically 98% dog, and saved. King jack stayed in, but very, very fortunate top 2 flop for Robin. Is healthy now and dodged one there. 8s to 9s also. If he had got 3-bet, could even elect to 4-bet or play a big one, but really lost the minimum.
I'm not passing the pair 8.
And Danny,
Healthy
healthy 1.8 million. Hijack king 6 suited. This stack, this situation.
Yeah.
Likely to raise, except, you know, the only real consideration not to would be that Adamo's under direct left and going to be a very curious customer, but still he's playing his ranges. He can afford opening up here. And look at this, Adamo just timely wakes up with a real holding. And based on Adamo's game and this stack size, pretty sure we're going to see him put it up. This won't be a flat, I don't think, but he does flat.
I was going to bluff, and then you both stare at me. What am I scared about?
Interesting there again.
Sorry,
I guess,
sorry.
you know, decides that he's in position and his opponent could be kind of light. Also doesn't want to 3-bet and have to call 4-bet, but
You mean?
No, wait.
probably right in the cutoff. I just
Wait,
imagine 10s he's going
knock out the-
to just go with it, but he
What are you
just
doing
decided he
this
didn't
game?
want to do
Looking
that
at
and
it,
get
folding.
play a huge pot there with that stack size if somehow he got 4-bet and
No,
not
I'm
be
not
able to
gonna
fold. So interesting though. Not a ton of 6s left for Rob. He's
Come
going
on.
to get a price though to call.
So it's 6s and 9s and king 6 heading to the queen 7 2 spade board. 9s still best.
Danny Tang. After a long day, his hair is perfectly in place, looking fresh, and he's going to go ahead and take the lead here with absolutely nothing, and Adamo is going to like this flop. He has an overpair to that 7, 2 queens out there. Certainly will be playing.
$70K the effort from Danny Tang.
190.
So, you know, again, just taking his, he flats pre, gets an above average flop and decides to check the temperature of Danny. And Rob really just having a think, but not going to be continuing with that action. Okay looking flop for 6s, but not great.
the raise
Okay, I can
from
only I need to
Adamo.
see it. No one else needs to see it, right?
Draws the curtain on that pot as he flashes his 2 nines to Danny Tang.
Should have agreed to this game. Should have agreed to this game.
One to me later.
Yeah. Rob had some teas or coffee. He's keeping the chatter up. It's late.
King high.
Keeping up, getting new games introduced, having people show cards.
Ace king here for Adamo. $100,000 to go from the ace king, and now the 2 deuces mull things over for Klein.
Yeah,
Hijack cutoff.
If you were to get it in, I mean, interesting. He actually would have been in a. Actually, could have potentially got an ace king to ace king with deuces for a triple up. Right, it'd be over $1 million all of a sudden if he were to hold. And these guys are going to be playing a big pot. Actually, I'm curious how Adamo goes about this here, because this is like the one guy that has him covered. They could be playing a massive pot, and I wonder if there's a scenario where he ever just decides to call or 4-bet and Paul calls, because this is deep, man. Ali, we could be seeing a 7 million chip pot, and they happen to have the same hand. But what if this is ace king to kings, ace king to queens? I mean, could have a 7 million chip pot if this were to be the case. And I just don't know at this stack depth if Adamo decides to. I mean, he's just gonna 4-bet, right? I guess he just 4-bets. The question would be, Paul, what does he do with ace king then in position? Because it's. I'm actually intrigued here, because I don't know. I don't think there's. I mean, I think it's almost more favored it doesn't get all in than it does. But at the same time, it's not like a zillion blinds. They're the 2 big stacks, but we're 5-handed. Ace king and ace king. Does he ever just? No, he's not just gonna. He's raising. Was it 1.3? Is that? Oh, let's see. 1.1. Oh, he called. Wow. He does just call. Oh, no one has a diamond, but wow. Monotone flop, ace 10-3, heart. Super interesting. I guess that's, I mean, there we go. We see Adamo showing so much aggression, but then just calling with the ace king on that stack depth size. And both players going to like the flop, but be very wary of the heart draw possibility. It's not fun also to get in for a massive pot drawing dead or be in a bad spot. If you're. So Paul actually decides to check back, realizing there are some suited broadways there. This is going to be a card that's going to make both players feel more confident about their hand. No heart comes off. No Broadway card where some suited Broadway. So at this point, I think both are feeling good.
$770.
Wow, this is, I mean, this could have gone a lot of different ways, but it is, as played, likely going to get to a river. But man, if you're Paul here and you get this type of medicine at you, I mean, I don't see how you can ever fold. But again, things start to get a little less clear, a little less fun.
Murky.
There, I knew it. I was going to keep saying something not as clever as that. Murky's the word. This is a murky situation. There's time banks. There's a little distress. You don't see Paul normally squirming, but he is.
It's a big figure.
It's a big figure, and you're getting close to the end of the night. You want to get to the final table, chip leader. All of a sudden, you just imagine you going short stacked after be in the chip dominant position against Adamo, and this is a big bet. The interesting part here so he calls for Adamo is he can kind of take away. Adamo gets to have more flushes here, right? Because there's not as many hands. Paul's probably 3-betting that are suited, the aces there, right? So does he have king, queen of hearts, king, jack of hearts? These 3-betting, maybe a few, but I think it's more weighted towards Adamo, who could have suited hands that would call the 3-bet. So with that being said,
2.3 million chip pot. The 6 of diamonds doesn't change anything.
And with it's also Adamo obviously blocking aces is important, but it's also less likely that he like if Paul did have trip aces and that was the flop, he would be betting. So I think Adamo can kind of reasonably believe that he is either chopping or winning, and may put Paul in a really tough spot here. Stack to pot ratio is 1. Ali, I think he may really force the situation here and get Paul off of a chop potentially. Are you with me on that? The flushes that he doesn't really, if Paul isn't 3-betting him likely with 8, 9 of hearts or something. So Adamo could have a flush calling the 3-bet, and I just think he's going to go big here.
TBD.
All in, maybe? All in big or no? Maybe like 1 point.
Full pot?
6, like 7, like something meaty, healthy.
Well, he's not putting Paul on ace king at this point, is he?
Maybe. I think he might. 3-bet him and then he didn't raise him, so he could. Why couldn't he have ace king? He could, or he has ace queen even. He's even, thinking better situation. He has ace queen suited. I think he's going for a massive bet here. It's just all feels right. It might even be all in, man. I'm telling you. Well, it's not all in, I don't think, but it's something. Oh,
2.1.
2.1, the full enchilada there.
Almost,
Ali.
yeah.
Essentially all in. Really wild stuff here, guys, at the end of the night. And Paul is not happy.
No, why would he be? He's just got ace king on a 3-heart board with a pair of 3s out there as well. Now, granted, we begin to remove some of that 3x from Adamo's range as played, but even with that said, what does he anticipate that he's running into?
Yeah, I think this is, again, the fact is Adamo has a lot more flushes here than Paul. He gets to have more flushes because Paul's likely not 3-betting 7-8 suited, all that. And once he gets 3-bet and flatted, now all those suited combinations are in Adamo's range. And then you start thinking, what hands is he 3-betting? Maybe kings, queens. It's pretty apparent he calls the flop bet. He has at least the ace, so now it's like ace jack suited, ace queen suited, ace king off, ace king suited. He does have ace king, so it makes it less likely, but he's putting, you see the effectiveness of this bet, putting ace king in the blender.
Adamo!
That
Last hand of the night.
Oh, there you go. Last hand of the night.
So flat pre-flop. How can you be bluffing offsuit king?
He's gonna fold.
Yes.
I don't
Not
envy his
yet.
position.
How many? 2, right?
Oh, last hand of the night. What are you saying? He's folding or calling or don't make you. All right, I'll just.
This is frappe,
This
liquefy, ultimate blender here.
Frappe has been called. I think he's gonna fold, and I wouldn't blame him. But actually, you know what? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I feel like it actually he just knows Adamo. You heard him say, do you have like the 1 heart, maybe the king queen off or the queen jack off with the heart, taking that. He does have that ability. But is Paul in this situation with this field left? is Adamo going to just go for some savage, absolute over-the-top bluff? When you look around and there's a few non-known names, he's got a huge stack. Is he really going to go against the man with the chip lead and just attack like this? So I don't know. The good news for Paul is if he calls, he's getting half the pot back. If he folds, he still has 3.2, and it's going to stew over it overnight. But
well, generally speaking, we don't like to put 2.1 out there feeling like the bottom end of the range that we're up against is a chop.
yeah. I'm like, it's 50, 149. I don't even know. I was thinking fold, but he does have it in his head, and it's also Paul, and he's got a huge hand, and he's not afraid. Paul's not afraid to make a big call. It's exciting. Oh, careful, Paul. Those are, you know. I said fold earlier, but actually, I just don't know. It's too close, man. Paul.
325, quite wide. Yes.
You can really sympathize with the struggle here
Yeah.
for Paul.
No, I'm actually at the edge of my seat, not sure. I'm just thinking in my head. It's just so savage. He's gonna fold. Or is he gonna just pick a chip and slam it? If he calls, it's gonna be a slam stack call, not like a one chip. It's gonna be a power call, or it's gonna be. It's just so intense in here. I mean, this is a huge pot. I love the intensity, but we know that the worst case, it's a chop. You know, it's all the more exciting if it wasn't, but it's still exciting. And shows you the level Adamo's on to just call pre, play post out of position, and get maybe the same hand to fold, even when they connect. Imagine when they don't connect. He wins at those times likely too. How played, so. Oh. Paul he wants to.
Is he asking for all of it?
No, I mean, imagine now he ran the raise. That would be the wildest. No, that's not happening. And we are on the. Oh, it's in the bin. It's in the bin. About a 12-minute hand, and they got to show, and he's gonna be sick, but not that sick because it was a thing. And look at that. Look at that stat. Plus 1.2 million. Adamo's way.
What an incredibly strong finish to the evening for Michael Adamo, as he shows the ace-king, and Paul advises that it was a chop.
What was that?
Just too much heat.
Of course, no heart.
Hold on. Was there a deuce on the board? Did Klein make a set out of all that? Because he had like 320 was thinking of shoving. I think there was a deuce on the board.
What?
No? Maybe not.
Okay.
Ace 3 of hearts. So it was to ace 3, 10 of hearts, or ace 2, 10?
No, it was 2 3s on the turn.
Not bluff.
3. Okay.
10, 3, 3.
3, 3, no 2. Okay. So he would have been out for what it's worth. Just.
We got to.
It was 12 minutes ago, Ali. I forgot what the guy had, right?
An
what
epically long hand that will go down in the annals of Triton history. Unfortunately for Paul Pua, he just couldn't find the call button to click reset and finds himself now behind Michael Adamo, who has 94 bigs and 4.7 million. Pua with 3.2 and change, followed by Yang, Tang, and Morton Klein. And on that note, we draw the curtain on tonight's festivities from the Triton Super High Roller here in Madrid, back inside the broadcast booth. Ali Nashad, Jeff Gross. Final thoughts, Jeff?
It's a lot. It's a lot to compress. It's a big day, but we got a huge final table tomorrow. Going to pick it up at 2 o'clock, and we've got some of the games. Brightest, we got Adamo. We got the Dominator there, your guy, the nickname from the start, just there. Huge stack. Paul as well. Going to be a lot of fun, and looking forward to it. Going to get a good night's rest, and I hope you guys at home are joining us tomorrow because we're going to have a winner, and we're going to have another event starting as well.
Yep, no doubt about it. Plenty of coverage coming your way tomorrow. Set your clocks, and we are going to just... I might not set mine. We're going to go and get a very good night's rest and be back with you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us in tonight's coverage. And me and the boys will be back in a few short hours. Take care.